I'm trying something completely different today. And if you guys are watching the replay before anyone jumps on, I kind of want to explain kind of what I'm doing. I actually saw some headlines over on the news here in 2020. It looks like Harley Davidson is kind of struggling. I actually saw they were down about, it looked like they were down like 20, like 47% as far as their sales. So I thought, in order to support Harley Davidson, what'd be really cool is if I actually bought a bike to support them. But the problem is I can't really afford a bike, and I don't think a bank would actually finance me because I'm a YouTuber full time and my income goes up and down. So I was thinking, what would be kind of a cool option besides actually buying one and financing it is to actually buy a Harley Davidson and have it financed with the super chat over here on YouTube live streams, which would be kind of interesting. So I thought, all right, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to buy a Harley Davidson and I'm going to try to pay for it with my super chat, which would be kind of crazy. So I actually went over on the internet and I was actually looking for some Harley Davidsons, and I saw one that was so awesome. It was actually a Harley Davidson Dyna. It was a street bob, and it looked like someone completely tore down to the frame and rebuilt it. It was pretty awesome. And what I actually did is I put a deposit on that bike, and I decided, all right, I'm going to put $500 down, and I'm going to come over here on a live stream and actually do a super chat to see if I can pay for the bike 100% with the super chat, which would be kind of cool. And I figured I pretty much would have to do like a live stream, maybe 12 hours a day, maybe from noon to midnight every day in a row to actually pay for this bike. And kind of the crazy thing is I've actually done some live streams before and got some super chats before, and I don't usually get a whole bunch of money from super chats. And I actually bought this Harley Davidson. I put $500 down, and I asked the guy, I was like, all right, how much do I have to actually spend to completely pay it off with the shipping, the taxes, and the fees and everything? And he gave me the number. I actually owe $8,572 on that Harley Davidson. So I was thinking, I'd have to actually do some really long live streams to actually pay that off. So I'm kind of on this live stream marathon to see if I get the super chats to pay for the Harley Davidson, which is kind of crazy. And the other thing, the other kink in the system after I kind of, put the deposit down and figured it out is he actually said, I only have 2 weeks to pay for the Harley after I paid the deposit. So that means I have 2 weeks from today to kind of raise enough money in the super chat to pay for the Harley Davidson. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna start with the total for the Harley. I actually owe 8,572. So every time I get a super chat, I'll subtract it from that number, and I'll just keep going. I was thinking I could do a live stream from noon until midnight for the next, I don't know how long it's going to take to actually pay off that Harley Davidson, but it's kind of a crazy idea. I thought it'd be kind of fun. I can actually help out Harley Davidson by buying one of their bikes. I could get a cool bike in the process, and I can connect with a lot of my fans over here on YouTube. Although I don't know if I can actually live stream 12 hours a day. That's going to be pretty crazy to actually do it. So we'll actually try it, and I can answer pretty much all your questions if I'm doing 12-hour live streams every day, day after day, which is kind of crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring up my live stream over here. Looks like a bunch of people have joined already. Oh, I got to turn off my volume because there is a definite lag here. All right. What can you breed a cinnamon to? Good question. I would probably breed a cinnamon to another cinnamon, get the super cinnamon, which is an all black snake, and then take the super cinnamon, breed it into a champagne to get the gray matter. Gray matters are absolutely incredible. All right, let's see. Hi from Scotland. Wow, all the way in Scotland. What time is it over in Scotland? That is a long ways away. That's crazy. All right, let's see. Back in the beginning. Wow, we got a whole bunch of comments all the way up in the back. From the Netherlands. Cool. All right. Let's see. Birthday cake. Hi, birthday cake. Oh, we got a whole bunch of comments coming in here. Let's see, my top chat is on. I'm going to go over to the live chat so I can see a little bit more what's going on here in the chat over here on my thing over here. Sometimes the chat goes so fast I can't hardly keep up. 7:20 p.m. That's kind of crazy. It's actually 12 noon here in the United States. So that is kind of crazy. So actually, I'm kind of planning on live streaming for 12 hours. I don't know if I can actually live stream for 12 hours. That is kind of crazy. Let's see. Northern California, cool. Minnesota. Do I have an Instagram account? No, I actually don't have an Instagram account. The only thing I have is Facebook and Morphmarket. No, I don't have Facebook. YouTube and Morphmarket. I don't have Facebook. I don't have anything else. I pretty much have my hands full just with YouTube. It is pretty crazy. New Mexico. All right, that's pretty cool. What can I breed my Karma ball python to? Lesser crossed with a phantom. So you can cross that with just about anything. The lesser is actually, if you actually breed lesser to anything in the blue-eyed leucistic, you get a white snake. The phantom is actually in the blue-eyed leucistic, but it makes a really dark snake, which is pretty awesome. Let's see. Any breeding tips for first-time breeder? Yeah, just keep breeding snakes. Yeah. Yeah, you and Bobby should go on a tour. I was actually thinking of going on a tour with Bobby. That would be pretty incredible to actually tour with Bobby. That would be cool. Someone's pretending to be me on Instagram, and then so I'm following you. It seems like a lot of people are trying to copy me on a lot of different platforms, which is kind of crazy. I heard there was someone actually over on Facebook that was trying to pretend they were me and copy myself. I'm not exactly sure what I can do about the copiers, you know, trying to copy what I'm doing, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. How old is Bobby? Bobby is 7 years old, probably almost 8 years now. He's doing pretty good. What can I breed my banana butter male with? Banana butter, I would probably go for the banana Enchi. And the butters, you can actually make the blue-eyed leucistic, cross it with a Mojave. Let's see, the sapphire gene. There are actually quite a few genes in ball pythons that are really minor genes that a lot of times I'll actually see the genes, but I really don't know the true potential of the gene. A lot of times it's really hard to actually figure out, you know, what's going on with the gene. I've actually seen quite a few genes. There's probably like 20 of them, and I'm afraid to even try to cover them because sometimes there's not a whole lot over on Morphmarket or anywhere else as far as kind of, you know, figuring out what the genes are. Let's see. How big is Sunny's hand compared to Sunny's head? Sunny, it's funny. Sunny is my purple albino super dwarf reticulated python. He is about half as big as Lucy, so he's not really that big. Lucy's head is pretty much like almost as big as my hand, which is kind of crazy. She's getting really big. But Sunny went on a fast for a really long time, and he's finally back on food after like months and months. He was getting really super crazy skinny, and it seems like just lately in the last 4 weeks, he's been eating like maybe 3 or 4 rats every week and getting some pretty good weight on him. Finally, it's pretty good. Let's see. How is your look in the future of ball python breeding? Is it going to collapse? I don't think ball pythons will ever collapse. It's kind of interesting. A lot of people think you kind of saturate the market and then a new gene comes out. It seems like every year we have multiple new genes that are coming out that people just kind of pop out of nowhere, or they find them in the wild or something. And that's really the thing that keeps the ball python industry going. You know, the way it's going, I don't think the ball python industry could ever really collapse, you know, versus some of the other animals where you don't have the new genes coming in. I could definitely see them kind of running into problems kind of up against the wall. Let's see. The different types of azanthics actually different genetically. Not quite sure on that one. I just pretend to know my genetics. I do the best that I can from what I see, you know, pretty much in the literature and over on Morphmarket. I don't know if they're different genetically or if they're just different phenotypes. Let's see. Any ideas on what to breed with a pastel yellow belly gravel? So the question, is it really a yellow belly or is it a gravel? Probably what I would do is I'd prove that out, breed it with like an ivory, and then you can figure out if it's yellow belly or gravel, and then you can make the highways, which would be pretty cool. How do you make a new morph? That's a good question. I've actually seen people just breed a random snakes together and they pop out something brand new, which is kind of a unique anomaly. Every now and then you'll get something that pops out new. Sometimes you can actually find them in the wild too, like a brand new morph. Let's see. What combo are you hoping to get the most next year? I was actually hoping for more visual clowns and more desert ghosts this year, which is kind of crazy. And I missed both of them. Both those females actually didn't lay, which is really kind of unfortunate this year, but I'll get it next year. All right, let's see. What's the best to breed with a pastel het ghost? That is a good question. I'd probably breed it to another het ghost or visual ghost to get some of the visual ghosts. Let's see. Do you think all the inbreeding is causing the wobble, the neurological issues? I don't think so. I think it's mostly the genes themselves. I think it's, you know, like the spiders when they first came in, I think they originally, or the original line of spiders had the wobble right from the beginning. I don't think it's actually from inbreeding. Let's see. Hey, I can see a few hays there. Pretty good. Let's see. How many people do we have? We have 62 people, 63 already. Looking pretty good. All right, let me go back to some of these other questions here. Can a common boa get bigger than an adult sub-Saharan female ball python? I would say most boas do get bigger than your ball pythons. Tips for stuck shed? Yeah. For stuck shed, yeah, it's kind of tricky. Sometimes you get stuck sheds that are really stuck and they're really hard to get off. I actually have some that are really almost like a persistent stuck shed. You just have to really keep working on them. What I like to do, kind of what I've been doing lately, hey, we got a super chat. All right. All right, so if you caught the beginning of this video, what I'm trying to do is I actually bought a Harley Davidson online, trying to support Harley Davidson, bought a motorcycle, and I was going to try to pay it off with super chat, which is kind of crazy. I actually put $500 down on that bike. So this is, so I originally started with a balance on that motorcycle of $8,572. I want to live stream until that's paid off, which is kind of crazy. So we have another $2. So we still owe $8,570. I'm going to be live streaming for the next month to pay that bike off. That's kind of crazy. All right. Thank you for the super chat. That is awesome. The first one in, that was, let's see, 12 minutes in. All right, that's pretty cool. So if you want to support my Harley Davidson adventure, you can actually give me a super chat, which is pretty cool. All right, let's get back to the questions, see what's going on here. All right. Why can't I find a mimosa morph? Mimosas are actually the combination of, I think it's like ghost and a champagne, and they're pretty rare. It's kind of hard to actually find a lot of champagne combos because it's kind of a challenging morph to actually work with. I'd say probably the best thing you can do with champagne, there's some pretty cool stuff you can do, like making the gray matters. It's kind of a niche market, and the mimosa is one of the most amazing. If you actually make the mimosa, sometimes you can get like a really purplish colored snake, which is pretty awesome, especially when they're hatchlings. What do I think about paper towels as a substrate for ball pythons? I actually did paper towels for a while. And the only thing I don't like about a paper substrate is it seems like the ball python really can't grip the substrate very well. As a matter of fact, I actually just kind of switched over to a paper substrate for my reticulated python. Lucy has been having some more respiratory problems. I was trying to get a really dry enclosure. I actually switched over to unprinted newspaper, which is pretty cool. You can do it, but I'd say I don't think the ball pythons like it as much as like a coconut husk substrate. But I think it's a lot cheaper than the coconut husk. The other thing with the paper substrate is you have to really chase the mess all the time. With the coconut husk, a lot of times you can clean like once a week, but with the paper, you almost have to check it like once a day because it doesn't really clean up the messes as good as coconut husks. How rare are monsoon ball pythons? Monsoons are very rare. I think those were originally produced by Dave Green, and he's got a few for sale. I think some of the monsoons, they're anywhere from like 10,000 to like $15,000 a snake or something like that. Pretty crazy. I actually looked at them a couple of years ago. They were like 15. I think they've come down a little bit. You can actually buy het monsoons. It looks like a really visually dominant gene. So if you work other things in with the monsoon, it almost looks like it's similar to champagne, kind of more challenging to work with, but really awesome looking snakes. A lot of pattern in the monsoon compared to what you'd see in the champagne. Pretty awesome gene. Hey, we got another super chat. Woohoo! All right, I'm going to subtract that from my Harley Davidson. This is kind of a crazy idea. All right, so let's subtract 2. We owe $8,568. Do you think we'll ever pay this bike off? I don't know. Kind of a crazy idea. I'm actually trying to support Harley Davidson too along the way. It's funny, I actually started this live stream and I was talking for about 5 minutes and I realized I actually had the live stream on private instead of public. And I was like, hey, wait a minute, I'm 5 minutes in and I don't have one single person on the live stream. I had to actually stop it and delete it and start over, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. All right. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever pay that bike off. This is kind of crazy. It's going to be live streaming for 2 weeks, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. What about pairing a 66 het pine het albino with a caramel albino? So it has a 66% chance that it's het pied. So it may or may not be het pied. It may or may not be het albino. And if you bred it with a caramel albino, everything would be 100% het albino, and then the 66% would be pretty much turn into possible hets. You wouldn't know one way or another if it's het for those genes. So you'd have to list it as possible, and sometimes it gets diluted more and more until you're breeding the possible hets with something else, and then breeding those to something else, and then sometimes you just drop the possible hets, and then all of a sudden, years later, out of the blue, you'll pop it out, and you realize it's het for something that you even didn't know that it was het for. Sometimes they can get kind of lost in the background. All right, let's see. I have a het clown, het albino, female ready to breed, 2 clown males for 100 grams. Do I wait for the clowns? For the het clowns in with her. That's a good question on what to breed when and taking the chance. That is good. So 2 clown, 100 grams. Yeah. I would probably wait until your males are a little bit more mature on those. What morphs would you recommend to pair with a yellow belly pinstripe? What I would actually do with a yellow belly pinstripe, I would breed that with an asphalt and make the pinstripe freeways, which would be pretty awesome. Hey, we got another super chat. All right, $10. Cool. We're paying off this bike $1 at a time. $10. We owe $8,558 on the Harley Davidson. All right, in the live stream marathon, let's see if we can actually get to the end here, which is pretty crazy. Hognose snake. I don't know anything about hognose. I couldn't tell you anything about hognoses. Pretty much all ball pythons. Some of these guys, it's kind of funny. It's almost tempting to kind of chase all the different snakes. You'll actually see that on a lot of other channels where people do like, they'll do boas on one video and hognose on another, and they get a lot more views. But I'm kind of trying to carve out a path for just ball pythons. I don't think I've ever seen anyone really dig in deep into ball pythons like I've done. So it's kind of a different approach. Maybe not quite as popular. It's kind of, jumping all over the place. And kind of the hard thing is I've actually seen some of these big channels where they'll actually what they'll actually do is they'll get on a live stream and they'll have all these questions about all these different animals, and I think it's a little bit tougher to be an expert on everything versus being an expert just on ball pythons. It's not letting you pay, huh? That's interesting. I don't know what would be up with that. What's up? Let's see. I'm thinking about starting a YouTube account about breeding and caring for ball pythons. Have any tips? Let me tell you, it is a long road to actually, it depends what you're doing with ball pythons. If you're actually trying to make money on your YouTube channel, or if you're just trying to drive some more traffic to the stuff you're selling, or exactly what you're doing. I'm kind of doing, I'd say it's a lot harder to actually make a YouTube channel about ball pythons and have it grow really fast compared to a lot of your other topics. You can actually do, if I actually started over again, I actually wanted to make a lot of money. Probably what I'd do is I'd do a YouTube channel on finances, how to invest your money, the best investments and kind of like trending topics and stuff like that. You can actually do it on ball pythons. As a matter of fact, if you do a channel on ball pythons, you can come over to my channel and look at all my best videos and just copy all my titles and start over there. Let me tell you, it's a long road to actually build a channel on YouTube. It's kind of crazy. Where's Bobby? Bobby is right over there in that tub. I can actually grab him in a little bit. As a matter of fact, maybe I will grab him. We'll pull out Bobby and check him out. All right. Let's see where Bobby is here. All right, Bobby. All right, so I have Bobby. Look at that big old boy. He is a really big snake. I don't know if you can see him very good on the camera. As a matter of fact, last time I was kind of having a problem with him getting into trouble, kind of crawling behind me and kind of getting behind me in the back of the chair, which is kind of crazy. What should I do for my snake's birthday? That is a good question. You could take your snake to the pet store for birthday and show him off at the pet store, which would be kind of cool. Or bring it to a reptile show. My most powerhouse animal. That is a good question. Probably, I'd say, probably I don't know what my best powerhouse animal would be. Probably the one that I produced. I actually produced a hatchling this year that was a bamboo pastel pinstripe calico, and it's a male. That one's pretty awesome. Really looking forward to breeding that one. And my desert ghost, I actually have my female super pastel desert ghost visual. That is a good one. All right, we got another super chat. Woohoo! All right, thank you so much. We're going to take $5 off of what we owe on this Harley Davidson. We're down to, let's see, 8,553. Oh, that is a really big number. All right, we are going to live stream until the cows come home. All right, plenty of time to answer lots of questions. All right, let's see. Is it common to find breeder females at reptile expos? You actually can find female breeders, but I'd say most of them are usually your lower end. There's usually a lot of normal females at reptile expos, or like pinstripes or something like that. Once in a while you'll find them. Mostly, I'd say mostly normals, a lot of normal females. That's pretty much what I've seen mostly. Most people actually, kind of hang on to stuff like that. Every now and then you'll find them over on Morphmarket. If you sort by the oldest and by the females, you can find some pretty good deals over there. Although it seems like it's getting harder and harder to actually, find the big females over there. All right, let's see. It's like, can I go over my index cards? Yeah, I can actually go over my index cards. They're actually pretty cool. One of the best things I've probably ever done were these index cards. So take a look at this. I'll just grab one of these. Matter of fact, let me grab this one. The snake's been eating like crazy over here. So take a look at this. So this one's my triple head. You'll probably freak out on how many X's are on this one. So this is my feeding card. Take a look at that if you can actually see it. So every X is where it has eaten a rodent. So you have all the months and all the feedings here. Usually I don't feed snakes this much, and these guys are kind of like my garbage disposals for my excess rats. Sometimes they don't have many X's on them, and you can actually see towards the end of the year, we're already, I actually did a mistake. I actually started marking them in October, and I'm like, wait a minute, it's still the 4th week of September. I kind of messed up on that one. But usually I'll mark every time they eat. You can see sometimes, some of my snakes, especially in the breeding season, you can actually see big gaps in the calendar right after you breed them, which is kind of crazy. So those are my feeding cards, and it's really nice. You can just look at them right from a glance, and they have some Velcro right on the back. And then I put a little bit of tape, like a little tab right on the side, and you can just pull them out, mark the X, and then slide them on, and then put them right back on the tub. And then on my 2 tubs, when I'm when I'm cleaning them, what I do is I just kind of swap the cards out and swap the tubs. It's really easy, super easy. Versus trying to, I tried all different kinds. I tried to put it in a book, but you never really look back at the book, which is kind of crazy. Hey, what's up, Ricky Bobby? Bobby is a beast. Bobby is a beast. Yes, he is. Let's see. What's the name of the song you play at the end of some of your vlog? Actually, all the songs that I play on my videos, I actually get all the music over on the YouTube Studio. They actually have tons of stuff you can actually download for free and put it on your YouTube videos. So you have to really be careful if you're a YouTuber of copyright infringement from regular music that is actually copyrighted. So if I actually were to play my phone like some AC/DC or something like that, Back in Black, and you can actually hear it, the algorithm would actually pick up on it, and you only just play a few seconds of it, and it'll actually figure out what song that is, and it'll flag your video is not being monetized because you have a copyright violation. So you have to be really careful when you're actually adding music to your videos, which is kind of crazy. Can we see your favorite snake? That is this one right here. Bobby is my favorite. He's my tamest too, which is pretty awesome. Let's see. Do you have Desert Ghost without any gene? No, I don't have any, just straight Desert Ghost. I'm kind of interested to actually see what's going on with my Desert Ghost as far as the standalone gene, if it's the yellow version or if it's kind of the axanthic version, which would be kind of cool. Frankfurt, Germany. Awesome. Way over there. What time is it in Frankfurt, Germany? That is pretty crazy. Have I ever tried maternal incubation? No, I'm kind of scared that the female will actually crush the eggs and I'll lose my clutch, which, I'm pretty much, as a YouTuber, I'm pretty much dependent on my income from that. Hey, we got a super chat. Nice. All right. All right, so the super chats, if you're just tuning in, I'm actually trying to pay for a Harley Davidson motorcycle with my super chats, which is kind of crazy. So this is $5. Let's see, subtracted from 8,553, which is 54, 48, 85. We still have a lot of long way. All right. So the super chat. They say one can't differentiate yellow belly from spark, but John's Jungle and Morphmarket has two pastel leopard yellow belly sparks that look very different. Let's see. So if you have, I would say if you're looking at yellow belly versus spark as a standalone gene, you might not be able to tell the difference between yellow belly and spark, but if you start mixing it with other genes, especially with leopard, kind of the weird thing is, especially with leopard. So the leopard is the only gene that'll break through the ivory, which is the super yellow belly. So you may be able to actually tell the difference between a yellow belly and a spark with the addition of leopard, and especially with pastel, I would say maybe you could actually tell them apart, which is kind of an interesting combination. Where did I get the cage for Lucy? I actually got that one from Brace Exotics. They actually went to a reptile show and actually ordered it from them, and they actually came back to another reptile show, and I had to go back to the second show to pick it up. I definitely need to get a bigger cage for her. I'm kind of hesitant to buy the 8-foot cage because she almost needs like a 10-foot cage, which I'm kind of run into. I recently just switched over to a paper substrate for Lucy, and she seems a lot happier on the paper substrate versus the coconut husk for whatever reason. Do I have any spider in my collection? Yes, I do have some spider. Actually, I have spider in just a couple. I actually have a pastel desert ghost spider. That's pretty much the only one that I'll probably keep. I actually just hatched out a spider pied with pastel and yellow belly, 100% head albino. I might keep that one too. So I try to limit the amount of spiders because I know some people are kind of against spiders from the head wobble, and it's kind of a niche market for spiders. And kind of the weird thing is I've actually produced some spiders, and I've never really had the bad head wobble that a lot of people talk about, which is kind of interesting. And I'm up here about 9,000 feet in elevation. I don't know if it's elevation or not, but it's kind of weird. All my spiders seem to be coming out fine. As a matter of fact, if I actually was having a problem with the head wobble, I would probably get out of spiders. All right, let's see. 8:45 in Frankfurt. Wow. It's kind of weird how the time works. What if you let Lucy slither around your house like a cat? Yeah, Lucy would absolutely destroy my house. She's probably over 100 pounds now. As a matter of fact, she's so heavy, I can't lift her by myself or I get in trouble. What I've actually been doing, I started kind of moving her with two people, and I found out I can actually take her tail out first, put it on the ground, and then move the front part of her out and kind of let her crawl along while I kind of guide her. And she kind of slithers across while I guide her from one enclosure to another to clean her tank. And that's been working pretty good. So she does get out and stretch out from time to time, which is kind of crazy. But if I just let her around the house, she'd like tear up the house. Let's see. What's my favorite morph in the scene? The favorite morph, probably my favorite morph is Bamboo, because it's such an awesome gene. Just looks really good as a standalone gene. It's also in the blue-eyed leucistic, so you can make some white snakes, which is pretty cool. Let's see, where did I get my racks? I got all my racks from ARS Caging, which is really expensive way to go. It's probably the most expensive rack that you can actually get. I'd say ARS Caging is probably on par with like Freedom Breeder. They're pretty much, head to head in competition as far as the prices, and pretty much is the best you can get. The one thing I did like about the ARS Caging is they had the better paint finish on the metal versus the kind of the raw stainless steel that you see on the Freedom Breeder. As a matter of fact, I wish Freedom Breeder would do like a powder coat finish on some of their racks, which would be pretty cool. Philippines, wow, that is awesome. And from the UK and Kentucky, that's pretty awesome. All right. Let's see. Can you bring out your beautiful calico bamboo? I could bring them out. Let me put Bobby back, and we'll bring out the calico bamboo. I got a lot of snakes to choose from. All right, that one is over in this over here. Let me get this guy out. This is my calico bamboo. Take a look at that one. This is Slinky, not quite as tame as Bobby. I don't even know if I could put him around my neck and him kind of being okay. But look at that crazy calico on the side of that. That's pretty awesome. Absolutely love these calicos. And kind of the weird thing about the calico is I actually produced my first straight calicos this year. And the straight calico just by itself is like a reddish brown calico. And the kind of the weird thing about this is I got kind of the white in the sides, and then I got like a darker color right on the back, which is, I thought there was like, at first I thought there was like cinnamon or something in this snake, and come to find out it was just my version of calico, which is a really dark, like a cherry red, almost like a cherry, it's almost like a dark cherry, kind of a cinnamon colored calico, which is kind of crazy. And working it into all these combinations, I get some really crazy effects as far as what I'm actually seeing. Let's see. Out of all my snakes, what is my favorite? I'd say the bamboo, probably, and the pastel desert ghost. I have to say the pastel desert ghost is probably the brightest and the flashiest. My oldest ball python, I would say, I think my oldest is about 10 years old or 12 years old. I think I have some 2012s. Let's see, I have a 2008, so that is 12 years old. I actually put the dates right on the tabs there. I think that's my oldest one, 12 years old, which is kind of crazy. Red Bluff, California. Cool. All right, these comments are going pretty fast. I'm up to 94 people on the live stream. That is pretty crazy. All right, let's see. Bring the camera over to Lucy. I could. Yeah, the problem is my internet's kind of spotty, and if I actually move my camera, I'm thinking I might lose the live stream. I was thinking of actually doing, oh, this guy's like choking me. This is what Bobby did when I first started putting him around my neck. He's like choking me out in all my videos. Like start over and over. This is definitely not Bobby. They kind of get a little bit freaked out. He's a really beautiful snake though. Really beautiful. So this is just a calico and a bamboo, which is pretty cool. As a matter of fact, let me get you my other one with it, which has 4 genes. It's a bamboo calico. It's a little hatchling. That one's pretty crazy. Oh, that one's choking me out. All right, that one's over in my hatchling rack. That's kind of the cool thing about doing a live stream in my snake rooms. I can show you all my cool snakes. So take a look at this one. This one's really cool. That is crazy. So this one is my bamboo calico pastel pinstripe. Looking really good, getting really big. Pretty awesome. Of course, I couldn't really put this one around my neck. This one's a pretty small one here. Let's see. Should I raise ducks? That is a good question. I would definitely raise ducks. Ducks are really awesome. Yeah, the only thing with ducks is it's kind of like dogs. You have to feed ducks every single day. And ball pythons, you feed them like once a week and you can kind of ignore them, which is probably the most low maintenance animal that you can get. That's what I really like about ball pythons. You can actually just kind of forget about them for a whole week or go on vacation. Versus ducks, you're pretty much there. You know, with my ducks, I'm actually changing the water, you know, twice a day, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. What would I pair with an Enchi Ghost 66% het pied female? Yeah, I would probably do Enchi Ghost. Well, I like Enchi with banana. That's one of the things that probably my best combinations, Enchi with banana. Or you could do, go for the, I'd probably prove out the pied too, to see if you have pied in there or not. Then you know for sure if you actually have, you know, pied in your collection. Let's see. My smallest ball python, that would be Lucky. She is really small. I can show you Lucky. Yeah, Lucky's right over here. Let's see. This one. So I can't believe this one. This one's kind of crazy. This hatched out. I think it was a twin, and I think the twin died. And then this one actually hatched out, and it was so super skinny. Believe it or not, this tiny, skinny little snake right here has already eaten 4 meals by itself without assist feeding, which is kind of crazy. Look at that crazy thing. That is really awesome. If I can get my phone to focus, I'm actually doing a live stream on my phone, my Galaxy Note 9 there, which is pretty cool. He's got a really beautiful head. That thing is really awesome. I don't know if you can kind of see that on the that crazy phone that doesn't really want to focus. My camera is much better at focusing. I actually have kind of a high-end camera. I don't know if you can hook your camera up to a live stream to actually do live streams. So that one kind of surprised me that it would actually eat every single time without being assist fed, which is kind of crazy. What temperature is the room that I keep my ball pythons in? I actually keep it at 82, and then I have my hotspot set at 90. It seems like it's been working pretty good. Do I have any interest in keeping other species of reptiles? That's a good question. I was actually thinking about maybe getting like a red tegu, those lizards that get really big and you can kind of hug them like a dog. That would be kind of crazy. Except I have so much going on. I spend most of my time just trying to keep up with the animals that I have, which is kind of crazy. If I could start a new project, what would be the ideal pair? That is a very good question. I really love the Desert Ghost stuff. I'd probably do the Desert Ghost. One of the things that I've been looking at is either the Acid or the Confusion. I've been thinking about getting into those. Or if I had an unlimited budget, I might get some monsoons. Of course, a pair of monsoons, it costs $20,000 or $30,000, which would be kind of crazy. It really depends on your budget as far as what you can get into. Do I run my farm on snakes? And do I run my farm and snakes on my own, or do I have pretty much everything I do is on my own? I do everything on my own, which is a lot between YouTube and my snakes and my cows and my chickens and my dogs and everything. It's a lot, but I do have help if I get into trouble. But most of the times I'm just pretty much on my own, which is it's a lot, but it's fun. It's an enjoyable job, I'd say. Uh, any thoughts on impaction? Any home remedies? I've never had a problem with impaction with ball pythons. It's kind of interesting. Some people say that ball pythons can get an impaction problem if you actually put them on like coconut husk or other substrates. I've never found that with any of my ball pythons. I've had them on, substrate for years. And as far as, the snakes that have died in my collection, I only actually ever had one snake die, which is kind of weird. I just opened up the tub one day and it's just like it fell over dead, which is kind of the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I think, some animals, it could be like a bad heart or something. But other than that, I've never actually had a problem with any of my snakes getting sick or dying or anything like that. It's just kind of crazy. Do I still have Cobra? Cobra is my puppy. It actually was a cross between my Saint Bernard and my Rhodesian Ridgeback, which is kind of crazy that Cobra is still around and he is bigger than Mama. He is getting really super big. He's getting really skinny for a while. I started doubling up on his food and he was growing like a rocket, and now he's just really thick and chunky. Pretty amazing. Do I ever think about expanding my snake room? I do think about it, but if I expand too much, I think I would need another helper. And right now, I just don't have the money to actually hire anyone to help me out here on the farm. So I'm kind of waiting for the YouTube to take off and, some of my ball pythons to kind of get to a higher level where I'm actually making some more money. How's Lucky doing? Lucky is doing great. As a matter of fact, I just showed him off just a minute ago, which is pretty cool. She's eaten 4 meals already, doing really good. Let's see. Thank you. You love my content. That's awesome. Yes. Do I have a P.O. box? I did have a P.O. box, and it wasn't really getting used very much. And then the whole pandemic kind of broke out, and I was kind of afraid to actually walk into the post office, on a regular basis. So I pretty much took down my P.O. box. Have I ever had a snake not mate but produce slugs and take forever to get the final one out? Yes, I actually have. Well, I don't know. I've had some snakes produce slugs. I've had some eggs kind of get egg bound, but I've actually always mated. So I don't know. Sometimes they can actually do that with your females. 18 months old and 1650 grams. That is a big female for 18 months. Is she ready to breed? I suppose you could try to breed her. But the problem is if they're eating really good and growing that fast, a lot of times if you breed them, they'll stop eating, which is kind of a problem sometimes, especially if you're trying to get more weight on them. Probably what I would do is I would wait another year if you can. You can breed them if you want, but I found, if you actually wait another year, you could probably get them up to like 2,500 grams, and then you're not kind of fighting up against that 1,500 gram wall every year you try to breed them. Let's see. When I try the sugar gene into bamboo, that's pretty much the same as my calico, and I think there's different lines of calicos too. So I would definitely try the sugar into a bamboo. From Poland, thank you. Awesome. How do I deal with respiratory infection? Probably the best thing for respiratory infection is to bring it to the vet, and they can actually give it some shots and treat it that way. I've actually tried like a Reptifogger with some F10 vapor in the past, but it's kind of an off-label medication that I probably wouldn't recommend again because when it comes to vets, they're really a stickler over you have to pretty much use a medication based on the recommendations of the label versus trying something really crazy like that, which is kind of crazy. What's the ideal temperature inside the warm and cool hides? Well, what I do, I actually use an 82 degree ambient temperature with a 90-degree hot spot. So that's what I use. I'd say there's quite a few ranges, and a lot of people have different opinions on what they use. Do I still plan on breeding boas? That is a good question. I might get 1 or 2 boas at some point, maybe to use up some of my excess rodents. I have pretty much more older rodents that come out of my breeding rack than I can actually feed my reticulated pythons. I'm thinking about getting another big snake. Maybe I'll probably start out with like a female boa, which would be a good way to start, just to kind of play around with them. Although I have seen some boas that can be pretty aggressive as far as biting and hissing and everything like that, which is kind of crazy. 100 people, yeah, we're at 101 people. 44 thumbs up, 102 people. All right. I think that's pretty much my average once I get going after about an hour. It'll be interesting to see how many people I get if I keep going for several hours. We'll see how long I can actually live stream here on the live stream marathon. I was going to try to go for 12 hours. I don't know if I can go for 12 hours. That would be kind of crazy. It's kind of wild. All right. The best part about owning snakes, what I really like about owning snakes is all the different colors and patterns, and the fact that they're really low maintenance. You can feed them once a week, some of them once every other week. They're not like your other animals. It's kind of wild how low maintenance they are. Pretty awesome. What's the longest time I've had to assist feed a hatchling on the 8th assist feeding? What I would actually do is, instead of continually assist feeding, I would probably, usually after the 3rd, I would start offering a live mouse hopper or a really smaller live mouse. Sometimes maybe one that just has a little bit of fur that's really, sometimes with the assist feeding, sometimes you can start with a really small mouse, almost like a pinky in some cases with some of your real small hatchlings. And then if they don't take that, you can kind of follow up the next day with an assist feeding. I actually have one that I assist fed 3 times, and then I followed up with a live mouse, almost a little bit bigger than a pinky, and I finally ate it on the 3rd. But sometimes you can kind of get in the routine of, all right, I just have to assist feed without actually trying to see if they'll actually eat. So sometimes it'll actually take 8 or more, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. All right, we got a lot of comments. All right. Are you going to try to get back into Pac-Mans? No, I just have the one Pac-Man. I probably won't get any more Pac-Mans. Would you recommend power feeding hatchlings? So for hatchlings, I would probably recommend doing once every 4 days, 4 to 5 days. I wouldn't really recommend power feeding. I've actually, pretty much the max I've ever done in a hatchling is maybe 3 feedings in a week. I wouldn't go much above that. Some people do once a week, but it seems like even once a week on the hatchlings is almost not even enough for some hatchlings. Let's see. How did the experiment go with PewDiePie? That was funny. So I actually made this I hate PewDiePie video, and I actually did drive some more views, which is kind of interesting. And then it seemed like the algorithm did not like that video, and I kind of like pulled it out of promotion. It's kind of weird that you can kind of try to trick the algorithm, but let me tell you that the algorithm is pretty smart. It's almost impossible to actually kind of trick it. It's kind of weird. They used to have this system where now you can actually go in and check these boxes to see if your video qualifies for the ads, to see how ad friendly it is. But it used to be a system run by the algorithm. And I actually had one where the algorithm kicked it out based on my words and my title and my thumbnail. And so I actually kind of tried to trick the algorithm. I went in and changed the title, the words, and the thumbnail. I had the same exact video, and even with changing everything, it still kicked it out, even with all that. And I think it figured out that, it was still the same video. It's pretty smart. You really can't trick the algorithm, like the computer AI that runs YouTube. Oh, let's see. Do I ever go for the Panda Pied? I actually don't have black pastel in my collection. Panda Pied is the super black pastel pied. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I got 20K subs in the last year, nothing to complain about. Yeah, it's not that bad actually. I'm doing pretty good. It's kind of interesting. When I first started looking at my growth on YouTube, I was growing about 10% a month. So I was like looking at these numbers. All right, if I grow 10% a month, this is where I'm going to be in 3 years. I'm down to, I think, about 4% a month, which is still pretty good and pretty average. Not quite the growth rate that I was kind of calculating when I first started YouTube. So I'm doing pretty good, but not as good as I had thought, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, Panda Pie is an awesome dream snake. That is pretty awesome. Let's see. Let me come back up here. How are things with macaroni? Macaroni. Which one was macaroni? I forgot which one it was. I have a whole bunch of hatchlings here. Let me see if I can find macaroni. Or did I sell that one? Did I ship it out? Ugh. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Macaroni. All right, macaroni. I remember macaroni. All right. I was like, wait a minute. Which one's macaroni? I have so many snakes and so many names. So this is little baby macaroni. Take a look at this. It's a little baby Bobby. So cute. Macaroni. And this one is a female bamboo who's doing really great, eating really well. And this one, when I first hatched it out, it wouldn't eat. I thought I was going to have to assist feed it, and it finally actually started eating on its own, which is really awesome. And it's probably one of the brightest bamboos, almost as close in brightness as Bobby, as far as all my other bamboos, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, he's doing great. All right, wow. Let's see. Do you own any blackheads? I don't own any blackheads. I'm thinking about getting into it. Of course, there's a lot of genes that I'd like to get into. Blackhead is definitely on the list of one of the things I want to get into. Can you really breed your males at 500 grams? Actually, I actually bred a male at 400 grams, and it actually bred one of my really big females, which is pretty crazy. I'd say you can breed your males at 500 grams. Sometimes they actually won't go, which is why I kind of went to waiting one more year on your males. I'd probably wait one more year. Yeah, males should be up to 800 grams. Yeah, I would go for 800 to 1,000, definitely. I would say if you do, what I'd probably do is I'd probably breed at 500 grams and then breed for a month or two, and then kind of follow up with maybe like a cleanup male to see if that, you kind of clean it up with another male that has some co-dominant genes. So, if it gets one of those co-dominant genes that's different than your other male, for sure that it bred one versus the other. Sometimes you can actually get kind of a mixed batch too from being fertilized from each male. Let's see. Had some, yeah. What if Lucy tried to constrict you and you were alone? That is a good question. I do not put Lucy in a position where she can constrict me. That is for sure. I don't put her around my neck. As a matter of fact, she's so strong that she almost knocks the wind out of me when I wrap her around my chest. So I do not wrap her around my chest. I definitely have to be really careful. And you get in kind of some weird, uncomfortable situations with a big snake like that. And you get to the point where you kind of figure out where you can hold them and how to handle them without getting into trouble. You definitely don't want them around your neck, that's for sure. How long would you let a hatchling go before assist feeding? That's a good question. What I usually do is I go like 3 to 4 weeks, and then I start getting concerned after 3 to 4 weeks. Usually what I do is I kind of look at the cards on the feeding cards. And if I see all the snakes all around one of them have all eaten like 4 or 5 meals, and that one hasn't eaten at all, then I go in and consider assist feeding. Let's see. For banana males, that's a male maker. What are the odds of getting a female? I've heard the odds of getting a female are 1 in 100. Some people said they're different than that, but I've actually produced so many core glows, and every single one is a male. I don't know if that's actually accurate, 1 in 100. I think it's even less than that, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. Got your very first snakes, mahogany, cool, 100% hep high. That's a really good project. Big Red did make it to his new home. Yes, my big corn snake. I finally shipped it out, which is pretty cool. Sold it for, I think, the third or fourth time, actually. Finally shipped out Big Red, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. What are my feelings on the Wookiee gene? It's not very popular. I actually did a video on the Wookiee. It's kind of interesting with some of these genes. I do the video and I study it in depth, and then a lot of it I actually forget. I have to go back and look at the Wookiee gene. I can't remember exactly, what the significant effect of that is. Sometimes you have to actually really do a deep dive study on some of these genes. That was one of the lesser known ones, and it's kind of interesting doing all these morph reviews. A lot of times I'll do a morph review on something that's like the Wookiee. Like, what was that again? I have to go back and look at my own video to figure out my conclusions and what I actually determined what was actually going on with the Wookiee. It's not very common. I think I did like just a quick study on the Wookiee and I put out a video. It's kind of interesting. My first snake ever. I was actually for my first snake. And how old was I? Actually, I think that was probably a garter snake. I was catching garter snakes in the wild when I was about 9 or 10 years old. Those were my first snakes. Of course, I didn't really keep them as pets until just recently. As a matter of fact, I think my very first snake was a California king snake, the very first one that I kept as a pet. Do I keep venomous? I do not keep any venomous snakes at all here in my collection. Wow, Wookiee is allelic with spot nose and chocolate. That is kind of crazy. It's amazing what they find out about some of these genes. Weird, this is an odd chat. Hey, you can talk about whatever you want, if it's odd or not. Yeah. Let's see. New order here. How long should a snake take to shed the full skin? Sometimes they shed really quick, and sometimes they shed really, sometimes they can take a long time. It's kind of interesting. You go herping in Colorado? No, I haven't gone herping in Colorado. Am I showing snakes or just talking? I can actually show some snakes if you want to see some. As a matter of fact, what do you want to see? I can show you something. Let's see. Oh, here, I'll show you something. We'll get something out here. How about this girl? This girl's a big one right here. We can show snakes. We can talk. We can do whatever we want. Oh, look at this big old girl. I'm hoping to breed this one this year. Look at how big this one is. This is a lesser clown. Take a look at that beauty. I tried to breed her last year with my banana Enchi clown, and she didn't go. But then she went back on food, and now she's getting really big. Look at how big she is. I'm thinking I might actually get her to breed this year. I don't think she's ever been around my neck, which is crazy. All right, what are you doing, girl? All right, we'll see what she's gonna do. Here. All right. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. How can I tell if my banana is a normal banana or a super or a fire banana? That is a good question. Sometimes it's kind of difficult to tell with bananas because it's so visually dominant. Sometimes it's pretty tough to actually tell exactly what's in your banana. And the super bananas are usually a little bit lighter than yeah. Let's see. All right. All right, here we go. I breed snakes. Cool. Yeah, this was a beauty. Breed my female at 1,500 grams. Assuming she lays eggs, how many would she lay on average? So I find at 1,500 grams, you're pretty lucky. I'd say pretty much the average amount of eggs that you can expect is probably 6 eggs from a 1,500 gram. That's why I actually recommend kind of waiting a little bit longer until it's a little bit bigger so you can get more eggs per year, which is pretty awesome. All right, so let's go back. Let's see. What's the heaviest? What snake is your heaviest that you can show us? I could try to get out. I don't know. Sunny. Sunny is 45 pounds. Should I get out my 45-pound snake? All right, let's see. I don't know. We could try it. All right, let's put this one back. All right, you guys ready for this? All right. I don't know. He's kind of in feeding mode right now. What's going on with this one? I might need my snake hook for this one. How about if I get my notebook? Here we go. All right, buddy. Yeah, come on. All right, here we go. All right, buddy. I think this is a bad idea. This might have been a bad idea. All right, here's Sunny. Look at that big old snake. Woo! He's not happy. All right, he's going back in. Woo! Yeah, he's in sleeping mode, and then he switched to feeding mode, and then he's starting to run. That is kind of crazy. That is the biggest snake I have in this room. And then I have Lucy. She's twice that big. That is crazy. Yeah, that is a crazy snake. All right. Whew. That gets my adrenaline going. Yeah, that snake is not really that friendly. That one's kind of, yeah, like the holster. What you packing? Yeah, I usually up here in the mountains, there are mountain lions that stalk you and bears and everything. And yeah, I didn't actually know I had my holster on for my live stream. I never really take that off. I try to hide that for the live streams. I can't really talk about, guns or anything like that, or they'll actually demonetize your videos, which is kind of crazy. You can't. There's like a whole list of things you actually can't talk about. What about my biggest ball python? Let's see. I could show you my biggest ball python. I think it's this girl over here. Let's see. All right. Take a look at this one. That's my biggest one right here. She's a monster. Whew. See if I can put this one around my neck. Look at how big and chunky she is. She's never been around my neck before. Yes, I think she is a Volta. Some people say that this one is a Volta. Look at how big that girl is. She's a monster. So Volta is a pretty rare locality of ball pythons that get super big. This girl is really monstrous. This is a normal 100% het caramel albino. And I probably don't want this one to wrap around my neck too much. She could probably choke me out. But look at how big she is. She's a monster. Whew. And she is squirrely too. She's produced a whole bunch of bamboos. I actually bred Bobby to this one and produced a whole bunch of really awesome bamboos from this girl. She is, I think right now she's probably over 5,000 grams. She's a really big snake. Yeah. How often do I feed her? That is a good question. She eats pretty much almost once a week on a regular schedule. Pretty much for the last month and a half, it's been about once a week. 1 week she ate 2, and then 1 week she skipped. That's the cool thing about the feeding cards. You can just look over there. She's how many eggs she actually would lay. I think I was getting like anywhere from 13 to 15 eggs off of this girl. She's so heavy, she wears me out. That is a big girl. Whew. All right. Wow, I need a break from that one. That is crazy. She's so big. Huge fan. Awesome. Do I ever dabble with geckos? I actually do have some crested geckos. I have a pair of crested geckos. They've laid a couple babies and they kind of disappear in the tank. I'm wondering if they're actually kind of hatching out their offspring and then eating their babies, which is kind of crazy. Whew. Yeah, I need a break after that snake. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, sorry, yeah, actually, I'm the moderator. I can actually ban people. I actually don't have a moderator, so, you know, sometimes people come in and start spamming. Can a ball python weigh more than a blood python? Maybe if you're comparing hatchlings, but I would definitely say that blood pythons in most cases are actually larger species of snake. What's the next show you're going to? That is a very good question. So I was actually thinking about going to probably a local one. Maybe, well, I'm kind of waiting for the vaccine from the virus. That's what I'm actually waiting for. Once I get my vaccination from the coronavirus, I'll probably start going to a bunch of more shows. I don't know if I'm ever going to do shows out of state. I may at some point. Maybe when my YouTube channel gets a little bit bigger. Right now, I'm kind of grinding away the daily videos, trying to really build my ad revenue over here on. It's kind of funny. I actually kind of skip a day or two over here on YouTube. I can definitely tell it's like a big financial hit. So I have to just keep grinding away until my channel's a little bit bigger. But once I'm a little bit bigger and I'm making some pretty good money over here, I'll probably start kind of touring around. Maybe just me and Bobby on the road, which would be pretty awesome. Do I have any tree pythons? Nope, I don't have any tree pythons. Is exercise beneficial for ball pythons? I don't think ball pythons really need any type of exercise as far as that. Yeah, when it comes to keeping snakes in these rack systems, I'd say these rack systems are pretty much only for ball pythons. I wouldn't really recommend a rack system for any type of snake. Ball pythons really like to live in a burrow. That is really where they're the most comfortable. I've had them in all bunch of different enclosures and glass and in big enclosures, and they don't like big, they don't like glass. They like a dark box, which is pretty crazy. And you can definitely tell their feeding response. Once you put them into these rack systems, they just go crazy with eating. Do I watch other YouTubers? I do watch other YouTubers. Sometimes I'll watch reptile YouTubers. Most of the ones I watch. As a matter of fact, I'm getting into a lot of motorcycle YouTubers and kind of like how to build a YouTube, how to build your YouTube channel and stuff like that. Let's see. What is hypo? Hypo is ghost. Hypo is just another term for ghost. So ghost just kind of fades up the pattern on the snake. Northern Exotics. Cool. Yeah, we watch the same stuff. Yeah, I've been doing PETA seems to have invaded, yes. Lots of people are misinformed. Yes? You can talk. Why the live chat, super chat? Oh, okay. All right, my wife is like, by the way, we're doing this live chat to try to support my, trying to finance my Harley Davidson. Trying to do super chats to support the Harley Davidson. Although I haven't seen any super chats for a long time. It's like, oh yeah, that's why we were actually doing this, to try to raise some money so I could buy a Harley Davidson to support Harley, since they're struggling this year and their sales are down 47% or something like that. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. All right. Yes. That's when you get into ball pythons or any animals, sometimes you can actually kind of run into problems with all the animal rights groups. It's kind of interesting. A lot of animal rights groups say nobody should keep any pets at all. We should put them all back in the wild. Yet you look at the animals in the wild, and they're always going extinct because we're invading. You're kind of just plowing over all the forest and everything, and just kind of decimating everything. And I think keeping any animal in captivity is actually like a lifeboat for the animal, that you can actually keep them alive. So there's different opinions when it comes to keeping animals. And there's a lot of people really against keeping animals at all. So a lot of times you have to actually deal with all that stuff, especially when you're out here on YouTube with all these people. Does your wife come to say hi? Yeah, she does. I don't think she wants to be in front of the camera though. Let's see. Let's see. How much should a 14-month-old ball python weigh on average? That's a good question. I've had some really light ones and really heavy ones. I'd say 14 months, probably 800 to 1,200 grams, something like that, I would say. Do you miss the old day job? There are some days when I do miss it. I like coming home and not thinking about anything versus always thinking about, all right, what YouTube video should I make next? That's kind of crazy. All right, let's pull out another snake. Pull out one of my favorite ones here. Oh, let's see. All right. One, two, three, four, five. All right, so take a look at this snake. This is one of my favorites. Take a look at that beauty. That is my pastel spider desert ghost. Awesome. I actually tried breeding her, and she didn't go. She didn't lay any eggs. I was so disappointed in this one. And she went off of food for months and months, and she finally went back on food, started eating again, which is really awesome. So I don't know if she's going to be up to weight by the time we actually get into the next breeding season here in about another month. I think we're about a month away from pairing up again, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, like 3 weeks. I don't think this girl is going to be ready in 3 weeks. And this girl is really super skittish, super skittish. She does not like to be, or she's not aggressive. It just is not, she's super jumpy, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. When you're breeding ball pythons, how do I time their feeding? How long do you wait after feeding to pair up? As a matter of fact, I did find that that if you actually feed your ball python and you pair them up too soon after feeding, they can actually regurgitate, which is, it's kind of crazy. So, this snake is like freaking out. All right, I don't know if this one's gonna work too good around my neck. This one's kind of crazy. Hey, we got another super chat. Woohoo! All right, nice. All right, so yeah, per my wife, we're actually trying to pay down this Harley Davidson with super chat. I don't know if it's ever gonna work out. All right, $5. So 85, 4. We still have $8,543 left to pay on the Harley Davidson. But I appreciate the $5. Every little bit works, and every little bit goes. Take a look at that beauty. She is so awesome. Really awesome. All right, so the super chat question. Let's see. Do you know if a black pastel sumapide has been produced before? And how much would it go from Morphmarket? Yeah, I think if anyone produced the black pastel sumapide, it's probably Justin Kobelka. He's talking about it. I'm not sure if he's actually produced it. So the sumapide is actually really close to the pandapide. And the pandapide is a completely black and white pied. The sumapide is close, but it's kind of a brownish black. And the idea of working into the black pastel is to take the sumapide and get it closer to the pandapide. That's the whole idea of working into it. If you actually make a black pastel sumapide that looks like the pandapide, I think you could probably sell it for maybe more than $10,000, I would say, probably over on Morphmarket, which would be pretty cool. Depends on how it looks. And really, kind of the cool thing is if you actually kind of look at, the genetics of the black pastel sumo pine, you don't really have the genetic anomalies that you'd see in the in the panda pine. Oh, this one's starting to choke me out now. You should have saw me when I first started with Bobby around my neck like this. This was exactly like Bobby acted when I first started working with him over here on YouTube. He's really squirrely and choking me out and jumping around for like the first month, I'd say, and then he finally mellowed out. It just takes a while to actually kind of calm him down, which is kind of crazy. All right, yeah, this girl is so beautiful, though. I should kind of handle her quite a bit more. See if I can calm her down. She's a really beautiful snake. All right, let's see. How many baby mice should I feed my ball python? I'd probably do one baby mouse if it's a hatchling, I would probably do every 4 days, 4 to 5 days for hatchlings, if you're still on mice. Let's see. You'll still be watching when you say it's paid off. Yeah. All right. So I was going to do a live stream marathon. I want to just keep live streaming. I was thinking maybe doing like noon to midnight every day until it's paid off. Yeah. This Harley Davidson, $8,543. Yeah. I don't even know if that's going to work. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Yeah. Woo. Awesome. $5. Oh, let's see. That is 85.38. Woohoo! We started at 85.72, so hey, we're doing good. and check that out. It has a little, I don't know if you can see that where you're actually looking. It has this little thing called Keep It Up. Those are like, they added this thing called super stickers, which you can actually add these little stickers to your super chat, which I think is pretty cool. That is a pretty cool new feature over here on YouTube. It seems like they keep upgrading YouTube a lot. As a matter of fact, they came out, all you YouTubers out there, here is a news flash. If you haven't actually heard this before, if your channel is monetized and you're making money over on YouTube from the ads and you don't upload a video for 6 months, they will demonetize your whole channel. And it's kind of like the new thing. So that kind of freaks me out that if you actually stop uploading, if something happens to you for 6 months and you don't upload for 6 months, they demonetize your channel, which is the craziest rule I've ever heard. I just heard it yesterday. I think one of the new rules coming through YouTube, and it seems like it's always changing. You never know what's going to happen over on YouTube. Hey, Punk Rocker here. All right, cool. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for reminding people to hit the like button and the bell and the subscribe. Yeah, I usually don't say that. I don't know. It's kind of, especially for subscribing. If you like my videos, you'll subscribe. If you don't like my videos, I don't want you to, subscribe because, it'll recommend my videos. So and some people kind of come over, and sometimes the subscribers, don't really kind of help you that much if the people are actually watching your videos. But if you've watched more than one of my videos, you should definitely subscribe to my channel if you haven't subscribed, which really helps me out in the long run. All right, so let's go back to some of these questions. You know what? I'm going to put this snake back because this one's getting into trouble. Maybe I'll find a different snake here. Oh, this one. Oh, I got a good snake for you. I want to show you this one. This is an awesome snake. So I haven't really showed this snake off at all. Look at this snake. This thing is hissing. I don't know if you can hear it. It's a little hisser and a little snapper. Look at that. Look at how awesome that snake is. And believe it or not, it's kind of funny. I actually isolated my version of Calico. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Is that the same one or is that a different one? That is, no, that's the same one. Yeah. All right. All right. I was kind of freaking out on my computer screen here. All right. So take a look at this. This is really interesting. I actually just did a video on the Calico gene, and I have a certain version of Calico in my collection that comes out as kind of like an orangish reddish brown really awesome calico. And if you actually mix it with certain jeans, it actually acts like a dark jean. So this one is actually a pinstripe with that orange, kind of reddish brown orange calico in the mix. Kind of crazy how it actually influenced this pinstripe to make it like a dark reddish orange color for the calico pinstripe. It almost acts like a completely different jean, working this into pinstripe, which is kind of crazy. One of the coolest things that I have ever seen as far as just calico, a different version of calico, which is kind of crazy. This thing is awesome. And look at that. It's for hatchlings. So they'll hiss at you and they'll snap at you, and then you'll hold them for 30 seconds and they're perfectly fine. Yeah, they're just a little bit confused. They think you're going to eat them or something, which is kind of crazy. That is a really awesome looking calico pinstripe. That is pretty awesome. As a matter of fact, I might actually hold that one back. That is a really cool snake. Oh, all right. I got so many cool snakes there. We could just keep showing snakes all day. It's pretty awesome. All right. Getting your first ball python tomorrow. Awesome. The first one is always the most memorable. Yeah. What's up, Timothy Rose? Thanks. That's awesome. Do I have any snakes that are super pastel and yellow belly? I really don't have any yellow belly in my collection that I really know of. I do have some super pastel, which are pretty cool. Hi from Sweden. Hello. My most expensive snake? That's a good question. My most expensive snake used to be my scaleless head lemon blast. When I hatched them out, they actually sold for about $6,000, which is kind of crazy. And now they're like, probably, I don't think you can get that much for them. Maybe, I don't even know what scaleless head lemon blasts are selling for now. I don't even want to look. It's probably like $1,500 or something for the size that I have, which is kind of crazy. I'd say probably my most expensive snake that I paid for. I can show you that one. Check this one out. So let's see. All right, so here is the snake I pay the most for. This guy is a really crazy looking snake. This is a banana enchi clown. Really awesome gene. I actually love the banana enchi, even without the clown. It's really awesome. And this one I think I paid $1,500 for it. So not too bad for a snake. It's not like tens of thousands of dollars or anything like that, which is kind of crazy. Now, I absolutely love the head and the face on this one. Super cute. Take a look at that. That is definitely a keeper. Yeah, I definitely want to breed this to my clowns and get some more banana enchi clowns in the mix. Last year I tried to breed this to a bunch of stuff and it was just too small, and now it's definitely a good size to actually breed. So that's pretty awesome. He's almost getting big enough I could almost put him around my neck, which is, I can't believe he was getting that big. He was just a hatchling, tiny little hatchling when I bought him. We'll kind of tame him down a little bit here. I don't know what he's saying. He's like freaking out around my neck. He doesn't know what's going on. Let's see. Do I do well on merch or channel membership? I actually don't have any channel membership, and I sell a little bit of merchandise, but not a whole lot. It's yeah, I don't really push a lot of merchandise. I don't really push a lot of stuff on my channel. Yeah. Have I thought about podcasting? Not really. Oh, this guy's choking me out. Let's see. Is it common for a snake to musk? Depends on the snake. So ball pythons don't actually musk, which is kind of the benefit of of ball pythons, which is pretty cool. I actually used to catch the garter snakes, and the garter snakes would definitely musk all over the place. And the king snakes will actually musk too. Let's see. What are my plans with Bobby this year? Bobby is going to be in front of the camera the whole year. I don't think I'm going to breed Bobby, but I do breed his offspring to continue his line of bamboo. Do I ride horses? No, I don't ride horses, but I do have cows. I have four head of Angus cattle. I don't have horses. Mm. Yeah, the boop the snoot. That is I have a boop the snoot mask that you can actually buy for, wearing the mask for the virus. I actually bought one and it's super comfortable. The boop the snoot. That's the only mask that I actually have. This guy's like going at my shirt. What are you doing? I don't know where he's going in my shirt here. All right, buddy. What are you doing? Yeah, people ask me, hey, why don't you like switch snakes all the time on your videos instead of having Bobby on your shoulders all the time? Let me tell you, there's you get some of these snakes trying to tame them down, like how tame Bobby is. It would take like months to tame a snake down to where Bobby is. It would be almost impossible. It gets pretty frustrating trying to film videos with random snakes around your neck. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. We have 107 people on. That's kind of crazy. All right, let's see. How can you tell if your ball python is het for scaleless head? So the scaleless head is the het. So usually on your scaleless heads, you'll actually have scales missing from the head. So call it het scaleless head. And then a lot of times, if they don't have any scales missing, you can look at the last vent right on the tail of the snake. So for example, if you actually look at kind of the vent scale right before the vent, like right there, that very last scale is one solid scale if it's not a scaleless head. And if it's a scaleless head, it'll be split in two, which is kind of interesting. And most of the times you can actually see the scales missing from the head. All right, so I want to put this guy back. He's getting too squirrely. That guy is crazy. All right, let's get Bobby back out. Oh. All right. So that's not a snake. This is a snake. Bobby is such well behaved around my neck. Kind of crazy. All the other ones just kind of go crazy. Hey, what's up, Big Birdie? That's a cool name. Yeah, teacher doing distance learning, that can be a challenge. A book for dummies? Ball python Morse. Yeah, that would be I never really thought about writing a book. I'm pretty much just a YouTuber. It's kind of hard. I mean, it even seems still like, a lot of the stuff I say on YouTube, it's like I kind of change my mind, or I get more informed and I change it. As a matter of fact, if I was doing a book, I'd probably be like on the 10th revision of the book, which is kind of crazy. Hey, we got a super chat. Thank you, Jerry O. Smith. That's awesome. All right, so we're gonna subtract that from what we owe on the Harley Davidson. We're trying to pay off the Harley with our super chat. 85. We still owe 85.35. I don't know if we'll ever get there, but every little bit helps. That is awesome. What did I do before YouTube? I was actually a chemist in a laboratory. I worked. I'm pretty much an analytical chemist, but I got a degree as an organic chemist. And for a while, I worked on medical devices. We actually did like drug-eluting stents and new medical devices that had a chemical component. And I was pretty much focused on the chemical component of the medical devices. I did that for maybe 20 years. And then right at the end, I actually got into more of natural product testing all the vitamins and stuff on the shelves for like toxic, stuff in there, and then kind of a regulatory role. And then I kind of jumped over to YouTube. It's kind of crazy. Breeding snakes and doing YouTube, it's kind of a different life than working in the lab every day. As a matter of fact, I actually just called the lab. I was like, hey, how you guys doing in the lab? They're like, yeah, it's kind of miserable. We have to wear masks all day long in the lab, in the office area. The only place you can't wear masks is in the lunchroom, which is kind of crazy. I would not want to wear a mask, 8 hours a day, all day long. That's kind of crazy. All right, let's see. 2019 Iron 1200 HD. All right, so yeah, what kind of bike did I get? So this is kind of an interesting story. Actually, I decided to get a Harley Davidson Dyna. It's a street bob. And this bike is so tricked out. It's pretty amazing. It's actually, it looks like someone actually took the whole bike apart and stripped it all the way down to the frame and then rebuilt it completely with custom parts, which is kind of crazy. So I actually put a down payment on the bike, and the guy told me, yeah, you still owe 8,000. Well, now it's $8,535. I was like, I think I can raise that over on Super Chat on live streams. So that's kind of what I'm doing to see if it actually will work. And that'll be my Harley Davidson Super Chat, which is, I guess, what you can call that bike. It's a crazy look bike. It's actually a black bike with silver. I don't know what Bobby is doing. What are you doing? All right. Yeah, it's a black on silver. And one of the cool things about the bike is I was actually looking up the mufflers. The kind of the hard part is it's actually in a different state. So I bought it without even driving it or anything. I'm gonna have it shipped over to Colorado. And the cool thing is that the muffler on it is called the Vance & Hines Short Shots. I don't know if you've heard the short shots, how loud and crazy they sound really awesome. It's going to be a really crazy bike. If I can actually pay for it, I don't know. We'll see if I can actually pay for it over here on the live stream. I don't know. Let's see. We've been talking for an hour 30. So I was thinking I could do a 12-hour live stream every day until the bike's paid for. I don't know if that's possible, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. That's kind of a crazy ambition. Chris Hardwick for president. As a matter of fact, I was president before. I was actually the president of the Colorado Mushroom Club, the Colorado Mycological Society. I don't know if I want to be president of the United States. That's a little bit too much pressure there. It doesn't matter what you do. You lock everything down and they hate you for it. And then you open it up, try to save the economy and they hate you for it. You know, it's kind of a no-win situation being the president. You can't please everybody. All right, let's see. Have I ever tried maternal incubation? No, I was always afraid that the female would squash the eggs doing maternal incubation. Look at Bobby. Bobby's getting big. He's been eating really good lately, too. Yeah, Bobby knows what time of the year it is. Yeah. I should breed him this year. The only problem with Bobby is if I put him with a female, he would lock up for like 3 days. So you'd be like, where's Bobby? On the YouTube videos, he would be totally gone. He'd be like in there with the females forever. And he probably wouldn't come out for a month. It should be crazy. All right. Yeah, mushroom hunter. I was like an expert mushroom hunter. I was like obsessed with mushroom hunting. And I think I knew about, I'd say maybe 60 mushrooms to species, the common ones here in Colorado. It's kind of cool. We'd actually go out and we'd have like 20 people and we'd all go out and collect all these mushrooms and bring it back and lay them all on a towel. And then all the mushroom experts would tell you the difference between all the good ones and all the bad ones. And it was a really educational experience going out hunting mushrooms. It was pretty fun. What kind of incubator do I use for my eggs? I actually built my own incubator out of a beverage cooler, which is kind of crazy. I actually found this beverage cooler over on Craigslist, and it was some guy bought it brand new. And like I guess the compressor went out before he even used it the first time. I'm thinking maybe he like stood it up and plugged it in before it actually, sometimes those compressors, they have to stand for a while before you plug them in. And it was brand new, never used, and I got it for I think a couple $100. And then I just put some heat tape in it and like a heat controller and a little fan, and it's been working fantastic. I've been hatching hundreds of snakes out of that thing, which is pretty crazy. Yes, Bobby is a stud. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, just have one pet python. Yeah, I do have quite a few different snakes here in my collection. All right, I think Bobby is ready to go back and we'll find another snake. How about that? See if we can find something else. All right. There's got to be something here. Oh, here's a good one. Oh. So I rarely show this one off. This one's a hidden gem in my collection. Hey, we got another super chat. Hey, awesome. Thank you, Jamie Regular. Look at that girl. The high contrast albino. Look at how big she is. She's getting really big. She had the year off last year, and then she's fasted for a long time, and she's finally coming back on food. Really beautiful albino. And I actually bred my I actually breed my albino pied with this girl. You get a whole bunch of albinos, 100% pies. All right, so I'm going to mark that super chat off of our Harley Davidson balance here, $3. I don't know if we'll ever pay this bike off. I owe $8,532. That is a really big number. I don't know if we'll ever whittle that down. That's crazy. Whew. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Look at this guy, like squirming all over the place. And look at the eyes on this one. Really crazy, bright red eyes on that albino. Really beautiful. The head of it almost looks like the head of an albino Burmese python, which is kind of interesting. Pretty awesome looking snake. Hey, look at that. We got a nice super chat. Thank you very much. Can you do a day in the life vlog video tomorrow from start to finish your routine with the farm snakes, rodents? The problem is my I'm actually doing right now I'm doing a live stream marathon trying to pay off this bike, which is kind of crazy. But I could do a day in the life video of just one video and kind of record it off, without doing a live stream on it. Because the live stream is kind of tough because this guy's got going crazy all over the place. This is definitely not Bobby. So the live stream is a little bit difficult because my router doesn't actually reach all the way to my barnyard, so I can't bring my phone over to the ducks and still get a signal from the router. I'm pretty much limited to just around the house here with my phone. I can't really do a day in life, but that is awesome. All right, $10. Woo! All right, we're down to $85.22. All right, that is awesome. One bolt at a time we're paying. All right. This guy's so crazy. All right, coming down a little bit. This one, as a matter of fact, this one, let's see, we named this one. We named this one Eternity. I forgot what the name was. That's funny. I haven't really worked with this one at all. This one is like just not worked with much at all. Really beautiful snake. I absolutely love this albino. Should be in front of the camera a little more. This one is so awesome. I love the high contrast on that, the kind of the definition between the whites and the yellows. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Thank you so much for the super chat. All right, 5. So that is 85. 17, 85, 17. Wow. 85, 17. Wow. All right, cool. Awesome. How often do I feed baby snakes? I do, well, I'd say you could probably feed a baby snake every 3 days, depending on the baby snake. I'd say 3 days is probably the minimum as far as baby snakes. Most people, I'd say, do between 4 and 7. I've actually done 7 days on my hatchlings, and it seems like they stay really skinny if you do every 7 days. I would probably do every 5 days is probably a good, kind of a medium. Any tips on getting males to lock? What I would actually do is, what I like to do is when I put my males with my females, I have a little watering can that I water down all the substrate, and I actually water right on top of the snakes when I first put them together. And it seems to kind of stimulate. I don't know. It's kind of funny. Sometimes they'll be like in a sleeping mode or like a flight mode or an aggressive mode, and you sprinkle the water on them, and they both go into kind of the same mode like this mating mode or something. I don't know what it is, but it seems like it works, sprinkling kind of like lukewarm water, room temperature water on your snakes right when you pair them up for some reason. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. Can I do a normal vlog of the daily routine without live streaming? Yes, I will do that. At least once a week or two. Yeah, I could. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. A lot of times, if you do a lot of kind of a vlog style videos, a lot of times they don't really do that well, because it's like a day in the life of a certain person. Unless you know that person, it's not really, you don't really learn anything. Versus if I'm doing, like a morph review, it's like almost like timeless content where you can watch that video and you can actually learn something. Versus you really have to know the guy to be interested in the day of life of this random guy. I don't know. It's kind of weird how YouTube works and kind of promotes the video, but it does really help to, connect with your audience doing the vlogs once in a while. But I don't know if every week would be, something that I would actually do. So sometimes you kind of have to watch what, kind of the content that you have coming out. This guy's going crazy. All right, here we go. What would I breed a single gene pinstripe to? That's a good question. As a matter of fact, this year I actually bred my Coral Glow to a pinstripe and got the Coral Glow pinstripes. Those are fantastic. One of my favorite combinations with the Coral Glow and the pinstripe. All right, this guy is ready to go back into his enclosure. This is a really beautiful female albino. Really awesome. And I'm thinking about breeding her this year. She's doing really well. Got some pretty good body condition. Back on food, not as good as I would like, but here in 3 weeks, I think she'll be okay. All right. All right, so here's the best one in my whole collection, besides Bob. Take a look at that one. That one is crazy. That is my Super Pastel Desert Ghost visual. Look at that thing. That thing is crazy. Look at the head on that one. That is, her name is Fang. Look at the head on that one. Kind of crazy. I don't know how well this is going to show up in the live stream. Not color corrected. I don't know. You can see it on my video. I'm actually looking at the live stream on my laptop. It looks pretty grainy. I don't know if you can actually see the real colors coming through. This thing is so bright yellow. It's like fluorescent. It is super crazy. This thing is doing really nice too. All right. So this one, I can't really put it around my neck. So it's like you could put it around your wrist as some jewelry or something. That is a really good looking snake. Look at that. Really awesome. All right. Yeah, just had to show that one off, of course. Let's see. Have I ever created any jigsaws? No. Jigsaw is the lesser pinstripe. Let's see. Let's see. How's the reticulated python? Both are doing really good. I have Sunny and Lucy. Sunny started eating again really good, which is really awesome. He fasted for a really long time, and I was really getting worried about him. He's getting skinnier and skinnier. He's finally gotten to the point where he's doing pretty good. Yeah, cameras can't catch the beauty, that's for sure. Yeah, I actually had my biggest ball python out just a little while ago. That was a really big one. That was my normal 100% het caramel albino. When am I going to make an Instagram? I probably won't do Instagram. I got my hands full with everything I got going on right now. I haven't added any new desert ghosts. No. All right, let's go back a little bit. So I have 3 females, special, pastel, and pewter. Then my male is a coral glow. Should I get a male black pewter? The sky is the limit. So the black pewter is a black pastel and a pastel. The pewter is the cinnamon and the pastel. So I would probably go for, yeah, there's a whole bunch of ways you can actually go with your pewters or black pewters. You can make like sterlings or silver bullets, or go, you know, with all the different silver colored snakes. That's probably what I'd go for. There's a lot of those combinations. I'm not sure if I want to keep Lucky or not. That's a good question. She's still too small to sell. She's had 3 rodents, but she is so super small. I haven't actually decided if I'm going to sell her or not. Yeah, the life is insanely busy, even with the pandemic. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. All right, so I want to pull out another snake. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. I'm going to put that towards the Harley Davidson. Thank you so much. We're trying to pay off this Harley Davidson with the super chat money, which I don't know if we'll ever get there. We're at 85.17 and 5. So we still owe $8,512. That is a really big number. But thank you for the super chat. That is awesome. Yeah, definitely want to do more of the farm and my other animals, that's for sure. All right, so let's pull out another snake that I think I might have sold. Someone was asking about it. All right, take a look at this beauty. That is an awesome snake right there. That is pretty awesome. This is a big old spider, and it also has jungle woma in the mix. The jungle woma really reduces the spider pattern. And the jungle woma, as a matter of fact, I haven't done a video on the jungle woma because sometimes when you mix it in with certain combinations, you really can't see the jungle woma. It's really hard to pick out from the other genes. But if you actually make a super jungle woma, it really reduces it to almost just a little tiny line right on the top. The super jungle woma they call the ridgeback, which is kind of awesome. And this girl actually bred her once, and she's had a couple years off. And I decided I kind of wanted to cut down on some of my spiders. She is really beautiful. So I actually put her up on Morphmarket, and some guy said he was interested. I don't know. I'll have to go back to Morphmarket and actually check to see what the status of that was. This is a really beautiful snake. Look at the high white sides on that girl. Really beautiful. Absolutely love the high white. Sometimes on the spiders, they can have a low white, and this is like the highest extreme of a high white spider. Really beautiful. Pretty awesome. Did I get the entry for 75 from the video? I actually didn't get the entry. That was a pretty awesome. I was wondering if that was actually sold. Yeah, you checked and that guy sold. I was wondering, you know, sometimes I'll go over to Morphmarket and I'll be like, hey, this is an awesome snake. And then as soon as the video posts, someone goes over and buys it, which is, I guess I'm helping everyone else sell their snakes, which is kind of cool, I guess. I just don't have that many snakes that I can actually sell. I don't produce more than, you know, maybe 50. I say this year I produced maybe 50 or 60 snakes. I have to go back and count. And usually I think I sell between like 100 and 120 snakes that I actually produce every year. So not a whole lot of snakes, but it's a pretty good number. Let's see. Am I going to breed Lucy and Sunny together? Yes, actually, I paired them up a couple times this year. Actually, the last time I paired them up, it was actually like a month ago that I paired them up, which is kind of weird because they both went into this like crazed feeding mode, both of them. So I'm thinking it was probably the wrong time to pair them up. Maybe it just stimulated them both to start eating. This guy's like getting all squirrely. That is the problem with snakes that aren't used to being handled that much. They just kind of go all over the place, kind of crazy. The video is only in 720p. I don't know. It's probably because my internet connection is really super slow. So my internet was I think my download speed was like 1.5 megabits per second, and I just doubled it. Now it's like 3, which is still really super slow, like the bare minimum that you can actually stream the video, which is kind of crazy. Even in Germany, we love to watch your videos. Awesome. Thank you very much. I noticed a lot of people have been translating my subtitles into French, which is kind of interesting. You can actually go over there and translate all the titles into your own language, which is pretty cool. My favorite banana coral glow combo would have to be probably the banana Enchi or the banana leopard. I would say it's probably my two best combos that I really like with those two. How often do you give your snakes a bath? That's a good question. I actually don't bathe my snakes because every month they shed. They completely shed. The only time I bathe my snake is if it went to the bathroom in the tub and it got all messy. And then usually what I do is I just do like a kind of like a sponge bath, I guess. I really don't dunk them in a tank of water. I want to put this guy right because he's getting crazy. All right. Oh, let's see. Here's a cool snake. I can show you this one. Take a guess at what this one is. I'll keep you in suspense. It's one single gene. Anyone know what that is? Take a guess. This is, yes, you're right. That is a lesser ball python in the blue-eyed leucistic, the king of white snakes. So this one, you breed it with anything else in the blue-eyed leucistic and you end up with an all-white snake. This one, it's kind of squirrely too. This one's super squirrely. They're not used to being around my neck. Butter is pretty much the same thing as a lesser, yeah. So you can actually get butters that look exactly the same as lessers. Some people think that the butter and the lesser is exactly the same. So yeah, I actually have a lesser bamboo that is an all-white snake, which is pretty cool. And this one, you can see it has some pretty interesting patterns on the side. It's kind of interesting. I really like the color. So this one is one of my lessers. I have another lesser that is 100%, well, I think it's 100% het ghost, which is a lot brighter than this one. It's weird, just one copy of the ghost and they get really super bright. Pretty cool snake. Oh, those snakes wear me out. Can snakes learn their name? I don't think they can. How heavy was that one? That was probably about 2,500 grams or so. I don't really weigh my snakes on a regular basis. Let's see. Yeah, lesser clown, that's pretty cool. Have a lesser het clown. Yeah. About to start breeding ball pythons soon. Any special advice? The best way to learn about ball pythons is go over to my YouTube channel, click on my video tab, and then just hit play all, and you can listen to all 1,000 of my ball python videos. I was thinking it would probably take you like 2 months to actually go through them all if you actually watch my videos like 8 hours a day, which is kind of crazy. So let's see, we are into it an hour and 52 minutes, which is kind of crazy. 2-hour live stream. I was wondering how long you can actually live stream for. Is there a limit? I don't know if there's a limit on a live stream. Let's see. Yeah, Bobby's almost 7, almost 8. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see if I can. Yeah, I got a good one for you. How about a bamboo lesser? That's a pretty snake. This will turn into a snake show. Take a look at this one. That's as white as you can get in a snake. Super white, blue-eyed leucistic. This is one of Bobby's babies. As a matter of fact, this might have came from that female I just showed you. So this is part lesser and part Bobby. It's a bamboo lesser. And this one's kind of interesting. Look at the eyes on this. Kind of wild eyes. Like a little bit smaller than usual. And bright blue. Kind of crazy. This one's been doing good. I bred this one last year and it was too small. This is a male. And I didn't actually get any. I bred this one to 3 normals last year, and none of them laid eggs. It was a bust for all of them. And this is actually a lilac. I already got half bamboos and half lessers, and I just bred it too small, which is yeah, breeding small males. I don't think I'll ever do that again. 12-hour cap for live streams. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I can do 12 hours because I can already feel it in my throat talking for 2 hours straight. I'm starting to think I might have to break it up into smaller live streams. I don't know if I can talk for 12 hours straight. That's a lot of talking. Let's see. What'd you breed a super pastel clown with? That's an awesome snake. I'll probably breed it with another clown with some other genes in the mix. Let's see. A 3-month-old. Do I have a 3-month-old? I don't have a 3-month-old. And when it comes to 3-month-olds, it really depends on let's see. Let's see. No, that one. 3-month-old. 3-month-old? I have a couple 2-months-old. I could do that. I'll show you a 2-month-old. Well, here we go. There we go. All right, so this is a 3-month-old, believe it or not. And your 3-month-old is not going to be as big as this 3-month-old. Take a look at this 3-month-old. Look at that big old snake. That is a huge snake. And this one has been eating a lot, and it seems like for whatever reason I've been giving this one a little extra. This one is Rusty. What's his name? As a matter of fact, I think this one's already sold and paid for. I'm just waiting to ship this one out. And look at the feeding card on Rusty. Take a look at that. Look at how many times it's sometimes some weeks it's been eating like 3 in a week, which is kind of crazy. I usually don't feed them that much. And sometimes, with hatchlings, I have, some snakes that won't eat, and I don't want to waste the rodents, so then I move it over to another one that kind of gets the leftover rodents. So this one is really big and chunky. So this one is a pastel 100% head desert ghost. Really beautiful snake. Look at how much it's like glowing. I don't know if you can see how much it just glows. That thing is crazy. That is an awesome looking snake. Yeah, I'd say usually this is like probably the size. I've actually seen 6-month-old ball pythons about this size, maybe 5 months. But I'd say it's pretty big for a 3-month. Pretty big. Oh. Do I have an Enchi pinstripe? I did. I had an Enchi pinstripe. I think I sold it. I sold it, but I think I still have it, actually. No, I have a lemon blast Enchi. No, I don't have an Enchi pinstripe. I'm starting to think, all right, what do I have now? Yeah. Yes, that is your snake. I got a whole bunch of snakes here. Some of them are sold. Some of them are sold and paid for, and I just haven't shipped them out yet. Let's see. Besides my triple hats, what other projects am I waiting for in my collection? pretty much my clowns, visual clowns, and my visual desert ghosts is kind of the big things that I'm really kind of shooting for. Maybe some visual pies, which would be nice. So I actually had actually, I don't know if you've been watching my videos about all my breeding for my entire, but I actually had my female pied that is, how old is she now? She's 2015. 2015. I've been waiting for this pied to lay eggs for 5 years now, and she finally laid a big clutch of really beautiful eggs. They all looked like big pearly whites, and when I candled them, there was no veins and no embryos after 5 years of waiting on that crazy pied, which is ridiculous. And I had them in the incubator for like a month and a half, and they just all molded and got really nasty. I just couldn't believe that she laid all good eggs and they were all bad, which is kind of crazy. What's my preferred carry? Yes, I do have my holster on. I actually carry a Glock 21, believe it. That's my preferred carry. And essentially, if you actually talk about guns on a YouTube video, I think they demonetize you. So you gotta be careful about what you're talking about. Kind of the cool thing I like about the Glocks, if we're talking about guns, is that you can actually carry them without a round in their chamber, and they're really easy to chamber versus some of the other like 1911s where you have to lock and load and have one in the chamber. I think that's a little bit more dangerous. So, with a Glock, you can keep them just in the magazine and throw it in your backpack or something. Not that we want to go down that road on the live stream here. Yes, I do take payments on snakes. It's usually like $50 down, and the rest in 30 days. I kind of had an open-end payment system on some of them, and people were like waiting like 6 months or 8 months, and then they'd cancel, and I ended up with the snake that I've had forever. So I kind of went back to 30 days, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. What is Slippy's temperament? Slippy? Slippy. Which one was Slippy? Oh, let's see. Slippy is a pastel. Here is Slippy. So pretty much on all these hatchlings, it's pretty much the temperament of a hatchling. So sometimes you pick them up and they'll snap at you and they'll hiss at you, and you hold it for 30 seconds and then they're perfectly fine. Look at how beautiful it is. Almost like, I don't know if you can see it, it's kind of like almost like an orangish kind of, as a matter of fact, I was wondering if there's calico in here because it has a lot of the orange in the yellow, which is kind of crazy. Sometimes as I was not expecting my calico to be so orange in a lot of these combinations. I think this is just a really orange looking pastel, really crazy look. And a lot of these hatchlings, a lot of times you can just hold them for like 30 minutes or 30 seconds and they'll be completely fine. They just have to realize kind of that you're not going to hurt them. That's kind of the big thing. And sometimes they kind of go through this different stages where they get a little bit nippy, and then usually once they hit about 500 grams or 800 grams, they really mellow out, and they really, you really don't have to worry about them. But that is a really cool snake. That is Slippy. Let's see. Queen Tut. I haven't showed that one yet. We can actually show Queen Tut. Let's see. Justin has declared that the Desert Ghost is the best morph. I haven't heard that one. I didn't think he was working with Desert Ghost that much, which is kind of interesting. You may have seen Fang, my super pastel Desert Ghost, on some of my videos, which is kind of crazy. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky looking at videos because sometimes the color correction isn't quite true to what you actually see with the snake. Sometimes it can be a little bit brighter, sometimes it can be a little bit duller. Let's see, what size enclosure do you recommend for a female ball python? So for the adults, I actually use the ARS 70 series tubs. You can actually go over to ARS Caging and get the dimension out of those. I think that's probably the best size as far as, like a permanent size tub for a full size female ball python. All right, so I'm gonna break into my Yeti cooler here. And I am going to break out one of my Cokes. So this is pretty cool. I don't know if you guys are into beverage coolers, high-end beverage coolers. I actually bought this little, it's actually a little Yeti cooler, which is pretty cool. I bought it over on, actually I bought this directly from Yeti. They had them on Amazon and everyone was complaining that they were, they were fake. You actually just put your beverage right in there and screw on the top, and it's a vacuum sealed thermos for your Coke, which is pretty cool. Kind of off topic there. Since we're on a 2-hour live stream, we're kind of getting crazy. How long will I be live streaming today? Well, the plan was to pay off the Harley Davidson with my super chat money, and the plan was to live stream noon to midnight. Although I don't know if my vocal cords are going to last that long. I can already feel it after 2 hours of talking. We'll see how long I can actually live stream. Go for 10 hours. I was thinking about, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I actually brought a little lunch here so I could just kind of kick back and, have some Coke and have a lunch. Just a live stream until the cows come home, or until YouTube terminates my live stream, I guess, after 12 hours, which would be kind of crazy. All right, let's see. I recently got a Super Pastel Het Daddy Lesser Female. So that's kind of interesting. The Het Daddy Lesser is actually the Lesser Platinum, which is pretty rare. A lot of people consider the Lesser, some people have called the Lesser Platinum, but the real Lesser Platinum is with the Het Daddy, which is kind of cool. And you also have a Pastel Butter Het Daddy. The butter and lessers are interchangeable. Yes, they would produce blue-eyed leucistic, and it's kind of interesting with that. I haven't actually done a morph video on the daddies. I think if you have 2 copies of the daddy with the lesser, I think that might be called the Daddy Platty. I think that's the common name for the Daddy Lesser, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, so you definitely would make a blue-eyed leucistic when you cross those together. The problem is if you actually bred a lesser with a butter and you got the all white snake and you bred it to something else, you wouldn't know the difference between the lessers and the butters when you actually bred it to something. So you would have to sell all the offspring as a lesser/butter, and you wouldn't know which line, if it was a lesser or a butter. It gets a little bit confusing. And I actually did a kind of a head-to-head comparison on the lessers or butters, and I'm pretty sure they're different. It looks like the butters can be a little bit brighter in some cases. The lessers can be a little bit darker than some of the butters, but there's some lessers and butters that look pretty much exactly the same. Yeah, live chat purpose is to see you go the distance. Hey, I thought the live chat was to see my Harley Davidson get paid off and to go the distance too. Yeah. All right, and to show a bunch of snakes too. What's the difference in the Orange Ghost and the Orange Crush? I've heard of the Orange Crush, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. I think it's a common name for a different combination. What new morph is catching your eye? I'm looking at the acid or static or confusion genes. I'll probably work those into my collection. I'm thinking maybe next year that I might actually buy into that project. Maybe the confusion. A lot of people think that all 3 genes are the same, the acid, the static, and the confusion. Anything with spider or champagne has a chance of head wobble, yes. Yeah, so there's certain genes in the spider complex that actually are susceptible to head wobble, and there's also the WOMA, and the hidden gene WOMA, and the Powerball, the super spot nose, can also have a head wobble, which is kind of interesting. And kind of the weird thing, I actually produced my Super Pastel Desert Ghost which seems like it has just a slight wobble, which is the first time I've ever seen a slight little wobble in any other gene. It just kind of wobbles just a little bit. You can just barely see it, almost like a spider wobble. Doesn't really affect it anywhere. It's not like it's really severe or anything, but I thought it was kind of interesting in a desert ghost, which is kind of crazy. Hey, got another super chat. All right. Hey, I noticed your name. I recognize your name. You've been around for a long time, I think, Ryan. For I think since pretty much the beginning. All right, HD Fun. All right, Harley Davidson Fun for Queen Tut Show and Tell. All right. So we're going to subtract that from the Harley Davidson total. So we're down to 85. $8,507. That's still a really big number. We're still in the 8,500s. Woo. All right. We can do it. We can do it. All right. Let me get Queen Tut. Let's see. Oh, she's in a shed. Oh, she's not happy. She's hissing. She's in a shed. She's in the worst part of a shed. Queen Tut does not look very good today. Look at how grayed out she is. Super gray. So this is a bamboo pastel pinstripe. So I actually have my other one. I actually produced one just like this, except with calico in the mix. The bamboo pastel pinstripe calico, which is pretty cool. That one was a male. This one is a female. I've been waiting on this girl for, let's see, she's from, I think she's from 2018. 2018. So she is a 2-year-old, pretty close on the edge of actually breeding this girl. So I'm not sure if we're going to breed her. She's, I think I might give her one more year before I actually breed this one, because I definitely don't want her to fast. I wanted to get her some more weight on her. But take a look at her. She's so pink. I can't believe how pink she is. I can't believe you can't even tell the real beauty of this snake, because she is just so faded out. It's pretty crazy. She's a really good looking snake. You can definitely see the bamboo in her face. Definitely has Bobby's face. And the funny thing about this snake is when I first produced it, I thought it was a male because I probed it incorrectly. And we named it King Tut, and it was King Tut for like 6 months until I probed it again, and we found out that King Tut was actually Queen Tut. It was actually a girl. And I found out then that if you're actually using a probe kit, and essentially what a probe kit is, you actually take the probe and stick it right in the vent in the pocket of the tail. If it goes in really deep, it's a male. If it goes in just a little bit, it's a female. And if you probe them too young, especially like young hatchlings that have just hatched, a lot of times you can actually be kind of fooled by the probe. The probe doesn't always work right when they're really young. That is a really beautiful snake. That is Queen Tut. Getting close to breeding after 2 years. Crazy. All right, buddy. Oh, the snakes wear me out. Do I ever pop the vents? I have a couple times just to see if I could do it. But, I've actually talked to my veterinarian, and she said you should never pop out the hemipines because you can actually damage the snake. And a lot of old time breeders, they make it look so easy. They just pop the little hemipines out, and it looks easy. But I never do it. I always use the probe method with the metal probe. Oh, let's see. What do I think about maternal incubation? I probably wouldn't do it. There's a couple of reasons. One, the female can actually damage the eggs, and a lot of times you can't really dial in the temperature or the humidity to actually get the proper conditions for incubation, so I probably wouldn't do it. As a matter of fact, if I was actually breeding a normal to a normal, getting how much of really low-end snakes, and I didn't really care about the money, trying to support myself on the income from what I'm doing here, I might actually give it a shot. Or if I was, had a bunch of money and I didn't really care about it. But at this point, I'm pretty much living off my snake money and my YouTube money, trying to survive on what I can. I probably wouldn't risk actually doing maternal incubation. What's my favorite recessive morph that is not Desert Ghost? I'd say probably the clown has the most potential as far as being a recessive. I'd say one of the most popular is probably the pied. But what I would probably do is if I were buying into something else, I'd probably go with something like the tri-stripe, something like that, because the tri-stripe is recessive and not a lot of people are into it. So the prices are kind of maintaining a little bit higher versus, some of your clowns and pies, everyone's just kind of flooding the market with all those. I think you do a little bit better if you're into something a little bit different like the tri-stripe. What if a ball python lays eggs and you're not prepared? I'm pretty much always prepared. What I do is I just go over and I click on my incubator and just let it equilibrate and then put the eggs right in there. So it's not really a problem. I have everything pretty much prepared. And if you're actually starting into ball pythons, you don't have egg boxes or an incubator or vermiculite, then you can run into problems as far as not being prepared. Yeah, certain people have popped the hemipenes every single time. I'd say that's what most people do. They pop out the hemipenes. How old is too old to breed a ball python? I've never seen a ball python that was too old to breed, which is kind of interesting. As a matter of fact, they actually had a ball python. I don't know if you saw that story. It was in one of the zoos, and someone was saying the ball python laid some eggs. There's a female that laid eggs without the male at age, I think it was age 65. I didn't even know ball pythons could live to age 65, which is pretty crazy. So I'm thinking a ball python may live longer than you. People are thinking, hey, my ball python's really old. It's 20 years old. And in reality, it's not really that old of a snake, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, if you think about, the age of ball pythons versus humans, you can have a 50-year-old ball python, which could still breed just perfectly fine, which is kind of crazy. 62, yeah, that's pretty wild. Let's see. How fast do you sell one of your clutches after you post them? It really depends. So it's interesting. Some snakes sell really fast and some don't sell fast at all. I still have some over there that are actually for sale. Some of them will sell. It really depends on what people are looking for and if they have the money and you're actually visible to them and what the competition is as far as what you have over there. So I'd say it's really variable. And sometimes the lower end stuff, especially you're selling them online, it's really hard because a lot of times you're paying more for shipping than you're actually, paying for the snake, which is another thing that's kind of a challenge. Oh, let's see. Yeah, clown and ultramel is my first perception. So ultramel can be a little bit more challenging because it can be really visually dominant. It's kind of like working with the albino. What I would actually do with the ultramel is I'd breed it with a pied and make the ultra pieds. That is pretty amazing. Yeah, Desert Ghost or Enhancer will be your next purchase. So a lot of people think that the Desert Ghost is the same thing as the Enhancer. As a matter of fact, it would be kind of an interesting project to take a Desert Ghost and breed it to an Enhancer to see if it's compatible or two different lines of the same thing, which would be kind of a crazy project. Tell us more about YouTube money. YouTube money. It's kind of all over the place. Sometimes you make a lot of money and sometimes you make a little bit of money. I'm going to grab another snake and then we can talk about YouTube money. Let's see if I can find one that I can put around my neck. That's pretty cool. How about this guy? This guy's been fasting and fasting. Take a look at that snake. That is beautiful. Everyone knows what this is, right? That's pretty obvious. Any guesses? I'll show you the eyes. The eyes will give it away. Take a look at this. He's being bashful. Being bashful, bright red eyes. Yes, albino pied. So it's a double recessive. kind of a hard project. So you breed this to a normal, you get all normal looking snakes, which is kind of crazy. And look at how skinny this guy is. It's been fascinating. It's a male, so usually males, it doesn't matter. They can still breed fine or really thin. So I could still breed them, no problem at all. Yeah, YouTube money. Yeah, I pretty much do my YouTube money from my ads. Is pretty much the main money that I get is from the ads, and sometimes it can really vary. So yeah, I'm actually paying the bills mostly on YouTube money and snakes put together. It's not a lot, but I'm doing pretty good, so it's not too bad. I do a little bit on merchandise, a little bit on as far as merchandise, I'll make maybe like $10 a month. On Amazon Associates, I'm doing maybe $15 a month or something like that. Not a whole lot. I do super chats. Super chats are a little bit, but I'd say mostly the ad revenue from my YouTube videos is what brings in the most money. Of course, I have almost 1,000 videos on YouTube, so that drives a lot of views. All right, let's see. Yeah, the ball python craze isn't that old. So yeah. So there's really no snakes that are that old. That's kind of a good point. So if you actually have like a 30-year-old snake, that was from before the ball python craze. Like there's no really cool morphs 30 years ago. I think like it started 25 years ago or something like that. So so we really don't know the age of a snake, the oldest ball python as far as some of these really crazy fancy morphs, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. This guy's crawling all over. Thinking about doing maternal incubation for your first 2 clutches. Do I have any tips on maternal incubation? You can try it. I'd say you probably want to monitor your humidity. If you're in a tropical environment, you could probably do it. I'd probably keep the humidity up about 80% in with the mother. And I'd probably keep the temperature about I think it's about 90 degrees that you need. So if you had like a 90-degree hot spot and a lot of humidity in there constantly, maybe if you're in the tropics or something, or you really kept an eye on the humidity, you could probably do it. All right, let's see. Opinions on Burmese ball pythons. Are there any non-leucistic ball python morphs? So the leucistic ball python morphs are just the ones that make the white snakes, just like the lesser, the Mojave. I think there's only like about a dozen of them or so. All the other ones are not leucistic. And the Burmese pythons, I don't know much about the Burmese. I know there's albino Burmese, and I know the Burmese get really big. I know they're not as flighty as a lot of your other big snakes, like the reticulated pythons, but that's pretty much all I know about the Burmese. All right. All right, so I'm going to go back into some of these other questions. Let's see. What would be a cool looking combo to breed if I had a female lemon blast? So I would actually breed a bamboo to a lemon blast so you can get the queen tut. That's probably one of the best ones that you can breed to that, which is pretty awesome. Let's see. I gotta go. See you later. I'll be here for a while. Looks like we still have 93 people in the chat. That's kind of crazy. All right, I'm gonna get a different snake. This guy's going kind of crazy. Let's see if we can find something else. This one, let's see. All right, so take a look at this one. This one's kind of wild. This is actually kind of my dinker project. I brought a coral glow to a normal, and I hatched this out. Looks kind of like a normal, but if you look at the sides, look at the sides on that. So I'm not exactly sure what this is. This is a female. And when I first started showing this to people, they're thinking, yeah, that's just a unusual looking het pied, because the coral glow was het pied. Look at the belly tracks, really wild belly tracks on this thing. And kind of the weird thing about the belly on this is look at how narrow the belly tracks are. The scales seem like really narrow, which is really wild. And I've been trying to breed this up. This is like a 2-year-old female. She's been fasting. Not exactly sure what this thing is. I'm thinking there's actually, if you go over to Morphmarket and look up Rio or Arroyo, they actually have some that look like this. I actually saw mahogany that looked almost like this too, which is kind of crazy. Like the really crazy patterns. But anyway, it's kind of an interesting dinker project. I don't know if she'll stay around my neck for very long. Oh, let's see. Yeah, she's getting big. How did I know when it was time to go full-time on breeding ball pythons? That is a good question. Yeah, you just have to, it depends what your passion is. Let me tell you, it can be a lot of work and a lot of risk with animals. This guy is crazy. Let me tell you, I don't think I've ever had this snake around my neck. This thing is crazy. So I basically just kind of jumped off the cliff when I went full-time into ball pythons. I think my YouTube kind of helped too, because I was making some money on ball pythons, I was making some money on YouTube, and that's the hardest part when you're trying to do the day job and YouTube and ball pythons, and you're making a lot of money, but you don't even have time to sleep, and you're kind of wearing yourself out. It's like, all right, you kind of have to make a decision if you want to, keep doing everything or kind of take the plunge into one or the other. And I decided just to jump off the cliff and do YouTube and snake breeding. I'd say it's a little bit difficult to actually do YouTube with snakes, because a lot of people are naturally afraid of snakes, and you're talking about, millions of viewers looking at snakes. I think it's a little bit tougher than like doing dogs or kittens or something like that. Although with ball pythons especially, it seems like you have a lot more content, because there's a lot more stuff you can actually make with ball pythons. This guy's really super, super skittish. I haven't really worked with this one at all. This is about as wild as a wild ball python gets. Super skittish. And still, I've never really had a bitey ball python that will actually bite you on purpose, which is the kind of the cool thing about ball pythons. All right, so I'm gonna put this girl up. Let's see here. All these snakes, so much snakes. So many snakes at a little time. All right. How profitable is your ball python career? That is a good question. That really comes down to how many snakes you produce and the value of the snakes. So it can be pretty profitable. It can be really profitable. Where did you learn to edit your videos? So what I did is I actually upgraded to use Adobe Premiere Pro for my videos. That was kind of the best thing I ever did for my channel, is to upgrade to that, because it's like that really high-end video software that you can use. And there's a lot of videos out there as far as kind of helping you through Adobe Premiere to trying to figure out how to do certain things. And it really helps a lot, especially with the color grading. Now, let me tell you, I'd say at first, it's really hard to get your color. It's hard to do everything at first and figure it all out. It took me like probably a year to really dial in my videos to where the color looks good and everything. And then once you get it down, it's pretty much the same settings for every video. You change the color grading the same way every time. And you use the same lights and you're in the same environment, it gets easier as you go. Let's see. How much did my incubator cost? I think my incubator, the cooler itself, it was actually a broken beverage cooler. I think I paid $200 for it, but it was actually like a $1,300 incubator, $1,100, something like that. I bought it pretty much brand new with a bad compressor on a guy from Craigslist. And then I think the heat tape was probably maybe, I don't know, a couple $100. And then I actually have some kind of heat controller in there. So maybe 500 or 600 for that thing all together. So it wasn't too bad. Why do bumblebees tend to be more aggressive than other morphs? I have no clue. It seems like certain genes and certain combinations do tend to be a little more aggressive. I've actually saw one breeder that said most of their black snakes, like the super cinnamon and the super black pastel, were a little bit more aggressive than the other ones. And sometimes aggressive can be a little bit better. Sometimes they feed a little bit better. If you have a little more, a little more feisty ball python hatchlings, sometimes they're easier to feed versus one that are just not really that aggressive. Pantera or Slayer? Pantera. That's like a lightning round, isn't it? All right, let's see. Let's see. All right, let's see. All right, so I am going to pull out another snake. Let's see if we can find another one. See if I can find a really cool one this time. I know what, I haven't showed this one in a long time. I got a perfect snake. His name is Mango. This is Mango. All right, so take a look at this one. I tell you what it is, but I can let you guess too. Pretty obvious with the spots on it. This is, well, of course it could be one or the other based on what you think it is. What do you think that one is? You guys have probably seen all my videos, so you've probably seen this quite a bit. Mango. This is my Coral Glow, 100% het pied. Close to banana. Yes, it looks pretty much just like a banana, except it's a Coral Glow. This is where all my Coral Glows came from in my whole collection. This is the first one I bought. As a matter of fact, I actually bought this one back in the beginning when I was first getting into ball pythons. Coral Glow het pied. I paid $1,100 for this thing. I could not believe how much the prices come down on those. I think the Coral Glow pieds, the visuals, I think they were selling for like close to $2,000 when I started, which is kind of crazy. It's really come down. I think they're not. You can get it for like $500 or something for a Coral Glow pied, which is really crazy. What was the most someone paid for one of your snakes? Well, let's see. Probably, I don't know. I was selling, probably the most I ever sold a snake for is about $1,000. I was selling my triple hets for $1,000, albino pied clowns. And some people are actually selling for almost double that over on Morphmarket, which is kind of crazy. So that's probably one of the most expensive. I sold some scaleless head stuff pretty early. Those were selling for some pretty good money. I don't know if I sold any snakes for more than about $1,000. New to owning ball pythons, so I'm worried this is bad. The only thing bad about breeding ball pythons is it's really addictive. It can be really addictive with all the different snakes and genes and morphs and breeding projects. So what happened to your treasure hunting channel? Yeah, I actually started a whole bunch of different channels. The problem with treasure hunting is, yeah, it's hard to find good content on like a daily basis for treasure hunting. And a lot of times I've actually seen people start other channels, and the problem is when you start over, it's kind of the way YouTube works is the more videos you have on one certain channel, the more momentum you actually build up to where you actually, it kind of helps your channel. So instead of like, if you actually look at some of my really old videos, I have some really bad, cringy videos at the very beginning. And I was like, all right, instead of starting over and doing a ball python channel, I'm just going to leave it, all those videos in the back, and just kind of keep working on the same thing. And sure enough, some of those really old videos that were really bad at the beginning, they are starting to really pick up steam and making a lot of money too. It's kind of amazing. I think if I had them on a separate channel where I wasn't really working and building that channel, I don't think they'd really gain the momentum over the time, which is, I think it's always good to have everything on one channel versus two, versus starting completely over. Hey, let's see. All right, so let's see. Do you think prices have gone up in general in the last few months? I think they have. So it's kind of interesting. I used to see the blue-eyed leucistics over on Morphmarket for like $250, $300, and now all of a sudden all of them are like $600, which is kind of crazy. I don't know what's going on. I think a lot more people are buying snakes, and people are just raising their prices because we're like drying up all their inventory. It could be that I have 1,000 ball python videos out there. Everyone's getting into ball pythons and buying all these snakes, and people are kind of running low on their inventory. If the inventory dries up, the prices go up too, because there's more of a demand. So it's really a supply and demand as far as what people are actually looking for. And kind of the weird thing is, I can say, blue-eyed leucistics are the most popular, everybody wants them, and then everybody buys those, and then the supply just for those dries up. And sometimes, certain people on certain websites or YouTube channels can say certain things and really affect kind of the supply and demand, which is kind of wild. How far away am I from making a fully scaleless? I'm not sure my females are going to be ready this year. I probably have one more year, so I'll probably breed my females next year, which means that I might still be 2 years away before I make a scaleless. So I actually have a lesser scaleless head. I have a pastel pinstripe scaleless head, some females that should go. So those are probably the main genes that I can work with. Well, within the 2 years, if I actually make some more male scaleless heads, I can actually put some more genes in the mix. Yeah, I'm gonna put this snake away. This thing is going crazy. All right, here we go. All right. That's a crazy snake. Let's see. I can show you that one here. Here, I'll show you this one. This one. This girl's name is Pluto. Take a look at that girl. It's a lemon blast scaleless head. And this is a really super high expression scaleless head. Take a look at the head on that one. Really crazy head on that one. So this is, I don't think this female is going to be ready to breed this year. She is really super picky. These guys have been fasting for so long. If I can get them back on food, and this one, it seems like they're really skittish, these scaleless heads. Just haven't worked with them at all. Super skittish. And this one is really beautiful, really super bright yellow, really crazy. And it's weird. It seems like the scaleless head almost changes the pattern in the back to where it almost looks kind of like an Enchi in the mix, but I think it's just kind of the effect of the scaleless head working in there. If you actually kind of feel the scales, it almost feels a little bit different than a non-scaleless head. It's like changes the scales somehow, which is kind of weird too. Really awesome snake, but I'm thinking maybe one more year before if I can actually get this girl to start eating consistently again. She's got the length. She just really needs the weight to get up to the point where she can breed. So that's kind of, they kind of run into that wall, the 1,000-gram wall, which is kind of tough for some of those scaleless heads. All right. All right, let's see. Whew, those snakes wear me out. Is it normal if a baby ball python has a tiny dent in the eye cap during shed? I've never seen that before. Oh, never seen that. Yeah, so yeah. So when they raise prices, it's kind of interesting. So yeah. So sometimes when you raise prices like on ball pythons, it's kind of interesting because you really have to, a lot of times you just can't randomly raise prices on ball pythons. It's really the supply and the demand issue. So I could, put pretty much any price on any ball python. And depending on whether people would actually buy it, depends on, what the competition looks like and the supply, and if people are actually looking for that. So sometimes it's the supply and demand. Do you have any clowns? I do have some clowns. Actually, I have a clown right here. I think she might be in a shed. Oh, maybe not. You can actually see her. Yeah, right in the video. Take a look at this girl. She has been eating once in a while, kind of back on food. So this one actually bred her. She is kind of in a shed. Her eyes are definitely kind of clouded over. Big clown female. Take a look at that girl. Beautiful looking clown. I actually bought her. I bought her back in 2017 as a hatchling. She laid eggs one year. This is where I got my triple hets. I bred my albino pipe to this girl. Really awesome looking girl. Pretty awesome. Yeah. So I bred her this year with my banana Enchi clown, and she fasted for like 4 months and didn't lay eggs, which is kind of crazy. Crazy snake. All right, girl. That is Bambi, my clown. Clown female. How do you remove a stuck shed? What I like to do is you can actually soak them in a little bit of water. You can also put them on coconut husk. That's what I would do. Put them on coconut husk, really increase the humidity. What I like to do too is like take a sponge and kind of give them a sponge bath. That works pretty good. Or sprinkle water, like take a watering can, sprinkle on them, and then come back in about a half an hour with a sponge, a wet sponge, and kind of give them a sponge bath. That usually will take off most of it. You can put them in a tub and let them soak, but the one thing you have to watch is if they actually have kind of a head wobble. You really have to watch that, like with the spider, something like that, that they don't drown. That's kind of the one thing that freaks me out with putting snakes in water. So if you actually put them in water, I would definitely supervise that snake. So one thing you definitely want to watch out for. All right, so how about we grab another snake? What do I have? What do I have? I have something here. Let's see. I have another albino. Boy, I don't know if I've showed this one off in a long time. Take a look at this. This one I haven't been on any of my videos in a long time. So this is another albino, and it's kind of a cross between like a high contrast and a low contrast. So it has this like really high contrast background, and then it has this bright yellow spots on top. It almost looks like a double albino, like an albino on top of an albino, like two different types of albino. It is really wild looking. This is like the wildest looking snake. This is an albino 100% het pied. This is where I got my albino pied from. That is a pretty awesome snake. Bobby, yeah, we can pull Bobby out again. I was thinking about pulling Bobby out. Got to keep mixing it up. My most calm and gentle snake, that would be Bobby, of course. Yeah, I don't know. This one's pretty chilled out. Not too bad. Do you have any Mojaves? I don't have Mojave in my collection, which I was actually thinking if I was to buy into the Mojave, I'd probably buy a DJI Mojave, which is pretty awesome. That is pretty awesome. Let's see. Yeah, so the bumblebees do have green eyes. Are there certain morphs or genes that make green eyes? Pretty much the pastel makes the green eyes, which is pretty cool. So we're at 2 hours and 42 minutes on the live stream. That is pretty crazy. I don't think I want to make it 12 hours on the live stream. I'm thinking maybe 3 hours. Yeah, all my pastels have green eyes too. Yeah. 10 hours ago. actually, it's like 9 hours ago. Yeah. 10 hours. That is a long live stream. All right, guys, you got to ask more questions. Ask me something and I'll answer it. Ask me anything. You can even do a lightning round. Yeah. So, yeah, the bamboo was on my neck. Actually, I will put the bamboo. I'll bring Bobby back. All right, we got the superstar snake. All right. What would you put with the highway? The highway. I would probably do a banana. I'd probably work banana into highway. That's pretty cool. Yeah, if we got Lucy out, we'd be in trouble. Trump or Biden? Yeah, I'm a Republican. Yeah. I don't know. The thing that scares me about Biden is he said he's gonna follow the advice of the doctors and lock everything down, which would pretty much crash the economy. I think it's a pretty much it's one of those situations. It doesn't matter what you do, you're gonna get in trouble either way. So it's kind of a tough situation here in the pandemic. Favorite? I don't know. All right, let's see. Thinking about switching all my ball pythons to African soft furs. The problem with that is if you ever sell your ball pythons, sometimes they can get stuck on African soft furs. And sometimes it's kind of tough to find African soft furs. So you can do it. I've seen people do it. Do you need a license to vend at your local show? No, you don't need any kind of a license at all, which is pretty nice. Yeah, so tell me your opinion about African soft furs. I actually tried to breed African soft furs for a while. And they're really slow to produce, and it seems like they're really slow to grow, where the rats will just produce babies after babies, and the babies will just grow and grow up and explode. And the African soft furs are more like pets, I would say, if you're actually producing them compared to something else. So you can breed African soft furs. It just takes a lot longer, so you need a larger amount for especially if you have a lot of snakes. And yeah, I pretty much got out of African soft furs. My day job before snakes, ducks, and cows. Bobby, what are you doing? I was a chemist for about 20 years. Yeah. And I did sales for a while before that. I sold, I actually sold water beds and beds in Waterbed Palace down in Colorado Springs. I actually sold some cars at a car lot. I did a few sales jobs. Then I got I actually went to college, got my degree, and was a chemist for about 20 years. Favorite clown combos? I would say that's probably, I really like the pinstripe clowns. That's probably one of my favorites. Do I have any Enchi pastels? I don't think I have any Enchi with pastel in it right now. African soft furs are illegal in Montana? Really? That's crazy. Well, the most overrated ball python jeans. I think the most overrated are like the newest ones. So Most underrated, some of the most underrated. I think Desert Ghost might be the most underrated ball python gene. How do I plan for my breeding season? I pretty much do my own thing based on pretty much what looks the best as far as combinations. So a lot of times I'll be doing like morph reviews and I'll see something really cool over on Morphmarket and I'll be like, hey, I want to make one of those. And I'll kind of change my breeding plans to make one versus I don't really go for like the stuff that's popular or like selling for the most money usually in most cases. What state am I from? I was actually born in Wisconsin. So, did I get super chats yet? Yes, actually, that was the whole purpose of this, is to actually drive enough super chats to pay for my Harley Davidson. I actually did get, actually, it says on my phone, I got $62 in super chats already, which, I still have a long way to go on my Harley Davidson to pay it off. This marathon super chat is such a good idea. I don't know if it's actually going to work here on YouTube. That was like the whole purpose of doing a marathon super chat. The other thing is after 3 hours, I can definitely feel it in my voice. I don't know if I can do another 9 hours of super chat. We'll see how long I can actually go here. All right. Has uploading twice a day helped your analytics? That's interesting. So pretty much across the board, if you upload twice a day instead of once a day, your views go up about 25% across your whole channel, which is kind of interesting. And once you go back to one a day, it goes right back down to the normal. It's I don't think it really helps you that much to do twice a day, and you can kind of lose your mind doing twice a day. I think once a day is pretty good. I've actually seen some people do like 10 a day or something like that, which is pretty cool. So you can actually definitely increase your views over your channel if you do twice a day. But once a day is a lot. It's definitely a lot better than even every other day or like once a week. Yeah, once a week. I don't know if you can actually do YouTube doing once a week. Some people say you can, but it's a pretty long road. Do I hunt? I haven't hunted for a long time. When I hunt, usually I like to go bird hunting, like pheasant and grouse with the shotgun. That's probably the funnest hunting. It kind of flies up in front of you and it's like an adrenaline rush. And you're trying to shoot them and you always miss. It's kind of crazy. And then you have the dog, which is kind of cool. All right, we have another $5 super chat. Nice. Awesome. Thank you so much. $5 towards the Harley Davidson. Now we are at $8,502 left to go to pay off the bike. Kind of crazy. I don't know if this is such a good idea to use this for my bike fund, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. All right. Thank you, Mountain Dude Mining. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So I'm actually up to 81 viewers. I think we were up to like 106 at one point. We're down to 81. I was kind of wondering what the viewers would be like long term if I actually did do a 12-hour live stream. Which would be kind of crazy to actually do that. And I think that's the maximum you can actually do over here on YouTube is 12 hours. So, would you breed some colubrids and which species? So, I actually started with colubrids and I never did breed them and switched to ball pythons. So, yeah, a lot of times with the colubrids, you really can't make that much money. So, it's pretty tough to actually succeed just doing colubrids. And the other thing with the colubrids is a lot of times the hatchlings are so small, it'd be really hard to feed them sometimes, I would think. Let's see. Yeah, you tried uploading twice a day, but your view duration dropped. Yeah, there's that too. So kind of the weird thing about YouTube is it seems like most of my videos you'll have like kind of like a jump from your views right at the beginning. And you pretty much have like all the people that are subscribed and that are watching your channel. In my case, if I put out a video, I'll get like anywhere from like 800 to 1600 views. in the first 12 hours. So it really depends on where you're at as far as views. And kind of the weird thing is the views will go up and then they'll just flatline. And like if you're starting out, sometimes you get like 10 views and you get them all at the beginning, and then it just flatlines. And it seems like you get, the number of viewers or the number of subscribers, and it just kind of flatlines until about 100 days on that video. Once you hit about 100 days, it's for some reason it starts going up, and sometimes it's like 6 months or 9 months before your videos really start picking up steam. So a lot of YouTubers, they start and they kind of get discouraged because they're just kind of like flatlined, and it's really kind of the long game here on YouTube. How do I get my video ideas? That is the hardest part. Yeah, so yeah, that is definitely the hardest part. What I usually do is I usually go over to, well, there's several different ways that I usually go over to US Arc to see if there's anything going on as far as the local laws and regulations as far as ball pythons and snakes in general. If there's something that stands out, sometimes I'll do a video on the US Arc, and then a lot of times I'll go over to Morphmarket and look at the newest stuff and just look at all the newest snakes and kind of figure out, all right, what can I talk about today? Trying to figure out, especially now that I'm almost at 1,000 videos, you're trying to think of, all right, I need to figure out, something new and refreshing without repeating content. And YouTube will actually demonetize you if you start repeating content. They can actually ban you from uploading if you do the same videos over and over. So a lot of people say, hey, can you do this video over again? And technically, I really can't upgrade a video and do it better without repeating myself or going in and deleting an old video. And let me tell you, YouTube does not like it when you delete old videos. So I usually go back and forth between that. And then sometimes I'll go over to ballpythons.net, which I did for a while. And I kind of look at the forums and the discussion to kind of see what people are talking about. And sometimes I'll get my video ideas from the forums. But I haven't really done that in a long time. Usually it's just kind of random. And sometimes I'm like, I run out of ideas as far as what I can talk about. And I'm like, hey, let's just look at some snakes today. And I just start pulling out snakes and showing off snakes. So that can be one of the most challenging things, trying to figure out what to talk about that people actually want to watch over here on YouTube. My 2,500 gram lesser female has gone off of feed. Should I be worried about her laying? Not really. It really depends on the body condition. So if she's really long and skinny, I would say that I probably wouldn't pair her up. But if she looks pretty beefy, 2,500 grams, it's a pretty decent size. You could probably breed her. Sometimes just the act of breeding them will actually stimulate them to eat more food. You hit the bell button. Cool. Hit the bell button every time. Yeah, so if you hit the bell down under my videos and you subscribe, every time I post a video, you actually get notified. Although I heard the notifications don't always work, getting the notifications. What kind of pool table do you have? Yeah, I have Lucy on the pool table. That pool table is really old. It actually came with the house. It's fallen apart. It's not level, and it's not, you can kind of cheat if you know where to hit the ball on the table, because you kind of curve around and go into the pocket. And we never really used it that much, so I have Lucy on the pool table. And I really don't have that much time with everything I'm doing to actually play pool at this point. Could I talk about my label system? Sure. So my labels, yeah, I pretty much have magnetic labels, which is pretty cool. What I usually do is, so I just put like the gene, the sex, and the year they were actually born. So this is a clown female. This is actually printed on a label maker on a magnetic tape. And it just goes right on here. And then if I'm breeding, I'll put the breeding sticker on here. And then as far as my feeding cards, I just put the name of the snake on the feeding card, and then every time they eat, you can actually see the little check marks. You can see this one has been fasting. I actually tried to breed this one, and it fasted for 1, 2, 3, 4 months, and it just came back on food kind of sporadically. So probably this one I might give the year off, because if you pair them up, a lot of times they go off of food. So that's pretty much my whole labeling system right there. That's pretty much all I use as far as labeling. Let's see. Well, ball pythons were made a trend. Yeah. Yeah, I think ball pythons will be around pretty much forever, especially since we keep coming out with new genes all the time. My favorite snake YouTuber. That is a very good question. Hmm. Uh, 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 I don't know. I think all snake YouTubers have their pros and cons. I like watching different ones. I kind of mix them up. I don't really have like one certain favorite, YouTuber as far as I just kind of lost my internet here. What's going on? Hopefully we're still going here on the live stream. It looks like it's still going on the live. My screen just went blank on my laptop. I was like, what is going on? All right. So yeah, as far as the YouTubers that I usually watch that are snake breeders, probably I watch every now and then I'll watch Olympus Reptiles. He's kind of funny. I'll watch Justin Kobelka. Sometimes I'll go over and I'll watch Brian Barczyk once in a while. But Brian Barczyk's kind of all over. He's not just ball pythons. He's kind of all different reptiles. I'll actually go over to yeah, there's quite a few of them I go to. Some of the smaller ones, predator ball pythons, sometimes I'll go over there. Yeah. So it really just depends on kind of what I'm. A lot of times I don't have time to kind of go over. What I used to do a lot is I used to go over to other people's channels and kind of steal ideas from their most popular videos. But I haven't done that in probably a year and a half. I pretty much just kind of make up my own stuff and stick with, pretty much the genes and the information. Every time I kind of dig deep into something and learn something, I try to make a video out of it. Greetings from Germany. Hello. Yes, I have quite a few viewers from Germany, which is pretty crazy. What's the favorite morph in my collection? That is Bobby, of course. Yes, Bobby is my favorite in my whole collection. 80 viewers, a little more than 100 per viewer. That's your Harley, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm only up to $67 today. And down to 65. Yeah, I think we're losing viewers. I think by the time we get to the 12 hours, I think there'll be like 10 people left, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if you can do the same thing for very long. Let's see. Let's see. Talking about body condition, what is it exactly? So the body condition, I guess you have to have kind of a feel for as far as the snake. So take a look at this. This is Bobby, my bamboo ball python, and he's pretty thin. So if he was actually a female, I'd probably start feeding him a lot heavier to be up to size for breeding. But as a male, he's got a good body condition for a male. But for a breeding female, I'd probably get them a little bit thicker than he actually is. If they're a lot skinnier, if they're like really super skinny and long, that is kind of like a bad body condition. And sometimes you just have to kind of work through the fasts of the ball pythons as far as, working with them to get them up to the right body condition. All right, let's see. Yes, I'm still live. Believe it or not, I'm still here. We are at just past 3 hours and 1 minute. How much does Bobby weigh now? I think we weighed him. I think he came in at, I think it was, what do you like, 2,700 grams, I want to say, 2,800 grams. He is a pretty big snake. Yeah, he's just really super long and lanky. Pretty amazing. So he was actually born in 2013. So I guess he is 7 years old. Yeah. So yeah, the health issues like the Nido virus, I don't really know anything about that. So the only problems I've ever had here in my collection is snake mites is probably the most common, and then I've had respiratory infections with Lucy, which is kind of crazy working on her, but I haven't really had any other problems here in my collection of ball pythons. I know there's a lot of other things that ball pythons can get, thank goodness I've never actually had them, and I'm not a vet, so I don't know a lot. If I actually had some problems, I'd definitely bring it to a vet. Am I going to stop it soon? Maybe. I was trying to think, should I keep going? I'm down to 73 viewers. Can I go until midnight? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long I can go. I actually brought a sandwich so I can actually just keep going, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Do I plan on buying any snakes in the near future? And probably next year I might buy a Confusion. I want to get into that gene. Maybe buy something with, I might buy a multiple gene, maybe like something with leopard. Definitely want to get leopard or maybe blackhead into my collection, which would be pretty cool. Greetings from Mexico. Hello. Awesome. How do you measure a snake? In inches, they don't have any feet. That is a Laffy Taffy joke right there. But honestly, if you're actually wondering how to measure a snake, there's actually an application called the Snake Measure or something like that. You take a picture of them next to a ruler, and then you kind of go in the software, and then you measure the ruler, and it calibrates the distance, and you can actually draw a line on the back of the snake, and you can measure them that way, which is pretty cool. Do I feel ribs in Bobby? Not really. I don't really feel any ribs in Bobby. Bobby is 7 years old, almost 8. Best thing that you use to get rid of snake mites. I've actually used this stuff called I think it's like reptile spray or something like that, and it's kind of a non-toxic spray. You can actually wipe it directly on the snakes. We have to be careful because sometimes if you treat them too many days close together, it can actually make your snake sick. I've actually had that happen where a snake is really lethargic and just doesn't seem like it's doing really well. And mites, let me tell you, they can be a constant pain to actually try to get rid of mites, which is kind of crazy. Keep going. Yeah, I can try. Brownsville, Texas. Awesome. Austria, that is crazy. People are all over the place. Do I script my videos? So, yeah. I thought it would be easier to actually script my videos. So what I actually do is, I guess I would say, I script on the fly. So I don't actually sit down and write it down and script my videos. What I actually do is I'll say something like, so for example, I'll have an idea for a bamboo ball python, and I'll be like, all right, this is Bobby, my bamboo ball python. And they'll be like, wait a minute, I want to redo it. So then I'll stop and restart. And I'll say, all right, this is Bobby, my 7-year-old bamboo ball python. And then I'll stop. And then I'll say, all right, I want to say it a little bit different. And then I'll start. And I'll say, all right, this is Bobby, my 7-year-old male ball python. And if I can actually kind of work through it and get to the end where I can break, then that is a take, and that is the official kind of version of the video. So I kind of do it over and over and over. I keep changing it every time. It's like I'm scripting on the fly. That's kind of how I make my videos. I've never actually seen anyone else do that, but that is, it seems like it's easier than trying to write it down and word it out and then read off of a piece of paper. Then you're kind of like, not really that natural, which is, I don't know, that's probably the most challenging part, is trying to script and kind of on the fly, which can be extremely frustrating. Bobby is ready for 12 hours. What do you call a snake that is 3.14149 inches long? That is a python. All right, we got the Laffy Taffy jokes going. Hey, we got a super chat. All right. Woo! All right, we're chipping away at this Harley Davidson. All right, we're below 8,500. So -5. We are down to 8,497, right? Oh, my word. I don't know if this is going to work. A marathon live chat. All right. All right, Richie Rich, thanks for the super chat. I grabbed the 360 nanometer blacklight, wondering if this will aid me in checking for mites. I have no idea. Yeah, 84.97. Yeah, we're keeping track. 84.97 to go. Yeah, I would think it might actually work for mice because you can take a black light and you can actually see scorpions like out in the desert. So I'm thinking the hard shell of a mite might actually glow like a scorpion, which is kind of interesting. There's actually different wavelengths of light. I can't remember if 360 is the good one. The one that you really want is the one that hurts your eyes, like after about 3 minutes of shining it somewhere. That thing is crazy. You know, you have to actually wear like yellow glasses or something to work those. And those are so much better than the other wavelength. I can't remember off the top of my head which wavelength is the good one. How often do you get bitten? Sometimes I get bit 10 times a day. Sometimes I won't get bit for a month, which is pretty good. Really depends on what I'm doing. One of the things, especially with Sunny, my purple albino reticulated python, I've been wearing gloves with that guy. He is such an aggressive feeder lately. It's just crazy. Late to the party, better late than never. Take out the most defensive snake. You know what's funny is my most defensive snake I actually sold, and I still have it here in my collection. You want to see a snake bite the camera? I can show you my meanest snake in my whole collection. Oh. All right. All right. We're asking for trouble now. We are asking for trouble. So I took off my holster. I don't want to scare the city folk. All right, here we go. This is Chomper. Take a look at that beautiful snake. This is a bumblebee. Pastel pastel spider is the bumblebee. This one's also possible yellow belly, which I think it is yellow belly. And we thought it was possible it had pied. We actually proved out the pied on this one. And I actually sold this one. And for some reason, Chomper always wants to bite everything. He's just a big chomper. Yeah, this one actually just laid eggs. I don't think it's actually, it just ate the first meal after laying eggs just this week. Look at that one. That one's gonna take a bite out of the camera. That is crazy. This one, I'll probably get bit from this one. It'll probably draw blood. It'll probably be a mess. And then look at how mean that one is. That one is crazy. And kind of the funny thing about this is I actually ordered it as a kind of a larger hatchling through the mail. And when I got it through the mail, I kind of messed up. I didn't have any racks. It was like right before I got my racking system, so it's been a while. And this one I actually put in a glass aquarium in my kitchen, and it was like kind of eyeing us back and forth, and it was like kind of really mean. I think it kind of associated with the stress of shipping with the glass aquarium and kind of with us, and it just kind of associated. I think it thought that we actually kind of shook it up in shipping. I actually had it delivered to the house, and this is the last thing I delivered to the house. And after that, what I did is I started picking them up at UPS after this one. I think he kind of got beat up a little bit in shipping. That is Chomper, the crazy snake. All right. Let's see. Do you have any morphs that you are no longer working with? I'm thinking about getting rid of the adults. So I'm kind of downsizing some of my scaleless head stuff because I just have so much of it. Which I do have some scaleless head males over on Morphmarket. I'm getting rid of some spiders because I don't want that many spiders. It gets to the point where you have, a whole bunch of one thing and you want to kind of mix it up. and make room for something else. If I had like a whole warehouse, I'd probably keep everything. But you know, with a limited amount of space, you kind of have to kind of mix it up so you don't all have the same thing all the time. Let's see. Yeah, sorry for more for sale over on Morphmarket. I actually posted. As a matter of fact, I actually sold that last snake chomper. I sold it to someone that I know. I actually met him quite a few times at some of the local reptile shows, which is pretty cool. That I actually sold it to someone local. Do you think ball python temperament can be controlled? I think any snake's temperament can actually be controlled by handling. I don't think it's, I think they're naturally a little bit more bitey in some genes, or some cases, sometimes they can get a little bit beat up in shipping. And sometimes, as a matter of fact, I actually had one snake. When I first got into snakes, I actually got this Australian Woma python, and that thing was super crazy. I couldn't believe how crazy it was. I was actually so afraid of that snake. I was never really afraid of any snake in my collection except my Australian Woma python. I actually had it delivered to the house, and it was so beat up in the mail, you can actually see all these little spots all over the snake from it getting beat up so bad. And I actually put it in a glass aquarium, which is another mistake. And it would actually follow me around back and forth in the snake room, and it would strike the glass so hard I thought I was going to break the glass. And I was like, I almost got out of snakes because of that one. That was crazy. But the funny thing is, I finally tamed that down. I put it in this ARS 8018 in these dark tubs, and for some reason, once I put it in there, it's like it just instantly mellowed out. And that's why I was like, I was a big fan of these dark tubs. As soon as I was like saw my mean snakes mellow out and the ball pythons started eating like crazy, I was like, these are like the best racks ever. It's pretty amazing. All right, let's see. What size mouse would you feed a 5-month-old ball python? Yeah. So if it actually came from a breeder eating live rat fuzzies. So what I'd probably do is I'd probably try to get that one over to a frozen thawed rat. I probably wouldn't go back to mice on a 5-month-old ball python. So he won't take frozen thawed, and I can't find live rat fuzzies. Well, I'd say in that case, I'd probably go with an adult size, like a jumbo size mouse. What I would probably do is I'd probably take a mouse and then kind of thaw it out with a rat and then kind of scent them together. So if you actually fed the mouse and then that it scents the rat, and then after you feed the mouse, maybe like 30 minutes later, try to follow up with another rat, 2 feedings in the same day, pretty much back to back, and see if it'll actually take a frozen thawed rat right behind the mouse. You can kind of trick them in kind of transitioning over to rats. But it can be pretty tough if they're feeding just live rat fuzzies. And that's kind of the challenge. If you're actually feeding your hatchlings like live African soft furs or something like that, it can be really challenging because a lot of times it's hard to actually transition them over to anything else. New to breeding and need racks for hatchlings. I would suggest you can actually, as a matter of fact, you can actually buy these hatchling racks. I don't know if you can see them in the video over here, but these ARS racks, you can buy them just one level at a time or as many levels as you want. And if you can actually afford, just a couple levels, that's the way I'd go. Just keep building. As a matter of fact, when I started in here, I had like just 3 levels of one rack. I was just kind of sitting on the ground, and you slowly build a few levels at a time, and then you end up with really nice racks, and you don't have to, go back and replace everything. Some people start with like Tupperware, and then they transition up to cheap racks, and then they finally get to a place, where they're upgrading like for the 3rd time, which is kind of crazy. Can I make a video going over each gene and how each gene changes and affects the colors? Yeah, so so pretty much every single video that I do is on one specific gene. And if you're actually to try to do all the genes, yeah, it would be too much to do in one video. So I pretty much broke it all up into separate videos. So you'd have to go through that's like a month-long video to actually go through all the genes and all the combinations. So you have to break it up. So let's see, we're getting a lot of questions now. Backup and people that are actually online. All right, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, so streaming on a 75-inch TV, I was kind of shocked. I actually looked in some of my analytics, and quite a few people actually watch me on television, which is kind of crazy to think that people actually watch it. I thought everybody was watching me on their phone, which is kind of crazy. Gave your 180 gram a medium mouse. That sounds about right. What's the humidity inserts on your racks? 25%, 50%. So yeah, so my humidity, I'm always kind of chasing the humidity because it's really dry here. So I just kind of go through my racks pretty much every 2 or 3 days and just kind of sprinkle them down so they don't dry out. If I get them too wet, it seems like they tend to mold, and if they get too dry, the snakes don't feed and they don't shed very good. So that's kind of the problem. I'm always trying to keep the right humidity in all your tubs. Snake prolapse went back in. How long should I wait? I have no idea because I've never had that problem. I would definitely talk to a vet on that one. What kind of scale should I get to weigh my snake? I actually have a really nice digital scale, but I think I paid like $300 for it, something like that. So I'd probably get the best one you can afford, get a really nice digital scale. Let's see. Suggestions on breeding your own rodents. I would probably start small and see if you actually like it. Probably one of the biggest things about breeding rodents is you make a whole bunch of little baby rats, and they're so cute and cuddly, and you just can't even imagine feeding them to your snake. I'd probably start with like 2 rats and just try it to see if you can actually, feed a rat to your snake. Sometimes, just getting over that is kind of a challenge. And sometimes it's if you can actually, as a matter of fact, if you can actually go to frozen thought and just do all frozen thought, I think it would be better versus doing all live, or having, the only reason I do live is because some of my snakes absolutely refuse frozen thought, and I kind of go back and forth between the live and the frozen thought. But breeding rats, let me tell you, it's definitely not for everybody. Let's see. All right. Let's see. How long after mating? How long after mating do you know if your female is pregnant? Yeah, actually, in ball pythons, we call it gravid instead of pregnant. So I guess you could use pregnant. So essentially, what I do is I keep pairing up my males with my females, usually every 2 to 3 or every 4 weeks, for probably about 5 months. Just keep cycling your males through your females. And then you get to the point where pretty much what I do is I think it's like March, early March. Let me think. Let me check. I actually have it on my feeding card here. So yeah, so like mid-February, early March is when most of my females will stop eating. Pretty much they'll all go off of food, and that's when I separate all my males from my females. And then it's just you just wait until they lay eggs or they don't lay eggs. That's pretty much it. So. How come 36,000 subscribers and only 72 watching? That's a good question. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it's interesting how it all works. So it's pretty much all a mathematical formula. It's all pretty expected as far as what you'd expect, as far as like the live streams and the amount of people watching. So like I figured now 3,600 subscribers. If you're doing really well, you have about 10% that actually watch any one video, which is about, you get about 3,600 views if you're doing really well on a certain video. Maybe about half that, I'd say, is what my average is on any video. And you can almost look at any channel, and it really depends on how many subscribers and how often you post videos too. Because I've actually seen people, they'll post like, 5 videos. One of them will go viral, and they'll get like 1 million subscribers, and then nobody watches that video. They'll just kind of die out, and then they're stuck with a million subscribers and no videos, and nobody watches anything, which is kind of crazy how YouTube works. So yeah. Let's see. My female had confirmed a lock, but might have locked without me knowing. So when it comes to locks, some people look in there and see if the snakes are locked on a regular basis. I don't even mess with, looking if my snakes are locked or not. I just pretty much throw in the males with the females and then just keep cycling them through. The only time I look at the lock is if I kind of slide the tub open, and if I look in there and I'm ready to move the male to another tub, I actually make sure they're not locked, so I don't want to interrupt them, so I don't interrupt them. Other than that, I don't care if they're really locked or not. Most of the times I'd say you probably won't see the lock. Yeah, the UPS guy, he told the UPS guy, snakes were in your boxes. Yeah, sometimes I can kind of freak people out. I actually brought snakes to FedEx to deliver my snakes. And some of those guys are like, I hate snakes, but I'll take your boxes, which is kind of crazy. Let's see, just dropping in. Hey, what's going on? Let's see. How do you know if your rats are pregnant? Yeah, so if you put a male rat with a female rat, you're pretty much guaranteed that the females are almost instantly pregnant. They breed like crazy. The only time your rats aren't pregnant is if they're really super old. As a matter of fact, I actually have quite a few really old retired breeders, some males with the females pretty much nonstop, and they don't ask anything at all. It's kind of crazy. It's like they don't breed at all. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. New York, what's up? All right, so how about a snake? Should we get a snake out? We could try to get Sunny out again. What do you think about that? My 50-pound reticulated python. All right, Sunny. All right, Sunny. There we go. This one. I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't know if this is gonna work. All right, here we go. There's Sunny. Take a look at that beast of a snake. He is huge. He's been eating like a champ. About 50 pounds, I'd say. He's maybe, I don't know, 12 feet long, something like that. He's kind of in a scary mode right now. He's like in this crazed feeding mode. I've been feeding him like rats, like 3 or 4 a week. He's been finally eating really good, getting some really good body conditions. He just needs to be out and be held a little bit more. Whoa! All right, buddy. All right, buddy. Uh-oh. Now we're in trouble. All right, buddy. Whew. All right. That's crazy. Whew. All right, how about something a little bit smaller? This guy's looking really good. Here's a breeder. I'm not sure if I wanted to breed this guy this year. This is a lesser scale, I said. Take a look at how big this guy is getting. Really beautiful lesser. Really awesome. You can tell this guy, he has, I guess it's kind of a medium expression scale. I said just a little bit of scales missing from the head. And if I actually bred this one to one of my female scaleless heads, I can make some completely scaleless ball pythons. Pretty awesome. Look at how big he's getting. Pretty good looking size. Pretty awesome snake. Gets his minute of fame on the live stream. This one's name is Crusher. I didn't even remember his name. I got some of his snakes. I can't even remember their names. It's kind of crazy. That's a good looking snake. I don't know if he's big enough to put around my neck. Maybe, almost. All right. Yeah, that retic almost got away there for a minute. That is the funny thing about that reticulated python Sonny, he is like, when I was like, I found this retic over on, it was on Craigslist. That's where I bought him. The funny thing is, he's like $1,100 snake, and the guy was selling it for like 500 bucks. I was like, what is wrong with this snake? So I go over there and I picked up that retic, and it was like peeing all over me and snapping at me and biting and like going crazy. It was like a super aggressive retic, and it's never really completely grown out of being really super flighty and such a big snake. But yeah, they're definitely different than the ball pythons. This guy's really good looking. All right, look at that. I can almost reach right back and put him right in the tub. One good thing about a rack system. Pretty awesome. All right, we are at 3 hours and 28 minutes on the live stream. Wow, that is crazy. All right, let's see. Let's go back in some of these comments. Yes, I was eaten and resurrected in seconds. Want to see some hatchlings? Well, let's see what I got here. I have how about my newest hatchling, a coral glow. Hasn't had its first shed, hasn't eaten, hasn't shed. Look at that little guy. Super cute. And it's funny when they go, before they go through their first shed, they're like really super faded out, really crazy. This is a really chunky hatchling for never eating anything. Really good. That guy is crazy. It's weird. You can't even see his pattern. They're usually, once they shed out, they're really beautiful. That almost looks like it's funny. I hatched some of these out, and some of mine, I was like, I got the ID wrong because I couldn't even tell what they were as far as the genes, because before the first shed, they're super faded out. It's kind of crazy. All right. I always hear something in the background. Is it mice or rats? Yes, I am in my snake room, and the mice and the rats are right there. They kind of drive me crazy in my videos. And kind of the weird thing is, I was like so frustrated with these rats. I was like, all right, I want to move these rats out of this room for this video. So I moved everything around. I got the rat rack, and I got it to the door, and I realized that the rat rack doesn't fit through the doors. It's too wide to actually fit through the door. So in order to get rid of the rats in this room, I'd have to take the whole rack apart level by level. I have to figure out what to do with all the rats. That's just kind of like a nightmare. I haven't quite figured out where I'd put the rats, though, if I actually moved them out. Breaking records. Let's go 12 hours. Yes. Tried to super chat 3 times and the transaction was declined for no reason. That's interesting. Hey, got another super chat. The super chat is working. All right. Thank you. All right. So yeah, we're actually doing super chat to pay for the Harley Davidson on the 12-hour live stream. I don't know if we're going to make 12 hours. I don't know if we're going to pay off this Harley. So minus $10. We are now at $8,487 that we owe on the Harley. Do you think we can actually do it? I don't know. It'd be kind of interesting. All right. So the super chat. Explain the deal with the challenge. All right. So yeah. So kind of the thing that got me interested in the, the live stream challenge is I was actually looking over on some of the news streams. It looks like Harley Davidson is really struggling. I don't know if you've seen some of the stories about Harley Davidsons. It looks like their sales are down like 47%, and they're closing some retail stores, and they're closing down some manufacturing, which is kind of crazy. So I thought, in order to support them, I could actually buy a Harley Davidson. But the problem is I can't afford a Harley Davidson because I don't have the money. And since I'm a YouTuber, I don't think I could even get financed for anything, because like one month I make $2,000, the next month I make $1,400. It's like jumps all over the place. So I thought, hey, one way to actually buy a Harley Davidson is to actually just pay for it with my super chat and do a live stream marathon and have the super chat pay for the Harley Davidson. That way Harley Davidson sells a bike, I get a really cool bike, and I can interact with the people on the internet, the fans and the haters and everyone else over here on the internet, some of the crazy people, that leaves these crazy comments in here. But I thought it would be kind of cool, kind of a win for everybody. But yeah, the problem is I don't know if I can talk for 12 hours straight, 7 days a week. That is kind of the thing that I actually didn't take into consideration. Hey, we got another super chat. Nice. Manny, can you bring Jeeves out? Yes, I can. $5. All right, so that is the challenge. We're trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chat and help Harley and buy me. As a matter of fact, I think I'll probably get a new paint job on the tank that says Harley Davidson super chat. Paid for by the super chat. All right, we are at $8,482. It was kind of funny because I was actually searching for motorcycles over on the internet, and I found this one that's in Wisconsin. They'd have to actually ship it over here. So I was like, all right, this is the bike I want. I want to try to pay for this with the super chat. I put $500 down to hold it. And then once they gave me the total with all the shipping and the fees and everything on top of it, they gave me this price. The price when we started, it was $8,572. I was like, that is a really big number. I don't know if I can do a super chat to actually pay that off. So we're actually down quite a bit. As a matter of fact, you can actually look, we're at $87 after 3 hours and 34 minutes. I don't know. The super chat's kind of interesting, to say the least. I don't know if this is actually going to work. So this will actually kind of chip away at it. And if I get down to within a reasonable amount after a really long super chat, I'm thinking maybe I'll do like a fire sale on some snakes or something to pay for the rest or something, so I can actually get the bike. So we'll actually see how far this goes. At this rate, it's not looking too good. I'm gonna have to go mow some lawns or something to pay this bike off. All right, so can I bring Jeeves out? Yes, I can bring Jeeves. Let's take a look. Let's see. Jeeves. Wow, Jeeves. Wow. Jeeves, wow. What happened to Jeeves? Jeeves has been eating like a champ. Jeeves is huge. Look at this feeding car. What? that's a lot. I've been feeding Jeeves. Look at how big Jeeves is. Take a look at that. Jeeves is huge. Wow. That is a really big snake. Really beautiful. It's funny, a lot of my snakes have a lot of orange color, even in the normals, which is really cool. So this is just a normal. I think this one was Possible Het Desert Ghost on this one. I'll have to update the sticker on it. I actually had it over there. Look at that. That is a beautiful snake. Really awesome normal. I can't believe how orange these are coming out. Really crazy. Look at that. That is really a sweet snake. Yeah, interesting belly on this one too. Yeah, I got so many snakes here, we could just talk until midnight and I can just show you all my snakes. That is pretty awesome. I think I haven't even counted them. I think I may be close to 100 snakes in here, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, looking pretty good. No problems at all with any of these snakes. All right. So that one's been eating like multiple every week. That one's been eating really good. I think I've been using that one for kind of using up a lot of my older rodents that no one else will eat. I kind of, have certain snakes that yeah, the rats are kind of chiming in. I don't know if you can hear in the background. It's kind of funny. Sometimes I'll record something. I'm like, oh, the rats messed me up enough to start over. It's just like a big squeak every now and then. It just kind of drives me crazy. These rats. You should do a raffle for a snake giveaway. So technically, I think a raffle is actually illegal. As a matter of fact, if you do a lot of giveaways, sometimes you can get into a lot of trouble in certain states. I've seen some people, they're like, all right, we're doing a giveaway, except in like New Jersey and California or something like that. Giveaways and raffles and stuff like that can get you into some legal trouble if you do them right. So that's kind of why I kind of avoid them. So, yeah, you could do a live chat snake auction. Yeah. Yeah. Sell it for $1. Let's see. 400 more hours to go at this rate. So yeah, the one thing about my Harley Davidson, if you're wondering about the Harley Davidson challenge that we're trying to do, I paid for my Harley with the super chat. The problem is I actually went over to that dealer and I said, all right, I'm going to give you $500 down to hold this Harley Davidson. And I was like, all right, so how long do I have to actually give you the rest of the money? And they said 2 weeks. I have 2 weeks to come up with the rest of the money to pay for the Harley Davidson. So we could probably do like a 12-hour live stream every day for 2 weeks. See if we can actually pay it off. It's not, I don't know if I'd run out of things to say after that long. I'm starting to run out of things to say already after 3 hours and 39 minutes. But I suppose I could just keep pulling snakes out. I don't know. Or you could just keep asking questions and I'll keep answering. Greetings from Argentina. All right. So I'm kind of jumping around in these comments here. Favorite pinstripe combo? Pinstripe. Pinstripe. I showed this one earlier on. This is a really cool one. I'll show it again. I think this is my favorite. So this one I just hatched out recently. So in fact, this one, it's had a few meals. I think this one's only had 3 meals. Hissing like crazy. Look at that little hisser. That is crazy. Not used to being held at all. This is actually a pinstripe calico, which is the dark cherry version of calico that I have here in my collection, which is really weird. It's almost seems like a different gene with that dark calico. And you work it into a pinstripe. Look at this. It's like a dark cherry colored pinstripe, which is really crazy. Almost like a bronze color or something on that. Really beautiful. I always like the gold pinstripes, and I think I like this better than the gold pinstripe with that like cherry bronze metallic color worked into the snake. That is pretty wild. I'd say that is probably one of my favorite. And usually with calico, you see the white coming in the sides on the calico. You really can't see it much. Maybe just a little bit of fading here and there, but you really can't see much of the calico. Just the calico really changes the color on this, which is kind of the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Really good looking snake. And see, it came out hissing and snapping, and now look, it's like, this is like the typical attitude of a hatchling. They come out, they really don't know if you're going to hurt them or not, and then you kind of handle them for 30 seconds and they're completely fine. They really don't know what's going on. They get a little bit confused. And this is really the best time to handle them, so you don't actually usually can tame them down. That is a really good looking snake. I have to say this is probably one of my favorite pinstripes. Really awesome. Really I don't know if you can actually see how orange that is. Like copper. It looks like a bright copper color. Really crazy. That is pretty cool. And we named that one Cookie. That is Cookie. Yeah, if I break it up, I'll get more viewers. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Yeah, I don't know. This is the live stream marathon. We're at 3 hours and 42 minutes. So we have 8 hours to go for our 12-hour live stream. You think we can do it? I don't know. 60 people? I don't know. Yeah. So it is 4 o'clock. It's kind of weird because a lot of people are like all over the world. You never really know how it's gonna play out in the long run. Show us your rarest snake. I don't know if I have any that's rare. I already showed this one, but this is probably my rarest, I would say. Probably. So this is probably my rarest snake right here. This is a bamboo calico pastel pinstripe 4-gene combo. I actually looked over on morphmarket.com and I only ever saw one of these over there, which is kind of crazy. So this one's a pretty expensive snake. I'd say this is probably, well, I'd say this is probably a $600, maybe $800 snake over there on Morphmarket. It's kind of what they're selling for. Really awesome looking snake. I absolutely love the little checkers right down the sides. So sometimes with the 4-gene combo, they're kind of hard to hit, and sometimes they can be kind of rare as far as your combinations. That one's pretty cool. That one's name, we named it. That one is Pookie. That's a cute name. That one's actually a holdback. I'm not going to sell that one. So that's a male. That's going to be my male breeder to breed it in with other things. Yeah, so I'm catching different time zones. It's 11 p.m. in the UK. So yeah, it depends on the time zone. So I actually start at noon, which is like 8 p.m. in some places, which is kind of interesting. So it really depends on where you are. So I figured if I went from noon to midnight, I can catch like every time zone as the sun kind of moves through. Yeah, that does seem pretty cheap for such a gorgeous snake. I think that was kind of underpriced over there on Morphmarket as far as that one. Let's see. I want to kind of go back in some of these. How long does it take for a snake to shed from the first day you notice it until they shed completely? So usually what happens is they start turning gray a little bit. You can definitely tell they're starting to turn colors, and then they go really gray, and then they'll go clear, where it almost looks like they already shed. It's kind of funny. They kind of trick you. And then they shed again. They actually shed after they go clear. So there's like certain phases of the shed. So when they start shedding, usually they shed within like a couple hours. Usually they're completely shed. So really depends. The first day you notice it, I would say maybe sometimes it can be like 4 or 5 days by the time you first notice it until they shed. Maybe even longer than that in some cases. Western Europe, East Coast. Yeah, people are all over the place. It's kind of crazy. And what I've noticed is the internet never sleeps. There's always people coming and going. We're like up to 120, and then we're down to 60, and then we're back up to like 75, which is kind of crazy. Like people come in and out. All right, let's see. You want a male normal? Yeah, I'd probably go to, if you just want a male normal, I'd probably go to like a reptile show. That's what I would do to go for like a male normal. If you actually go to a pet store, sometimes the male normals can be like $100 US. And sometimes you go to the reptile shows, they can be as little as 20 to 50, something like that. So a lot of times you have a lot more selection when you go to the reptile shows too. Let's see. How do you feel about people at reptile shows who want to handle your snakes, but don't have an interest in making a purchase. That is very interesting. As a matter of fact, a lot of people selling snakes at reptile shows get really offended when people buy their snakes and they handle their snakes, but they don't want to buy it. And I'm kind of just the opposite. What I do is when people are walking by my table, what I'll actually say is, hey, do you want to hold a snake? Because a lot of people at the reptile shows, I'd say maybe 70–80% have never ever held a ball python. If you actually ask them if they want to hold a snake, a lot of times it's the first one that they've actually ever held in their entire life. And usually when people have held it for the first time, they're like totally shocked that the ball python can be so soft and friendly and you're not worried about getting bit or anything like that. And it's usually like their fears completely melt away and they're just like, wow, this is really awesome. A lot of times you can actually get a lot of new people buying snakes that normally don't buy snakes if you ask people if they want to hold their snakes, which is kind of like opposite of what most people do. The internet is so cool. Yes, it is cool. I've never done a live stream this long. This is crazy. 3 hours and 48 minutes. Wow. Woo, we're going on the marathon. Hello, all summit servants. What should I breed my lesser banana cinnamon to? Bananas, I always like going with the banana enchi or the banana leopard, which is pretty cool. Or you could do like a lesser with anything in the blue-eyed leucistic and make the super lesser. So that's usually what I would go for. Have I ever been to Europe and seen the ball python market? No, I've never been to Europe. The only time I've been out of the United States is when I was over in Korea in the military back in the early 80s. It kind of dates myself when I was back over there patrolling the demilitarized zone in the military. Yep, never been to Europe, which would be kind of interesting to actually go over there. How long after a shed will a female lay? Yeah, so there's the pre-lay shed, the very last shed right before they lay. And I think it's right about 30 days for the pre-lay shed. You can almost time it. I think I actually timed one this year on the pre-lay shed. It was like 28 days after she shed, she actually laid the eggs. Let's see. Pastel calico 50% head hypo ghost recently shed. Yeah, why was the headpiece of the shed destroyed but the rest was perfect? Sometimes sheds can be kind of random. Sometimes you can get a good shed and sometimes you can't. All right, so what would you consider the biggest challenge in today's reptile mart? In today's reptile mart. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Do I plan on retiring from breeding ball pythons or will you continue it until the end? The end is at the end of my life. I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly where my ball python breeding is going to go. Kind of what I envision. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going to go with my ball python breeding. I'm thinking maybe what I might do is depends on where my YouTube channel goes. If it kind of brings me more on the road to where I'm kind of traveling around, what I might do is kind of set up my ball python breeding in a separate building with separate employees that can kind of take care of the day-to-day stuff. And then I'll just kind of pop in now and then to see what they're breeding and what they're producing, maybe kind of spin it out as something separate. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do, if I'm going to kind of get into it, more. I've actually seen some reptiles channels where all they do is like egg cutting nonstop year round. It's crazy on some of these channels, but I'm not sure exactly where my YouTube channel is going to take me. I'm thinking about maybe changing it up a little bit. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do. I may do some marathon live streams. I don't know. I was thinking about doing something, maybe a little bit off brand, kind of mixing it up a little bit. Maybe something that'll drive more views and more growth, but I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do. All right. Yes. Let's see. Let's see. Do you think it's worth investing in a project not knowing if it will still be worth it in years to come? So what I like to do, I like to invest in projects that make really cool combinations. So let's take leopard, for example. You can pick up a leopard for really cheap, sometimes under $100. You can pick up a leopard. But if you actually take a gene like that and you work it into other combinations, you get really cool combos. And sometimes you can take the genes that make really visually stunning combinations and work it into like some really high-end projects and get some really cool combinations that really bring in a lot of money, but it still has like a less expensive gene like the leopard in it. You know, the leopard is a really probably one of the best genes that you can get for really inexpensive. So, and some of them you're actually kind of taking a chance, like the scaleless head. You know, I knew that was coming down really fast, and a lot of people could actually lose your shirt on some projects. And I think you kind of spread things out a little bit. If you diversify your collection, you're doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that. That way, if you take a hit in one area, it's not like your whole collection. How often do I upgrade my rodent size? That's kind of interesting because I breed my own rodents. So usually what I do is I pretty much use, well, yeah. As a matter of fact, lately I've been using some frozen thawed on some stuff. So I pretty much go, usually I feed rodents that are a little bit smaller than the maximum size as far as what you can actually feed a ball python. If I feed rodents that are too big, they'll actually regurgitate, which sets you way behind. You definitely don't want to do that. So I think it's always better to use a slightly smaller rodent. And I just pretty much go on the body condition of the snake and how often they're eating. If they're eating a lot and growing really fast, and I give them a rodent that just seems too small, I'll upgrade it at that time. Do I have any ball pythons that have never gone off of feeding for as long as I've had them? Well, I have some, and they are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 months old. those are my triple heads. So usually once you get to about a year and a half, most ball pythons will go off of food. And you can actually have hatchlings that do really well up until a certain point, and then for whatever reason they just stop eating, which is kind of crazy. Number one ball breeder on YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't have a whole lot of breeders. I pretty much do mainly YouTube with a little breeding on the side. So, yeah. All right. So, yeah, I'm trying to do a little bit different on my YouTube channel, versus everyone else's. Kind of covering a lot of the genetics and the morphs, which I think can be a little challenging as far as viewers. But I think in the long term, if people are trying to, learn ball pythons, I think that's like the basics that you really need in order to really understand the genes and get into the ball python. Sometimes, you go to a show and you see something at the table and you really don't understand the genes in the combination, and it's kind of a hard sell at that point. Let's see. Yeah, package deal on merchandise. Yeah, I haven't really been pushing the merchandise a lot. Kind of pretty much lagging behind as far as merchandise. I've actually heard that once you hit 100,000 subscribers, that YouTube will assign someone to help you with custom merchandise, which is pretty cool. So 100,000, I'm thinking maybe in another year I'll actually get to 100,000, which would be kind of cool. Change the background. Yeah, I could change the background. I could put I could put a background like I'm on Mars or something. I don't think it really would change the views though. All right, so I'm gonna grab another snake. It's been a while since we pulled a snake out. What should we bring out here? Let's see if I can bring out a bigger one. How about something right behind me? Take a look at this. This guy's pretty cool. Take a look at this one. This is Pee-wee, a really friendly coral glow. He is a male and a male maker. Juvenile coral glow. He is, let me see, he is From last year. So about 1 year old, he's been eating pretty good as far as his feeding card. Look, he's getting little spots all over. They start out with a lot of purples and oranges all on the side, and they kind of turn into that two-tone yellow. Looking really good. Well, he is very, very, very head shy. Super head shy. He's not used to being held. He's like freaking out. And sometimes you just have to kind of work with him to get him over the head shyness. That guy is like freaking out. Look at how big and chunky he is. Looking really good. He's a good looking yearling. I'd say this is pretty much what a yearling should look like as far as the average size. Eating like once a week, once every other week now and then, pretty much on and off as far as his feeding. Looking pretty good. That is Pee-wee. All right, buddy. Woo. So head shy. DA Exotics, what's up? What's your thought on paradoxes? Paradoxes are pretty cool. They are. It's not reproducible as far as a paradox. But kind of the interesting thing is when I first started in ball pythons, I actually heard of this gene called the atomic. The atomic gene, it was supposed to be a recessive genetic visual paradox, which you can actually work into your snakes. I don't know what happened to the atomic. Kind of, they proved that it wasn't genetic or it had a mistake or something, but it's kind of interesting. Usually paradoxes are kind of random. It does happen with certain genes. It seems like a lot of your albinos tend to have the paradoxes with the big splotches of like black here and there, just random, unexpected colors. Let me go back a little bit. So yeah, how do I quarantine? You started getting lab tests on your snakes. So I don't actually do lab tests on my snakes when I quarantine. What I actually do is actually just look for mites. So if any of my snakes have mites or a respiratory infection, that's pretty much the only thing I look for. I quarantine them 2 stories above in my house. So it's 2 different levels away from my snake room. I just have one little tub up there that I quarantine them in, pretty much away from everything else. But the kind of the hard part is the mites can actually travel on your clothes. So if you brought in a snake with mites, the mites could get on your clothes, and then you can come down and potentially infect your collection, which you have to be really careful on that. So do I think scaleless head is losing its value even in the long run? So I think as far as scaleless heads, I think it's pretty much hit the rock bottom as far as the price on scaleless heads. I don't think you can get any lower than what they already are. Yeah, I don't think I don't think scaleless heads are going to allow us. As far as scaleless, I would think that would be more like a recessive project. Eventually it'll come down like the pieds. I'd say the pieds are pretty much tanked, like the pieds and the clowns. I don't think they're going to go any lower than what they are. I think the pieds are like $250 a piece or something like that. You need 2 copies. It's a little bit more challenging to actually work in a recessive. So they kind of drop really fast and they hit like a plateau on the bottom as far as, something like that. The scaleless is kind of interesting because it's sometimes the care for a scaleless can be a little bit more challenging than a regular. As a matter of fact, I actually saw a YouTube video the other day. Someone is actually putting bag balm on their scaleless, the completely scaleless ball python to help with the sheds. Like once a week, putting bag balm on their scaleless ball python. I've never actually produced one, so I was wondering if that was like kind of a routine thing that a lot of people do. I thought that was interesting. How do I make my feed cards? I actually print them out on the printer. I actually bought the little 3x5 blue cards, and I run them through my printer and print out the feed cards. And then I use for the plastic things, I actually use I think it's like trading cards, like baseball card holders, and they fit perfectly right in those little holders. What does it take to be successful as a reptile breeder in today's market? That's a good question. I would say, yeah. So you have to breed some snakes. Breed some snakes and go to the shows. It helps to have a YouTube channel because you get a lot more exposure, either on like YouTube or Facebook or something like that. Yeah, you don't necessarily need a lot of money to start out. As a matter of fact, when I started with almost nothing, pretty much nothing. And you start, kind of the trick is, I mean, to really be successful as a breeder, what you really need to do is you need to produce some really high-end stuff, like breed a pinstripe to, another 3-gene animal, and then get like the multi-gene animal, and then hold those back, and then keep holding back all your best stuff and continually improving your collection. I think that's what really makes it, a successful breeder. Because a lot of people, what they'll do, they'll take like a het clown and they'll breed it to a het clown. They'll make a visual clown and they'll sell all their visual clowns. And then 10 years later, they have all these het clowns that they still have, and they've never upgraded their collection. And to really be successful, I think you need to continually upgrade, because the more you upgrade, the more money you eventually make. And when you make more money, you can invest more back into it, and it kind of snowballs. It's kind of a long-term project, but it snowballs. The more you're into it, the more money you make. And when you first start out, you lose money in the beginning. So I'm kind of in the middle where I'm like, just a little bit more than breaking even. But the more you make, you can definitely see, a bigger return the further you get into it. All right, let's see. Thinking about getting an albino. An albino for 200, not including shipping. I'd say, as far as what I've seen, pretty much all my albinos at the reptile shows, I've been selling them for about 250 ever since the beginning. 250, I'd say they're pretty much bottomed out as far as the albinos. You may be able to find them a little bit cheaper here and there. Sometimes the prices are all over, but I'd say pretty much the average for albinos is 250. So the 200 plus the 50, I'd say that's pretty average. And it really depends on supply and demand. Sometimes they can be a lot cheaper. Sometimes they can be a lot more expensive. Let's see. Have a pastel 50% ultramel that will only eat live rats. Is there any way I can switch them to frozen? That is a good question. That is always a question. How do I switch a live eater to frozen? There's a couple ways you can actually do it. You can actually, what I would do is, if you have access to live rats, feed a live rat, like a smaller one, and then about 30 minutes later, follow up with frozen. And kind of what I've done to kind of trick some of my scaleless heads, what I've done recently is I have some really super long tongs, and I'll open up the tub just a little bit, and I'll grab the rat to where it's like, it's a frozen thaw, and I'll kind of stick it in like it's in the normal position where the head's kind of looking at the snake, and I'll kind of stick it way back in the tub by the snake and kind of wiggle it a little bit in the dark in the tub. And sometimes they'll actually think it's live. You can actually go in there with the tongs and kind of wiggle it without opening the tub all the way. Sometimes that'll trick them. You can also scent them with a mouse. Sometimes a mouse scent will work too. Have I retired Bobby out of a fear of making normals? No, I just don't want them locked up with my females while I'm making YouTube videos. That is pretty much the number one reason. So, yeah. And I have a lot of other combinations as far as bamboo. So I have my bamboo calico that I actually I've been using. I got some really good results from the bamboo calico last year. I actually have my bamboo lesser, which doesn't have any normals, but it's not really because I don't want to produce normals. It's because I can get more of a variety of things too. Can I get my biggest girl out again? I can get her out. She's a monster. All right. All right, girl. Ooh, she's not happy. She's hissing. This is a big hisser. She is a monster. Take a look at this girl. Look at that. This is one of the biggest ball pythons I've ever seen in my life. She is a normal. She is 100% het caramel albino. Look at that big old girl. She's about 5,000 grams. And the funny thing is, she'll just plow down the road. Look at how big she is compared to Bobby around my neck. She is just like super fat. As a matter of fact, she almost looks like she's gonna lay some eggs or something. Actually, Brenda this year she didn't go, but she almost looks like she could lay some eggs, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if well, she's been on food, so I don't think she'll lay eggs. She's been eating, well, she ate 2 rats this month, so not too bad. Last month she ate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rats last month. Wow, look at how big she is. She's a monster. Whew. This one I named Zeus. This is Zeus, my female, 5,000 gram female. And she'll lay like between maybe 13 to 15 eggs. And a lot of people think this one is actually a volta, a different locality of ball python that gets bigger than most, which is kind of interesting. And look at the size of her head. Look at how big her head is on this girl. It's just like almost as big as my hand. She is like super big, big bodied, and has a really big head on her, which is kind of crazy. She is really, really a super big ball python. Look at that girl. She is huge. Whew. Oh, that one wears me out. That one is crazy. All right. So let's see. First project idea is a snow Enchi lesser super pastel. So the snow is actually the axanthic and the albino. If you mix in Enchi lesser super pastel, you might not be able to see those genes in the snow because the snow might actually drown them out. Aloha, you're welcome for the informative channel. The top weight that you would put in a 50-40 tub. So the top weight, so I'll probably do maybe 1,500 grams in a 50-40. So take a look at this. This girl, I need to move this girl up. Look at this. So she's like, I don't know if you can see that. She's pretty much right at the edge. I think this girl is maybe 1,800 grams. I'd say that's probably a little bit too big for a 50-40. So I'm kind of waiting on selling my Jungle One with Spider, which I may sell. And then that one is a ARS 8018 tub, which is probably too big for that one. So I'd probably move one of my bigger, super big females in one of the big tubs, and then move that to the 70 series tub. And you have to kind of keep cycling through. And the funny part is you start getting to the point where you're kind of up against the wall where your snakes are outgrown the tubs, and that kind of forces you to get rid of stuff and upgrade your collection, which is it's kind of like the leapfrog effect here in the ball python room. It's kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Let's see. What kind of jams do you listen to? I listen to a whole bunch of stuff. I'd say I'm more of a rocker. I like a lot of the hard rock. So I like to every now and then I'll listen to a rap, but it's not very often. Every now and then I'll listen to a country. When I'm out throwing bales of hay, it's not really that often. Mostly like I'd say like AC/DC or stuff like that. Some of the harder rock. Some of the old classic hard rock usually. Anyone into Viper boas? Don't have any boas in my collection. Boas are live bears. It'd be kind of interesting to get into boas. House tour. House tour video. Yeah. I don't know if my wife would appreciate that one. She'd be cleaning for like 3 days before the house tour video. Oh yeah, that might cause us some problems there. Let's see. How many hatchlings did I end up with this season? Well, I'd say I'm not exactly sure. I have to go through and actually count all my hatchlings. I almost filled this whole ARS 1039, And I know I sold, I'm thinking maybe about 50. I think I made about 50 or 60 hatchlings. Usually I end up anywhere from usually between 80 and 120. So this is like one of the worst years. It was because I got greedy and I was using some of those younger males and they were all a bust. I actually was breeding that my lesser bamboo, which was not big enough, and I bred it to 3 normals and none of them laid. And then I had the banana inchy clown, which is my $1,500. Like I was like, I just got to breed this. I bred it to my 2 clowns, and neither one of them laid. So that was like 5 females right off the bat. That would have been really awesome combinations that would have, brought in a lot of money too and paid the bills. But yeah, sometimes you get a little greedy using too young a males. I won't definitely won't do that again, which is kind of crazy. All right. A breeder at the Pueblo Expo says she used bag balm once a week on scaleless. That is interesting. So Pueblo is actually about 3 hours south of me here in Colorado. That's where my grandparents grew up, which is kind of interesting. It's kind of in the family here. Tried to do the feeding card, but my printer won't take that small of a piece of paper. So my printer actually has a little thing that folds out in the front, and then you kind of scoot the sides together, and you can slip in You have to manual feed for the feeding cards. Do I think the Super Gravels asphalt will depreciate anytime soon? I've been wondering that since I started 5 years ago. I'm like, why are these super asphalts still so expensive? I think they're going to really hold their value over the long term. They're like super expensive. So if you actually bring 2 freeways together, the combination of the yellow belly and the asphalt, you'll end up with 25% super asphalts, and they sell for usually thousands of dollars, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. When am I going to get some mini goats? Yeah, I'm not really into the whole goat thing. Yeah, I kind of have to limit the number of animals I have here as far as what animals to breed. Mini goats would be kind of cool. The problem with mini goats is I think the bears and the mountain lions would get them. Every now and then a bear or a mountain lion will jump in and try to get my cows. As a matter of fact, I had one mountain lion jump on one of my cows and just really scratched them up really bad. And luckily she recovered and didn't have any problems. But I would imagine if I had goats, I'd probably lose some of them from the wildlife up here. Haven't seen me with any boas. Do I like boas? I'm thinking about doing a boa at some point. I'm thinking about doing maybe a super fire. There's actually a guy at the local shows. He sells the IMG boas, the ones that turn completely jet black, which is pretty cool. So either the black ones or the white ones, I would probably go for. They're really expensive right now. So I'd probably at some point, if I had a really good year in ball python hatchlings and I had a lot of money left over and I wanted to spend it so I didn't have to pay taxes, I'd probably invest in a really high-end boa, something like that. Do I have any bamboo lessers for sale? No, I actually had one female that I sold. When was that? I sold it, I think it was a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. I sold another bamboo lesser. That thing was really gorgeous. Would you breed Angolan pythons? I haven't bred any Angolan pythons. What would I breed a super mystic female to? So you can actually take a super mystic and breed it to a Mojave and get 50% mystic potions with the mystic and the Mojave. That would be pretty cool. It's kind of a purplish lavender colored snake with a really faint pattern. Really awesome, and they sell really well too. Mystic's pretty awesome. And a leopard female, leopard goes good with just about anything. You could breed it with clown. Leopard clowns are really awesome. Leopard bananas or coral glows, one of my favorites. You could actually do the leopard spot nose, which is one of the probably the best thing you can do with the leopard to make some really crazy combinations. Invite my wife in on the live chat. Yeah, the problem is, yeah, not many people want to be YouTubers because you end up with a lot of stalkers and haters and stuff like that. A lot of people can't handle all the kind of the hard side of being out in front of the camera with everyone else. So I was just looking at the time. We're actually at 4 hours and 17 minutes. Do you think we can actually do a 12-hour live chat? 12 hours? I don't know. That's kind of crazy. The most I ever did on a live stream was actually 1 hour. That's the most I've ever done. How much do I spend monthly on my snakes? I think on my rats, just on my rats between the bedding and the food, I think it's about 150 a month just on the rats. I've often considered just cutting down on my rats and doing more frozen thawed and less live, but it's really convenient having all the rats here. I can pretty much produce all my own rodents here. As far as my snakes, I'd say, well, all the food comes from the rats, so it's $150 to feed all of my snakes from my rodents. And then the bedding on my rats, I'd say maybe about once a month I go through and replace all the substrate, and it's probably about $11 a block of coconut husk because I buy it by the pallet. So that's probably the only other expense I have, and that's probably, I'd say, maybe another $70 a month. So maybe $250, $300 a month on the snakes. It's just kind of crazy. So you figure if I'm selling, $3,000, $3,500 worth of hatchlings, I'm pretty much breaking even without including my time on top of all that, which is kind of crazy. So a lot of times you'll see people selling hatchlings for like $1,000 here and there, and it's like they're not necessarily actually making any money, depending on how many hatchlings they have, how good of a year they're actually having. And if you count your labor into it, forget about it. I'd be probably better off, getting a day job and making money that way at this point. And it depends. If you upgrade your collection, you start producing a lot of really high-end stuff, then all this stuff is really minimal, which is kind of crazy. Freedom Breeder versus ARS racks. What's the difference? They're close, really close. I've actually watched a few videos of Jesse over at Freedom Breeder. It's kind of interesting. He's quite the character. And kind of the interesting thing about the Freedom Breeders is if you actually look at what they're doing over there, they have all their machining equipment and they're always upgrading their racks, which is kind of interesting. I think with ARS, I'm not sure if they actually are continually upgrading all of their racks. So if you brought an ARS today, I think it would be pretty much the same as an ARS from like when I started 5 years ago, which is kind of pros and cons because, if you have the same tubs and the same sizes and all the equipment, it's all interchangeable versus, if you get a new rack that is new and improved and upgraded, it may not stack on top of another rack if you're like stacking racks. So I'd say there's pros and cons to each one. It's good to upgrade. I think Freedom Breeder might have the edge as far as kind of the technology in the rack. But the thing I like about the ARS is that the racks are actually seem like a more professional finish. Like you can actually take this and put it in your living room and it looks really nice and professional versus kind of the raw stainless steel look of the Freedom Breeder. It looks a little bit better like in a warehouse setting or like an industrial kind of a setting. So it really depends on what you're shooting for. I think as far as prices between ARS and Freedom Breeder, I think they're pretty much the same. As far as the durability, from what I've seen, they're pretty much equivalent. Pretty much the highest end of racks that you can get, ARS and Freedom Breeder. And from what I've seen, I'm not sure if you can actually buy the Freedom Breeder racks one level at a time, which is kind of the downside. When I actually started, I didn't have much money. I was like, I just want to buy one level of an ARS 5040 for my 4 snakes, and it's like $100, $150 or something like that, and you can actually go that route versus coming up with $1,000 for buying a whole rack system. I think the Freedom Breeders only sell the whole racks, the whole complete racks. So which one would I buy? Well, I'd probably buy the ARS because it would match all my other racks. If I had a whole room full of Freedom Breeders, I'd probably continue to buy Freedom Breeder racks. That's probably what I do. All right, let's see. When getting started, would you focus on several gene females or combos? What I would actually do, I would probably focus on normal females. That's what I did. Normal females and kind of your lowest end females that you can absolutely afford to buy quite a few females. And then buy really high end males a few years down the road when those females are up to size. So you can do it that way. So you keep in mind the females take about 2 to 3 years to mature before you actually get eggs. So there's quite a few ways you can actually do it. It's funny, everyone seems like they're all focused on the females, but a lot of times it's good to have just as many males as females, because then you can keep changing up your breeding every single year, so you're not producing the same thing every year with your limited number of males. I like to kind of give some males off and then switch it up. And like this year, I probably won't breed any scaleless heads because I have so many scaleless heads, and the market's kind of went way down on the scaleless heads, and it looks like the market's kind of saturated with some of the scaleless heads. No, I'm fine. All right, that was my helper. It's just helping me out. Actually, believe it or not, I've gone 4 hours and 23 minutes without a break, even a bathroom break, which is kind of crazy. I was thinking, 12 hours. At some point, I'm going to have to actually stop and go to the bathroom at some point, which is kind of crazy. All right, we'll keep going. Let's see. Freedom breeder are stainless steel. Yes. I have any other reptiles? I do have a Greek tortoise, which is pretty interesting. That tortoise has been around for a long time, and he's the Greek tortoise. They get about the size of maybe they get about that big, something like that. Pretty big tortoise, and he is pretty high maintenance. You have to actually feed him every single day and feed him lettuce and carrots and feed him calcium, and it's pretty high maintenance compared to a snake, which is, you feed a snake like once a week, which is kind of crazy. Are you into the axanthic stuff? As a matter of fact, I was thinking maybe at some point I'm actually going to buy a female axanthic and kind of sit on her until she's up to size. And what I really want to do is I want to get my triple visual albino pied clown and breed that with an axanthic so I can get some quadruple heads. I'll probably do quadruple heads with an axanthic, probably do quadruple heads with a desert ghost. So I don't have an axanthic yet, but yeah. All right, let's see. Moving on, let's see. What if a lot of breeders had like... So went to a reptile show in Maryland. Nothing really different. Pop. Strange year for snakes too. So it seems like everybody's having a hard year with snakes. It's kind of funny. You watch a lot of these egg cuttings. They're like, oh, I missed all the odds again. And some people could just be holding back some of their snakes too. You've been working all day. You can't believe you missed all this live stream. So yeah. So speaking of live stream, so my idea for this live stream was to actually do a live stream marathon and use the super chat money to pay for my Harley Davidson motorcycle, which I've been trying to do. It's not looking very good though. So I actually bought a Harley Davidson, and I thought, I could buy a Harley and help out Harley Davidson because they've been struggling with sales. Their sales are down like, 47% or something like that. I can help them out by buying a bike. I could also get a bike out of the deal if I could actually pay for it with the super chat from the live stream. I could actually hang out here with people for a long time into a really long live stream. I was thinking of doing like 12-hour live streams back to back every day. I don't think it's actually, I don't know how long it's I don't know. There's still 74 people here, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, we'll just keep plugging along. I don't know if I'm going to run out of questions or things to say. Or we can always, pull out Lucy or something and get really crazy with the 100-pound snake or do something crazy. So I was actually thinking maybe doing a live stream today from noon until midnight, which is, if you actually look at, I'm on like 4.5 hours, which is what, how many hours left is that? That is, we're not even halfway through the live stream, which is crazy. We'll see how long we can go. All right. What do you know about tail wagging when breeding? Ball pythons do wag their tail when they breed. It's kind of funny. I've actually had some actually wag their tail on me like they're trying to breathe on my shirt or something, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, it seems like when you pair them up, they do wag their tail really slow. It's kind of weird. Yeah, so why do I replace my coconut husk substrate? It looks fresh after 5 months with spot cleaning, but the interesting thing is for some reason the smell of fresh coconut husk seems to stimulate their appetite, which is kind of interesting. If you actually have some problem feeders, what you should do is go in and change the coconut husk substrate, and sometimes after a really long fast, they'll kind of switch over to feeding mode with that. It's something about the coconut smell that stimulates their appetite, which is another thing that you can actually, do to some of the big problem breeders. What am I sipping on? I'm sipping on this thing in the black can here. All right, I am not sponsored. Not sponsored by Yeti, and I'm not sponsored by Coca-Cola. That is my vacuum thermos for my popcorn. As a matter of fact, I actually have some lids on here too that holds in the carbonation, which I forgot to bring one of those lids. It really keeps it cold and fresh. This is really good after 4.5 hours. Not too bad for being here for 4.5 hours. This is kind of crazy. Yeah, so yeah, I was thinking about that and walking people outside or something for 12 hours. The problem is if I start around this phone, I think I might lose connection because my Wi-Fi is really weak at my house. If I actually walked over to the chickens or cows, it would drop off for sure. The router is like, I actually upgraded my router to have a faster speed, but it seems like it's half the signal strength, which is kind of crazy. You live in Colorado too? Awesome. That is cool. Yeah, it seems like people are all over the place on the internet, from Colorado all the way to all these other countries, which is crazy. So about taxes. Yeah. So do you have to have a certain size operation to pay taxes? So when it comes to taxes, technically, if you make a profit, anything you make a profit on, you have to pay taxes on it, technically. So yeah, some people don't pay taxes until a certain size. So what I actually do is, with all my stuff put together, and a lot of times you can have a lot of expenses. And a lot of times, so for example, if you have a year where you make like $10,000 in ball pythons, one good way to actually avoid taxes is to go out and spend $10,000 on a racking system or something like that, or other ball pythons. So I found out kind of the hard way. I actually started years ago, maybe 25 years ago. I actually started up my own fish cleaning service where I was going around cleaning aquariums. And I mean, the first year I think I made like $5,000 cleaning aquariums. It got time for tax time, and I filed as a sole proprietor. And out of that $5,000, I actually had to pay about $2,500 in taxes. So you have to pay almost 50% in taxes if you're a sole proprietor and you make a profit. So a lot of times, what a lot of businesses will do is they'll take all their profits and put it back into the business to grow the business. And it's almost like everything is like half price, like 50% or something like that. Because otherwise you pay 50% in taxes, which is kind of crazy. What brand substrate do you recommend? I use Pro Coco, coconut husk. Yeah, Freedom Breeders, they have larger sizes for boas, but with the Freedom Breeders, that's one advantage with the Freedom Breeders is they have different sizes versus the ARS. So it really depends on what you're looking for. And I think their ball python hatchling tubs are really super small, which is kind of interesting. Let's see. I was trying to cover all these comments kind of in order. How can you tell if you have fire in your spider? What are the markers? I've never actually produced a fire spider, so I'm not exactly sure. About a half rack from Freedom Breeder. That's awesome. Headless ball pythons. Yeah, if I go too fast on the comments, then I miss some, and then we get to the end, and then there's I don't know what to talk about. Have you ever hit a snake and go missing for any amount of time? As a matter of fact, I lost a snake, and it's always been missing it's been missing for about 3 years. It's been missing for a really long time. I actually had some Arizona mountain, no, these were actually the Desert Phase California king snake, the black and white banded ones. Really beautiful. One of my favorite king snakes, really striking. I actually bought 2 of them, and they were so incredibly small, like thinner than a pencil. And I didn't even know what I was doing back then. I actually got these ARS 70 racks, and I thought, all right, I want to put them in my ARS 70 racks. And come to find out, they were so skinny, they actually crawled through the crack between the tub and the frame on those ARS 70 racks, and they escaped. And it was funny. The first time they got out, I was like, I must have left the tub open or something. I found one on the floor, and I put it back in the tub, not realizing that they could actually fit through that crack. And sure enough, they crawled through that crack, and I found one, and the other one completely disappeared. Keep trying to super chat and it won't let you. That's interesting. I don't know if that's kind of weird. 7.5 hours to go. Do you think we'll make it? The live stream marathon. Let's see. What's the smallest female you started to breed in weight, and how much did she gain through the season? So actually, the smallest female that I've ever bred was about 1,400 grams, which was actually my clown. She's I think about 1,450, right on the edge. And she actually did lay a clutch of eggs at 1,450, but a year later, she was still at about 1,400 grams. And it's if you keep breeding a small snake like that, sometimes you can breed them. You can continually breed them, but a lot of times you'll end up with really small clutch sizes for a long time, and it's really hard to get them. So if I actually would have taken that and waited a couple more years and got it to like 3,500 or 4,000 grams before I started breeding it, then I would get clutch sizes of like 10 to 12, and I could eventually catch up and come out ahead in the long run. So a lot of times I don't know, sometimes it's good to give your females a year off just to catch up as far as the weight. Can you show the snakes? I can show some snakes. It's been a while since we actually pulled a snake out. How about, I have a good one for you. I don't think I've ever shown this one on my YouTube. I don't know if you've seen this. I don't know. Maybe in the tub. I don't think I've ever pulled it out. Take a look at this. Big old beautiful pinstripe female. Look at that big old girl. This girl is amazing. She'll actually lay eggs every single year, go right back on food, no problems at all. She's really big and beefy. Super awesome snake. I actually got this as part of a collection. Look at how big. She's bigger than Bobby, I think. She's from 2012, 8 years old. Pretty awesome pinstripe. And it's kind of interesting on this one. Seems like she has kind of I guess she's pretty gold. It looks a little bit reddish on the camera. I guess it's just the exposure. But she is just a pretty bright gold snake. Pretty awesome. She laid a clutch of eggs last year and is doing really good. Back on food. I'll probably breed her again here in about 3 weeks. I'll start pairing her up again. I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to pair up with her, though. She's a really good looking snake. Oh, she's really super mellow. I might be able to keep her right on my shoulders here and see if she'll kind of chill out. She's almost as chilled out as Bobby. It's pretty amazing. Thoughts about the Angolan python? I've never had one. Don't know much about them. I've heard the name. I've seen some people actually work with them. You pair up by weight, age, or both. I have a female that was hatched April 2019. She's over 1,700 grams. April of 2019, 1,700 grams. Wow. That's like 1 year old. Wow, that's crazy. You could try to breed at 1700. That's a pretty big snake. I don't know. That's pretty amazing. I've actually heard some people with really big snakes uh, that were that size. That's pretty good. I would probably try to breed it. What male would you pair up with a female Super Mojave Het Azanthic VPI? So this is an all-white snake. It's a Super Mojave Het Azanthic. So if you actually had a Super Mojave, they'd say the best blue-eyed leucistic is actually the Mojave Lesser. What you could actually do is you could buy a Super Lesser, breed it to your Super Mojave, and you would get all lesser Mojaves, which would be pretty much the perfect blue-eyed leucistic, which is pretty cool. Or you could breed it to an Azanthic and make some Mojave Azanthics, which would be pretty cool. What's in the Coke can? Ah, there's just Coke in my Coke can. How did the test video? Yeah, we tested the video. Oh, it's choking me out. Don't choke me out. Come on, baby. This one's named Bubble. This is my pinstripe girl named Bubbles, choking me out. I actually did a test video the other day. It was pretty funny. I actually made this video called I Hate PewDiePie, which was pretty fun. It actually did drive quite a bit of traffic on my channel, which is pretty weird. And that video, I think, was only 3 minutes long. So usually I make videos at least 10 minutes to get the extra ads in there. So I couldn't put any extra ads, which is, I don't know, sometimes I kind of go off the rail and do these crazy, like, you know, I Hate PewDiePie videos or these 12-hour live streams or something like that, just to break things up. It's kind of crazy. You know, it's I don't know, sometimes you just have to change things up. Let's see. You're from Portland, Oregon. Awesome. Are you going to the expo on the 4th? No, I'm probably not going to go into any expos until I actually get my coronavirus vaccination. Let's see. Let's see. Any bamboos for sale? So I will have one more bamboo for sale. As a matter of fact, I can show you what that is. So this snake, this snake is a problem child. This is the last bamboo that I'll have for sale. This is a really beautiful little snake. So this is a bamboo calico, possible pastel. I'm thinking it might have pastel in it because it's kind of getting a little bit of faded out, a little bit of yellow color. And this one, I've been assist feeding pretty much 5 or 6 times. It's only eaten one through assist feeding. So this one, I'm not sure when it's going to be ready. Pretty much the last one that I have. I was actually assist feeding 3 of them, and out of those 3, I only have one that's back on food eating by itself, and then I have the other one, and then this one. So I'm not sure exactly when this guy's going to be eating on his own, but this will probably be the last bamboo combo that I'll have for sale over on Morphmarket at some point. All right, let's see. What about Purple Rain, a mixture of banana, GHI, Mojave? I've actually seen those. Those are pretty awesome. Yeah, sometimes pictures can kind of trick you over on the world of ball pythons. Sometimes you actually see a really awesome snake, and sometimes it actually doesn't really look the way it looks like in the picture. Sometimes they can trick you. Let's see. Got a girl 3 months ago and still won't eat. Should I try live now or give her more time? That's a good question. I would probably check your enclosure. Make sure you could try like a coconut husk. substrate. Go to some kind of a darker type of enclosure. I'm not sure exactly what you're using. Sometimes it could be your enclosure. If you have other snakes that are eating well in the same kind of a setup, it may be just because it really depends on, you could try a live. I really don't like doing live, but it depends if it's an older snake or a younger snake. If it's a really young snake and it hasn't eaten in 3 months, I would probably go back to like a live mouse. If it's an older snake, kind of like this one, not eating for 3 months, something like this, no problem at all. I probably wouldn't do a live on something like this if it didn't eat for 3 months. Hot Springs, Arkansas, cool. What kind of metrics do you track for your snakes? Just food and breeding. So that's pretty much it. I just have the food cards here. I don't track the sheds or anything like that. I don't really track the humidity because it's always changing. I'm trying to, chase the tubs and stuff like that. The only thing I really track is the feeding. And then usually I only look at the feeding really to figure out if something needs a little more food. So a lot of times if I have like extra rodents, I kind of browse through the feeding cards to see if anyone else needs a second one to kind of, make sure everyone's eating too, or at least has been offered the food. But other than that, I really don't do anything but the food and then the breeding as far as what pairs and then the hatchlings. And then when I start pairing up and then when they lay the eggs, I usually track that too. Do I implant my snakes with microchips? No, I didn't even know you could do that. I suppose you could. As a matter of fact, I actually saw where I think someone recommended that in some of the legislation that every snake is microchipped and tracked and everything. That would be just so extreme. That's kind of crazy. Would I do an assist feeding? I actually do have an assist feeding video. And it's probably one of the videos I get more complaints about. A lot of people freak out about me kind of stuffing a mouse into the mouth of a snake. It's kind of crazy, but I probably won't do another one. It can be pretty difficult and pretty dramatic trying to assist feed a snake. What snake has the most purple? That is a good question. Probably, I've actually seen some ivory leopards, like an ivory leopard pastel that had some purples. Not a lot of purples in ball pythons. And a lot of them will actually outgrow the purples too. What precautions do you recommend when buying hets on Morphmarket? I would probably stay away from new breeders. You can actually go over on Morphmarket, and before you buy a snake, you can actually click on their name. You can look at the ratings. You can see if they're a new breeder and how many snakes they've actually sold over on Morphmarket. I might be wary if it was the very first snake, especially if it was like a really high-end head for a lot of money, from a brand new breeder. I'd probably be cautious of that. Let's see. Is Bobby up to great grandkids yet? Not yet. Not yet. Oh, Mike Wilbanks, microchips for $50. That's interesting. How many snakes before breeding rats? That's a good question. Well, they say that pretty much on average you can actually have, I think they recommend one female rat per snake. So if you had one snake, you could have one pair of rats. Of course, you'd probably have to do, you'd have to watch the babies are at the right age, that they don't get too old. So you probably have to euthanize and then do like a frozen thawed from that and kind of work that way. Because it's kind of the tricky thing with rats is if you let them grow too big in your rack, they'll outgrow even the biggest ball python. And you end up with a lot of these really big rats that none of your snakes will eat. So it's kind of a challenge trying to balance the rats with the amount of snakes and the sizes and everything. That's probably the hardest part. All right. So it looks like I caught up on the questions. All right, so I might get another Coke. This guy, look at this guy, he's so mellow. I can't believe this pinstripe. I don't think I've ever put him around my neck. So this is like as mellow as Bobby. And like, look, he's like a YouTube star in disguise, which is kind of crazy. I've never seen any of my snakes get so mellow like that. That is crazy. All right. So this is the Yeti. This is what I use. If you guys are wondering what the Yeti does on my Coke cans. And it's just straight Coke, nothing else. No vodka. All right. Got a first ball python. It's a kingpin. Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty cool when they get this big. It's pretty awesome. All right, let's see if we can find another snake. I'll show you something else. Oh, let's see. Almost tripped over that one. I gotta have some pretty cool ones in here. Let's see. How about this one? This one's actually, let's see. This one's actually someone's. They're actually making payments on this one. This is Spot. This is really a good size. This is a pastel pinstripe, 100% het desert ghost and Enchi. Look at how bright that is. Super bright yellow in this one. Crazy bright. That is pretty awesome. That's an awesome snake. So yeah. So if you're actually out there looking at this video, and you're thinking, yeah, hey, that's my snake. Some guys are like, yeah, this one's been on hold for a long time. I think this one was on hold since like the beginning of the pandemic or something like that. And the guy's still making payments on it, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy on some of these things. That's why I kind of brought it down to 30 days. I'm not holding these things forever. Although it doesn't really matter because I have plenty of room in my rack and plenty of rodents. Let me tell you, I'm just kind of like overrun with rodents. This is kind of crazy. That is a really awesome snake. And I didn't even know for sure if it had Enchi in it until I produced a whole bunch of these lemon blasts. And with the Enchi, it really brings the pattern down to these little kind of blobs right on the back, which is kind of cool. Super awesome snake. Super friendly too. Yeah, not really head shy too on this one. This one I've handled him quite a bit. He's pretty good size for only a year old. That's a pretty good yearling. As far as a 1-year-old ball python, pretty much exactly a year old on this one. Pretty awesome. That is a cool snake right there. Like he's almost big enough I could put this one around my neck too. All right, let's see. What I got behind here. All right, when would you suggest putting males and females together? I pair up my males and females on October 15th is the date that I start pairing up. Would you be willing to sell us a male and female for breeding purposes? You can go over and check my Morphmarket account to see what I have over there. I'm not sure if I have any females available right now. So yeah, I do have some more that I'm gonna sell over on Morphmarket. They're just hatchlings right now. Some of them haven't eaten enough meals, and some of them haven't even shed. So I'll have some Corglows, maybe a Corglow pinstripes, some normals. I'll have, let's see, I have a lemon blast. I have quite a few actually. A couple lemon blasts. I think I have a pinstripe. I might sell that pinstripe calico, that orange looking one. That was pretty cool. But they just haven't really had enough meals in them yet, so I'm kind of waiting on that. Let's see. Is there no shipping period around the holidays and with the mail-in voting? I'm not sure about the shipping with the mail-in voting. Start breeding rodents once I got my fourth. Yeah, that's about right. Once you get enough snakes, you need to start breeding rodents. All right, this guy's getting a little squirrely here. All right. Have I ever had two snakes around my neck at the same time? Nope, I never have. This one's a really good looking snake. Look at how bright that is. That's super bright. Let's see. How likely is it that the visual clowns and pieds don't sell? I would say the visual pieds and clowns pretty much always sell. It's pretty much a safe bet. I've had a lot of people come up with my table at the reptile shows and they're like, where's all your pieds? Where's all your clowns? Because that's like the number one thing that most people buy. As long as you're priced competitively, I'd say you probably never have to worry about not selling your pieds and your clowns. Let's see. I just got your first snake. Husband won't touch her. Some people are really afraid of snakes. That's kind of crazy. Some people won't even want to talk about snakes. It's really crazy. Orange ghosts becoming the bottom of the barrel. I don't know about that. I really like the orange ghosts. There's some stuff. I don't know, when it comes to certain genes. As far as the supply and the demand, I think it really depends on the quality and what you pair it with. I really like the orange ghost. It's one of the things I'm actually thinking of getting into. Let's see. Okay, let's see. What is your dream python? No expense spared. That is a good question. I think I'm gonna put this guy back. I'll have to think about that one. There's a lot of really cool stuff out there. Let's see. Here, I'll pull another one for you. I haven't showed this one in a while. This is pretty cool. So my dream ball python, I'd probably get in some of the really cool highway or freeway, probably the freeway combinations, some of the multi-gene freeways like the pinstripe freeway, or like the banana freeway. Those are really cool. So take a look at this one. This is actually a pastel, which is kind of crazy. A pastel scaleless head. No scales on the top of the head. And the pastel is kind of weird on this one. The whole body is kind of weird. If you actually look at the top of the head, if you can actually see it, if I'll let you see it, you can see there's kind of scales missing from the top of the head. And the weird thing about this is it almost has like a calico look to it, but I don't think this one is calico. It's just kind of the cross between, I don't know. I think there's maybe a calico floating around in my collection. It kind of looks like a calico, but it didn't come from my calico line, which is kind of weird. It's kind of weird. I don't know if it's just the scaleless head kind of interacting with the pastel. It gives it that kind of a granulated look, which is kind of wild. All right, let's see. Go back to, I'm kind of jumping around here. You think it'll take 1 year to get eggs and no sooner? Pretty much 1 year and no sooner. Oh, he's choking me out. All right, we're at 4 hours, 56 minutes. That is crazy. I don't even know if the super chat's actually working. Some people are saying it's not. That was kind of the whole goal for this, is I was going to do the super chat to pay for my Harley Davidson, which I still owe. I won't even say the number. It's a really high number. All right, so this may not work as well as I thought it was. I wonder if you cut off the super chat after so long on these live streams. That is kind of crazy. I'd definitely look into that. Oh, I have a gnat in my nose. I still have gnats in here, believe it or not. I think I have like a dozen fly papers hanging out that are like covered with gnats. I got rid of most of them. I still have a random gnat kind of floating around in here. Let's see. Does Colorado require a permit for retics? Wow, it's $300 a year in Ohio? That is crazy. Wow. Nope, no permits required. No restrictions on any snakes here in Colorado. Don't need any licenses. It's a free state. What should I breed to my banana firefly? Banana pie or super blade clown? I would probably go with the super blade clown and try to get the banana into the blade clown. That would be pretty awesome. To start breeding snakes, what size rack would you start with? I'd probably start with, well, it depends on what size snake you get. So usually you need a bunch of different size tubs. If you start with hatchlings, I'd probably start with, well, the hatchling racks, they kind of grow out of them. I might start with like a 50-40, like behind me. Hey, look at that. The super chat actually does work. I was starting to wonder there. All right. Thank you for the super chat. That's awesome. All right. I'm going to subtract that from my bike. Kind of whittle this down. All right. So we are at a really big number still. Minus 10. We are at $8,472. That we need to pay off on the bike still. So kind of my idea was to do 12-hour live streams for about 2 weeks straight to pay off my $8,472. Of course, I might run out of things to talk about. I might have to like pick up the camera and just start walking around the property, bring you out to feed the dogs or something. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Or we'll bring in, you can check out Lucy. As a matter of fact, I actually changed Lucy over to paper substrate. I actually ordered some printless newspaper in a roll for over at Uline, which is pretty crazy. Hopefully she'll actually be happy on that. She seems happy just on a bare bottom without any substrate at all. So let's get back to this super chat. Thinking about getting a ball python as a beginning snake. What would you recommend? So if you're actually just starting in ball pythons, well, it depends. If you were going to breed, I would say get a female because you have to wait 3 years for the females. If you want just one ball python as a pet, what I would probably do is get a male because you don't have to worry about, sometimes the females can actually lay eggs by themselves. Hey, I got another super chat. All right. Thank you so much. So what I actually do is if you're actually just starting getting into ball pythons, if you're thinking about breeding, I'd probably get a female, probably just like a low-end gene. You really don't have to spend that much. It's pretty much as your budget can afford. What I would do is I'd probably get like a normal or something like that as a first snake. That's not kind of how I started. And then I got my bamboo, bred to the normal, and then you get half bamboos out of the mix, which is pretty cool. But if you're actually to get like one pet snake, probably the ideal would be to get something like Bobby, a really awesome single gene, and you can actually have a really awesome snake, and it's a male. And if you ever decide to breed later on, you can actually breed it to some females too, which would be pretty cool. All right, another super chat. Thanks, SoCal Chris. $5. We are down to, woo, got another one. Wow. Faster than I can write. Awesome. All right. As a matter of fact, I actually forgot to bring my calculator. So this is 84.67. And then another 10. Thank you. That's awesome. We're down to 84.57. All right. We're chipping away. Might be down to 0 in 2 weeks with 12-hour streams, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. SoCal Chris, if you made More videos for boas. You get so many more views. Yeah, I could make boa more views, but then I wouldn't really be known as the ball python guy. That's like the Ford guy making videos about Chevy, right? I don't know. I guess it could work, but yeah. So it's kind of interesting. You almost have to kind of build your brand from one to, some people kind of jump all over the place, and there are a lot of people that, working over here on YouTube, they like chase all the trending topics, and they're really not known for any one thing. They're just known as an animal caretaker, kind of like a jack of all trades, and you can actually get more views that way and build your channel faster. But it gets a little bit confusing once you get bigger because you're kind of all over the place. So I decided pretty much early on I was just going to stick with ball pythons as far as my channel, and then I would stay the ball python guy. Yeah, pretty much that is pretty much my goal. And then you can really deep in. That's kind of the other advantage of digging deep into one topic. I can cover so much more in the genetics that a lot of people don't even know about ball pythons because they're not studying ball python genetics every single day, day after day for years. And you start learning all the different genes and all the subtleties with the ball python. So yeah, you can actually, there's different ways you can actually do it. There's pros and cons. There's a lot more ways to make more money and get more views and all that. But you kind of have to figure out where you want to be, once you get there. I'll get there eventually. It's just going to take a little bit longer than some of these other guys. All right. So, yeah. Got the other super chat. Thank you. Thanks. That helps a lot. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for the super chat. That's awesome. All right. Got another super chat. It does work. Yes. Thank you. All right. What substrate should I use in Phoenix? 6% humidity. Yeah. So that's like really super dry here. I use the coconut husk here in Colorado. It's probably down at the 6% here in Colorado. It's super, super dry. All right, $5. Cool. All right, we're chipping down. $84.52. $8,452 left to pay on the Harley Davidson. I don't think we'll ever get there, but we'll see. It'll be kind of interesting. We're not even halfway through the live stream at 5 hours. That is crazy. All right. So yeah, I would probably use 6% humidity. I use the Pro Coco coconut block, the coconut, the husk, the chip. There's actually like the chip and the fiber, and then there's a ground up one. I like to use the chip because you can actually get it pretty wet underneath, and you can actually keep it dry on top. That's pretty much the perfect humidity. It kind of slowly releases humidity. If you get it too wet, it'll mold, and if you get it too dry, it kind of breaks up and fluffs all over the place. And sometimes it can get into the mouth of the snake if it's too dry and fluffy all over the place. So what I do is actually go through and add a little water, probably I'd say every 2 to 3 days at a 6% humidity. That's probably perfect. If you have too much and it looks wet, it'll mold really quick, and then you have to change it a lot. And usually I go through and change it maybe once a month, maybe every 3 weeks as far as changing it out. Hey man, been a while. Yeah, me and Bobby got you hooked on bamboos. All right. Got a male and a female. Not allowing you to donate. That's weird, huh? There's a couple of people said that they actually can't give a super chat, which is kind of crazy. I'm not sure what's going on with that. Let's see. Tubs are 55 to 60% humidity on coconut substrate with no water added in Minnesota. That's interesting. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. I don't know what's going on where some people can give and some people can't. I appreciate it. All right. So we are down. We are subtracting this from the Harley Davidson. This is crazy. I don't know if this will actually work. 8,400 and whoa, we're down to 47. Hopefully my math is right because I'm like doing this in my head without a calculator. I think I can add and subtract. We're down to 84.47. Woo! Pretty awesome. Long way to go to pay off that Harley Davidson. I'm just going to live stream until that Harley Davidson is paid off. Oh, I'll have to take you all around the house and the neighborhood at that if you can't figure out what to do for another 7 hours. All right, so Emily Peterson, thank you for the super chat. How could you make a green or blue ball python? So I actually saw a green ball python combination just in one of my last videos, and it had like a hue of green. It's the first time I ever seen it, and I can't remember exactly what it was. It was a combination of a whole bunch of genes, I think, but I can't remember what the genes were. But it was kind of a weird, slight green. I think it was some kind of red axanthic combination with some other genes mixed in with red axanthic to give it kind of that green hue. All right, so this guy's getting a little bit squirrely. This is, I don't know if I was actually forgot what snake I had around my neck. This is my pastel scaleless head female. Still another year before she's ready. She's nice and beefy. She is a really picky eater, usually only live rats, which is pretty frustrating on this girl. I think she's like 2 years old, which is, she's really small for 2 years old. So another year for sure on this girl before I actually make some totally scaleless ball pythons. Let me see if I can get another snake here. All right, let's see what else we got here. Oh, this one, I haven't showed you this one. This guy's really awesome. This guy's pretty flighty, a little jumpy. Take a look at that one. That is a beauty. This is probably one of my more expensive snakes. I think I paid close to $800 for this as a hatchling. This is actually a male pastel inchy desert ghost. Really amazing snake. I don't know if I can keep this one around my neck for very long. We'll see about this one. This one is really super jittery. Every time I try to handle this one, it just kind of freaks out. All right. There's a whole bunch of comments that I was keeping up with the comments pretty good for a while. We're back up to 67 people on the live stream. 5 hours and 9 minutes. That is pretty good. All right. All right, buddy. Choked out by a python. Whew, that one's choked me out. All right, let me scroll down to some of these more recent comments. There's so many I can't keep up. All right, yeah, had to sip on that one. Thank you for the videos. Yes. Looking for my first 2 ball pythons to breed. What would you recommend? I would get a bamboo and a normal together. I don't know. There's so many to choose from. There's like 200 genes. The sky is the limit when it comes to ball pythons. And for the first, as a matter of fact, for the first ball python, probably what I would do is I would get either a dominant or a co-dominant gene. I'd probably stay away from anything recessive because that is kind of a long game, and you end up with a lot of normal looking snakes, and sometimes you can get kind of discouraged just breeding the normal looking snakes to each other. All right, yes. Let's see. Your adult scaleless male is doing great. He decided to eat African soft fur instead of rats. Cool. Let's see. Let's see. I love the Harleys. I'm broke, so I got a Honda Custom. Yeah, it's fun. It was funny. I was actually watching this video. So yeah. So that is the purpose of the live stream. If you just joined, what I'm actually trying to do is I'm trying to do a live stream marathon and use my super chat money to pay for a Harley Davidson. My Harley Davidson supports Harley, which is a company that is struggling in 2020. Their sales are down about 47%. So I thought, I can actually buy a Harley. Hopefully I can try to pay for it with my super chat money. So I actually went over to buy one of these. I was actually looking all over for Harley. I found one in another state, and that thing is absolutely insane. It's actually a Harley Davidson Dyna. It's a Dyna Street Bob. It has less than 20,000 miles. And this thing is crazy. If you want to talk about Harley Davidsons, it's pretty awesome. This guy, what he did is it looks like the guy who owned it before actually stripped the whole bike down all the way to the frame. And then when he rebuilt it, he used all custom parts. So custom handlebars, custom intake, custom mufflers, new different forks, and a new front tire and fenders, the whole thing, and new handlebars. The whole thing looks like you wouldn't even recognize that it was a Dyna. It's a really tricked out bike, which is kind of crazy. So I actually told the guy, yeah, I was going to actually buy the bike. I put $500 down to hold it. They took it off of the internet. And I was like, all right, so I have, he told me what the total was, to buy the bike and to ship it and the fees and the taxes and everything. Comes out, actually, well, we kind of chipped it down a little bit with this live stream. So we're down to $8,447, which is a really huge number still after chipping it down and paying the down payment. So kind of the thing was I was going to actually just do the live stream pretty much 12 hours a day until I can pay for it, which is kind of crazy. Is this my first motorcycle? No, I actually I've had quite a few motorcycles. My first Harley was a 79 Sportster back in the day, and I completely tore that thing down to the frame. As a matter of fact, at one point I was sitting in my living room sanding the frame down, so I'm kind of a tech guy too. Hey, I got another super chat. Nice. Robert Turner, thank you. All right, so we're going to subtract that from the Harley Davidson price, and we're going to do the live stream marathon. So we're down to 84.42. That's pretty funny. So I was like, all right, I'm going to buy this motorcycle. I didn't even realize what the total was going to be until he actually told me with the shipping and the fees. And I was like, that is a really big number. All right, that is kind of cool. I don't know if we can do it, but we'll try. So, all right. So the super chat, have you gotten any skinless head bamboos yet? Can you put me on the waiting list? Yeah. I don't have any scaleless head bamboos. I'm trying to think how I would actually make one because I don't have. So I actually could produce one. As a matter of fact, I do have Queen Tut, which is my bamboo pastel pinstripe. I could actually breed my lesser scaleless head to that one. As a matter of fact, to actually produce scaleless head bamboo. But as far as a waiting list, yeah, I really don't do waiting lists because it could be years before I actually produce one with my luck. And a lot of times, there's so many people that are waiting in line. If I actually did a waiting list, I wouldn't be selling snakes, for the next 10 years to the public because I'd be selling to everyone on the waiting list. So essentially what I do is I kind of do, when I'm selling my hatchlings, I even don't reserve them because everybody wants to reserve them. And in a lot of cases, the only time I really sell them is I make sure they're ready to go, ready to ship, and then I'll put them over on Morphmarket. This guy's going crazy. And then I'll do a video about those hatchlings the second I put it on Morphmarket. So it's kind of like a rush. If you actually go to my YouTube channel and see a video that says hatchlings for sale, that is like the time to jump over to Morphmarket and check out what I have on Morphmarket because I'm posting new stuff there. And usually all that stuff sells in like 10 to 12 hours. It goes super fast because people are like going crazy over there. And it gets kind of confusing because sometimes I'll have like on one snake, I'll have like 10 people that want it and they'll all kind of email me at the same time. And then someone says they want it and then they don't pay. And then someone else says they want it and they don't pay. And it almost needs to be a better system on Morphmarket where you have like a buy it now and you can just pay right there or something like this. It's kind of a crazy system over on Morphmarket for the sellers. It's kind of crazy. Do I want to sell the guy on my neck? Actually, this guy right here, this is Pastel Inchy Desert Ghost, and this is a male. So this, I'm actually trying to breed. I actually have a female that's just like this, except it has spider in it. So eventually I'll actually be selling hatchlings that look exactly like this, maybe with the super pastel, maybe with or without the Enchi, and with spider in some of them too, which is pretty awesome when you work spider into these desert ghosts. And kind of the weird thing with the desert ghost and the spider, I'm convinced that the desert ghost actually eliminates or reduces the head wobble in the spiders, which is, it seems like all my spider desert ghosts and all the ones that I've seen pretty much have no head wobble at all, zero head wobble issues with the spider and the desert ghost. And I don't know if it's part of the combination of genes. I'll probably have to produce a few more to see if it's really kind of a unique anomaly with those two genes. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, I will sell a similar snake like this hopefully next year if I can actually get that female to breed, which is kind of crazy. What color is the Harley Davidson? Good question. I've actually seen some, like pink with flowers and yellow. And, that's the cool thing about Harley Davidsons is you can do any color that you want. This one is black on silver. Really awesome. Really super awesome bike. They actually, it looks like they took all the fenders and the tank off and repainted the fenders and the tank like a really deep gloss black. And it's kind of weird. They actually even on the tank, they changed the fuel gauge and the fuel cap. I'm like, how do you actually even get into the fuel tank to fill it up? It is so custom. It's a really awesome bike. So I'm actually, yeah, the stream is still going, believe it or not. We are doing a 12 hours super stream. if I can actually do it. So yeah, so the whole idea of the super chat was to pay for the Harley. Well, we'll see how far that goes. Hey, I got another super chat. Speaking of super chat and Harley Davidsons, thank you so much. All right, we're going to subtract that from the bottom line here. Oh, this one's choking me out. Let's see. This will be, we're down to 8,437. Oh, come on now. Oh, yeah, I didn't think you could really get choked that bad by a ball python, but this one's starting to change my mind. This has got a death grip on me. Oh my goodness. Woo! Oh, woo! That one almost choked me out. Hey, I got another super chat. All right, this is going pretty good. We're making some progress now. All right, cool. Thank you, Samantha and Emily. That is awesome. So we're down to 84.32. 84.32. It'll be interesting to see after 12 hours what we actually chip that number down to. I don't know if I can do 12 hours. It's going to be kind of crazy. But it's already, we're almost halfway. 5 hours and 19 minutes. That's really super crazy. Look at this crazy squirmy snake. He's just going crazy. All right, so super chat question. Emily Peterson. Got a pair of black pastel pieds. They're a little spendy, but would you recommend I get another female to improve my odds of pandas? I would say no. I kind of did that. Yeah, don't let him choke you out. Yeah, it's definitely choking me out. I've never been choked out as much as this one choked me out. I thought I was gonna fall off my chair. That's kind of crazy. Let's see. All right, yeah. So I actually did that when I first started. I was getting like, I was thinking, yeah, I need to improve my odds. I need to buy, more pieds, and I'd buy like 2 pied females and 2 of this and 2 of that, and all, especially with the females. And then once you get down the road and you start producing handfuls and handfuls and handfuls of pieds, then you're like, why did I buy 2 when I'm making all these pies myself? And you have all these other projects going, and you really don't need that many. I'd suggest getting pretty much 1 of each as far as breeding. Your money, I think your money would be better spent if you actually invested in another project that you can actually kind of diversify your collection. That's just what I found. And it seems like a good idea when you first start, and then you get down the road and it seems like it's a really bad idea after you start producing like 100 hatchlings or something like that. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, once you produce your first 100 hatchlings from a good season, your mind changes and you kind of go from this, you want to buy to, oh my, I have so many snakes and I don't really need this many. And then you have so many hatchlings that you can choose from as far as future breeders, that you have, a really good selection as far as you really don't have to, you kind of move out of the transition out of the breeding unless you want to bring new genes into your collection. So it's like a completely different mindset. Do I have a Harley leather jacket? I actually do have a leather jacket. It's not a Harley one. I was actually looking at a Harley Davidson leather jacket, which is pretty cool. One thing I don't have is a helmet. And kind of the weird thing is when I had my first Harley Davidson, it was a 79 Sportster. I don't think I ever wore a helmet on that, which is kind of crazy. I'm thinking maybe one of those little half helmets like the Harley guys wear. Probably not the full face helmet. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do for a helmet. Some of the Harley guys are like, I'm never going to wear a helmet. But, then you get a lot of these guys, showing all the crashes on the road and the helmet saving their lives. So I don't know. I'm probably thinking about getting some kind of helmet. It's one thing I'm sure I'm going to have to get at some point. All right, let's see. Who decides which genes are rare and which aren't? You can actually go on Morphmarket and look at the number of snakes with that particular gene. And I would say not all rare genes are expensive genes. So you can actually go over to Morphmarket and do a search for the desert gene. The desert gene is really rare. Not a lot of people working with the desert, and it's not really that expensive because not a lot of people want to invest in the desert, which is a problematic gene where the females are infertile. And sometimes females will actually die when they're laying eggs. So sometimes the rare genes can be rare because they're problematic. Sometimes they're rare because they're newly discovered. In that case, they can be really expensive. Sometimes they're rare because you have a really rare gene that really, especially with some of the genes, if you mix it into other combinations, sometimes you'll see little to no effect from mixing that gene in with another combination. And it's really hard to sell a gene because it's not really that impressive as a new gene. So sometimes I'm actually seeing people like this at the reptile shows. They're like, hey, I have a whole table with this brand new gene and no one wants to buy my snakes. And it's because you really have to prove that that gene has some really awesome potential in order for people to buy into that gene. So there's a few reasons. This guy's just going crazy all over the place. What are you doing? All right, take a look at this. Look at this guy. Look at his head on that one. That is awesome. If you actually make the super pastel, that head is completely whited out on this. He has a really awesome head, really cool looking head on this snake, really awesome. And when these are young, they're super bright. It's probably the brightest pastel combo that you can get that really holds pretty much as you can expect from an aging snake as far as the pastel. I've actually seen fireflies that are really bright too as they age and mature, which is kind of cool. Let's see. Still need the ball python tattoo. Yeah, I was thinking about doing I was actually looking at some custom artwork on some motorcycle tanks and stuff like that. There's some really awesome people that can do some really awesome stuff. I was thinking maybe doing some kind of you get the paint on your motorcycle that has really good depth to it. I've seen some that look like almost like you're looking inside of an aquarium with dolphins swimming around in there. I thought it would be kind of cool to have like Bobby on the gas tank of the motorcycle. You can actually see him on the tank, which would be pretty cool. Why don't you ship rats and grow your collection? The problem with growing my collection is I just don't have the time to take care of my collection and do YouTube videos every day and take care of the dogs and the ducks and the cows and the fish and my Pac-Man frog and my tortoise and my rats and all the other stuff. It's pretty much all I can keep up with. I would like to expand it. And as far as the rats and shipping it, I'm pretty sure you need a special shipping license to ship rats as far as to ship for the dry ice. So it gets a little bit more complicated. So there's a lot of ways you can make money. Just pretty much, pretty happy with where I am. My schedule is really full. And I think with my YouTube channel doing videos every day, that is pretty much what keeps me busy most of my time. I probably spend half my day at least doing the YouTube videos. How much do you have left to get from Super Chats? All right, here's the total. $8,432. That's a big number. That is a big number. Yeah, we don't talk about Super Chats and paying off the motorcycle. I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll chip it down a little bit and see how far we get. That is crazy. All right. Let's see. What do any people you share a home with think about the snakes? Most people just ignore the snakes in this household. Yeah, I'm pretty much the only snake guy in the house. The only time I ask for help from anyone here is like moving Lucy, which is my 100-pound reticulated python. I actually move her. And sometimes I get a helper. As a matter of fact, lately I've been doing kind of a hybrid move on Lucy. I kind of figured this out. What I actually do, instead of picking up the whole snake, since she weighs 100 pounds, what I'll do is I'll start with the tail, and I'll take the tail out and put it on the floor, which is, I mean, she's like 17 feet long, which is crazy. And then what I'll do is I'll pick up the front part of the snake with the tail and most of the weight on the floor, and then kind of let her kind of crawl and kind of move forward. I kind of guide her into the other room, and it seems like it's been working really good, kind of working that way where I don't need a second person with a really big snake, which is pretty cool. I just joined in. Where is Bobby? All right. There's a lot of comments that I'm missing since I'm just kind of rattling on. Let's get Bobby. This one's kind of freaking out. All right, let's get Bobby. And Bobby's pretty funny. Take a look at this. For some reason, he doesn't like to be this way. He always kind of goes to the other side. I don't know why. It's just like I have to flip him around this way, and then he's happy. He just doesn't like to be the other way. It's like he's got a certain position on my shoulder that he always wants to be in. Kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Let's see. If you tell the people at Harley Davidson why you're buying one, I bet they'll give you a discount. Yeah. Well, I thought about that, but the problem is if you actually look at Harley Davidson, their sales are down like 47%. Like last quarter, they lost like $93 million. And after kind of reading those numbers, I felt kind of bad actually asking for a discount, you know, cutting into their profits, trying to support them. So I didn't even negotiate the price. I'm just like, whatever, I'm just going to pay the price. That's fine. You got a price to where you're going to make a discount. And it seemed like it was priced with all the similar Harley Davidsons of that year. So I figured, you know, it's kind of the average deal, and they were still making some money. I definitely want to support Harley Davidson. I know I could probably get sponsored by them, but there's, you know, this isn't really a motorcycle channel, so it might be hard. And I know a lot of sponsors and brand deals and stuff like that, they really want you to have at least 100,000 subscribers, which is kind of crazy. And I'm like, right now I'm like at 36,000 subscribers, I think, something like that. So I don't know. And a lot of times with the brand deals, you have to like cut into the middle of your videos and go, oh yeah, this video is sponsored by. It's almost like I'm saying a commercial, which kind of ruins the whole video. It kind of interrupts it, and you end up kind of like feel like you're selling something, which I don't really like to try to sell stuff over here on my reptile channel, like except ball pythons, I guess you could say. When I'm overflowing in reptiles, I usually sell some just to kind of clear out my rack. 1 a.m. in Scotland. Thank you for watching at 1 a.m. That gives me some motivation. I think I can go for another 6 hours, 6.5 hours. You think we can do it? 6.5 hours? Oh, we'll try it. Uh, all right. New subscriber decided to get a ball python because of your videos. Awesome. Snake just turned blue. How long the blue phase lasts? I would say usually 3 to 5 days. Usually about 3 days, I'd say they go blue. And then after they go blue, they go clear, which almost looks like they shed, so they can kind of trick you. And when they go clear, I would definitely bump up the humidity as much as you can. Get it really nice and humid in there until after they shed. And I'm convinced you should bump up the humidity until after they shed, and then really reduce the humidity, because if you have it too high over the long haul, you can actually kind of cause the respiratory infections. And once you get respiratory infections, I think it's really hard to actually correct it. 24 hours you can do it. Well, essentially, yeah. I was actually thinking, yeah, I could just do a live stream nonstop until the bike is paid off. Until I saw this this amount here, $8,400. I was like, yeah, there's no way I'm actually gonna live stream until that's done. So then I was thinking, maybe I could live stream from noon until midnight every day, kind of back to back for what, 7 days? I was trying to think how long it would actually take to pay that off. I've actually seen some people like throw down $500 super chats on other channels, which in that case it would go really super quick. But I don't think I'll get anything like that on my tiny little channel over here, which is kind of crazy, but you never know. So I was thinking maybe, oh, look what we have. We have a guest delivered in a box. Thank you. All right, we have a visitor. It's another reptile. I'm going to put Bobby away, and I want to show you my other reptile. All right, here we go. All right, Bobby doesn't want to go back. He's having too much fun. Oh, Bobby. All right, so this reptile needs a little limelight here. Take a look at this. I don't know if you've actually seen this one. I haven't had this one on my channel for a long time. It's not a snake. Oh. I don't know if he's going to cooperate. He does not like to be held. All right, take a look at this. This is my tortoise. This is Speedy. I don't know if you can see Speedy through the box. Oh, let's see. There's got to be another way. Let me tell you, tortoises do not like to be held. I usually never, ever pick up this tortoise like that. Let me see. I could probably do it. Let me see. I could probably do this. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, Speedy. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right, we'll try this. We'll try this. I don't know if you can actually see him on the notebook. That is Speedy the tortoise. Take a look at Speedy. That is, he's pretty old. I think he's like, I don't know. I think he's like 8 years old or 9 years old. And these guys get really super old. This guy will outlive me, definitely. He's 10. Oh, he's 10? Oh, really cool. He's kind of freaking out. He's not used to being out from his little box. All right, here we go. He is not happy. All right, thank you. That was pretty fun. How much do I want for Bobby? Good question. I might consider an offer of $100,000. Everything has a price, right? Although I probably wouldn't sell for that. I have to think about it still. Just keep the camera on 24/7. I don't think people would actually watch. I've actually seen some people doing like a reptile cam or something like that. And usually they don't get any views. It usually ends up getting 0 views if you have nobody behind the camera, just keeping the camera on with nothing going. Yes, I don't ship to the UK, unfortunately. Do I have any new projects on the horizon? Not really. Pretty much just my triple heads. That's probably the biggest thing. Actually, I can actually pull one of these out. I almost see it on the camera. These girls are getting big, really big. Oh, and these are only 1 year old. They'll eat absolutely anything you throw in the tub. Take a look at this. So this looks like a normal, classic, wild type ball python. And this is actually a triple het for albino, pied, and clown, which is really cool. This is probably my most exciting project that I'm working on. I have 3 females and 1 male. And I know, sometimes you can say, don't reproduce your animals, like if you're working with pieds or something like this. But with this, the odds are so slim to hit the triple het. If I actually just had 1 of these and 1 male, it would take me literally forever to actually get the triple visual. And with 3 females, I figured when I'm breeding it to my triple het male, look at that, it's almost big enough to put around my neck. I think I can hit it. My odds are I think I can hit it like in 4 or 5 years, breeding these guys that many years in a row. So that's probably my biggest project that I'm actually working on, these triple hets. And I'll actually get albinos, I'll get pieds, I'll get clowns and albino pieds, albino clowns, clown pieds, and albino pied clowns. And all those sell for a lot of money. So this is a really powerful, probably the most powerful breeder in my collection. I've seen people over on Morphmarket selling these similar snakes to this with similar genes. I haven't seen the same exact thing over there, but I've seen people selling similar ones for about $2,000 a piece, which is kind of crazy for a snake that looks like a normal. And you definitely have to trust the guy who made it if you're paying that kind of money for a normal looking snake. You definitely have to know the hets are in there. That's kind of crazy. So we'll see if this one kind of hangs out around my neck. That is kind of crazy. Let's see. Gotta go. See ya. Buy rats and feed the babies. Yeah, there's always something to do. It's pretty much, yeah, nonstop. Have I done any dabbling with corn snakes and colubrids? So I actually started in colubrids with king snakes, and I had pretty much all king snakes at the beginning. I had my Australian Woma python, and I didn't even know anything about ball pythons. It was kind of funny. I actually started out watching snake bites, some of the old stuff from Brian Barczyk on YouTube. He doesn't actually do those videos anymore. That was pretty cool from his old breeding shop. And I actually got into snakes then, and I started buying snakes. And then it wasn't until maybe a year later that I discovered ball pythons and bought my first 2 pair of pieds. It was my very first ball pythons. And then I discovered how awesome ball pythons were and how many different genes there were and how many different combinations. And it's pretty much at that point where, you breed a black and white king snake to a black and white king snake, and you make pretty much the same thing. With ball pythons, though, you can make a whole variety of different things with all the hundreds of genes. And the other thing is if you actually have some corn snakes and then you have some king snakes and you have some ball pythons, you can't mix and match and interbreed all the different species. So instead of having 6 of 3 different species, I can actually have 6 ball pythons and then interbreed them. So I kind of pretty much decided I was just going to transition all into ball pythons versus doing different genes. Different species of snakes, which is kind of interesting. Although I would probably get into boas. Yeah, then why not get into boas? I probably will at some point. I'll probably get a male and a female boa. And really, the boas and the retics are for my rat breeding, just to use up the old retired breeders. And I produce so many rats here that the older ones, I have almost too much, pretty much too much for my reticulated python. So I could definitely get 2 more big snakes to really handle some of these big rodents that are. As a matter of fact, Lucy is about 100 pounds. She's up pretty much, she can eat like 5 rats all in a row, and it doesn't even fill her up. It's kind of crazy. I almost need to move her to rabbits or something crazy like that. My snake stopped eating. Yeah, that's one of the problems with snakes, especially ball pythons. They do stop eating once in a while. Oh, let's see. I'm not sure about berms and the size and the ivory berms. I don't know much about Burmese pythons. In the world of YouTube and other snake breeders, do you get inspired by? I think, wow. Yeah, I don't know. So as far as being inspired from other YouTubers to get into uh, other genes, I know Justin Kobylka does a lot of stuff with clowns. He's like the clown king, I think, like that. And I watch other people, there's a lot of people that just do egg cutting videos and they produce all these amazing combinations. And sometimes it's interesting listening to those guys, but I don't know if that really drives me in one direction or another as far as what I get into. As a matter of fact, I pretty much go the opposite way. So if everyone's like showing all their clowns, like a whole collection of all their clowns, I'm like, all right, I really don't want to compete with someone that is focused on all clowns. I would rather do something completely different so we're not in the same market. So I was thinking, as a matter of fact, here probably what I'll do is get more into the desert ghost stuff, which is really awesome, and do a lot of desert ghost while everyone else is in their kind of their own niches on their YouTube channels, which is kind of crazy. So this guy is getting a little crazy. I think I want to put him back. We'll see if we can find another one here. What else do we have? How about this one, Zeus? You haven't seen Zeus. Wait a minute, I just realized I have two snakes named Zeus. My big one's named Zeus. Oh my, I have so many snakes. That's pretty funny. And I recently just ran around and named all these things. So one of these is going to need a name change. So take a look at this one. That is a really beautiful snake. So take a guess at what this one is. Look at that. So it's, you definitely tell it's a pied from the patches of white. And the dark patches are lighter, so you can definitely tell there's something in there. This is a fire pied with the fire gene and the pie. The fire is a lightning gene. Pretty awesome. This is a pretty awesome thing. And this is a male, so he doesn't really need to be that big. So this is a pretty good size for a male. He's been really super picky as far as eating, really super picky. I don't know why. Sometimes they go on this really long, super long fast. New York Powerballs, hi. Bring out the Burmese. Yeah, she's actually an albino reticulated python, close to a Burmese. Looks pretty close. The Burmese are usually a little bit shorter and thicker bodied, which is kind of crazy. I don't think I'm gonna bring her out though. She's like all I can handle just to kind of move her from one place to another. How long has this been going on? This has been going on for 5 hours, 44 minutes on the live stream marathon. Crazy. We're shooting for 12 hours. Think we can do it? Noon to midnight. Whoo, burning the midnight oil. Another super chat for the bamboo calico. So if you're just joining, so essentially what we're trying to do is Harley Davidson was having a hard time, having a hard year. Sales were down 47%. So I thought, all right, I'm going to come out and buy a Harley Davidson, right? So I bought a Harley Davidson with $500 down. And then I thought, all right, I'm going to take the remainder of what I owe on the bike and actually trying to generate super chat money to pay for the bike, which is the craziest idea ever. Oh, I don't know if it'll actually work. And we still have a really high, I think we got a long way to go. I'm going to be live streaming 12 hours a day for the next 2 weeks. I don't know how this will go over on my channel, what the stats will look like after all these marathon live streams. That'll be kind of crazy. All right, we got another super chat. Samantha, thank you. All right, we can subtract $5 off of what we owe on the Harley Davidson. We are down to, oh my, 84.20, let's see, 7. Woo, $8,427. That is crazy. All right, bamboo calico. That one's an awesome one. Look at how long that snake is. Crazy. Crazy long snake. That's a beautiful snake. All right, let's see. Bamboo calico. You know what's funny about this one is I actually isolated my line of calico, and I found it to be usually a really low white, kind of a dark red, like a cherry red, like almost like a dark morph. And on this one, it's kind of surprising because you can actually see a lot of white coming out. This is the same line of calico that's in my whole collection. And it's kind of interesting how white this is compared to some of the other stuff that I mixed that calico in. So I don't know if it's something between the calico and the bamboo that is really reacting to give this really high white. You can definitely see the version of the calico in here is really darkening the background of the snake versus just a regular bamboo. And some calicos actually brighten it and make it more yellow, and some don't have an effect at all on the color. So it's really variable on this one. This is a really beautiful snake. Take a look at that. And the head, it's funny. The head on these bamboos pretty much all look the same. This one looks like Bobby right in the face. Really beautiful snake. So this one, let's see, what's the name on this one? This is Slinky. Oh, Slinky is choking me out. Come on, Slinky. Yeah, I actually produced another one like this that had pastel in it. And the funny thing is the pastel bamboo calico, when they hatched out, I couldn't tell one from the other. And the pastel got really, all this white, it became like a bright yellow on that pastel calico bamboo. And I actually brought it to a show and I was showing it off. I was like, look at this awesome snake, the best one in my collection. And then someone offered me some crazy money for that snake and I actually sold it. I was like, all right, I can produce another one. And that's the little hatchling that I pulled out earlier. I think it's another one just like this, the bamboo calico with the pastel, except that one is really slow as far as getting to feed. I had to assist feed. I assist fed like, I think 5 times, and out of those 5 times, it only ate once, which is kind of crazy. Kind of one of the more problem snakes that I've actually had. Get out a banana. I could get out a banana. I have a couple bananas that I pulled out earlier. Let's see. How many Cokes are in me? Not enough to go another 6 hours. We're at 5 hours and 49 minutes on the live stream marathon. I think that someone was saying that you can only do a live stream for 12 hours. So it'll be interesting if we go like 12 hours and 1 minute to see if it would actually kick me off of the live stream or exactly what would happen. Let me catch up on some of these questions here. Yes, I have 2 Cokes in me. Well, 1 and a quarter. Not a whole lot. All right. You'll be here till the end. Awesome. I'll be here till the end too. And as a matter of fact, the way it's going, I might be back here at noon. And we can just hang out and maybe I'll do something else tomorrow. Maybe I'll kind of walk around and show you some other stuff. I don't know if my wife will be happy. we can live stream out in the doghouse with the dogs or something. I don't know. The Wi-Fi is pretty limited here, so I don't really have range. I can't go out by the cows and the chickens, which is kind of a bummer. It'd be kind of cool to actually live stream out by the animals out there. All right, let's see. I'm going to catch up on some of these old questions back here. I think I missed some of them. Would you recommend leaving a ball python that hasn't eaten in nearly 2 months versus offering every week? She was on live rats now, but just won't eat. Tried everything except mice. So I would actually keep offering every single week if you can, because sometimes they can surprise you. It's especially with fasting snakes, and they come off the fast. Usually when a snake comes off the fast, what I like to do is I like to really double down on the rodents. So like with my with Sonny, my reticulated python. He didn't eat for, it was like what, 5 months. That thing didn't eat. It was getting super skinny where the bones were almost sticking out. And then I went back on food. It's just like all of a sudden, for some reason, I was feeding them. I think the first week I fed 3 big rats, and then the second week 3, and then the next week 2, and the next week 2. So I'm like really doubling down on the rats, trying to get some size into that one. So I would just keep offering every week. And once they go back on, especially after a fast, I would definitely double down to get some size back on them. Let's see. I think we're caught up there. What do I think of snake discovery? Yeah, that channel is blowing up. It's going crazy. Yeah, she kind of does the little bit of everything that kind of chases the views on that. So no matter what reptile you have, you can find one of her videos. As far as that, it's a good way to really grow your channel. She's got some interesting stuff over there on snake discovery, but I guess there's different ways you can actually look at kind of jumping around. So if you keep jumping around the topics, it seems like you drive more views. But a lot of times, if you're doing like just ball pythons, I think it lends itself more to binge watching. So if you're into ball pythons, you want to learn a lot about ball pythons, you can come to my channel and just binge watch, a whole bunch of videos. It has more of a consistent view versus like jumping up and down like some of those other big channels. But her channel is like, yeah, someday I'll actually get up there where she is. She is pretty crazy. Yeah, 2 million subscribers. That is pretty crazy. Yeah, she does a lot with bull snakes, which is kind of interesting. You wouldn't think bull snakes would be that popular, but apparently they are. You just ordered delivery so you can stay all night and watch what snakes you pull out. We got looks like we got 65 die-hard viewers on the line that's going to stay for another 6 hours. You think we can do 6 hours? I don't know. It'll be kind of interesting. It'll be interesting. I wasn't quite sure how this was going to work. If we were going to, hit certain times of the day when I was going to get more viewers and then kind of die down. Or if people are just going to come in and out, and if I was going to go all the way down to like 2 viewers at the end. So yeah, we'll see exactly how this goes. It's kind of interesting. Let's see. All right, so let me scroll down. Is there a difference between fire and Lucifer? That is a very good question. So one of the reasons I haven't really done a video on Lucifer is because I don't really know if it's different than fire. And I don't want to get it wrong. So yeah, that's a good question. If Lucifer is the same as fire. That would be good. You have the tamest Angus bull I have ever seen. That Angus bull is something. As a matter of fact, I've been doing lately, what I've been doing with my bull is twice a day, I kind of brush his whole body down with my gloves, with my hands. And lately I've been kind of getting on top of him and kind of laying on top of the bull. He's like he's getting super tame. I can almost crawl up on top of him and sit on like I'm riding the bull or something. That is like the super tamest Angus. Yeah, he's really super tame. Let's see. Got a banana pinstripe Mojave. That is awesome. Which morph was your favorite video that you made? I don't know. That's a good question. I think the favorite video that I made out of all of them is when I took Bobby to the reptile show. I actually have that as kind of like the featured video on my homepage over on YouTube. That was a lot of fun, showing Bobby to everybody at the reptile shows. That was a really fun day. All right, so someone wanted to see a banana. This guy's getting a little crazy. Little crazy. Choking me out. Woo. Let's see what I have here. I got a good one for you. Huh. Look at this one. This guy hasn't shed yet. Completely faded out. Take a look at that one. Brand new out of the egg, hasn't shed, hasn't had the first meal. That is a Coral Glow Pinstripe. Really beautiful snake. And I'm sure it's a male. I haven't actually probed it to see if it's a male or a female, but it came from a male maker. So that is probably a male. And when this thing sheds out, it's going to be insanely bright, usually with oranges and like lavender colors. And it's funny, before they shed it the first time, they're really kind of faded out. You definitely see the pinstripe pattern right in there on the sides. It's really crazy, like a peachy looking snake. Kind of crazy. Good looking snake. Can't really put that one around my neck. That's a little tiny hassle. It's fun to see everyone get excited to see Bobby. I remember when I bred Bobby, that very first year, I produced a whole bunch of bamboos and I brought them to the reptile show. And I think I had a display case of 60 snakes. And in there, I probably had over 20 bamboos there from Bobby. And nobody, I don't think anybody at the reptile show really saw bamboos before, especially really high quality bamboos. And everyone was just floored that I actually had something that they had never seen, which is really crazy. And I actually made some bamboo pinstripes, some bamboo lemon blast, and they were like a metallic looking snake, and people were just like going crazy. It was funny watching people walk by my table and they were like just getting drawn into what in the world is that? You know, it's kind of crazy. And now it seems like everybody knows what a bamboo is now. Do I have anything in the adder project? No, I don't have. Yeah, sometimes in Craigslist you see an entry for sale with a photo of a pinstripe. So that's another thing. A lot of people can actually get their identification wrong, especially over on Morphmarket. And sometimes I've actually made some mistakes. I go, oh yeah, check out this calico pinstripe or something like that. And then someone says, that's not a calico pinstripe. It's something else. And it's you really have to kind of figure out your genes, especially when you're first making videos on genes. And you're kind of, you know, taking pretty much at its word that everything you see on Morphmarket is correct, and a lot of it, sometimes it can actually be incorrect. The energy bill for all your snakes. So kind of the funny thing about my energy bill is I really don't have an energy. It doesn't really heat that much in this room because this room is heated mostly by rats, which is kind of interesting that the rodents actually heat the room quite a bit. I have quite a few rats in here, which is, we actually lost power in the middle of the winter once, and I came in here and it was like 78 degrees just from the rats, which was kind of crazy. My most expensive snake, you know, I'm thinking my most expensive snake might actually be Lucy. She is my 100-pound albino reticulated python, 50% super dwarf. So she may actually be my most expensive snake. I don't know how much she would actually sell for, but a big snake like that, she may sell for thousands of dollars. I don't know. Just picked up a pastel leopard enchi. What would I breed her to? Leopard pastel enchi. I would definitely breed that to either a spot nose or a banana. Those are some really interesting combinations. We have an adult super pastel het pied het ghost female we got from Nerd. Surprised them by buying an adult male enchi het pied off Morphmarket. Nice. All right. Oh, we got another super chat. All right. Woo. All right. So I'm going to subtract that from the Harley Davidson price. We're chipping away, chipping away. We're down to $8,422. $22. All right. Here comes dinner. All right. I have dinner. Thank you. All right, so if you guys are wondering what we're cooking, actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get to the super chat. Keep going. How about seeing that banana inchy clown if you haven't shown her? Banana inchy clown. Yes, we can show you the banana inchy clown. We're gonna do that before I eat, and then I'll show you what I actually made for dinner. It's a homemade meal that I slaved over. It's a pretty complicated meal. It's actually, which is pretty cool. All right, let's check this out. All right, so this is the most I ever spent on a snake in my entire life. This was a $1,500 snake. Take a look at that crazy thing. This is my banana inchy clown. And kind of the weird thing about this particular combination is I actually bought this over on Morphmarket as a banana inchy clown. Then you can actually go over and look up banana inchy without the clown, and it looks almost exactly like this. And then I started thinking, is this really a clown? You know, because the banana inchies aren't that expensive. And you can actually tell usually by the shape of the head. They have a kind of a weird head shape based compared to other ball pythons when you have the clown in the mix. So some reason, but the banana kind of interacts with the clown to give it a slightly smaller head shape compared to other ball pythons, which is kind of weird. Look at the head stamp on that. That is really an amazing snake. Really awesome. And this is a male, so I'm hoping to breed this to some other stuff, maybe some normals, just to get some banana inchies, het clown out of that. That'd be pretty awesome. All right, so I'm going to show you what I'm eating. This is, I got a couple of tortillas here. They're not homemade tortillas, just store-bought. But I actually made this. Check this out. This is my homemade, this is like a 15 bean stew. And I've been working on this 15 bean soup for a long time, trying to perfect it. And finally, if you're into, you know, we could turn into a recipe channel and start talking about my favorite recipe. What I actually do on this is I buy the cut ham, the ham steak, and I slice that up and cube it. And then I take a whole pack of bacon and cut that up and cube it. And then I fry it up in a pan, the bacon and the ham with some onion and garlic, and then soak the beans overnight and then cook it all day. And it comes out really good. It's pretty awesome. So yeah, it is really good. So I'm actually going to take a bite because I'm pretty hungry. All right. Yeah, this stew is like to die for too. When I started adding the bacon and the ham fried up with onion and garlic, that was like amazing. You definitely need lots of bacon. Now you're hungry, yeah. 6 hours of live streaming. We just passed 6 hours and 5 minutes. That is kind of crazy. I didn't know I'd last 6 hours. Well, we're halfway through. Halfway through. Do you have any opinions on Brexit? No. I usually stay away from politics. All right. So Since you're a breeder, do you ever worry about the quality of homes you send your snakes to? That is kind of interesting. As a matter of fact, I knew this lady who bred dogs, and she was so obsessed about selling her dogs to a good home that it was so completely overwhelming her that she actually had to get completely out of breeding dogs because she was always worried about it. And I don't really worry about it, is pretty much at all. Snakes are pretty bulletproof. And yes, I'm still alive. It's unbelievable. I am still alive 6 hours later. What's the recipe? The recipe. Everyone wants to know the recipe for my favorite 15 bean soup. Are you ready? You gonna write it down? All right, I want to give you the recipe. Get a pen and pencil. I'll give you the recipe. So what you got to do, take your 15 bean soup and you put it in a crock pot, let the beans soak overnight. And then you drain the water and wash the beans. And then the key ingredient is half a cup of brown sugar, which is really awesome in your crock pot. And then you take I use parsley and thyme and sprinkle in quite a bit, and some little bit of salt and some black pepper. And then what I'll do is I'll take a ham steak and a full pack of bacon, chop it up and dice it really fine, and I'll fry it up in a pan and get that fried down pretty good to where you get some grease on the bottom. You don't really want to, just to where it's brown, but you don't want to burn it. And then I actually add in onions and garlic with the bacon and the ham when I'm frying it up. And then you add that there, and then I let it cook usually for about 8 hours in the crock pot. And let me tell you, you could probably sell it in a restaurant. It's so good. It's unbelievable. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, yeah, that's my recipe for the day. Do you like John Denver? I usually don't listen to John Denver. I like his stuff, but I wouldn't really listen to it on a regular basis. How many snakes do I own? I have no clue how many snakes I own. I could count them. I'd say probably maybe 80, something like that, if you count all my hatchlings. But I'm like boxing up and shipping out snakes. Seems like every week I have 2 more that I sold and they're paid off, and I need to ship them out. And I was hatching snakes at the same time. So I'd hatch out like 8, and then I'd sell 3, and then I'd hatch out more, and then I'd sell more. And it's like always changing every single week. So it's kind of hard to know exactly how much I actually had. How's it hanging? It is hanging after 6 hours and 9 minutes. Crazy. Stargazer disease. I've never heard that. The F10 fogger treatment, I think it does work. I actually did the F10 fog treatment on Lucy, but the problem is a lot of times when a snake has a respiratory infection, you have some underlying issue of pushing or something that the snake doesn't like in some cases, or the humidity is too high. So I was actually using F10, and I would treat it, and then it would go back and forth and back and forth. Hey, I have another super chat from Samantha. Awesome. All right, so we're going to write this down. $5. This is crazy. 84 13. No. 22 20 17. If I can add and multiply, if I can add and subtract. All right. All right, we got another one. Mutated Balls. Thank you for the super chat. Another $5. So we're down to 84.12. 84.12. So if you just joined what we're trying to do. So kind of the purpose of this whole live stream marathon is that I actually saw in the news that Harley Davidson was struggling and their sales were way down and they lost like $93 million. So I was actually going to buy a Harley Davidson motorcycle and try to pay for it with my super chat in my live stream marathon. So I actually paid $500 down out of my own money, reserved the bike, and now within the next 2 weeks, I need to come up with the rest of the money, which now is, we actually chipped it down quite a bit. We actually, as a matter of fact, we're down $157. Hey, I have another super chat. All right, cool. I like that. Now we're down to $8,402 to pay off the Harley Davidson. I don't know, at this rate, it's going to take a long time, but who knows? Maybe we'll pick up. So right now we made $167 on Super Chat in 6 hours. That is pretty awesome. We're chipping away at the Harley Davidson. So let's see. Thank you, Mutated Balls. Just sitting here editing a new video. So glad I clicked on YouTube. You know, the kind of interesting thing about this, I'm actually doing the live stream marathon, which is almost more mentally relaxing than trying to come up with a title and content and a thumbnail and all that. Usually that's what I'd be doing right now. It's just kind of racking my brain. All right, what am I going to talk about? And, you know, putting it all together, editing the video. And this is like, it's more time, but it's a little bit more liberating because I'm just sitting here not really thinking about what I'm going to do for a video with the thumbnails and the titles and all that. So it's kind of interesting. So always watching. Thank you for the super chat. My son and I love your channel and advice. We are in Colorado too. Awesome. So it's always interesting when I go to the shows, I see some people that are actually here in Colorado that have actually seen my channel. What's kind of weird to think about is I've been putting out videos every single day for like 3 years, and some of the kids that have been watching me every single day for 3 years, especially if they're like, you know, 12 or something like that, that's like they see me every day, single day for pretty much their whole life, which is kind of weird to think about. When they see me, they just kind of freak out. They're like, wow, this is actually a real guy, except a guy, you know, not really a guy just behind the camera on YouTube, which is kind of wild. I have a friend who lives in Telluride. Cool. Got the first ball python. Nice. Bastavi Enchi. That's pastel Mojave Enchi. Nice. Do I like the Super Lorry? So that's kind of interesting. The Super Lorry to me looks kind of like a red axanthic. If you've seen the red axanthic, so I was kind of wondering if it was a different line of red axanthic. If you actually bred them together, if you'd actually get a visual or double hats, which is kind of interesting. So what kind of Harley Davidson did you get? So this is kind of interesting. I was actually shopping around for all these different Harley Davidsons. I used to have a Sportster back in the day, but I felt like I'm a big guy. I'm like 6'4", and I felt like the Sportster was just too small of a bike for me. And I was kind of shopping around. As a matter of fact, there's this channel I watch a lot called SRK Cycles. He also has another channel called Bikes and Beards, and he's got like over 2,000 videos all about motorcycles. He goes through all the different ones. And I kind of, based on that, I pretty much narrowed it down to the Harley Davidson Dyna, which is like a step up from the Sportster. It's like a really big Sportster with double the engine, but it's not a really big bagger with the big bags and the luggage and everything like that with a foot. You know, I kind of wanted pegs instead of floorboards. And this one is completely custom. It was like some guy tore the bike down all the way to the frame and then rebuilt it completely with completely custom parts. It's pretty awesome. It's a black and silver bike. It's really awesome. It's funny. It's got the ape hanger handlebars with the, you know, you're up here like this, kind of driving the bike with it, kind of like the hardcore Harley guys. It's a really awesome looking bike, and it's super loud too. It has the short shots. I don't know if you can actually look up. I think it's Vance and Hines short shots on YouTube, and you can actually hear what they sound like. They sound really awesome and really super loud. You can hear them from like 4 blocks away. I don't even know if it's legal or not, but it's a pretty crazy bike. It'll be a lot of fun. Let me tell you, if I pull up to the reptile show in my Harley Davidson Super Chat motorcycle, you'll definitely know that I am at the show. You'll hear me coming from a mile away. It's just pretty crazy. Yeah, I should do a video with Snake Discovery or Garrick tomorrow. So kind of the interesting thing about collaborating, that is a lot of the big YouTubers you look at like PewDiePie or something like that, and he is like totally against collaboration, because a lot of people, what they do is they'll spend years and years and years in the grind, and like kind of like I am, you know, It's been like 3 years of daily videos, and I got all the way to this point, and I got 36,000 videos. And it's not really fair that someone kind of joins up with a big YouTuber and overnight they have 36,000 subscribers. And here I am just still struggling. So a lot of these big YouTubers they kind of frown on collaboration. It can get you there faster, but it's almost like you're cheating the system, kind of getting together with a big YouTuber just for the views. And I thought, I'm kind of going to show everyone how you can do it by yourself without collaboration, without kind of cheating the system. There's got to be a way you can actually get there. And I'm slowly getting there, slowly but surely. Not quite as far as I thought I was going to get, but I'm getting close. All right, let's see. Did I ever own an Argentine boa? I never have owned an Argentine boa. Yeah, bumped up the humidity and the eye thing was gone. Probably like some kind of a shed stuck on the eye cap. You definitely want to bump up the humidity. Yes, those guys have really cool snake channels. Maybe when I'm a real big, I think I would probably like collaborating if I got to the point where I was like on equal footing with someone else that had kind of the same number of subscribers and was kind of doing the same thing on YouTube. I might do a collaboration then where we're not like, trying to pull each other along. But yeah, there's a lot of ways you can get ahead further on YouTube. You can do clickbait. I don't want to do clickbait. This is another thing. A lot of people do that. Let's see. How often do you get pulled over? Let's see. Yeah, so my Harley Davidson, I still don't have my Harley yet. I'm trying to pay for my Harley. It's on hold now, and I have 2 weeks to pay for it, and I don't have it. But how often do I get pulled over? That is a good question. I would think I'd probably get pulled over quite a bit on that Harley if I actually had it. It is super loud. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. Ever bought from Backwater Reptiles? It was a bad experience. No, I've never dealt with Backwater Reptiles. I know sometimes with really big breeders, sometimes you can kind of fall through the cracks as far as a matter of fact, actually, when I went to buy this Harley, I actually talked to a sales guy, and I was surprised he didn't take my deposit because I told him I wanted to buy it. And then I called again, and they didn't know who I talked to or what the sales guy was. And even with these big snake breeding operations, I think, sometimes if they have, too many people in the mix, sometimes you can kind of fall through the cracks and get a bad experience. Let's see. I'm thinking of moving my girl who won't eat to a tub setup. Yeah, so I noticed when I went to my tubs, all my ball pythons really started eating really aggressively. Lived in Parker a long time ago. Awesome. As a matter of fact, I actually saw, I think it was something on the internet where they said Parker was like the second best place in the United States to live, which is kind of crazy, down in Parker. I used to live close to Parker. I used to drive through there every time. Am I into king snakes? I used to have king snakes and I sold them all. Do I have any pet reptiles that are not snakes? I actually had my Greek tortoise. Actually brought my Greek tortoise up and I kind of showed him just for a minute here about a half an hour ago, and that thing was freaking out. It does not like to be held, let me tell you. So probably won't do that one again, but I do have a tortoise. You don't want to B&W. So the interesting thing about motorcycles is if you actually get it, I was actually watching this review on the Harley Davidson Dyna, and this guy absolutely hated it. And he's like, yeah, you don't buy a Harley Davidson for comfort, and you don't buy a Harley for the smoothness on the road. You buy the Harley because it's one of the most, you're pretty much buying into a culture when you buy a Harley Davidson. I've actually seen people that get Harley Davidson tattoos where they have never owned a Harley, which is kind of crazy. And I think kind of the appeal of the Harleys is that it's kind of the rough and rugged type look where you actually can modify the bike pretty much any way you want to where no two Harleys look the same, which is kind of the appeal. It's kind of an interesting bike compared to all the, you really can't compare a Harley to any other bike, which is kind of crazy. I got another super chat. Yes. All right, Chris, thank you. $4.99. So I'm actually doing the super chat to try to pay for my Harley Davidson. That's kind of the goal of our marathon. So we are down another $5. That brings us to, wow, we're below 84. We're at 83.97, right? 83, $8,397 to go before the Harley's paid off. I'm going to be live streaming for the next 2 weeks to pay off this with the super chat. We'll see if it actually works. It's kind of crazy. Another negative for backwater reptiles. No, they're drop shippers. Oh, okay. Maybe not negative. Yeah, sometimes I really don't like to bash on other breeders. Sometimes they can have, if employees get up and quit or something happens, you never know what's going on. I saw one video where one of the breeders, actually a big rainstorm came in and kind of, pulled the roof off of the building and everything got soaked. And you never know what's going on with some people when you have a bad experience. Yeah, you don't like buying from big snake breeders from Russia. Hi from Russia. I was wondering if a lot of people from these other countries could actually understand my English. Some of them write messages and they have kind of broken English in some of them, and some of them actually say that they kind of struggle understanding. And some of them actually know just a little bit. Some people are like fluent in French, and they want me to kind of do my subtitles in French, which I don't know any French at all. Some people actually come in and kind of translated some of my subtitles. Am I into video games? Pretty much the one video game that I was obsessed with for a long time was StarCraft. StarCraft, the gameplay on the internet where you'd play with other players. I don't even know if they still have that game anymore. And then they kind of changed it with Warcraft. But that was so addictive. You'd like build little armies and then you'd attack other people and they'd wipe you out. It was pretty fun. They had like several different races. I'm by myself and have no team. Yes, I am a lone snake guy. No sales team. No helpers to clean my tubs. No one to edit my videos. I do it all. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah. All the other bikers look like posers compared to a Harley. Kind of the interesting thing is seems like there's a lot of tension between different bikers, like the Harleys versus the crotch rockets and stuff like that, which is kind of weird. I actually noticed that on the road, especially when there's a lot of bikes. It seems like they kind of segregate into their little groups. Of course, you really can't, it's hard to understand the other bikes. So for a while, I was actually looking at some of the crotch rockets. I think probably the best one, I was pretty much sold on this one. I almost bought a Kawasaki Ninja 1000 SX. That thing was crazy fast, super smooth on the highway, super quiet. And then I decided that bike will probably kill me. So I actually decided to go with the Harley instead. I think the Harley is a lot safer. Not quite. It won't do wheelies in every gear like a Ninja will. That's kind of crazy. What do I think about go herping? Kind of interesting. I don't know. It's kind of hard to talk about other YouTubers. I noticed a lot of his sometimes it seems like he kind of has a negative spin on a lot of his topics, almost like a clickbait negative spin, which I can see as far as trying to build your YouTube channel. That's another way to go. As a matter of fact, I was actually spending a lot of time over on Think Media, which is a channel that helps you build your YouTube channel and your brand and everything. And it seems like lately they're like, you need to take the negative spin, the opposite side, to really, pull people's chain and build your channel. And I don't really agree with that approach. That's one way you can actually do a clickbait, or like the negative side of things, like the worst snake or the worst lizard, or you do not want to buy this ball python. You can actually get a lot of views that way. I've actually seen a lot of people do that. Just not really my style as far as growing your YouTube channel. So anyway, but he's doing really well though. His channel is doing way better than mine, so I really can't say much about that. So someone from Georgia, awesome. Leaning towards ARS racks. ARS racks are awesome. I think ARS and Freedom Breeder pretty much hands down the best two that you can get. Rank 1 on StarCraft 2. I didn't even know there was a StarCraft 2. I'm like way out of StarCraft. I used to spend so many hours on that game. It was insane. Hello. I like the little snake icon. The reptile husbandry software. I've actually considered going to some kind of a reptile software. But as a matter of fact, when I first started out, I used to track everything. I would track, the sheds and when I went to the bathroom and everything. And I decided most of that stuff I don't even use. I never look back at a lot of the data. And kind of the thing about the software is I don't really trust it. I've lost a lot of data on my computer. So I don't know if I trust all my records to the software. And pretty much my feeding cards, you can see all the feeding in a glance and exactly what's going on. So I don't really feel the need at this point for any kind of a software. How long do you spend making daily videos? You want to hear my schedule? It's kind of crazy. So normally, if I'm not live streaming, this is normally what I do. So in the morning, I take care of all my animals. So I'm cleaning and feeding until about noon. And then usually from noon to 3 is when I do the research on my topic. So 3 hours to figure out just what I want to talk about from noon to 3. And sometimes I can get it done in an hour, and sometimes it takes 4 hours. I'm like, what am I going to talk about? I've covered 1,000 topics on my YouTube channel. So usually at 3 o'clock, most of the times, I'm ready to start filming at 3 o'clock. So I usually film from 3 to 5 as far as setting up the studio and getting everything ready, the lighting and the camera and the snakes and all my slides and kind of the redos and the do-overs and everything. So it's like 2 hours of shooting the video. So from 5 to 6, I edit my videos, usually about an hour editing my videos. And then when I export the videos, it usually takes, I'd say, about 3 hours to actually process in the software. So in that time, I actually go back and work on some animals again and eat dinner. And then I work on my thumbnail. And then usually about, 3 hours later, I review my video, make sure it's okay. And if I have anything kind of glitchy in there, if I'm picking up a pinstripe and saying, look at this pie, and get something completely wrong, I usually cut it out. So I'd say I'm usually working on videos, usually from about noon to about midnight. By the time I get done, pretty much on and off, from the whole beginning to the whole end, and I do it all. That's what I was thinking, if I did a live stream from noon to midnight, it's kind of like my regular schedule anyways, except I'm not really doing all the other stuff in between. Of course, after midnight, I might have to go out and feed the dogs. I don't know if I'll make it to midnight. We're at 6 hours and 30 minutes, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, so I'm pretty much, full-time YouTuber. I spend pretty much most of my time on the videos. Let's see. Does ARS have financing? I'm not sure if they do or not. How well do I do on Morphmarket? I do really well on Morphmarket. It's incredible. Especially if I mention I'm selling some snakes on a video before I go over there, because pretty much every video I put out, I get probably, I'd say about 1,500 to 2,000 views within the first 24 hours. So that is a lot of traffic on every single video, jumping over, kind of directing it over to Morphmarket. And usually I sell it right away, most of the stuff over on Morphmarket for the most part. I have some stuff over there that kind of lags behind. The maximum number of snakes one person can care for before employees. That's a good question. I'd say, I don't know. I produce about 100 hatchlings a year. So that'd be like 10 snakes. It's kind of hard to say because I also do rats and then I have all my other animals. I'd say you could probably do maybe 20 females, or you'd probably do pretty good by yourself, which you could produce, a couple hundred hatchlings maybe. I am from Antarctica. Wow, that is crazy. Do you have short days or long days right now in Antarctica? I know it's kind of crazy up there in the northern extremes. That's kind of crazy. United Arab Emirates. Wow, people from all over. Love your positive vibe. I try. Sometimes it's hard, especially with all the crazy comments I get. Oh. Yeah, I try not to say bad about other people. So, that can get you a lot of views too. Don't go to this breeder. You start fighting back and forth on YouTube, and everyone wants to see the drama. That can get you a lot of views. There's a lot of ways you can actually get views on Sunset, which is, I don't know. It seems like you're getting money for going down the dark side, which is not where I want to go. Thoughts on the Sunset project? The Sunset is really visually dominant. So if you work other genes in with the Sunset, I think it can be kind of a challenge. But I think you can make a lot of money with the Sunset. There's not a lot of people that are into it. And it's a fairly new gene that's not really widespread, fairly expensive to actually get into. I think it's a good project. I've actually seen some cool combos with the Sunset that are unlike pretty much anything else. Use Reddit? No, I don't use Reddit. Yeah, Sunset looks like a dirty brown sock. It actually can look like dirty brown in some cases, but you have to mix the right genes in. It's kind of like champagne. I remember when I first started, champagnes were really super expensive and pretty new on the market, kind of like where Sunsets are. And the champagne was, still pretty popular. It's kind of has its niche market. And then you make things like the gray matter with the champagne and the super cinnamon. You get some really crazy looking snakes. So I think there are genes that are out there that you can mix in with the Sunset. We just haven't discovered them all because it's a fairly new gene. We haven't really discovered the full potential of the Sunset. Let's see. Why am I only getting 1 year out of my male breeder rats before they die? That is the challenge of rodents. A 1-year-old male rat is pretty much at the end of its life. It gets, sometimes you can actually get male rats to live for maybe 2 or 3 years, but they look really old and shaggy. Sometimes it's kind of crazy. And my mice, pretty much after 8 months, they pretty much stop breeding because they're too old to breed. It's kind of crazy. They grow super fast and they grow old really super fast. You have to keep checking on them because, it's like you have hopper mice in there, and then you look at them a week later and they're small adults. It's like, what happened to my little hoppers I was going to feed to my ball pythons? It's kind of crazy. Yeah, probably the rat organization is one of the more challenging things. Couldn't find anything on the pastel spot nose. Yeah, you could probably, I'm sure there's a lot of pastel spot noses, maybe over on Morphmarket. So the spot nose really jumbles up the pattern, and the pastel jumbles up the pattern too and brings out yellow. I would think the pastel spot nose would be a really interesting combination. I would probably breed that into like a leopard or something. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, I am still live. We're still live. 6 hours and 35 minutes into the live stream. Kind of crazy. All right, I'm going to take another bite of my stew. It looks really good. 4 a.m. in Greece? That's crazy. You're still up at 4 a.m.? So 4 a.m. and another 5.5 hours to go. I don't think you're gonna make it till the end. That's kind of crazy. That is a long time. Is it hard to euthanize rats and mice? Yes, it is hard. For the first 10,000 rats, I think it's a little bit easier. After you euthanize a lot, I think it's still hard, even after all the times that I've euthanized rats and mice. So the trick is don't name your rats and mice and don't play with them. Don't make pets out of them. And I think it's a little bit easier if you have lots of them versus if you just have a few. So it's still probably one of the hardest parts. Yeah, I used to raise mice. Mice, actually, I was kind of going crazy with my mice because when I used to raise them in glass aquariums, it was really tough. And when I went to these rack systems, it seems like the mice were a lot easier. You don't really have anything in there to clean. But if you have like the bowls and the waters and the dishes and everything, yeah, mice can be a lot of work. But in a rack system, it's super easy with mice. The only thing with mice is you have to kind of clean the substrate every 4 days versus on the rats, usually you can get away with every 7 days. And with the mice, it's a little bit trickier. You pretty much can't mix different mice from different batches together. You pretty much have to stay with all litter mates and only have one male per tub, or they really stink really bad. So mice are a little bit more tricky. Sometimes the mice will eat their babies where rats won't. It's a little bit tricky. Yeah, I think frozen's definitely the way to go. Did I always know I would have so many snakes one day? Nope, I didn't know. It's kind of interesting. Actually, I've only been in ball pythons for about 5 years. So before that, I didn't really know anything about snakes at all, which is kind of crazy. I felt like I kind of got a late start on the ball pythons. Yeah, and I do have a lot of snakes. I don't know if I want to get any bigger. It's a lot of work to actually work with that many snakes. Axanthic looking dinker. How would I prove it out? Probably what I would do for the dinker is I would probably breed a dinker to a normal to see what the offspring look like. You can actually breed it to like a codominant, but a lot of times other genes will mask the potential gene in your dinker. Or if you get an unusual looking snake, you don't really know what's kind of going on with that. Is this one long live stream? Yes. One long live stream. 6 hours and 39 minutes. The marathon. We're going crazy. So the purpose of this live stream, I was actually trying to support Harley Davidson by buying a Harley Davidson motorcycle. And I thought, all right, I want to buy this Harley Davidson and I want to pay it off with my super chat money on a long live stream that is a marathon. And so far we're doing pretty good. As a matter of fact, well, actually we're not, well, I guess, well, it depends on your perspective. Looks like so far I made $172 on the live stream. But to pay off the Harley Davidson, we still have $8,397 to go. So I don't know if we're actually going to pay it off. I was thinking I could actually live stream several days in a row for 12 hours a day, which would be kind of an interesting kind of a live stream. I don't know. I was thinking maybe next time, as a matter of fact, it's probably dark outside now, but I was thinking maybe next time I can take you out and you can see the dogs and I can kind of show you around the property and everything. Where do you get your breeder rats and mice to start off with? The best place to do that is actually, I would actually go to a reptile store. A lot of times the reptile stores will actually have rats and mice in the back of the store in a separate room because a lot of times they stink really bad. They don't have them out in the open. And a lot of times they'll actually have the live ones, which are specifically bred as breeders, which are a lot more productive than some of your other mice. I actually started off with, the problem is I started out with pet store mice. I actually went to PetSmart and I got all these different fancy mice. I got some gold ones and some black and white spotted ones. And then once they had all these babies, it was like the whole rainbow of colors. I was like picking out all my favorites to save them. And by the time I actually was like 2 months into it, I had a whole rack of all these mice that I wanted to save. I was like, this is ridiculous. It's kind of crazy. So I actually went with an all white mouse where I could just, it didn't matter which ones I actually fed to my snakes because they were all the same. Let me tell you, that is a lot easier than going with the fancy mice and trying to figure out which one you're actually going to feed to your snake today. It's probably the best way to do it. Yes, ball pythons do better on rats once they get up to size. All right, delivery friendly here. Got drinks for the long haul. All right, we're actually 5 hours and 19 minutes left till midnight. What is a dinker? A dinker is a normal looking ball python that you think might have a new gene in the mix. And it's kind of like digging for gold, looking at the normal ball pythons, thinking there's a brand new gene that you can actually prove out and discover dinker. Sometimes a dinker can actually have a gene maybe you don't recognize in there. Like there's some that are really subtle. Sometimes you actually see something a little bit different. Especially if you're not really familiar with all the 200 genes in the ball python industry, and then you find a normal and you see it in it's a little bit different, but you're not sure exactly what it is. Some people can call them dinkers. Sometimes you can actually pick out the genes in a dinker, and sometimes it could be a gold mine. I've seen some people make some dinkers that prove to be genetic and make some really amazing combinations. In that case, you can actually name it and get credit for it and kind of blow it up. It's kind of crazy. One of the most underrated channels on YouTube. Yes. I actually consider myself to be maybe one of the most undiscovered channels on YouTube, which is kind of crazy. I think I'm undiscovered because I don't do a lot of clickbait. That was what a lot of people other do. So, yeah, so far I got about a quarter month's payment on the Harley. But I've actually seen some people doing live streams. And some people, you can actually get up to a $500 super chat in the live streams. I've actually seen that. And let me tell you, if I do live streams for 12 hours a day for the rest of the week, and I just have a handful of $500 super chats, it wouldn't take long to actually get to 8,000. So who knows? So I was thinking, if I get to the end of the week and we're not even close, I might have to sell some snakes or something, have some kind of a fire sale to pay for that Harley. Hopefully we'll pay some of it off before the end of the week. I don't know how long I can actually do 12-hour live streams every day. It'll be kind of crazy just doing this one. This is like a marathon going all the way to midnight, which is kind of crazy. Have I ever watched the Viper Keeper? I think I have seen a few videos from the Viper Keeper. I can't remember exactly what they were. It's not one of the regular ones that I normally would watch. Let's see. ARS has my rack adapter on their website. That's interesting. I had no clue that they took my rack adapter. So the ARS racks, a lot of them aren't stackable as far as stacking like certain racks on top of each other. And I actually made my own rack adapter for ARS, and I took all the pictures and I actually sent it to ARS. I gave them the idea, hey, check it out. I actually made this rack adapter. You should do the same thing, which is kind of cool. They actually took my idea. It wasn't that hard. I actually have all the welding equipment and the metal cutting and everything. From the UK, hey, what's going on? Live in Alaska. Wow, crazy. Not many options for snakes. Yeah, if you live in Alaska or Antarctica, it may be a little crazy as far as getting snakes. Yeah, so if you want to start a business in Alaska, that would be awesome. That's, in an untapped market, I think you could do pretty good if you can get a lot of people really interested in snakes there. My vids are great, thanks. Can I breed 2 males to 1 female? You actually can. I've actually seen people rotate the males. They'll do 1 male, and then the next time they'll breed, they'll do another male. And you can actually get a whole mixed clutch of eggs. Probably what I would do is I'd stick with like a co-dominant or a dominant. Hey, got another super chat. All right, Juggernaut. Thank you. #1 fan. All right, that is awesome. All right, we're going to take it off of the price of the Harley. minus $10. We're down to still a high number. 8,387. Awesome. Thank you. That is awesome. All right, let's see. Yeah, so you can actually do 2 males with 1 female. What I would actually do is make sure you have all co-dominants, because if you have a recessive, sometimes it might be hard to actually figure out if you have hets in the mix. So I'd definitely stick with co-dominants. But I've seen some people do it. It's pretty awesome. Let's see. Favorite movie. My favorite movie? I don't know what my favorite movie would be. I think maybe probably my favorite one. I really like Twister. I don't know if you guys have seen Twister. That was a really good movie. Has a lot of swearing in it. Probably not appropriate for kids. I actually watched it again. I was like, I can't believe how much swearing is in this video. But the cool thing about Twister is, I don't know if you've actually seen it. What they do is they actually chase tornadoes, and they put all these little probes in the tornado to kind of map the tornado, which is kind of crazy. And they're always chasing the tornadoes, and everything's getting ripped apart, and then they're running from the tornadoes, and the cars are crashing and stuff. It's a pretty cool movie. The Twister. It's an older movie. The best snake that I own, probably Bobby. Bobby, that is. As a matter of fact, maybe I will bring Bobby out. I haven't had a snake out for a while. Get my best snake. I think Bobby was sleeping. He was sound asleep and waking up from his nap. That's funny how snakes can just sleep forever. It's funny, Lucy, she'll just roll up in a ball, my big 100-pound reticulated python. She'll just make a big ball in her enclosure and sit there for like 2 weeks. It doesn't even seem like she gets out to drink or eat or anything. It's kind of crazy. Electric City Exotics. I've been watching for a year. That's crazy to think people have been watching me for a year. Bought my first snake and learned a lot. That's crazy. Oh, wow. Passball python owner looking at getting back into the hobby. Moonstone Aquatics. Yeah, pretty awesome. Speaking of aquatics, probably one of the things I always thought would be cool is to make a really big indoor koi, not like a pond, but like have a whole wall where you can actually see the koi fish like behind the wall, which would be kind of cool to actually have a whole bunch of. I just thought, kind of like, I don't know if you've ever been to like the Denver Aquarium Marina, because you can actually have the whole walls be the aquarium. That would be kind of cool. One of the things I'd like to get into, maybe someday, is have some really big fish tanks. The rarest ball python gene. Let's see. The rarest. As far as over on Morphmarket, you can actually go over and search for like the least known. I'd say some of the new stuff is probably the rarest, like the monsoon, and not a lot of people actually know about it. Not a lot of monsoons out there, and it's recessive, so that's probably one of the rarest. Yes, Bobby is cool. He has an awesome name. Yeah, he does. Is Bobby named after anyone in particular? No, I was actually trying to think of a name that rhymed with bamboo. Bobby Bamboo. That's how I kind of came up with Bobby the Bamboo. He's a pretty awesome snake. You just kind of randomly named him. Looking for a bee name. My first snake. What was my first snake? My very first snake was a California King. It was a banana face California King snake. It was a really big adult female. As a matter of fact, when I first started out, I was going to breed king snakes, and I got a whole bunch of king snakes. And then I kind of changed my mind before I actually bred my very first king snakes and got into ball pythons, which is kind of wild. Ever watched Tanked? Nope, I have never watched that movie Tanked. Oh, actually, I don't have. Believe it or not, I actually don't have a TV, so I don't watch any TV. I only watch stuff on the internet streaming. All right, so I'm going to go back in some of these older questions. See if there's any of them that I missed back here. I might have covered almost all of them here. Let's see. Oh, maybe I did cover them all. Someone said they were in Scotland. That's pretty awesome. Do I have any cinnamons? No, I don't. Actually, I don't have any dark morphs in my collection. I'm going to eat some more of this stew. This was really good. Wow, I ran a 3,500 gallon saltwater tank for the Rainforest Cafe. That's pretty cool. Actually, I actually had an aquarium cleaning service where I'd go around and I'd set up new tanks and clean the tanks and everything. Made some pretty good money cleaning aquariums. And at one point, I actually had a tank in a juvenile detention center. It was this really huge saltwater tank, and in there they actually had one fish, and it was this really big nurse shark, really super huge. And I'd actually stir that tank up, and one time it actually scared me. I got the water so cloudy that I couldn't even see my hand in the water. And I would actually take this divider and I'd divide the tank to keep the shark on one side of the tank. And I reach in to clean the glass with my other tank. And I was in there cleaning once the water was so cloudy, and I didn't realize that the shark was on the same side of the tank as my hand that I was cleaning. I thought for sure that shark was actually going to bite my hand off. That was kind of crazy. But yeah, I don't do aquariums anymore. I actually sold the business. I gave the business away to my brother. And my brother Bill was actually cleaning aquariums for, I think he was doing it for like 10 years until the pandemic started. And then he got out of it because he didn't want to go into any of these facilities anymore. Hey, got another super chat. All right. All right, we're paying this Harley off $5 at a time. All right, here we go. We're down to $8,382. Woo! Still a really, really big number. All right, thank you, Brother Joel. That is awesome. There seems to be so many breeders that have so many clutches. How do they sell all the hatchlings year after year? That is crazy. I can't even believe that there are so many ball pythons out there that get sold so often. You see some of these guys. I was watching one guy who's breeding. He had a really big ball python collection. He was talking about his breeders. He's like, yeah, he said, this year I'm going to hold back 350 clown females as future breeders. I was like, 350? That is incredible that you could actually have 350 and produce that many hatchlings and have them all sell, which is kind of crazy. But kind of on the flip side, if you actually look at the population clock and how fast the population is growing, there is almost more people being produced than there are the small amount of ball pythons that are being produced, which is kind of crazy. If you actually think about, a lot of people don't think about this, if you actually think about the population over the last 50 years, so when I was actually born 50 years ago, which is kind of dating myself, the population of the planet was like 3.5 billion. It took like 30,000 years to go from the beginning man to get to a point where we were at like 3.5 billion people. And then within my lifetime, we actually doubled that population. So we're like on the exponential growth as far as population growth, which is kind of wild to think about how many people are actually being, produced versus, I think that's kind of what's driving all this. A lot of people, if one out of 100 people get into ball pythons, we have enough population growth to buy all the hatchlings, which is, I think, where it's actually coming from. All right, so let's see. I think I missed a few questions back here. I got so excited over the super chat. It's my birthday. Can you sing happy birthday? Happy birthday to you. I usually don't sing by myself on camera. uh, Tank builds, yeah, builds a lot of aquariums. I think I have seen Tank. I used to watch a lot of these koi channels where they big these really big koi. In fact, I was actually into koi for a while. I had a backyard pond, and I knew this guy down in Pueblo, Colorado, and pretty much all he did and all his, it was like a family tradition. He bred koi in all these spring-fed ponds, which was kind of crazy. And he'd actually fly over to Japan, buy this crazy expensive koi and bring it back and breed it. And then he's like supplying like all the koi, pretty much to all the pet stores, at least in Colorado. I don't know if he was like nationwide or something, but he it was pretty amazing, the koi and the price of the fish. It's almost like the fish version of ball pythons when you get into koi. There's so many amazing combinations. I've been streaming for 6 hours. I've been streaming for 6 hours, 57 minutes, and 12 seconds. Yes, I'm doing the live stream marathon. And what we're trying to do is, so the reason I'm live streaming, by the way, since you mentioned it, is I heard Harley Davidson is having a problem with sales. So I decided I'm going to buy a Harley Davidson to support the sales, to support Harley Davidson. And I'm trying to, as a matter of fact, I actually bought a Harley Davidson. I put $500 down, held the bike. And the guy says, I have 2 weeks to pay it off. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to pay it off with my super chat over here on my live stream. So it is a live stream marathon, 12 hours a day until we pay off the Harley Davidson. Is that a crazy idea? I don't think I've ever seen anybody do anything crazy like that. So it'll be kind of interesting. And let me tell you, we got a long way to go. I don't know if we can actually reach our goals in 2 weeks, but it'll be kind of interesting to try. And hey, I don't have anything else to do. I'm just a YouTuber, just hanging out here all day. I actually don't have to do YouTube videos, so I might as well do a live stream for 12 hours a day, which is kind of crazy. All right, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Let's see. So I have 14 ball pythons, but I have lost the will to breed. You can do that. You know what? The cool thing about ball pythons is they always have value. So even if you have your ball pythons, there's always people that will buy your ball pythons. As a matter of fact, one of the best things I ever did was bought a collection of females from a guy who's like, all right, I'm in it for 3 years, and I decided this isn't for me. I want to sell all my ball pythons. I bought all his females. And let me tell you, I cashed in on those females, and it really kind of jump-started my whole operation. So if you have some ball pythons, what I would do is list them on Morphmarket or go to like a local reptile store, and I guarantee they will buy every single snake that you have. It's kind of crazy. It's just like money in the bank having ball pythons, and you can actually get out of it for a while, and then you can actually, you know, if you decide later on down the road you want to get back into it, you can. It's kind of cool. The ball python morphs I started with, my very first 2 snakes were pieds. I bought a pair of pieds from the NARBC in Tinley Park. I went there about 5 years ago, and it was funny. I was talking to the guy about hets, something about breeding hets together, and he was making fun of me because I didn't know what the het was and how it all worked with the recessives. I was just such a newbie. I didn't know anything at all about ball pythons. All I knew was everybody was into pieds and it was a good seller, and I wanted to buy a pair of pieds. I bought a male and a female, my very first 2 snakes. Let's see. Has quitting your job to breed ball pythons everything you thought it would be? You know, it's so tempting to go back to my day job because of the regular paycheck. It's kind of hard actually trying to make the transition and doing both. You can actually make a lot of money doing YouTube and ball pythons and doing the day job. You can make a ton of money, but the problem is you don't sleep at all and you're just totally wiped out. So I definitely get 8 hours of sleep every single day, is pretty much as much sleep as I want. So that's the plus. But I'm pretty much always broke at this point. I'm trying to grow my YouTube channel. That's actually really increasing slowly but surely over, if you actually look at what I'm making, I'm probably making less than I was making in my day job if you added everything up together. So sometimes it's easier to just kind of throw your hands up and go back to the day job. It's a little more secure, but I think, there's more potential in breeding ball pythons and doing YouTube over the long haul. So it's really a long game as far as what I'm looking at. So yeah, I think it's everything I thought it would be. I knew it would be a challenge, kind of jumping off the cliff. And I think that is, a lot of people are like, all right, I'm breeding ball pythons. At what point do I quit my job and go full time? And I would say that is usually you take a big pay cut when you actually do that, and you're risking everything. So if you're breeding ball pythons and none of your females lay, then you're going back to your day job or doing something else. So it can be pretty risky. Let's see. Scuba dive to clean the tank. That is crazy. I couldn't imagine an aquarium big enough to scuba dive. Do I prefer waffles or pancakes? I definitely prefer waffles. I actually have a waffle maker. As a matter of fact, I was doing waffles every day for a long time. I have the flip waffle maker with the whipped cream and the strawberries and the real maple syrup. Yes, that is definitely my favorite over pancakes, which is pretty good. Let's see. Anyone interested in buying a collection of ball pythons? What I would actually do is contact a reptile store in your area. A lot of times the reptile stores will have contacts with a lot of your local breeders, and a lot of breeders will be looking for certain things. And a lot of times you go walk into a reptile store and they know everybody and they know everything everybody is looking for, and they can point you in the right direction for maybe someone local who's looking for buying a collection, which is pretty awesome. Let's see. What kind of music do I like? I usually listen to hard rock, classic rock, and death metal. Favorite is Elvis. I don't really do a lot of Elvis. I usually listen to really hard rock stuff. Kind of on the dark side, I guess I'd say. With a little bit, every now and then I'll listen to, like, I find like one song, maybe that's a rap song, one or two, a couple of country songs here and there, but I can't really do like a country station or a rap station or something like that. So I'd say usually it's really hard death metal rock. I kind of grew up playing the guitar, kind of the death metal guitar, just kind of poking around with the guitar. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting. I'd say my taste in music is probably not like many people's taste in music. What kind of dogs do I have? I actually have a Rhodesian Ridgeback, and I have a Saint Bernard, and I have one puppy that's a cross between those two, a Ridgeback Bernard, which is kind of an interesting. It looks like a really big Rhodesian Ridgeback. Looks exactly like a Ridgeback, but it's like almost twice the size. He is a monster. And his name is Cobra. He's a pretty awesome dog. I've ever encountered a ball python without a tongue. I think I might have seen a picture of one time on the internet with the tongue kind of sticking out with no tongue. You can have some genetic defects in the mouth or the head or the eyes of the ball python. Well, it looks like Bobby is coming to say hello and give me a kiss. I don't know what Bobby is doing on top of my head. Rescued a box turtle today. That is awesome. And I'm back on the live. Yes, I am still live. 7 hours and 5 minutes. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think we can do another 5 hours. I don't know. Is this my first Harley Davidson? So I was actually talking about the Harley Davidson, trying to use my super chat money to buy the Harley. And this is not my first Harley. I've actually had, back in the day, I had a 79 Sportster, which was a really awesome bike. And the funny thing is, when I bought that Sportster, it was kind of like a basket case. The guy wrecked it a whole bunch of times. And I completely tore it apart and had the gas tank and the fenders all professionally painted. I had to paint it blue with black flames with the Harley Davidson logo, and really tricked out that Sportster. It was a really fun bike. I actually brought it to the transmission shop, and the guy's like, tore the bike apart, and he's like, whoever tried to put this transmission back together, put some stuff back together backwards. It was all crazy. And yeah, that was my first Harley. And then I bought, I actually had a dirt bike, which was like I think it was like a YZ500, I think it was. It was a Yamaha dirt bike, and that thing would do wheelies in every gear. And I rode that thing until I thought I broke my collarbone. I wrecked so many times. And then after I got hurt really bad, I was like, I'm done with the dirt bikes. Back to the bigger, slower street bikes, which is kind of crazy. Hello from Maryland. Cool in Maryland. Let's see. So, have you ever thought about sponsoring your YouTube channel with ads? So, I do have ads on my YouTube channel, and that's where I make most of my money as a YouTuber, and even more than a snake breeder. I'd say most of my money actually comes from the YouTube ads. And as far as sponsoring, so I believe when you actually have a sponsor, you actually have to talk about the product in your videos. Usually they have a minimum requirement. So I'd say, like, I do like a 30-second blurb. This video is sponsored by blah, blah, blah. And then you'd have to do like a demo of their product or something like that. And sometimes I've actually seen some people get sponsored for one 30-minute section in their video. They'll get paid like $20,000, which is really crazy. On some of these really big channels, they can pay some really big money. But usually they don't sponsor if you're less than 100,000 subscribers. And I really don't like to do sponsors, even if they paid pretty good, because it kind of dilutes your content. It seems like a lot of channels, every single time you watch a video, it's like, some ad about something else that's sponsoring their channel. And I'm pretty sure if you actually get sponsored on YouTube, you actually have to click somewhere on your video when you post it that is being sponsored. So I don't know if you actually make the same ad revenue when you actually get sponsors. So I'm not sure exactly how that works. Let's see. Best male to buy to breed to a normal female. I'd probably do like a multi-gene, co-dominant, something like that. So something like my 4-gene bamboo, calico, pastel, pinstripe, something like that would be great to breed to a normal, because then you get all the 4 genes and the combination of all the 4 genes. You get a whole rainbow of all the different combinations. Let's see. Let me scroll back up here. Did you upload a video the other day and take it down? I did upload some videos, but they weren't public, so I don't think you saw those. So I don't think I took down any public videos. I did take down a couple videos when they were going crazy when the pandemic first started. I took down some videos because people were making videos about the virus and stuff like that. And I was actually watching some people's videos, and right in the middle of the video, YouTube would actually delete their video. Well, it's kind of freaking me out. We got another super chat. All right. Woohoo. All right. $3 for staying live for 7 hours. It's weird. It says CA5. So what is CA? Another version of currency, maybe? Is that right? That's weird. Canada. $5 in Canada is $3 in US. All right, so I'm actually going to call that $5 because I want to get this to 0. All right, $5. I don't care about the currency conversion. That is 5 in my book. We are at 837, right? So $8,377 for the Harley Davidson. 7 hours and 10 minutes, 27 seconds. Ugh. I better eat another thing of stew here so I can keep going for another 5 hours. Whew. That is a long live stream. Do I think there's as much success with ball pythons in Europe as in the US? I think the European market is smaller. If you actually go over in a Morphmarket, it seems like there are fewer people over in Europe, although it seems like they kind of focus on different genes over there as far as kind of what they're focusing on, which is kind of interesting. I know they have a lot of stranger. That gene is kind of interesting. The stranger gene, that seems like they have a lot more in Europe. I would say, I don't know, it's kind of a pro and con, because if you have a smaller market and you make something that's really cool, maybe you don't have competition. Like if you were to breed a bunch of bamboos, if there's no bamboos over there in Europe, you could probably do really well selling bamboos, versus over here, if there's quite a few. It's $3.7. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna call it 5. I'm going by whatever it says on the live chat. The super chat. Yeah, so we still have $8,377. That is a big number. We're whittling it down though. Actually, we started at 85. We're actually $191 into it, so that is pretty good. And our viewers are gone up, 78 viewers, which is pretty awesome. So if you're just joining and you're wondering about what the numbers are over here, I'm actually trying to buy a Harley Davidson to support Harley Davidson. I'm not affiliated with Harley. I just decided to buy a bike and try to pay for it with my super chat money over here on a live stream marathon, which I don't know if it's actually going to work. We're actually going to try to pay most of it off in a couple 12-hour long live streams over the next few days, which is kind of crazy here on my YouTube channel. I don't even know what that's going to actually do to my YouTube analytics. It'll probably freak out. I don't know. After posting every day. I don't exactly know how it works doing a 12-hour live stream, if that actually counts as like all those ads in the video. I'm not sure exactly. You know, with people coming in and out, are all those views constantly? I'm not exactly sure how it's going to look in my analytics. Usually what they do is they take my live streams and put it in a completely separate section on my YouTube analytics, which is kind of crazy. Anyway, let's see. I'm kind of getting behind on these questions. How's it going, Wayne Edwards? Yes, death metal. Yeah, death metal. It's an addiction. Yeah, the problem with I'm kind of OCD when it comes to songs, and sometimes I'll hear a song, and for some reason I'll just want to play it over and over and over, and then when I stop playing it, I still hear it in my head. It's just kind of an obsession with certain songs. I just kind of get hooked on a certain song. Thank you. My helper just came in and said she fed the dogs. Look at Bobby, how big he is. All right, Bobby, you need some camera time. Take a look at this. I don't know why bamboos do that. Sometimes they put their head straight up, like they're like looking at the ceiling or something. Kind of weird. Seems like only bamboos do that, looking straight up in the air. Look at how big Bobby is. Really beautiful snake. You got to get out here in front of the camera, buddy. See what's going on. He's a really good looking snake. He's getting really super chunky too. He's been eating every single week, gaining some pretty good weight. All right, Bobby. All right. All right. From the home of the Ridgeback. Nice. How do I find time to take care of anything? Yeah. Well, the cool thing about the snakes is I can go through all the snakes. You don't have to actually, it's not, snakes are not like other animals as far as finding time to take care of the snakes, which is really cool. So I actually don't have to go through and feed all my snakes. All right, I think I'm choking on my stew now. So usually what I do is every 2 or 3 days, I go through and just spot clean all my snakes, and it only takes maybe half an hour, 45 minutes. So you're talking a minimal amount of time. And then, every few days I go through and feed just a few of them. So that it looks like a lot of work with all these snakes, but it really isn't. I say there's probably the more work versus my snakes is like my Greek tortoise that I have to feed every single day, and my ducks that I have to change the water twice a day, and my cows and my dogs. They're like really high maintenance pets. We have to take care of them every single day. And a snake like this, you could just ignore it for a whole week, and it's perfectly fine. Super low maintenance, especially with a bunch of snakes. It's not much work at all. I'd say the rats are probably more work than anything else, going through and changing all the bedding and the food in the rats. Kind of crazy. Do I keep any other reptiles apart from ball pythons? I have my Greek tortoise, and I actually have two crested geckos, which is something new. I just did crested geckos just recently. I've had them maybe for about a year now. They're getting really super big. They've had a couple babies. I left the babies in with the geckos, and I think they actually ate the babies, which is kind of a bummer. I think I'm going to have to kind of pull the babies out if I want to actually raise the crested geckos, but they are really super awesome. That's pretty much it for reptiles that I actually have. How long can you have Bobby out before he gets sick of being handled? Bobby will just sleep on my shoulder forever. He's like on a big heat mat. I think he enjoys actually being out versus being in the tub, which is kind of crazy. Usually I can tell when he gets tired if he starts squirming all over and he wants to get down. But you can definitely see he just kind of chills out. No problem at all with Bobby. If I'm actually actively handling him, kind of moving him around, and he's squirming around sometimes, he just kind of goes ballistic and wants to go back in the tub. He doesn't really like to be moved around much, but he'll sit on my shoulder for a really long time, which is kind of crazy. Which make better pets, ball pythons or boas? That depends on the amount of room you have and your budget for the food. Hey, we got another super chat for the Harley. Woo! All right, thanks, Dean. That is awesome. All right, we're whittling down. -5, so we're down to $8,372. Woohoo! All right. All right. Do I have a Facebook? The funny thing about Facebook, let me tell you about Facebook. So I signed up for a Facebook account about a year ago, maybe not even a year ago, maybe it was 6 months. And what I didn't realize on Facebook is that most of the people on Facebook are like what they call sex bots. They're not real people. They're just, like scammers over there. I don't know how they make their money. They're kind of scamming Facebook. And within the first 2 weeks, I had over 5,000 friends, which pretty much maxed out my friends. So you couldn't be a friend anymore, which is kind of crazy. And there was just so much busyness and activity and everyone trying to scam me over on Facebook. It just got so overwhelming that I couldn't even, I had so much to do with my YouTube and everything else that, people would ask me questions and write me emails over on Facebook. And I just had to delete my Facebook. It was just too much. It was overwhelming. And it was pretty amazing how fast I actually grew to the limit of 5,000 friends, which is not that many. It was kind of crazy. Let's see. What's my take on pet store snakes? Depends on the pet store. I've actually seen some pet stores that are really good pet stores. As a matter of fact, the one I like the most in Denver, if you're in the area, is the 5280 Reptiles. They have probably the best maintenance on a lot of their animals that I've ever seen out of any snake. I've actually done quite a bit of work with them. They actually opened up a second store, I think in North Denver, which is pretty cool. So I think if you have like specialized reptile stores, you can actually hit a really good pet store. I'd probably go in and kind of, check them out, see how well their tanks are clean as far as the maintenance on the animals, as far as what you want to look for. Some of the big pet stores, like the really big, I don't want to mention any names, but some of the really big ones, especially the big ones that, prohibit you from feeding ball python hatchlings, the live mouse hoppers, you can really run into trouble with problems with the ball python hatchlings in some of those stores. All right, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, not a fan of watching snakes and getting sponsored. I don't disagree there. All right, let's see. All right, so Bobby's getting a little squirrely. I'm gonna switch snakes. let's switch to something else. Bobby's getting a little anxious. That is about all Bobby can handle. All right, we got a lot of snakes here. A lot of snakes. We need to get another one. I got a cool one. I haven't shown you in a long time. You're gonna like this one. It's actually right behind me in my whole rack of snakes. This one's really awesome. And the weird thing about this girl is I've never actually seen this on a ball python before. She's been fasting for a really long time. I paired her up and she didn't actually lay eggs, but she's kind of getting like a green tint to her. I've never seen a ball python turn kind of a green hue like this, which I don't know what's up with this girl. That is kind of weird. So this is my big pinstripe pied girl. Really awesome combination. And when I actually got this snake, they actually didn't produce many of these. When I first got into ball pythons, there was like a couple over on Morphmarket. And then I decided, all right, I want to buy a pinstripe pied ball python. And it was like a year or two later, I think it was like 2 years later before I actually saw another one over on Morphmarket. I think it was like $650 for this girl. I have a lot of money in these snakes, which is kind of crazy. I think they're a lot less now for a pinstripe hide, but she still hasn't laid eggs all these years. She's kind of picky. I think she's what, 2 or 3 years old. Yeah, I tried to breed her this year and she fasted. And the problem is she was like right on the edge of 1,500 grams, and I tried to breed her, and then all that did was put her off of food. So she's still pretty small. As a matter of fact, I might give her the year off because I've been trying to breed her every year and it seems like it's stunting her growth, which is kind of weird. But I don't know why she's got this kind of a green tinge to her. I thought it was maybe a shed at first, but it's been on there for like, quite a while. She doesn't have any problems, no respiratory or mites or anything, just kind of a greenish hue on the snake, which I've never seen before. Kind of crazy. We'll see if she lasts around my neck for a while here. All right, let me go back to some of these older comments. I think I'm running behind. I have a pied female and an inchy male. What else do you think I should add to my collection? A pied and an inchy. Good question. There's like 200 different genes out there. You could add a whole bunch of stuff. Probably what I'd do is I'd get another visual pied or maybe a het pied with a whole bunch of other genes in there and work on making some more cool pied combos. An inchy male. So with an inchy male, I'd probably take an inchy male, breed it to like a banana combo or a corgla. I love the banana inchy stuff, which is pretty cool. All right. How should I handle my 2.5-year-old ball python? I just got her and have not yet picked her up. I'll just pick her up and start handling her. No problem at all. And they won't bite you. I wouldn't worry about that. There's very few ball pythons that will bite you. It's pretty much, they'll kind of squirm away. The only time I've really been bit is when I'm trying to feed a ball python. Sometimes they miss the rat and they actually grab my hand. Let's see. We're at 7 hours, 24 minutes, 69 people on the live stream. That is pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. All right. Grab a cold one and some popcorn. We're going another 8, 9, 10, 11, 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. That is crazy. All right. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Some people do Facebook, and you can do a business page on Facebook. I've seen that. It really depends what you're doing. YouTube, yeah, I would say you can. It really depends on actually what you're doing. Have you ever been approached to do a YouTube collab with another YouTuber? I actually have been asked by some other channels to do some collaborations, but I've never actually done it. And of course, all of them were smaller than me. They want the boost too. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about collaborations. Sometimes I don't know, it can get you there quicker if you collab with bigger people. But the problem is, another problem with collaboration is I've actually seen this before, is if you actually collaborate with someone, make a bunch of videos, and then for some reason you kind of fall out of popularity with the reptile community, you kind of get a bad reputation, and then you have all these collaborations with that person. Sometimes it can be really complicated as far as through all the drama and everything. And I don't want to get to a point where I have to, edit videos or delete videos or anything like that. So sometimes it's kind of safe just to kind of be solo and do my own thing. I don't know. There's different things, angles to it, I guess. Can I show a het ball python that looks like a normal and show the differences? I actually can show you the only het that you can really see is a het pied. And I can show you the difference between a het pied and a normal. Let me put this girl back. All right, this one is this. By the way, this girl's name is Jelly Bean. She kind of looks like a jelly bean. Really beautiful snake. All right, so I don't know. All right, so somewhere over here, I have a normal het pied. Here it is. So, here is another normal. So these are going to look completely different because this one's brand new out of the egg and hasn't shed yet. So this is a normal het pied, and well, it's kind of hard to tell in this one. This one's already shed and had quite a few meals, so it's not really comparable. But they're both normals. If this one shed, it's amazing. This one, when it's shed, it's actually going to look pretty much exactly like that. Look at the difference in the color. When you first hatch them out before they shed for the first time, sometimes it's really hard to actually tell what genes are in there because they're so different for the first shed, which is kind of crazy. So this one you can actually see right on the belly. It has these tracks right down by the vent. These two tracks on either side, and that's the pretty much the marker for the het pied. Whereas if you actually look at something like this, we can actually uncoil it. Sometimes you can see a little bit of marking down the belly. This guy's like so balled up, it's unbelievable. You can actually see, sometimes it can kind of trick you. You almost see a little bit on that one, but it's not really the same. You can actually see it almost looks like on the het pied, someone took a Sharpie and drew a line on any other side. And that's pretty much the only difference between the het pieds and the normals. And it's hard to tell on these because they're ones in shed. Really deep in shed. Put these guys back. And let's see if we can get another one here. How about oh, there's got to be a good one that I haven't showed you yet. Oh, I'll get this one. Here's one for you. Just came out of a shed. How about a big female normal? Take a look at this. That is one of my more interesting normals. So you notice on this one, on the alien heads, it looks like there's no eyes in the alien heads. Kind of has some flaming coming up the sides. If you actually notice the color on this one, it's kind of almost like a camouflage color, which is kind of interesting. And the weird thing about this is the one that produced my dinker. So I'm thinking this has something in it that produced my crazy dinker. If you kind of look at the belly, it looks pretty much like a normal, but I do think there's something in this snake. I just haven't quite figured it out if it's something new or something that I'm just not familiar with as far as what the gene could be in this snake. So it's kind of an interesting normal, one of my more interesting normals. All right, let's see. Where were we in the questions? What morph has the most white but not solid white that isn't super expensive? Good question. Probably the pieds. Sometimes you can pick up a visual pied has some white, but sometimes they can be pretty expensive. Love the content. Thanks. When picking out snakes to start breeding, is quality better than quantity? 4 higher end or 8 mid range. What I like to do is I like to buy low quality females and then higher quality males, so you can actually produce more higher quality hatchlings in the end. That's kind of how I started. That's kind of like the budget way to do it. But I mean, if you're to really do it, probably the best way, what I would do is that instead of 8 mid-range or 4 higher end, I'd probably get 2 super high end and start with super high end. I think that is probably better in the long run to actually go that way. And then you can produce some really super high end stuff. Let's see. Oh, let's see. I have a pied female and itchy. Yeah, I already answered that question. Can you ship snakes? Yes, I do ship snakes. I actually ship snakes through FedEx. Pretty much only one that I think FedEx is the only one that'll ship snakes. And now they have some regulations. You can only I think you can only ship on a Tuesday, and you can only ship from a FedEx ship center to a FedEx ship center because of the pandemics and the protests and all that. There's a lot of restrictions on shipping snakes. You have to ship them like priority overnight, which is really expensive. But yeah, you can ship snakes. I have been doing it. Do het pieds eat better than a normal? I think they actually do. As far as het pieds, I actually had some double hets, albino pieds, and they were like super aggressive eaters. I actually have some triple hets, albino pied clowns, and it seems like they are really probably the best eaters I've ever had in my whole collection, which is kind of crazy. What does a wild ball python look like? A wild ball python looks like this one right here. This is just like a wild ball python. How do you know what to price your snakes at? That is a good question. Usually once you're in it for a while, you realize that it really depends on kind of the range as far as, so you can actually go over on Morphmarket and you can look at, like, say for example, bamboos like Bobby. And there's usually a low end range and then there's a high end range. And once in a while you get people that lowball everybody else trying to be the cheapest price. And sometimes you get people trying to lowball each other, trying to go lower and lower and lower and lower. And usually a lot of that stuff you can totally ignore and kind of hit the mid-range price as far as what the prices are. And what I actually do, like with my bamboos, I have so many people wanting to buy Bobby babies. You know, I can actually sell them kind of at the high end of the range for my bamboos that are really visually stunning, that are related to Bobby on all my videos. And I can get a higher price versus a lot of other people selling bamboos that are a little bit browned out. And a lot of times they really don't know the lineage on those. And it really depends on, I'd say, kind of the market too. Sometimes if you price them too high, you won't sell them. And if you price them too low, you'll sell them within seconds. Sometimes you post them over there and they sell right away. So it really depends. You kind of get the feel for it after a while. And sometimes the prices will actually increase, which will surprise you. I've actually seen the blue-eyed leucistics really increase. When I started, I think they were about $300. Now they're like $600, which is kind of crazy. I don't know if a lot of people are just buying blue-eyed leucistics or people aren't producing them. So if there's a really high demand and people stop producing them, sometimes the prices can really go up too. Let's see. Do all pinstripes have a greenish belly? I haven't really noticed the green in a lot of my pinstripes. Yeah, you can ship on Wednesday, delivered to door Thursday. You can ship. So when you're shipping snakes, you can, I think they say Tuesday and Wednesday. I think they prefer a Tuesday, but you can also ship on a Wednesday for the insurance. But you can also ship to a residential. I've actually done that where people live really far from a FedEx ship center, like an hour away or an hour and a half away. And but you don't have insurance or live arrival guarantee from like the online places like Ship Your Reptiles or something like that. But you can do it. The best albino combo. I really like the black pastel albinos that have the really high white. Those are pretty cool. The best pied male for a max of 1,000. Kind of the crazy things on the pieds is the prices have come down quite a bit on the pieds as far as what they were like 5 years ago. So in order for me to kind of quote the prices on the best $1,000 pied, I'd have to go back and look at Morphmarket and kind of shop around as far as what you can actually find, because a lot of the stuff wasn't available or was just really expensive 5 years ago. I want a super bamboo female. When I started, the super bamboos were like $2,000 a piece. I don't even know what they are now. It seems like a pretty rare combo making the super bamboo. The panda pied, would I ever do the panda pied? Yeah, I would probably do a panda pied project. That would be pretty cool. That's the super black pastel with the pied that's a completely black and white snake, which is really awesome. What I'd probably do is I'd buy a couple black pastel pieds and breed them together and go that route. I think the panda pieds are really super expensive. I think they're still like $10,000 a piece or something. So it cost you 20 grand just to invest in the project. Do I only ship in the US? Yes. I only ship in the US. I actually got a quote on shipping overseas, and just the shipping was like anywhere from 600 to 800 for the shipping. So if I was actually, breeding like monsoons for like $10,000, I probably would consider shipping overseas. But just to ship a bamboo that's worth, a few $100 and then pay 800 for shipping, I don't think it's really worth it. Unless you were to sell like really like a whole bunch of snakes or something like that, I don't think it'd be that. I don't think it'd be. You pay more on shipping than the snake would be worth. You bought a blue-eyed Lucy for $150? Ah, that is a steal. You could probably resell it on Morphmarket for $600. That's kind of crazy. It's weird because as a breeder, if you don't actually keep up with everything in the ball python industry, you kind of lose touch. And you're like, all right, so I was buying these or selling these for $300, 5 years ago. Surely the price came down, and surely they're worth half as much as they were back then. And some people just cut their prices way down, not realizing that if you actually go over to something like morphmarket.com, you'd actually someone's trying to take care of me. All right, so I haven't finished my stew, which I'm still working on, but my assistants actually brought me my favorite dessert. Take a look at this. Mint chocolate chip ice cream, if you're wondering what I usually eat after dinner. And some fresh coffee. Nothing like coffee and ice cream after 7 hours and 40 minutes in a live stream. Mm, if you have a Keurig, my number one favorite coffee is Pete's French Roast. I'm not affiliated with Pete's French Roast. I've tried all the different coffees. And if you actually have the Keurig maker with the little K cups, for some reason, Pete's French Roast is just like, it almost tastes like freshly pressed coffee. It's amazing. Ah, that hits the spot. All right, I'm going to have another spoonful of ice cream. That was really good. I have a request. Do you have a banana pinstripe, an adult banana pinstripe? I only have a hatchling coral glow pinstripe that is super deep in shed, right out of the egg, hasn't eaten or shed for the first time. This guy is pretty amazing. It's really chill on my neck. I was surprised. I was like, wait a minute, is this Bobby on my neck? I never had a snake so chill. This is actually my normal. This is pretty amazing. I can show you what I have as far as a banana pinstripe. Which is down here. Actually, I have a better one. All right. So, not an adult, not even that good looking. Still haven't shed. It's funny, before they shed, they're like super muddied out, super. It seems like the first shed is worse than all the other sheds. Still is a really cute looking snake. This is a coral glow pinstripe. 50% chance this is het pied. This is a male and a male maker. Really cool little snake. Really cute if you can actually see him. I don't know if my camera is actually getting that in focus. Well, it's not really my camera. I'm actually doing a live stream on my phone. I have my Galaxy Note 9. It seems like it's going in and out of focus. It's kind of a crazy setup for a live stream. I actually have my USB cord plugged into the phone. So I'm surprised everything's actually still going after 7 hours and 43 minutes. Kind of crazy. All right. Whew. This ice cream is good. Have I had to assist feed any hatchlings? So it's interesting. Last year, I thought I was going to have to assist feed, and I ended up didn't have to assist feed any of them. This year, I actually have 3 that I'm assist feeding, which is kind of frustrating. So I actually have one that I tried to assist feed like 5 times or something this year, and I still cannot get that thing. It's actually ate 1 out of the 5 attempts, but it's sometimes it can be extremely frustrating. It can be really stressful for you and the snake trying to assist feed, which is kind of crazy. Aztec morph. I have not seen an Aztec morph on Morphmarket. Just got imported. You have to kind of be careful with some of those new genes because you don't know if they're genetic or how well they work with certain genes. 20,000, that's kind of crazy. I'll have to check that out. Aztec. When do you recommend switching from the hatchling rack to the adult rack? So essentially what I like to do is if I get to the point where the snake is almost, if the snake is coiled up in a ball and it's almost touching either side of the tub, that is pretty much the limit for that size of a tub. If it's any bigger than that, if it's touching both sides, it's pretty much too big and you have to move it up into the next size of a rack. So I actually have the small racks over here, which are the hatchling racks. If you can see them, I start them out in here, and they usually do pretty good for, they'll do good for like maybe 5 or 6 months in there, I'd say, depending on how well they're eating. And then I move them up into here. And then once they kind of graduate from here, I move them over into the bigger tubs over there. EU, the price for the Blue-eyed Lucy Max 300. It should be 300. I was wondering if a bunch of breeders got together and say, hey, let's double the price of the Blue-eyed Lucies. But kind of the interesting thing is it seems like, I've mentioned on a lot of videos that everybody goes crazy over the Blue-eyed Leucistic. It seems like I've kind of picked out the Blue-eyed Leucistics in a lot of videos as far as one of the most desirable snakes to have in the ball python industry. I was wondering if everyone was like rushing to buy the Blue-eyed Leucistics, and if you're selling them for $300, and pretty soon, especially if you're breeding them on a large scale, and you sell out of all of them, you're down to just a few, especially if you have a lot of people, a lot of times you can actually increase the price and people will still pay that because people still want the all white snake with the blue eyes. The favorite snake in my collection, I would say it's probably Bobby is my favorite snake. Other than Bobby, my bamboo, I would say it is this one. This one is my favorite snake. Take a look at this beauty. Look at that beauty. That is stunning. That is a super pastel desert ghost. Can't get any brighter than that without sunglasses. That thing is super bright. And this one actually kind of produced accidentally this year. I didn't even know my female was het for Desert Ghost. Desert Ghost is recessive, and then it has 2 copies of the pastel. So it's a super and a recessive, which is pretty cool. And this is a female, so this is definitely a holdback. As a matter of fact, someone actually offered to buy this for $1,500, and I said, no, I want to keep it. I want to breed some more Desert Ghost stuff, which is super, super crazy. This snake is really awesome. Nothing like the pastel and the Desert Ghost. Sometimes you can make stuff with the Desert Ghost, and it really doesn't look that impressive, but I think when you add the pastel, something just happens between the pastel and the Desert Ghost to really make a crazy looking snake. Look at that thing. Super crazy looking snake. Unlike anything I've ever really seen in my life. That is really super crazy. I absolutely love the colors and the patterns on these. These are super, super crazy. As a matter of fact, when it was in the egg, I was so puzzled because I actually saw the pattern right on the neck, this little checkered pattern. I was like, what in the world is that pattern on the neck in the egg when we cut it open? And come to find out, it was actually a Desert Ghost. I didn't even expect to produce a visual when I did that pairing. That is probably my favorite in my whole collection. As a matter of fact, if anything ever happened to Bobby, I might have this snake around my neck for all the videos. That one is super crazy. All right. Just bought the Sunset Pinstripe Enchi. Wow, that's an awesome snake. Sunset's crazy. How much do you think I should handle a baby ball python? I would say I would say you can handle a baby ball python every day. Probably I'd say maybe from 30 minutes to an hour. I probably wouldn't push it much past an hour as far as handling your ball python babies. You can handle it more than that. I actually handle Bobby probably, I'd say maybe 2 hours a day when we're filming down here in the basement. Sometimes we kind of get frustrated with each other though. Sometimes he's trying to get away and I'm trying to hold him on my neck, which is just kind of frustrating. Or he's like going to my hair or something. Yeah. It can be kind of challenging filming with this thing. Let's see. My biggest snake, I actually pulled it out twice in the last almost 8 hours on this live. This is kind of crazy. We're going for the marathon. And actually, that's actually just a normal 100% het caramel albino. And that is, she's probably about 5,000 grams now as far as the, yeah, that snake, yeah. Only 153 hours to go to break the record. Is there a record for live streaming? Can I actually break a record over here on YouTube? Yeah, I was trying to figure out 153 hours. Yeah, I don't know if I can do more than 12 because I actually have to sleep at some point. I actually have to eat at some point too. I haven't eaten very much during this live stream. So here's a question. Oh, where did it go? I lost it. Oh, here it is. Chomper will be coming home soon. Hey, what's up, Dale? You are here looking at Chomper. All right. This is kind of sad right here. Is it worth buying a male banana pied for 300? That's just wrong, man. A male banana pied for 300. That's just wrong that they're so cheap now. Huh? That's ridiculous. I bought my banana het pied for 1,500. No, it was 1,100 for just a het pied. I think when I started, the banana pies were going for between 1,500 and 2,000, and they've come down super fast. I can't even believe it. It's kind of crazy. One person said, yeah, the banana pie's worth 800. Yeah, that's kind of more like a banana pie. This even at 800, that's a steal. That's kind of crazy. Let's see. When you first get a ball python, how long should you let it get used to its enclosure, which is kind of interesting. I've actually seen some people where they say you shouldn't handle your ball python for a week or two after you get it, but I kind of disagree. I've actually handled ball pythons pretty much right away as soon as I got them, and I haven't had any problems. I think it's good to handle them right away, although a lot of people would disagree on that. What would I pair with a killer clown? So the killer clown is a super pastel clown. I would probably go with, leopard goes good with clown. Anything that goes really good, like a spot nose or a leopard. I'd probably do like a leopard spot nose het clown and breed it with something like that, which would be pretty awesome. Yeah, you have a pinstripe that has a yellowish tint to the belly. Sometimes they can have a yellowish tint. What would you do if they found a blue ball python import? We're all still waiting for the blue snake. Pretty much the closest you can get to a blue snake, I think, is the red axanthic. Sometimes they can kind of have a blue tint to them. I was recommended sea serpent hatchling racks. Would you consider them after having ARS hatchling racks? So I'm not really familiar with the sea serpent racks. Probably what I would do is I would go to like a reptile show and look at them in person. And I've actually been up to a lot of really really inexpensive racks, and you can actually walk up to them and shake them, and the whole thing kind of wobbles, which kind of freaks me out. Some of them are really cheap, but they're really built, not very sturdy. You can actually use them. I suppose you could actually like anchor them to a wall or something, and you do something like that and kind of go the cheap route. But I really like the ARS racks. Like on this rack, you could actually climb it like a jungle gym. That thing is so solid. It is incredible. Have you ever sold a snake you liked and regretted it? Yes. Just about every snake I sell, I regret selling it. I wish I could keep them all. Yeah, there has been a few that I regretted over the years. But I always thought, I could just make another one, which I have replaced some of them as far as making another one again, which is kind of cool. It just kind of sets you behind on some projects. Let's see. What's your opinion on keepers that believe ball pythons need UVB lighting? So as far as I know, ball pythons do not need any type of lighting. There's a lot of big breeders that have been breeding for 20, 30 years. They've never had lighting on their ball pythons. So I think that is a myth because from what I've seen, you don't really need UV lighting. Let's see. So someone said they had their ball python fasting for 2 months and had to assist feed her every week. So essentially the only time you have to assist feed a ball python is when you have a brand new hatchling that has never eaten before. If you have a ball python that has eaten at least probably, if you have a hatchling that's eaten like half a dozen meals, you should never have to assist feed again. And when a ball python goes on a fast, you should definitely not assist feed that ball python. All right, so my ice cream is melting over here. That is a shame. Don't want that. In Europe, you can get a banana pie for $3.20. That's crazy. Sea serpents are great for a small collection. I'm not really familiar with that brand, so can't really say one way or the other. Sometimes the cheap racks can be a good way to go to start. Sometimes they're better than, I'd say they're better than doing like plastic totes, a little bit quicker to get in and out of the tubs. Let's see. I have an 8-foot boa and left a dab of clear mucus on my shirt while I was handling. So it's kind of interesting. If you actually have a snake that drinks some water and then you handle them, sometimes they can kind of dribble all over you or drill all over you. It's not necessarily a respiratory infection. I actually had, as a matter of fact, I actually fed Lucy a big rat right after she drank some water. And when she grabbed that rat, she like squirted water from her mouth all over the rat. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. So sometimes it can happen. Let's see. This is my time coming back to the live stream. We are at 7 hours 57 minutes, almost 8 hours on the live stream. So kind of the idea of the marathon live stream, if you just have been joining us. So I noticed that Harley Davidson was actually struggling in their sales. Their sales were down like 47%. So what I decided to do is I was going to buy a Harley Davidson and actually try to pay for it using the super chat on my marathon live stream, which is going pretty good. I made some money. We're actually up to $195, which is not too bad. But if you look at the balance, I actually paid, I think I paid $500 down on the bike. We still have $8,372 to go before my Harley Davidson is paid off, which is kind of crazy. So I was thinking I was going to do 12-hour live streams for a few days in a row until we can pay down this Harley Davidson, which is kind of crazy. The way it's going, I'm not sure. We'll do 12-hour live streams for the next 2 weeks, and we'll see where we're at. No more morph reviews for a while here on my YouTube channel. I was wondering what it was actually going to look like in my analytics when I actually look at my YouTube analytics. So it's going to do through the YouTube algorithm. It's probably going to freak out. 12-hour videos. And it's weird because I've only had like maybe right now we have 77 viewers on the line. And it seems like we go up and down, up and down. So I think it's different people coming in and out of the live stream. So we could have potentially a lot of viewers viewing this, just kind of cycling through. Although some people said they were going to stay till the end, which is, I don't know when the end's going to be as far as the end. So I'm hoping midnight here. All right, let's get back to the questions. Matter of fact, let's get back to another snake. How's that? How about this one? All right. How about you? Woo. All right. So this one's kind of freaking out. Whoa! Look at that super chat. Whoa! Did you see that? Wow. Woo. All right. Oh, let me scroll down. Wow. Thanks, Robert Bailey. $50. That moves the needle. Yeah. All right. That is awesome. $50. Woo. That brings us down to $8,322. All right. Woo. Awesome. Thank you very much. We may actually get there sooner than later. That is pretty awesome. All right, so I wanted to show you this thing. Check this out. So this is kind of interesting. I actually bought this over on Morphmarket as a full-size adult, and I bought it as a pastel calico, and this is kind of a really unique line of calico. This is where all the calico in my entire collection came from, and I actually isolated this gene, and it looks like this version of calico is actually a really deep cherry brown version of calico, which is kind of crazy. Hey, I got another super chat. All right. Take a look at that. Thanks, Roy. That is awesome. All right, we're moving the needle, moving the needle. After 8 hours. Woo! All right, so that brings us down. That's 78307. So we're down to 8,300. And so that is pretty crazy. So this is kind of weird because when I think of calico, I think of more white coming up the sides. I had no idea that the calico would be associated with different colors. I don't know if you watched my video about the calico, there's like variations in the calico or something that I just put out, and there's all different variations. Some of them are yellow, some of them are like a golden brown calico, and this happens to be the goldish brown version of calico, which is kind of crazy. So I actually want to show you, this is where all my calico came from. I'll show you the calico by itself. That was pretty crazy. So I actually produced, the only one that I ever produced that was straight calico was this one. So take a look at this one. I don't know if you might be able to see that. So look at how reddish brown this calico. This is just that same version of calico all by itself without any other genes. No white in the sides. It's almost acting like a completely different gene as far as, reacting with just the calico itself without any other genes in the mix. Pretty wild. And kind of the cool thing about this, it's almost like a completely different gene. I had no clue that calico could act like that. Look at how orange the belly is on that. That is really crazy. So I actually took this calico version of calico and I worked it into a pinstripe. Let me show you that pinstripe. It's a pinstripe calico with the reddish brown calico in the mix, which I didn't actually show on my video. Let's see if I can find it. So let's see. So let's see if I have another. Let's see if I have another pinstripe that I could actually compare to. I don't know if I have another straight pinstripe. I have pastel pinstripes. Well, I do have another pinstripe, I think, but it's still really deep in shed and hasn't eaten. But take a look at this. This is really crazy. This is a pinstripe with that reddish brown version of calico in the mix. Really crazy look. And it's almost like a completely new gene. It almost makes me want to name this version of calico like the I don't know, the dark cherry calico or something. It just completely transformed this pinstripe into something completely different. No white coming up on the sides like you would typically expect in a calico. Really crazy. Look at how bright that is. Like a super bright orange. I don't know if you can actually see that with my low internet speed connection. Actually, I don't know what the quality is coming out of this, but that is really a crazy looking snake. That's a really good looking snake. As a matter of fact, I might actually hold this one back. He's so awesome. That's probably my favorite pinstripe that I've ever seen. Kind of crazy. That's awesome. All right, so looks like our viewers are up. We're up to 81 after 8 hours and 5 minutes. The live stream, the marathon live stream. Some people have said they've been in and out like 3 times. Yeah, it does look like a sunset. It's kind of crazy. I don't have any luster pastels. Yeah, so if I did a wait list for the hatchlings that I produced, I probably wouldn't sell any to the general public for probably ever. I think there's like 30 people that want a bamboo or something like that. So yeah, I don't do waiting lists as far as that. And usually if you do waiting lists for more than, a short amount of time, like 30 days, a lot of people are like, all right, they buy something else and then they're like, all right, I don't have the money now to spend on a bamboo or whatever. So sometimes it's yeah, I definitely don't do waiting lists. I do if you actually are interested in a snake on Morphmarket, I'll actually take like a $50 deposit and then you can pay it off within 30 days. I'll do something like that. What name would I give a new morph if I discovered it? Maybe the Bobby gene. I don't know. I guess it depends what it looked like. I'd probably name a morph, a name that's similar to the visual appearance of the snake instead of just some random name. Oh, my ice cream's all melted. I should put the calico to Enchi cinnamon. So yeah, I actually saw. If you watch my calico video, I actually found another snake that looked almost exactly like it, except it was a sugar instead of a calico, which is pretty much the same thing. And it actually had the dark, like the reddish dark version of the calico. And I actually pulled up a combination between, I think, that version of the calico and a blackhead. You should have saw that one. That was a really awesome, like a really dark, like a coppery colored blackhead. It's one of the probably the best things. As a matter of fact, I might get into dark morphs and start working that into some dark stuff. I think you can make some really amazing combos working that version of calico into like the GHIs or something like that would be pretty awesome. How are you still live streaming? How many coffees have you had? Let's see, I've had 1.5 Cokes and half a coffee. Yeah, I'm a little obsessive. I can keep going. So the idea was to live stream for 12 hours. We have 4 hours to go. How do you determine super pastel versus pastel in hatchlings? So the super pastels usually have a whiter head, a kind of a washed out head in your super pastels. Usually the super pastels have a more jumbled up pattern than your regular pastels. It can really vary. A lot of times the super pastels can have kind of a white background, like white highlights, especially on the ridge of the snake. I've seen some that are pretty close. I've actually seen quite a few on Morphmarket that I think are incorrectly labeled as super pastels when they're actually pastels in some cases. What's the max weight for females in a 70 series tubs? I would say most ball pythons in a 70 series can pretty much live their whole life in a 70 series. I actually have the ARS 8018s, which I think are pretty much reserved for only the extreme examples of really big ball pythons. Once they reach, I have like a 5,000 gram female in my, I'd say probably, you could probably do like a 4,000 gram female in your ARS 70 tub, but above that, I think the really big tubs probably reserved for like your 5,000 gram. 8 hours of streaming. Wow, yeah, 8 hours. We're going for 12. 8:09. Let's see if we can make 12. Grab the popcorn. We're going all in. All right. A bamboo pinstripe at Petco for $1,100. Wow, that's kind of crazy. That's overpriced. Bamboo pinstripe. I don't know how much they're going for. I'd say your bamboo pinstripes, maybe. Well, it depends if it's het for something. If it's het for sunset, maybe it's, or het for monsoon, I can see that. Yeah, I'm going for the super chat to pay for my Harley Davidson. Pretty good. We're up to $260. That's crazy. So I actually bought a Harley Davidson, trying to support Harley, trying to pay it with my super chat. We still have $8,307 to go on the live stream marathon. I'm actually thinking of doing 12-hour live streams several days in a row to see if we can actually pay down this Harley. I don't know if it's going to be possible or not. That's kind of crazy. Kind of a wild idea to actually do. As far as something different on my channel, it's like the same, it's kind of like something to break up the monotony, kind of get me out of the mindset of, all right, trying to think of what new video I need to do today instead of just kind of chatting in the comments all day, which is pretty cool. All right. How much money do I need to start breeding 5 females? Good question. If you're lucky, you can pick up normal females for $20. You can probably spend $150 for a bunch of really cheap females and grow them up, and then a few years down the road, you can get something, a little more high end to breed back to those females. There's a lot of different ways you can do it. Probably what I would do is I'd start with a mix of hatchlings and some adults so you can get going right from the start. And you can spend as little or as much money as you can afford on ball pythons, let me tell you. It's kind of crazy. Breeder told me you can feed rat pups to hatchlings after they ate a few hoppers. Yes, you actually can switch to rat pups. That's one way to do it. So so it really depends on what you have in your rack. So what I'm actually doing right now is I'm feeding most of my mice to my ball python hatchlings, and for most of my snakes I actually have a whole bunch of stuff in the freezer that is like overflowing my freezer, but none of them are larges. So I'm trying to grow up most of my rats to get more larges for my females going into the breeding season. So it's always like this balance of what you need as far as what you're producing, what you have in the freezer, and with the mice and everything. But yeah, you usually once you get going into it, I say usually once you feed maybe 5 to 8 mice, usually you can jump over to rat pups. Yeah, we need another snake. How about Bobby? Let's get Bobby. Speaking of Bobby, all right, let's get Bobby. This is Bobby, my bamboo ball python. I'm sure you've seen him if you've seen even one of my videos. He's on there every day. Pretty cool snake. Pretty mellow, probably the mellowest out of all my snakes. Oh, my ice cream melted completely. Everyone in their house says they love Bobby. Everybody loves Bobby. So when I first started, if you watch some of my old videos, I was actually switching back and forth between all my different snakes. I had Bobby and my albinos and all this stuff. And then I switched to only Bobby on my shoulder. And everybody complained. They're like, oh, I came here to see snakes. I don't want to see the same snake day after day after day, which is kind of amazing. Bobby wants some coffee too. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. Woo! Big birdie. Nice. Thank you very much. We can take that down from the Harley, trying to pay off this Harley Davidson. So we're down to $8,303. All right. I was hoping we'd actually get in below 8,000 today, but I don't know. Maybe we still have another 3 hours and 45 minutes before we end the live stream, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, so it was kind of interesting when I started doing Bobby. I was like, all right, instead of kind of cycling through all the snakes, I wanted like a channel mascot. And kind of when I was cycling through the snakes, it seemed like they were always jitterish and kind of jumping around and jumpy and always choking me out. You see on some of my snakes, always choking me. When I first started with Bobby, he would choke me out and just kind of go all over the place. And after it took him about, I'd say maybe 3 months to really chill out. And one of the reasons I did Bobby is because he is the biggest bamboo that was ever listed on Morphmarket. Really beautiful. And a lot of people didn't know what a bamboo was when I started with Bobby, which is kind of interesting. Everybody's like, what is that snake around your neck? I can't believe ball pythons can actually look like that, which is pretty cool. So I guess he's become somewhat of a famous snake in the realm of YouTube. He is pretty awesome. Want one of his bamboo offspring? Yeah. So I just have one bamboo left that I'm going to sell that has been really picky as far as assist feeding. It's a bamboo pastel calico, which is kind of crazy. As a matter of fact, I actually produced a bamboo pastel calico, and I was kind of regretting it. Speaking of regretting, so I was like, all right, I'm going to produce another one. And then I produced it. I was like, all right, this is going to be a holdback. And then I did one better. I actually did a bamboo calico pastel pinstripe. So I had one more gene in the mix that kind of replaced the one I was shooting for, the one that I sold that I regretted selling, which is kind of crazy. So now I have the best of all worlds. I actually have that one, which is a really awesome snake. How did I make my incubator? I actually made it from a beverage cooler. It's pretty easy. You can use even like a refrigerator and then just line the walls with heat tape. You can actually go over to reptilebasics.com, order the heat tape, cut to any size. They'll cut it for you, and they'll install the electric plugs. So all you have to do is plug it into a power strip, and then you just buy a heat controller and just plug it in. I actually put a fan in there too. You pretty much convert anything to an incubator. It's really easy. Let's see. I have a ball python that just turned a year old, been an amazing eater all the way up until now. That is definitely normal. Ball pythons usually eat like crazy until they're about a year old. And sometimes I found that they'll go off of food, sometimes for months at a time. After about a year, I don't know what's going on. They just kind of hit the wall. You can actually try a few things. You can actually try to kind of offer an occasional adult mouse. Sometimes that works. You can keep changing if you're using a coconut husk substrate, you can replace that frequently every couple of weeks or every 3 weeks. For some reason, sometimes that'll stimulate the feeding. Sometimes you can actually try like a live rodent, like a small live rat or something like that. That'll get them going again. But sometimes there's nothing you can do. They just go off of food for months, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Is there anyone more that is more laid back than any other? I don't know, maybe the pieds, I'd say. Maybe the pieds are a little bit more laid back, although I haven't really produced any pied hatchlings. So I haven't actually seen kind of the progression from a hatchling all the way to adult. Sometimes it's a little bit more, so I know the pieds can be a little bit more finicky when it comes to eating, and sometimes that is associated with their attitude. Sometimes they're really aggressive eaters, can be really squirrely and really bitey and kind of flighty too sometimes. So I'd say usually it depends on their feeding. And it seems like, with the clowns seem a little bit laid back too, which is kind of cool. Your pieds are snappy. Yeah, I've never actually worked with the hatchling pied. Sometimes the hatchlings will go, pretty much any hatchling, once you get to a certain stage, they'll go through a phase where they just bite at everything. They just snap at everything until you start handling them a lot, and they realize that you're not a threat and you're not food. Sometimes they get really confused, that little transition in there, and they just bite everything, which is kind of crazy. I actually had one video, I was trying to probe my hatchlings. I think in that video I got bit like 30 times, which is kind of crazy, getting bit so many times. You have a plan to evacuate your snakes? Yeah, I'm gonna get some plastic totes and throw them all in there and just head for the city. That's pretty much my plan. And then sort them out later. I actually do breed my own rats. They can be quite a bit of work breeding rats and the organization and the cleaning, the bedding and feeding and everything. I probably spend as much time on my rats as I do on my snakes, although I do think it is a convenience because a lot of times you can pretty much, have it readily available versus, trying to order it. And sometimes some ball pythons will only eat live. And if you have the live rats on hand, it actually is a lot more convenient. Let's see. Can you show a fuzzy rat versus a rat pup? I'm not really sure on the sizes. As a matter of fact, I think right now I have mostly pinkies and then some larges. I'm like really struggling with my rats right now. I might not have any rat pups or fuzzies. I'm kind of going through a transition where I kind of ran out of some. Most of those, the rat pups and the fuzzies I actually have in the freezer right now. I have a whole freezer full, so I'm like trying not to produce those. I'm kind of skipping them. I need more dubias. My dubias, let me tell you, they are producing like mad. I got so many dubias. It is insane. And I've actually not been actually selling them on the internet. I've been shaking them into a bucket and freezing them in the freezer and then just feeding them to my chickens. I got like buckets of dubias. They're like just overflowing. It's unbelievable how fast they produce. It's crazy. Mm. How much was my fridge that I used for my incubator? My fridge, I think I paid $200 for it. It was actually, I think it was like an $1,100 fridge, a beverage cooler that someone bought, and the compressor was bad, brand new, so it was never used. He actually sold it to me on Craigslist for $200, which I thought was kind of expensive, but for what it is, an incubator that's brand new, essentially, with a glass door and it smelled good on the inside. I thought it was a pretty good deal. What ball python morphs have the most health issues? So I would say I haven't really noticed any health issues with my ball pythons here. Maybe this, I don't know what Bobby's doing. Maybe with the spiders, I see a little bit of wobble in some of mine. I've seen some spiders that were really bad as far as the head wobble. I've seen some champagnes and some pet stores that were crawling on their back. They had such a bad head wobble, which is kind of crazy. I've actually seen some at some of the reptile shows that had kink spines that were sold as pet only. I actually saw an ultramel with a kink spine, but I think the kink spine can be kind of random. I actually saw a lesser with the kink spine, which they usually don't kink, which is kind of weird. Have I ever sold a snake on Morphmarket? I sell tons of snakes on Morphmarket. I think I sold about, I don't know, 50, 60 snakes over there. I used to only sell at the local reptile shows for the first 2 or 3 years, I think. And it was kind of interesting because I'd fill all my racks with all these hatchlings. And then I'd have like 100 hatchlings and I go to the reptile shows and I would sell them all. I was really pretty much against shipping for a while until I discovered you could actually ship from the UPS ship center to the ship center. So they don't really get bounced around in the back of a FedEx truck. And then I just started shipping pretty much all on Morphmarket now. I actually don't go to the shows anymore. I don't really build up enough snakes to actually go to the shows. I just pretty much sell them as I produce them as they're ready. Have I ever had to euthanize ball pythons with a really bad wobble? No, but I have euthanized one snake, which was kind of weird. I actually had a California king snake that was just falling apart. It was just started losing scales, and then it lost an eye, and then a little bit later it lost another eye, so it was completely blind, but it was still alive. It was just like completely falling apart. And I think it was dying of old age. I think it was really old. I bought it on Craigslist, which is kind of the weirdest thing. I had a bunch of other king snakes and none of them caught anything from that one. And I actually did euthanize that one snake. But other than that, never really had to. What's my favorite color? Lightning round. My favorite color is black because that's the color of my Harley Davidson that I'm trying to buy with my super chat money. And black is all colors. Do I breed retics? I have 2 retics that I've been trying to breed for 5 years. Well, Lucy's 5 years old. I've been trying to breed them for the last 3 years. I don't know if she's going to lay. As a matter of fact, I've been pairing them up, and Lucy looks really super fat, like she might be full of eggs. So I should actually do an ultrasound on her to see if she's going to lay, which would be kind of crazy. And if she lays, I'll probably get like 35 or 40 hatchlings from her, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, Bobby is a really cool snake. Yeah, that was pretty disheartening when that snake fell apart. That was pretty sad. Where's today's video? Today's video is right here. You're watching it. Yep. It's all, it's going to be all marathon live streams until my Harley Davidson's paid for. 12 hours a day. If my voice holds up, I don't know if my voice will hold up. And if Bobby, I think Bobby's loving it. He's kind of going crazy. My favorite morph is definitely the bamboo, probably the bamboo and the desert ghost, I would say, is my two favorite. Yeah, thank you for success, and you love my videos. That's awesome. And my beautiful snakes. Yeah, yeah, I'm doing pretty good so far. Yeah, I taught you so much. I try to teach something to everybody in every single video. Hopefully you actually learn something in every video. It's kind of interesting. Actually, as a matter of fact, I actually learned something myself in every video. I kind of share what I learned. That's kind of the trick, is just to keep studying ball pythons. And as I learn it, I pretty much present it, all the new information to you guys. And it's getting harder and harder after I'm coming up on, I think I have like 955 videos, coming up on almost 1,000 videos on my YouTube channel. So let me tell you, when you get to that point, it's really hard to find new content where you don't repeat the old content, which is kind of crazy. You saw a kink pastel at a reptile show. Yeah, sometimes you actually, some people say a really good breeder of any animal will actually euthanize all of the defects. I'm not sure how I actually feel about that as far as euthanizing all the defects. Some people actually keep them. So, let's see. I'm going to kind of go back. I missed some of these questions back in here. Hi from France. Hi. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe I did catch them all. I think I am caught up on all the questions right there. Okay. Do you have any boas? No, I don't have any boas. I'm thinking about getting one at some point. Maybe a Super Fire, the all-white boa, which is pretty awesome. I think there's still a couple thousand, several $1,000s for the Super Fire boas, which is kind of crazy. Also, I was kind of looking at the IMGs. The ones that turn completely black, they're pretty popular here in Colorado. There's a breeder that breeds the IMGs. Pretty awesome boas. Pretty expensive too. If I was going to start ball pythons today, I would actually buy a bamboo. Bamboos are really super popular, and they're pretty good money too, as far as, kind of working with some of the other genes. So it seems like they really have been holding their value. The cool thing about bamboos is there's no genetic defects, and usually they're really good eaters and pretty chill snakes. Really awesome colors. Kind of the challenge with bamboos is a lot of times when you mix other genes in with bamboos, they can kind of muddy the water. They're not quite as bad as like a champagne, where it's kind of complicated to work other genes into them. Sometimes with the champagnes, you can end up with a patternless snake. A lot of people do like the patternless with the champagne, but with the bamboo, I'd say it's one of the more difficult, but it's also in the blue-eyed leucistic, so you can make the all-white snake with the bamboo. Let's see. Have I changed my opinion on breeding potentially genetically defective snakes? That's a pretty sensitive topic. I mean, there's some dog breeds that people consider genetically defective that they still breed too. So I'd say there is a demand for some genes like the spider. You know, some places they're just trying to outright ban the spider, but I'd hate to see the spider completely disappear, although that some people would argue that it does have some head wobbles with a certain percentage of the spiders. Although I've produced some spiders and none of them have a head wobble. I've actually seen some people, well, they'll produce a whole clutch of spiders and everyone has really bad head wobbles and they'll just get out of the project. So it really depends on your experience with the gene and kind of your results. And I would say it's pretty much left up to the breeder and the supply and the demand as far as genetic defects. And it's not only the spider, there's a whole bunch. I actually did a whole video on the genetic defects in snakes. You can get kinking with some genes, you can get the duck billing, and like with the desert, you can get infertile. And it kind of surprised me, the desert, a lot of people should be going after the desert. All the females are infertile and they still produce a handful of deserts. They make some really cool combos, make some perfect, you know, low price pets with desert working in. If you're looking for a really flashy snake that's just a pet quality, you can actually jump into the desert project, which is pretty cool. Is it possible to breed the head wobble? It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting that I've actually seen some spider desert ghosts. I'm convinced that the desert ghost either reduces or completely eliminates the head wobble in the spider, although I'm not 100% sure that that is the case. But if we can actually find a gene that we can mix the spider with to 100% completely reduce or eliminate the head wobble, that would be ideal. Do you have any details on the cryptic morph and how it works with clown? Yeah, so the cryptic, I actually just did a video on the cryptic. The cryptic is a recessive gene. You need 2 copies of the cryptic to actually get a visual. And if you actually take a cryptic and mix it with a clown, you get all offspring that look like the cryptic, but they have 1 copy of the cryptic and 1 copy of the clown. It's like an allelic kind of it's a weird kind of a visual. They actually call it the krypton. So the krypton is the het cryptic, het clown, and the cryptic is the 2 gene combo of the cryptic. It gets really confusing. But let me tell you, I've actually seen some cryptic combinations that are like really totally amazing. One gene I'd actually probably get into is the cryptic gene. They're really super expensive and they really make some really amazing combinations. Kind of crazy. Are wobbles and snakes really bad for them to have? No, you know, my spiders, I had 1 spider that I bought with a really bad wobble and I actually sold it, and it would feed just perfect, and it would actually do just fine. It was no problems at all. It's just kind of a little weird. We got another super chat. Nice. Awesome. All right, we're trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with our super chat. That is the goal of the live stream marathon. We're getting close, getting close. All right, so this is like in a different currency, but I'm still going to mark it as $5 American. I'm not going to convert any of the currency. We're getting close enough. So this actually brings me down to, oh my, I almost need my calculator for this. This is 8,290, let's see, 8298. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, moving the needle a little at a time. Thank you, S Reptiles. That is awesome. Have I ever been getting bitten by a spider and a snake at the same time? No, but I have been bitten by a snake that was a spider. The worst bite I ever took in my entire life. I had a spider pied that was, I actually bought him as a spider pied with a pretty bad head wobble, and it's funny, he would actually feed just fine, but he'd have this weird stargaze where he'd kind of look up, and when I feed him, he would kind of miss the rat sometimes, but he would feed like crazy, and he just kept getting bigger and bigger. He got to the point, I'd say he's probably almost as big as Bobby, really super big. And I went to feed him a rat one time. Big mistake, feeding him a rat without gloves. And he didn't get the rat. He actually got me right here between my thumb and my finger. and he hung on really tight, and he wrapped around my whole arm, and I was just bleeding everywhere. I was like, oh, there's blood. I couldn't believe how much blood there was everywhere over my whole arm. It was just hanging on for dear life and wrapped around my arm. That was like the worst bite I'd ever had from any ball python or any snake. That was just crazy. Do I still have them? No, I actually sold that spider pied, that big male spider pied. I've been kind of unloading some of my spiders, trying to reduce the number of spiders. As a matter of fact, when I first got into ball pythons, I had no clue about the head wobble, and a lot of the snakes I bought had spider in them, and I wanted to breed the spider, but in a minimal amount. I actually have my pastel spider desert ghost female that has 0 head wobble. She's a really amazing female. I'm thinking the desert ghost actually eliminates the head wobble. I'm trying to breed her to actually prove that theory, to see if it actually proves it. And as a matter of fact, I actually do have one other spider. I'll show you this other spider I have. Oh, I'm not sure if I want to keep this spider. All right, Bobby. Bobby doesn't want to go back in. Oh my. I don't know what that was. All right. So here is one of my other spiders. Take a look at that beauty. That is a beautiful spider. This has a lot of genes in it. Tiny little snake. Super tiny little snake. Look at that guy. It's almost like a worm on a fishing hook. Look at that little guy. This one, believe it or not, this one's had 4 meals already. I think this was a twin. And the twin actually died. And this is the other twin that actually made it. So I think this is a pastel yellow belly spider visual pied, 100% het albino, really crazy looking snake, and pretty much 0 head wobble in this one. No head wobble at all. No like corkscrewing or head wobble. A little bit of shake from my hand. I think I'm wobbling more than the snake. Really super cute. Look at the pattern on the head. That is crazy. On the snake right there. This one is named Lucky, if you've been watching my channel. And Lucky is, I thought I was going to have to assist feed this one. This one, believe it or not, this one actually ate 4 meals by itself. It was weird. I actually put a little mouse in there, and I couldn't believe it ate it. It's still in deep shed from the very beginning. I haven't had to assist feed this one at all. Really super cool. It's almost like transparent. You can almost see like the insides. You can see that. That is really a wild snake. Really crazy looking. Yeah, so that's my other spider. I think that's my only other spider besides, I'll show you this other spider I have. All right, this one's all full of coconut husk. See if I can get it out. All right, I think these are banned in Europe. You can't have anything this pretty over in Europe. Take a look at that beauty. That is my other spider. Beautiful snake. That is pastel spider desert ghost female. Look at how big she is. I was surprised she actually didn't lay any eggs this year. No head wobble at all. And this one's super steady. Had no problems at all. Am I going to keep Lucky? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep him or not. I'm trying to reduce the number of spiders, but he's a really cool. I'm not sure if it's a boy or a girl. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He's definitely not ready. But this one I'm not selling. This is my visual desert ghost. Really awesome snake. Really super cool. And look at that with the spider and pretty much 0 wobble. No wobble at all on this snake. Really awesome snake. Pretty amazing. Although some people would argue that I shouldn't breed spiders, but look at that, how crazy that is. That is the craziest spider ever. That's one of my favorite snakes right there. And this one was really expensive. I bought this as a hatchling. This is from 2016, 4 years ago. I think I paid $750. I think they're almost the same price now, which is kind of crazy. Really awesome snake. Look at that. It's awesome. So those are pretty much my only two spiders. I might sell Lucky. I probably will sell her. That really small one. Once it gets up to size, I'm not sure how much I'm going to sell her for, but that's a really cool spider. What YouTube channels do you admire in the reptile community? I guess all of them that have the guts to get in front of the camera and take the heat. We all get roasted over here on YouTube. In the comments. I try to clean up my comments so you actually don't see a lot of the roasting that I get over in the comments. It's just kind of crazy. So yeah, so it really depends. I've actually seen quite a few. I think I'm subscribed to over hundreds of channels. I think I have several hundred channels that I'm subscribed to, which is kind of crazy. Oh, it's the UFC night, huh? No wonder. Well, I think about 70 some participants. I think we're up to 76 right now, 75. So yeah, if I'm actually it's interesting on YouTube. Sometimes I have a video that does really bad and I'm like, what is going on? My video's doing so bad. And I must have done something wrong on my video. And then I'm like, oh yeah, it actually posted in the middle of a football game, in the middle of Super Bowl Sunday or something like that. Which is kind of crazy. I'm like, no wonder it's doing so bad. But usually they kind of catch up later. So I was actually thinking of doing 12-hour live streams every day, all week long, to pay for my Harley Davidson with the super chats. And so it doesn't really matter what day it's on. I don't know if my voice will hold out that long, though. That is the thing. We are at 8 hours and 43 minutes and 4 seconds. Made $270. Moved the needle on the Harley Davidson. Not too bad. Whew, that is a long live stream. Some of us have been here all day. Wow. I was wondering about that. Have you been watching from the beginning? You better get some some cold ones and some popcorn. I can't believe we're still going. What snake is my favorite? Well, I think Bobby's my favorite. Couldn't do what I do without Bobby on my YouTube channel. Probably, I'd say probably my next one. My next favorite maybe would be Lucy, my big 100-pound albino reticulated python. Everybody talks about Lucy and Bobby. It seems like the two snakes that are pretty much the most popular. Let's see. My PC has been running this all day. Oh, yeah. You know what's amazing is I haven't actually taken a bathroom break in 8 hours and 44 minutes. That is amazing. Show us Lucy. Yeah, Lucy is in the other room. I'd have to take my whole setup apart. And with my phone, I'd probably accidentally hit the wrong button and end the live stream. We can't end it after 8 hours and 44 minutes. Yeah, go to the bathroom. I actually don't have to go right now. I was thinking, I actually brought some paper and a sign and some tape. I was actually going to tape it up in the bathroom. So if I have to go, I'll actually be there. So I don't know. I haven't been having to go. So this is kind of crazy. Let's see. How can I get my humidity down from 90%? If you live in a really humid place, I would say probably what I would do is I would use like a paper towel or some kind of substrate that is not. If you don't have enough ventilation in your tubs and your humidity is 90%, I'd say you'd probably want to make some more ventilation to dry it out. You definitely don't want too much humidity in there, which is kind of crazy. Hmm. Yeah. A lot of people have said they wanted to buy some retic hatchlings that haven't produced yet. Someday when I produce them, which is going to be kind of crazy. Any advice for first season snake breeders? We have one pair already. Yeah, I would probably get your incubator ready and maybe plan on holding some back if you want to expand. Usually at the beginning, some people expand. Yeah, I was wondering if people are gonna like catch my video at certain times. Hey, we got another super chat. All right, I'm trying to answer all the questions. Thanks for the response. Sometimes it goes so fast. Well, it's kind of hard to think when we just have an hour and I get so many questions in an hour versus doing an 8 hour, 9 hour live stream. I actually have time to go back and answer all the questions. So yeah, thanks. $1.99. All right, we have another $2 on here. So now we're down to 8,296 left on the Harley Davidson. Trying to buy a Harley Davidson with my super chat money. Actually, we're doing pretty good. Made $272 already. So that moves the needle. I'd say that is pretty good. Just tuned in. Hey, what's going on? Let me go back a little bit. How long do you put your females on hold during breeding? Could a dehumidifier work? Yes, I would definitely use a dehumidifier if you're in a really humid environment. Or paper substrate, yeah. My 7-year-old daughter, Lillian, wants to know if you prefer hatchlings or adults. If you're getting your first snake, I would say if it's an adult, I make sure it's kind of a gentle adults. I have one that is super biting. I just can't seem to snap them out of it. Sometimes they can be kind of hard to tame down as adults in some cases. Hatchlings usually go through this transition where you get them to a certain point and they bite everything. If you're comfortable with snakes, you can get them over that if you handle them a lot. So I'd probably prefer hatchlings because you can really snap them out of any bad behavior a lot easier than with adults. Can a pied get a head wobble? I think so. Hey, we got a $20 super chat. Hey, look at that. All right, we are moving the needle. $20. All right, so we are down to 8,276 left to pay off the Harley Davidson that I'm trying to pay off with a super chat to support Harley Davidson with a marathon live stream, 8 hours and 49 minutes into it. Kind of crazy. All right, let's see. Just tuned in. Hey, what's up, Reptile Nature? Only 242 hours at my 33 an hour average. Yeah, I'm hoping it gets better than my average. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm thinking the longer I get into it, maybe the word will get out that I'm trying to actually do this, and people will, I don't know, kind of jump in and help me out. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. over the next couple days if I can actually keep it up. What weight do you move up from small rats to mediums? I pretty much go by the size of the snake. So you really don't want to feed a rat that's thicker than the thickest part of the body of the snake. So I just kind of eyeball it, and I don't really like weigh a medium and kind of, you know, think about it in my head. What I usually do is I just go through my rack, my rodent rack, and I kind of euthanize my extra if I have some. And then I kind of figure out what ball pythons will actually eat these extra. And then usually what I'll do is I'll thaw out some from the freezer and kind of feed the rest in. Sometimes it's kind of sporadic as far as what I'm feeding. It depends on what I have in my freezer and what's coming out of the rack. And if some of them are lagging behind, like right now, I really need some larges for a lot of my breeders. So I'm kind of really focusing on producing more larges for a lot of my breeders, trying to get more in my freezer too, which is kind of crazy how it kind of cycles through. Hi, Chris Bordalo. Hello, what's going on? Moonstone Aquatics. Hey, you were my Patreon supporter for a while. I remember your name. You were one of my first ones. This is pretty cool. What would you recommend for a first snake for an aspiring breeder? The sky is the limit. I'd probably do something dominant or co-dominant. A super pastel would be pretty cool. Can you breed two spiders together? No, you cannot breed two spiders together, even if they are multi-gene snakes. Still here too. This is the longest live stream. This is the longest live stream ever on YouTube. 8 hours and 52 minutes. We're getting a little delirious here on the live stream. All right. So yeah, if you hear a slight wheezing in your ball python, it could be a respiratory infection. What I would actually do, I would actually really lower the humidity. If you hear any wheezing in your ball pythons, I would pretty much take out all the humidity until they go into a shed, then bump it up and then go back to the lowest humidity as possible to kind of fix your issue there. All right. You were here earlier and didn't know it was going to be this long. Yeah. Tuning in for the whole 242 hours. Well, I'm just going to do 12 hours at a time until we pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chat. Kind of an audacious goal. My blue-eyed Lucy shed, pooped, and ate, waiting for Jeeves. Yeah, I got some that I sold, just waiting to ship out. I was actually going to ship out some snakes tomorrow, but I'm probably going to do another live stream tomorrow. I don't really have time to ship out. The FedEx is like an hour drive away, so it takes me 2 hours round trip to actually do the FedEx route, and then I have to box them up. So it's like 3 hours to actually ship out some snakes, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, so for the names, for the bucket of names, I would probably comment under one of my videos in the comments section so I can see it there to actually add it to the bucket of names. So these comments here, there's going to be so many comments, like probably thousands of comments in here. There's no way I could actually go through these comments and pick out names from all these comments after the live stream of 12 hours. If we actually make it. So we're coming up on 9 hours. So we only have 3 hours left, which is pretty crazy. The smallest female I ever bred was actually, I actually bred a female that was 1,450 some grams, which was my clown. And she actually laid a clutch of eggs. I bred her with my albino pied. I was kind of getting greedy that time too, trying to get my triple hats. And I couldn't believe she laid 6 eggs and all of them hatched, which was pretty fantastic. All right, I got a comment. Harley Davidson, yes. Harley Davidson, yes. So I'm trying to buy this Harley Davidson, which is pretty awesome. It's actually a custom bike. If you're into Harleys, it's a Harley Davidson Dyna. Let's see, it was a Street Bob, which is completely modified. It looked like someone tore it down all the way to the frame and then rebuilt the whole thing with completely custom parts. So if you actually, if I can actually pay for it with this live, with a super chat, which would be pretty amazing, I'll actually bring it to the reptile shows. And let me tell you, it's got custom pipes on it that are if you actually go to YouTube and look up it's the Vansenheim's short shots, they call them. They are super loud and they sound really super mean and aggressive, really deep roar. You can actually, when I roll up to the reptile shows with this Harley Davidson, you'd be like, oh yeah, Chris is here. He's got his Harley Davidson super chat, which would be kind of fun to actually have a bike like that. To actually get a bike that I paid for and the super chat. Who's ever done that before? That's kind of crazy. Do I get bit much? I actually do get bit, usually from just my hatchlings when I'm working on the hatchlings. Usually when I'm going through and cleaning all the hatchling tubs, they can kind of, when they bite me, it's almost like just a little pinprick. Hey, we got another super chat, $3. All right, awesome. Thank you for the super chat. We're going to put it here, subtracted from what we owe on the Harley. We owe $8,273. That is a really big number that we still owe. Let's see. We moved the needle. Yes, that is awesome. Thank you very much. Oh, you have to be exhausted. Not really. I actually can go and go and go pretty much nonstop. I only sleep usually not very much, usually about 4 to 5 hours a night. I just keep going. I don't know. I just have a really high, whatever you call it. I don't know. It's kind of crazy. All right. Let's see. I lost my place on the comments. I was actually going through them. I didn't want to miss any. All right. Let's see. All right. So we'll go to the new comments. How do I sell at reptile shows? That is a good question. You should actually go over to my channel and look at some of my reptile show videos. I have some really nice high-end enclosures. Yeah, my throat is, I can definitely tell I've been talking for 9 hours. I can definitely tell it in my throat. It's kind of crazy. So I actually bought some really high-end ARS displays. They look probably better than anyone's displays at the reptile show. I think I have about $2,500 just in my displays, maybe close to 3,000, because I have these really awesome lights that go over the displays. It's pretty amazing setup. It's really crazy. And they all come in these hard cases, pretty awesome. And I actually take those cases in here and load up all the snakes before I go to the show, and then I just unpack them and just set them up on the table. It is really, really pretty and amazing setup for selling at the shows. A lot of times they'll put me right at the front door, so it's like the first thing you see when you come in. It's pretty amazing, just this awesome setup of snakes. As a matter of fact, I was actually have 2 sets of those boxes from the reptile shows, because I was actually busted by the reptile show police. They actually came in and said those displays are too small for the big hatchlings, so I was forced to upgrade to bigger display cases. So that was probably another, I think I had another 2,000, another 1,500. So I probably have like $3,500 in display cases, which is kind of crazy. And when I first started into ball pythons and I started making a lot of money in the hatchlings, I put most of that money back into my display cases for the shows, which is kind of, reinvesting. So it's not really too bad. Drink water instead of soda. I actually do have some Kool-Aid here. I have Kool-Aid, coffee, soda, everything. Reptile show police. Yeah, so I actually have a video on the reptile show police if you actually look it up. It was actually, I can't remember what, I think it was the state of Colorado for something else. I can't remember, but they actually busted me for having the wrong size display, which is kind of crazy. All right, we got another super chat. Redhead Exotics. Thank you so much. We're going to subtract that from this number. So we're down to 8,267, right? Is that right? 8. If I can add right, hopefully I got my math right on that. Awesome. So Redhead Exotic says, do you have any other social media platforms like Instagram? No, I just have YouTube, and that's it. Pretty much just one big YouTuber. I put out videos every single day on YouTube, and I'm kind of going for the long game of making the ad money on YouTube, which has the most potential out of all the sources of revenues on any other social media platform. So that's kind of what I'm going for. Of course, usually in the first, 2 to 5 years, you really don't make a lot unless your channel really blows up. Like if you kind of, get recommended by like a big YouTuber or something, like a big collaboration. A lot of times it takes a long time to get there. But once you get there, usually the ad money can pay millions per year on some of these big YouTube channels, which is kind of crazy, but it just takes so long to get there, and you're broke for so many years until you actually get there, which is kind of crazy. So I have like almost 1,000 videos on YouTube now after 3 years, which is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. When are you getting Leopard? That's a good question. I'm kind of waiting for to get Leopard in with something else. So I was actually thinking about getting a Confusion or an Acid or a Static, which are pretty much the same genes as my next snake. And the problem is if you actually work Leopard into those, they are so much more expensive. So probably won't get Leopard into that mix. But if I get something else like maybe like another really high-end clown combo, like maybe a leopard spot-nose clown, like a Batman or something like that, I'll probably get Leopard then and work it into a combination. I probably just won't buy just a leopard by itself. Let's see. The Lori leopard. 241.5 hours left. Hey, we just passed 9 hours. And we have 81 people. Made $300 to pay off the Harley Davidson that we're still trying to pay off with the super chat. The most expensive project. Yeah, I can show you the most expensive snake I have right here. So let's pull out a snake. I pulled this guy out a few times. I think this is the third time out for this one. The third time in 9 hours and 3 minutes. Take a look at that. I paid $1,500 for this guy. Last year. I think it was a year and a half ago, I tried to breed him last year and he was too young. This is a male, really beautiful banana Enchi clown. Awesome. They're still really expensive now. Actually, I saw one over there selling for $1,500 still. So these clown combos can be really super expensive. And look at his head. Look at the kind of the crazy head pattern right on the head. Really awesome combination. And it's kind of weird because this has the banana in it, and if you mix it with the Enchi pretty much eliminates all the spots on the banana, which is kind of crazy. When I first got him, he actually had these little tiny spots here and there. I thought they were mites. I was kind of freaking out. And it got to the point where he's just part of his pattern. He's an awesome snake. He's almost big enough I could put him around my neck. Almost. He's not really used to being held, so he's kind of freaking out just a little bit. What's the best first snake for a 13-year-old? King snake or ball python? Well, if he's afraid of snakes, has a little fear of snakes, I'd say probably a ball python. So the king snakes can kind of move around a lot more. I've actually had some people that were a little bit afraid of snakes, and I give them a king snake, and they're like, "This snake moves too much. I just can't deal with this snake." And the ball python just kind of hangs out. But if you're not really afraid of snakes, you could get a king snake. I really like both of them. It's kind of a tie between the two. You don't have to worry about the humidity with the king snake, and you don't have to worry about them fasting. Usually a king snake will always eat pretty much every single time. So it really depends on kind of what you're going for. Although the ball pythons, they're you can breed them, and you can get a lot more different variety in ball pythons versus king snakes. I don't know. I'd say either one would be pretty good. All right, let's see. Uh, how much do I pay for snake equipment? As a newbie, you can spend as little or as much on snake equipment. I think I have maybe, I'd say maybe $25,000 in snake equipment. If you count all my racks and my displays for the shows and everything, it's kind of crazy, but you get it back pretty quick when you're breeding snakes. Can I do a live feeding? Actually, I did a whole video, a 45-minute video on feeding. It was actually like a fresh killed rat, going through and feeding all my snakes, and they actually demonetized it. A lot of times live feedings can get your channel in trouble. A lot of times they'll demonetize them. They actually have a checkbox in your kind of a self-certification for your video. If any animals are being harmed in the video, and you actually go in and check it, a lot of times they'll just strip the ads out, and then you don't make any money for the video. And that's kind of my source of income, is the money, the ad money on the videos. So so yeah, I don't do live feedings anymore. Some people do all live feedings and they get a lot of views because it's like the shock factor, and YouTube doesn't really like that. And YouTube rules are changing all the time. So sometimes they go in and decide, all right, with the kids channel, I don't know if you guys have heard about the kids channel thing that happened. What was it, a year and a half ago or 2 years, where if you had a channel with kids in it, they stripped all the ads, they wouldn't promote your videos, and they pretty much demonetized it. And all these kids channels that were making millions of dollars on the YouTube ads were pretty much shut down. And some people actually said they were making millions, and then they went back to their day job because of the changes with the kids channel. So I don't show any kids in my channels, and it changes all the time. Now they have this crazy rule that they actually, if you don't post a new video for 6 months, they can demonetize your channel, which is kind of crazy. So being a YouTuber, you have to stay up to date on all the rules. No live feeding. You gotta jump through all these hoops. It's kind of crazy. Do you ask them? Let's see. Do you ask them if you can sell at the shows? Let's see. Let's see. Are you still selling bobby sheds? I actually do have a bobby shed that's in really good shape that I listed over on eBay, and it didn't sell, so I just took it down. As a matter of fact, I actually have it right here, which is pretty crazy. I don't know. I thought it was a good idea, and then nobody bought it. And then this is a pretty good shed from Bobby, which is kind of crazy. Look at that. Almost like an intact shed from Bobby all the way to the tail. It looks like the head's kind of missing there, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, actually I've been saving all my sheds. I have a whole garbage bag like this big around full of all my old sheds. I've been trying to figure out what to do with all my old sheds, but I've been so busy, with everything else. And right now I'm selling hatchlings, running to the post office every week, which is like 3 hours on top of everything else. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, you can't believe I'm still on. I can't believe I'm still on either. So we are at 9 hours, 9 minutes, 52 seconds, going for 12 hours on the live stream, trying to pay for the Harley Davidson with the super chat. An audacious goal. All right. The Urban Camo, I think it will maintain its price. It's been really high. It's not very popular, the Urban Camo, and I think it will do really well. Start off a hatchling in a 4x2x2. I started hatchling off in the ARS hatchling rack. You can actually go over to ARS and kind of get the dimensions of the tubs. Do I have any snakes that have a head wobble? I don't have any snakes with a head wobble. You can handle a snake in shed. That shouldn't be a problem. Usually they can't see very good. Favorite snake from the past? Maybe one that I sold? That's a tough question. I don't know. I actually had my Australian Wilma python that was really super aggressive. I was terrified of that snake when I first started. I actually tamed that thing down and it became really sweet. It got over all of its damage that it was, it kind of got all beat up in the mail and had all these marks. When I sold it, it was really gentle and really beautiful. I sold it to a guy that had a female Wilma. He actually bred it that same year and had a whole clutch of eggs. And that was probably one of my favorite snakes from the past. You have to pay to sell at the show. You do. It depends on the show. I think some of them are like $125 a table. Some of them, I think they were like 65 or 80 or something like that. If you sell at the NARBC, like one of the big shows, it can be even more expensive. And then if you get multiple tables, it can be super expensive. I've actually seen some people, well, they'll have like a whole island with a bunch of tables, and they say they lose money at the shows because they're spending more in tables than they're actually selling at the show. And some people regret selling at the show because it's so expensive. But, for me, for just one 8-foot table, it's like usually right around $100 or something like that, which is, minimal compared to what I'm actually making as far as just selling a whole bunch of, you can sell an incredible amount. Some shows I'll sell like 25 or 30 hatchlings. I'll just unload at some of the shows. Future on the mahogany. I think the mahogany is a good gene. Mahogany makes some really awesome combinations. Let's see. I'm gonna have to go through these questions. They're coming in a little bit faster. No, we can bring another snake out. That's fine. We can bring Bobby back out. That is fine. We can do whatever we want. All right, Bobby. Let's bring Bobby out. And Bobby's fine with it too. He doesn't mind being out. As a matter of fact, I think he prefers being on my shoulders versus being in the tub. He is pretty awesome. Let's see. T minus 23 days until the Super Pastel is clutch. Awesome. Yeah, determination for being on live for so long. I actually owe $8,268 on my Harley, and that's my motivation. If I don't actually pay it off, I'm going to lose my $500 deposit. Bobby is a YouTube sensation. He's pretty awesome. My most defensive snake, that is Chomper, my bumblebee. I think it's aggression instead of defensive. That is crazy. How many feet is my biggest ball python? Actually, I did a video where I was measuring my snake. I used it was actually an online app that you could actually put your snake down and put a ruler next to your snake, and then you take a picture of the ruler next to your snake, and then you go into the software and measure the ruler, and it would calibrate the software to figure out how long it was, and then you'd basically just draw a line down the back of your snake around the curves and everything, and tell you exactly how long your snake was. It was pretty awesome. I think my biggest one was almost 6 feet long. I think it was like 5'9" or something, which just kind of blew me away as far as how long it was. Show Chomper. Yeah, Chomper is actually right behind me. I'll probably get bit. Probably get bit by Chomper. All right, Chomper. I actually sold Chomper. She just laid some eggs. Hey, we got a super chat. Super chat. Here is Chomper. Look at that snake. She's gonna bite the camera. She's every time I show her on the camera, she bites the lens. So, look at how skinny she is. She still has not eaten one meal. Just one meal, just this week. The first meal after laying eggs. So she's actually not too bad. I've had her out a few times during this last year. Seems like she's getting a little bit better. Look at that girl. She's gonna tag you there on the camera. That is a crazy snake. You gotta watch this girl. She will take a bite out of you. Woo! So yeah, we actually proved that one out to be het pied, 100% het pied. And I'm pretty sure she's yellow belly too, which is pretty cool. All right, super chat. My Animal House. Thank you very much. We're going to subtract that from what we owe on the Harley Davidson. See, we're at 8268. Minus 3. We're down to 8,265. That's still a big number. That's a really big number. All right. All right, let me look at these comments. Well, Bobby hangs out on my shoulder. Do you email the show and ask them if you can sell? So some of the shows, you actually go to their website. So, for example, I can't remember if there's 2 in Colorado. You can actually reserve a particular table, which is pretty cool. So if you want to be like right at the front door, versus if you want to be in the middle, and you can actually see, usually I'd say maybe a month and a half before the show, you really want to go there and reserve your table and pay for it in full, so you can actually reserve that. If you wait too late and you get to the kind of up against the, like if there's like a week left before the show, a lot of times you can't get into the show, so you really have to be on top of it. So sometimes it really depends on the show too. So I've actually been in some of the shows where a lot of times it's really cold wind coming in the front door. And let me tell you, you definitely want to stay away from the cold, windy door on some shows, especially if they're kind of where they're located. I've actually got close to the doors, and sometimes you actually can't reserve a spot. They put you wherever they want you to put. And on my display, I actually have heat strips under each display, and I kind of set the hotspot at 90 degrees. So all my snakes are toasty warm. It doesn't really matter if I'm up against the door or not. So that's kind of one of the things to think about. Let's see. How do I get my snakes to lock tails? So what I actually do is I don't even look at snakes as far as copulation. I just take a male, I'll put it with a female for about 3 to 5 days, and I don't know what Bobby's doing. They're kind of going crazy. And if they mate, they mate, and if they don't, they don't. And I don't actually worry about it. And then about 3 weeks later, 3 or 4 weeks later, I'll pair them up again, and 4 weeks later, I'll pair them up again, and just kind of rotate through. And I don't worry about any of the locks or anything. I know some people kind of peek in there, but I don't really want to disturb them. And if they lay eggs, they lay eggs. It's just kind of. How long have I been live? I've been live for 9 hours, 19 minutes, 39 seconds. Trying to pay for my Harley Davidson with the super chat. We're doing pretty good. I'm actually up to $303, but we still have, a long way to go. $8,265. Trying to buy a Harley to support Harley Davidson that has been down in sales. I don't know if you've been watching about Harley Davidson. They're like closing their retail stores and shutting down production. Sales are down like almost, I think it was like 47%. The first quarter, they lost like 93 million or something. I'm not really affiliated with Harley, but I thought, hey, it's kind of a neat idea to actually try to support an American company. And another reason to kind of connect with everyone here on the internet over these 12-hour live streams. I'm trying to go 12 hours a day. I don't know if it's, yeah, actually, I have a little picnic here. My wife brought me some ice cream and some stew. Actually, I didn't eat all my stew here. I should eat a little bit more, but I'm doing pretty good. How do I keep track of all my snake feeding? I struggled with that for a long time, and I finally went to check out this feeding card. I went to these feeding cards, and every X is a rodent. This one is eating, look at how many, like 3 in a week, 2 in a week. That's crazy. And then, some months they only eat a couple. This month they didn't eat at all except for the last week. So sometimes they can eat a lot, and sometimes they'll eat. And these triple heads, they've been eating like crazy. And some of these cards, it's kind of interesting. You can just look at them, and based on the card, you can see how much they've been eating. Some of them are really empty, and some of them are really full. Depends on the snake. Some of them are crazy. Some of them fast for, some of them only eat like Bobby here. He went on a really long fast. Only ate once a month for, I think it was like 6 months or something. That was kind of crazy. So as a matter of fact, in March and April, he didn't eat anything at all, which is kind of crazy. May, he had 1 rodent. June, he had 1. July, he had 2. August, he had 3. So it's kind of fun. He's always had really good body condition, even though he's not really eating that much. It's kind of crazy. How many females do I have? I think I have 39 females, most of which are actually too small to breed. Take a couple dozen cards. I should sell the cards. That would be kind of cool. As a matter of fact, on the cards, I can show you this again. So in this one, I actually use, it's like the holder is for like baseball cards, which is kind of cool. You can put baseball cards as fits. Some of them don't fit. You have to kind of cut them down a little. And then I put a little piece of tape to grab onto the card. And then I put Velcro on the back. Those are like the best thing I've ever come up with is, hey, I got another super chat. All right. Thank you, Andrew Hunter. We're chipping it down, moving the needle. $2 on the Harley. 82.63 left. Awesome. Thank you. Raffle off a couple snakes. Yeah. When it comes to raffles, it can actually be against the law because it can actually be considered gambling. You'll actually see some of these giveaways over here on YouTube, and people will be like, all right, we're doing a giveaway, but we can't do it if you live in California or New Jersey or something like that. You have to be really careful giving stuff away or raffling it. As a matter of fact, I was thinking, yeah, I could actually go over to Patreon and do some kind of everyone put in $1 and kind of raffle a snake. Come to find out that is highly illegal and they'll shut you down. So when it comes to giveaways, I actually don't really do any giveaways or raffles or anything. I don't want to really be on the kind of the edge of breaking the law as far as I was concerned. So only 10 days left of live stream. Well, you know what the funny thing is I was actually, if you've been here from the beginning, you probably heard this. I was actually going to buy a Harley Davidson to support Harley, pay for it with the super chat. And I actually found a bike over on one of the dealers in Wisconsin. So they had this really cool Harley Davidson Dyna that was completely tricked out. And I put $500 down, and the guy said, all right, you have 2 weeks to pay off the rest on this Harley Davidson. So that means I can live stream every day for 2 weeks before I lose my deposit. I have to figure out something else to do to pay off this crazy bike. So we'll see. I don't know if I could do 2 weeks of 12-hour a day live streams. That would be like a YouTube original right there. That is crazy. I'd probably get delirious and start juggling or something. I don't know. Yeah, 242 more hours. It really depends on sometimes the live stream. You can actually, I've seen a lot of people have like $500 super chats. Let me tell you, just a few of those, and this would go really quick. It's pretty rare, but on some of the bigger channels, I've actually seen it. Usually, my super chats, I'd say, are usually about $2 a piece. So it's kind of unusual that I've actually got so much, some of those bigger ones, which is kind of crazy. But if you're actually, yeah, we'll see how it actually goes. I feel like you would get burned out and quit uploading daily. Hey, I got another super chat. We're moving the needle. Moving the needle. All right. Thank you. 680, or is it 680 ECKS? Cool. $5. All right. Let me see if I can do this in my head. Bobby's going to help me do the calculations here. So we're at 25 to 8,258. That is a big number. Oh, yeah. Getting burned out and quit uploading daily. There are many, many times I was like, that's it. I can't upload anymore. And then I think about going back to work. I'm like, all right, I can upload another one. So, yeah. What was my first snake rack? Actually, when I first started in ball pythons, I had wire shelving and glass tanks. I started with the glass critter cages with the sliding tops, and it was kind of weird because I actually had like the round hides in all the critter cages, and all the ball pythons would just crawl in the hide, and they would sleep in the hide all day and never come out. So their enclosure essentially was the size of the hide in the glass aquarium, and they wouldn't eat very good, and it was definitely a struggle. How many cans of pop have you had? I've had two cans of pop in 9 hours and 27 minutes. All right. Speaking of cans of pop, I'm going to open up my Yeti cooler. And I'm a big fan of Yeti. I'm not sponsoring Yeti. I'm not promoting Yeti, but I do have my Yeti can cooler with my Coke. These are awesome. It keeps my Coke cool for like 4 hours. It's pretty crazy. So this should actually last until midnight, which is kind of crazy. Woo. Videos are great. Keep it up. Thanks. I try. Since that's all I do anymore is videos every single day. You won a banana het clown. That's pretty awesome. I'd definitely breed it to another clown or another het clown or an enchi. Banana enchis are really cool. Or a banana leopard or any of the combinations. I'd probably do like a banana leopard spot nose, which would be really crazy. Absolutely love those dark pattern enhancing jeans. Yeah, super chats. Yeah, so I'm still a pretty small channel with only 36,000 subscribers. So I've actually seen, bigger channels do better on the super chats. So this is a pretty bold adventure for only 36,000 subscribers, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, Bobby is very comfy. I think Bobby is sleeping on my neck. He is very comfy. I think he likes this better than the tub, as a matter of fact. Let's see. I've watched 8 different movies during this chat. Yeah, this is a long chat. I'm surprised that we've had like, between 60 and 80 people pretty much the whole time, which is kind of crazy. When am I going to do another reptile show? Probably when I get my COVID vaccine that Trump says we're going to get before the election. We'll see if it actually happens. Fauci says maybe early next year. You know, some people say mid next year to late summer. I don't know. So we'll see. I'll probably get the first vaccine that they come out with. Let's see. What would I breed? A super orange dream Enchi het pied. I would definitely do another pie. The super orange dream pies are crazy. I would definitely do one of those. Yeah, he does love me. Bobby is such a snuggly little snake. Am I going to focus on darker or lighter morphs? Probably a combination of both. I'm thinking about doing maybe a black head or something like that for the dark side. Maybe working it in with my calico, making some really cool black head stuff. Maybe GHI, some of the darker stuff like that. Maybe black pastel going for the panda pied, which would be a cool project. Yeah, you don't trust the vaccine? I don't know if I'd trust it either, but yeah. Yeah, how snakes look at the different age, the baby compared to adults. I've had quite a few requests for that video, and I'm not really sure that I can actually do that video, because if you look at like all the different babies versus all the different adults, there's so many variations. Sometimes, unless you're actually looking at one specific snake during the transition, it's really difficult to actually get an idea of the comparison between the hatchlings and the adults. So I don't think I can actually do that. It would be kind of cool if you had, you know, some of the maybe some previous videos when your snakes were small versus an older snake or something like that. Look at Bobby kind of peeking around the corner. It's kind of funny. It's like, what is going on? All right, we are up to 9 hours 32 minutes. Whew, that's 10. Only 2.5 hours ago. 2.5 hours. Can we do it? Maybe. Actually started late because it's actually 9:50 here. So what's funny is actually when I started the live stream, I started the live stream at the very beginning. And I was sitting here talking and telling everybody, hey, this is what's going on in the live stream, telling about the Harley Davidson. I was trying to pay it off with the super chat and going on and on and on. And I looked down and I was like, wait a minute, there's nobody on the live stream. So I ended it, and come to find out, I actually had it set to private. So I think I was the first 20 minutes talking to nobody, which is kind of crazy. You can actually add 20 minutes onto the 9:32. So we're almost at 10 hours that I'm doing live streams. It's kind of crazy. Does Bobby get heavy? He does get heavy sometimes. He's a really big snake. Would you ever come to an Oregon reptile show? So it's kind of interesting. At some point, I would like to travel around, maybe with Bobby, and do some reptile shows, which would be kind of cool. But I have so many animals and so much stuff here. I'd almost have to hire someone I have to kind of transition away from kind of what I'm doing. I'm not sure exactly how I do it to travel around. I probably have to move my reptiles into a shop or something and have someone take care of them. If I could get to the point where I could actually pay someone to take care of them and breed my reptiles. But I'm not really at that point yet. But maybe once I'm a big famous YouTuber and make a lot of money on the ads, then when I have the money, I'll actually have some options. But right now it's like, yeah, it's I don't really have the money to travel around right now too. Gonna put my phone on autoplay and start watching all of your videos. So I actually have almost 1,000 videos over on YouTube. And I was thinking, if you I actually did this calculation, I think most of them are about 15 minutes long. So if you actually watched all of my videos 40 hours a week, you'd be watching for almost 2 months to watch all of my videos. It is a lot of videos. You'd pretty much know more than I know, because I pretty much forgot everything that I did over there in those videos. That is kind of crazy. A lot of times I'll just study a gene and a combination or whatever, and then I'll just kind of soak it in, and then I'll do a video, and then half the stuff I'll actually forget. And then sometimes I'll have to actually go back to my old videos. I'm like, what did I say? Because I actually, spent 3 hours researching a specific gene, and I, figured out all the ins and outs. A lot of that I actually forget, which is kind of crazy. I've watched all your vids. That is quite the accomplishment to watch all of my videos. I actually did do a stranger video. How much does a YouTuber make? A YouTuber can make as much as $1 million a month on ad revenue. And some don't make much at all. As a matter of fact, I make probably more on my YouTube channel with 36,000 subscribers. As a matter of fact, I actually watched this other guy. He has like 100 and almost 140,000 subscribers. And I make more than he does because it's based on the views. As far as if you're just looking at the ad revenue, which is kind of complicated. The average YouTuber, I say there is no average YouTuber. You can say how much, well, yeah, there is no average YouTuber, really. My best month out of just on the ad revenue, I'd say my number one best month, I made $2,800 on the YouTube ads over here on the YouTube. So I actually started putting out videos every single day, day after day for about 6 months before I got monetized. And after 6 months, the very first day that I got paid from YouTube from the ads, I made 80 cents in one day. That is crazy. You make hardly anything on YouTube when you start. And it pretty much expands exponentially. So if you really start cranking out the videos every day, it can grow exponentially. If you actually do like one video a week, you grow like 10 times as slow. Sometimes the subscribers will grow really fast, but your views will stay down and you won't make that much money. I've actually seen some people where they'll put out like one video, like a music video or something like that, and they'll get millions of subscribers, tons of views. And then for whatever reason, it kind of falls out of popularity where they'll have millions of subscribers and won't be making anything on YouTube. So it's not really the subscribers, it's the views. I can just go on and on. It's like my full-time job doing YouTube. It's kind of crazy. The jeans that are most sought after. I'd say probably some of those popular that have always been popular are the pines and the clowns. I think the bamboos are becoming really popular. A lot of people are like going crazy over the bamboos. I think just because of Bobby. A lot of people can't even buy bamboos, just the single gene bamboos over on Morphmarket. A lot of people have been complaining, hey, I want to get a bamboo and I can't find one, which is kind of interesting. Bobby is changing the reptile scene. But I'd say as far as the ones that are really most popular and probably in highest demands, probably the number one is the normal, believe it or not. When I go to the reptile shows, I always sell the normals first. A lot of people just want a pet ball python. They don't care what it is. And they just want the cheapest one, something for their kids. And they only want to spend like $50 or something like that. The normals, and then the single genes like your pastels or your lessers or your Mojaves, something like that. And the pinstripes, they're a really good seller, probably the best at the shows. When it comes to anything over $300, I'd say it's a really hard sell. Pretty much everything up to 300 is pretty easy, sells pretty well. Anything like 500 to 1,000 is a little bit harder to move. Anything multiple thousands of dollars, and you need a really unique buyer to actually get it. Hey, we got another super chat. All right. He wants to see Jeeves again. We can see Jeeves again. He is a normal ball python, possible het desert ghost. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure, as a matter of fact, let me pull up my, let me pull this up over here on the internet. Let's see. Yeah, so Jeeves is a male possible het desert ghost. So the reason he's a possible het desert ghost is because he was actually produced from my bamboo calico, and my bamboo calico came from my calico pastel, and I've actually proved out that my calico pastel is 100% het desert ghost. We actually proved it out and produced a visual. So that means Jeeves's father had a 50% chance of being het for desert ghost. So there's a 50-50 chance that he could have, I guess it'd be like a 25% chance, a pretty slim chance that he's het desert ghost, but it's possible. So if I actually proved out my bamboo calico and proved out that that was het desert ghost by breeding it to another desert ghost, that would actually mean that Jeeves would become 50% het desert ghost. And then if you actually bred Jeeves to something else and proved it out, you know it's 100%. But you know, it kind of gets diluted the further you go down in the gene pool. All right, so wait, we still have to, hey, we got another super chat. We got to keep up with the Harley Davidson here. Let's see, let's go back. All right, so this is $5. Awesome to see Jeeves again. We can do that. So that's 8,253. Let's see if we can get below 8,000 by the end of the night. That'd be kind of crazy. Then we had another one. Thank you, Kylie Miller, $14.99. So that's another 15. I might actually need my calculator for that one. Let's see that one. All right, let me put Bobby back and get out Jeeves. Oh. All right, Bobby. Bobby doesn't want to go back in. Bobby wants to come back out. All right, here we go. All right, so here we go. This is Jeeves, beautiful looking normal. Probably one of the orangest looking normals. It's kind of interesting how they can really change. So this one is possible het desert ghost, and there's, as far as I know, there's no markers for desert ghost. So you really can't look at anything on the snake as far as the belly tracks that I actually know of. Kind of has some interesting belly patterns. Little busy of a pattern. Hard to tell. In the bamboo calico, the bamboo overwhelms everything. Even if there was like a het pot or something, I couldn't see it in the bamboo. There's no way. So the parent from Jeeves, the bamboo calico, there's no way you could actually see it in there. And yeah, this guy's healthy. Have no problems with mites or respiratory infections or anything in my collection. Thank goodness, no problems at all in my snakes, which is pretty awesome. He's like staring into the camera. I don't know what he's doing. He's like kind of freaking out. He sees himself in the camera. I've never seen a ball python look at himself like in a mirror like that. That is kind of crazy. Looking really good. And this one almost looks like, you know, see these little speckles right in here. Some people will call that granite. So this is like, I guess you would call this like a granite. But a lot of the granites are not genetic. So a lot of times you'll actually get like a granite in a snake and you read it to something else and it doesn't produce granite, which is, I kind of ignore the granite in a lot of mine. It seems like there's like the granite kind of a look, kind of the little speckling in a lot of my snakes. It seems like there's some flaming coming up the sides, which is kind of crazy for this normal. Really cool looking snake. And you just want to hold on to them all, but you just can't keep them all. It's a really amazing snake. I can almost put this one around my neck. Almost. I don't know if I could. He's a little tiny guy. We'll see. We'll see if he actually stays on my shoulder. I don't know. Looks inchy. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if this one's inchy. If it's an inchy, it's a really low expression inchy. Some people say you can actually tell by the kind of the banding and the pattern on the back of the head as far as inchy. I don't know if that's actually a really strong sign of being inchy as far as that. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just a normal. Just a really cool looking normal. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. All right, I had to pull the calculator out for this one. We're down to 8,238. $8,238 left on the Harley Davidson. Trying to pay it with the super chat, which is kind of crazy. We are at 9 hours, 44 minutes, 59 seconds. Who ever heard of a live stream? I was wondering at 12 hours if they're just going to cut me off or what's going to actually happen. Someone said you have a limit of 12 hours. Or maybe what they'll do is they'll cut off the replay at 12 hours. I was wondering if they'd cut you off at 10 hours. I don't know. Yeah, so I'm going to end in 2 hours and 15 minutes. And then I'll see you back here at noon tomorrow, and we'll do another 12-hour live stream. Gamers stream 24 hours. Cool. That is awesome. Let's see. Yes, I said that was normal. I think that is just a normal possible het desert ghost. Can you refreeze rats? I would not refreeze anything that's been thawed out. Most people say once you thaw them out, do not refreeze a rat. Yeah, usually pretty much the industry standard. A lot of people get like alligators or crocodiles or something to actually eat all their used rodents. Sometimes you can actually do that. Find something else that'll eat them instead of just throwing them out. I actually threw some rodents out this week or last week. It was my 4 small rats. I actually pulled too many out of the freezer and my ball pythons didn't eat them. That's the first time ever that I threw out some rats. I just thought out way too many. Usually what I do is I actually thought about half as many rats as I need for my ball python. So if some don't eat, I kind of, move to some of the other ones. But sometimes, yeah. What are you streaming tomorrow? Pretty much the same thing as today. So I'm going to start at 12 noon all the way to 12 midnight. Just kind of hanging out here in my snake room, answering questions, showing you my snakes, doing super chat to pay for my Harley Davidson. Let's see if this actually works. That is a really big number. How do you breed your rats? That is a good question. So what I do is I actually have these big breeder tubs and I put 2 females and a male together and I just leave them together all the time now. And when the young babies mature, I'll move the mature ones into like a grow out tub and I'll do it that way. And sometimes you actually run into problems. We have kind of a whole bunch of medium rats and then they'll have some brand new babies. The new babies sometimes will get trampled. And what I'll actually do is move the new babies from one to another and kind of switch them around. So you move the new ones with another female that has some new babies. It's a little bit, you kind of have to move stuff around to make sure that everything's okay. Breeding rats is kind of complicated, I'd say. Yeah, 600 by the end of tomorrow. I don't know. It really depends. We'll see. Why don't I live stream my farm? Because my Wi-Fi won't go out to my cows or my chickens. I am limited from my Wi-Fi. I'm pretty much stuck right by the house. My favorite breeder. That is a good question. I don't know if I have a favorite. I think all breeders are pretty awesome. Yeah, the 10-day stream. Let's see if we can actually do a 10-day stream. It's going to be kind of crazy. Yeah, probably not making a vid for 2 weeks. So I'm going to go back to daily videos as soon as my Harleys fade off. So in the meantime, yeah, pretty much just doing live on my channel, hanging out, drinking some Coca-Cola. Can you raffle on Facebook? That is a good question. So Facebook, I think, is pretty much unregulated. I think that's why a lot of people use Facebook. There's really no rules. You can say anything you want, and you can do anything you want. Over on Facebook, nobody really cares. That's kind of the pros and the cons of Facebook, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, teasing you on the 10-day stuff. Actually, I think you're pretty serious. I think you're about right on the mark on the 10-day. I think we're gonna have to do a 10-day live stream. Hey, if you guys want to come in and chat anytime, I'll be right here on YouTube, just kind of chatting and answering questions. Update on my Dinker project. Yeah, I actually pulled him out about 8 hours ago. I'm gonna pull him out again. Yeah, that's a pretty cool snake. So this is kind of an unusual snake. So I actually took my Coral Glow 100% het pied and I bred it to a kind of an unusual looking normal. And I popped this out. And so this technically should be a normal and 50% het pied. But if you actually look at the belly tracks on this thing, look at the tracks on the belly. I'm thinking this is 100% het pied. Although usually the het pied markers don't go so far up the belly like that. That's just kind of crazy. And kind of the weird thing about this is if you actually look at the width of the scales on the belly, look at how skinny they are. I don't think I've ever seen such skinny belly scales. Kind of wild. So this is a weird Dinker project. If you actually look at the pattern on the sides, definitely does not look like a normal ball python. Really crazy looking snake. So this is a female. I've been growing it up for 2 years. Still probably won't breed it for another year. It's probably right on the edge of 1,500 grams. So that is my crazy Dinker project. Looks really kind of wild. I remember when it poked its head out of the egg and I was like, oh, another normal. And then it came out all the way. I was like, wow, that's kind of crazy. If you actually look at the pattern on the top, it really looks like almost like little bubbles and lines and weird kind of. I actually saw there's a couple on Morphmarket I saw like this. One was someone was selling it as a mahogany, which I don't know if it was a mahogany. I think it was maybe something similar, the same exact thing as this. And I saw another one that was a Rio, which is a super Arroyo. I think that's what it was. And it looked almost exactly like this, but I don't think I actually have those genes in my both of those snakes. So that is definitely the weirdest snake that I ever found. I'm thinking about maybe breeding this back to that Coral Glow to see if this is a single gene or if this is a super, if I can actually make the super, if it's in the Coral Glow, which is kind of weird. I can't breed it back to the female, of course, because this is the female. I don't know. Maybe it came from that unusual looking female. But that is my Dinker project. Looking really wild. Kind of a crazy looking snake. I don't know if this one will actually chill out around my neck. We'll see if I can do it. This one might be a little bit flighty. Not really that friendly. Oh. And this one's going to choke me out. Woo. All right. I give. What is a Dinker? So a Dinker is a snake that has an unexpected pattern that you don't know exactly what's in that snake. So this technically should be a normal, but it doesn't look like any normal that you would see. And it looks like it could be a new gene, which is why we call it a Dinker. So a lot of Dinkers, sometimes it can be like, maybe it's another gene. Maybe this is actually like a gene that we actually know that I just can't identify because I'm not that good in ball pythons. Sometimes that can happen. And sometimes you can actually have a brand new gene that no one's ever seen before in a snake. And that's kind of what you call a Dinker or a Dinker project, where you're hoping to find a brand new gene that you can prove that it's genetic. And a lot of times you'll get really crazy looking snakes like this. I've actually seen this, especially, you see people like spend $20,000 on a snake like this, and then they'll breed it and it's not genetic. They'll like breed it over and over and over, and they'll never produce another snake that looks like this. So sometimes it can be genetic and sometimes it can be just an unusual looking normal. As a matter of fact, when I first produced this, a lot of people are saying that just looks like an unusual het pied, because in some cases the het pied can really jumble up the pattern, but I don't know if it's, I've never seen just a het pied that looks as crazy as this. This is a really weird snake. All right, let's get Bobby back out. We gotta have at least one snake. Bobby's in it for the long haul. Only 2 hours left on the live stream. How old am I? Good question. I'll give you a hint. I joined the Army back in 1984. Back before there was computers, back before there were cell phones, back before there were pagers. Pretty old. Yeah. What would you name a new gene? No, I'm actually older than that. 36. I remember when I was 36. I would name a new gene depending on, that one's close, just one digit too low. I gave it away. What'd you name a new gene if you were to prove it out? Depends on what it looks like. Yep, that's right. So it really depends. I don't know. I'd have to think about it because, sometimes people name certain genes kind of inappropriate names. You have to have kind of an appealing name. It's kind of like if you look at the banana versus the coral glow, pretty much exactly the same snake. I think it's exactly the same gene personally. And if you actually look at the number of bananas versus the number of coral glows over on Morphmarket, a lot more people are looking for and buying bananas, which I think it's because the name is a little bit more appealing. You want to buy a fruit versus like a coral glow, which is kind of this abstract kind of a name for a snake. So sometimes you can actually really make it more or less popular depending on the name that you actually give the morph, which is kind of interesting when it comes to snake names. All right, let's see. One place to learn all the morphs and genes, you can actually go over to my YouTube channel, go to my videos tab and click on play all. And for the next 2 months, I will tell you everything about everything you want to know about all the ball python genes and combinations and everything. I actually went through every single gene and pretty much almost every single combination with a lot of the, like the 2 and 3 gene combinations, even sometimes 4 or 5 gene combinations. I'm kind of running out of content after 1,000 videos. But if you want to learn ball pythons and know pretty much everything that I know, you can go to my YouTube channel and just kind of go through all the videos. If you have another, if you want to binge watch for 2 months straight, 8 hours a day, which would be kind of crazy. The Colorado water must come from the fountain of youth. Yeah, actually, we had this experimental drug in the lab that we produced, and I actually ate quite a bit of it. I think it actually reversed my aging. It was like a super antioxidant. Let me tell you, the company would produce it, and they would sell it by the boatload. It was actually, I probably shouldn't have mentioned the name of it here on the video. It's the fountain of youth. I have found the fountain of youth. I should buy a freeway. I definitely want to buy a freeway combo at some point. Yeah. And an axanthic and a leopard and a confusion and a whole bunch of stuff. It's just on and on and on. You can just keep going and going. You kind of run out of room with 200 base genes and all the combinations you can make. It's kind of crazy. Let's see. I'm planning on breeding my mystic potion to my super lesser. How will I tell the difference between the offspring, Mystic Lesser or less Mojave Lesser. So the Mystic Lesser would actually be, I think it's an all-white snake, the Mystic Lesser, and then the Mojave Lesser, well, that's an all-white snake too. Yeah, you'd have all-white snakes and you couldn't tell the difference. That's the problem with blue-eyed leucistic. Sometimes you can take two white snakes and breed them together, and even the breeder can't tell the difference. That's why a lot of people sell them as just blue-eyed leucistic without any description, because a lot of times you actually don't know. Hey, got another super chat. Nice. $5. Let's take it off the table. We're down to 8,233. Oh, that's a big number. All right. Is the gold blush a new gene? So that's kind of interesting. I've actually been looking at the gold blush. I think that was first produced by Brian Gundy, and you'd have to actually ask him some of the details. As far as picking out the gold blush, sometimes some of these genes are so subtle, it's hard to tell for sure if you actually have it in there. And sometimes it's hard to do a video if you can't say, all right, this is the marker that you need, and this is how to tell in all these different combos. So I think it's one of the ones kind of gaining traction. It seems like it really enhances the gold color of a lot of your snakes, and it looks like it's genetics. So I'm not sure exactly as far as a lot of the details on the gold blush. That's all I pretty much know about it. Yeah, this is a marathon session. I'm actually not that tired. My throat really hurts from talking so much, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. Talking for 10 hours straight. I didn't think I could talk that much. Whew. ASF are illegal in California. Really? Wow. Someone said earlier in one of the comments about 8 hours ago that ASF were illegal in their state. I can't remember if it was Ohio or what it was. It was kind of crazy. Isn't the lesser and butter the same gene? So I actually did a comparison between the lesser and the butter, and I found that I've pretty much found that the lesser has a brighter version of the butter actually has a brighter version of the butter than the lesser, and the lesser has a darker version of the lesser. So I think they can overlap in the middle, and sometimes the butters can be brighter and sometimes the lessers can be darker. So I think they are two separate genes, although you can find a lot of butters that look almost exactly like lessers, which is kind of crazy. And take a look at Bobby, how he just kind of chills out on my shoulder. This is like the perfect live stream ball python right here. He's just so chill. A lot of times I have to poke him to get him to bring his head out so you can actually see him, which is kind of crazy. A lot of times he'll just sit there and do nothing. I have to actually get him out in front of the camera. Let's see. Is it okay to spray the ball python enclosure whenever the humidity goes down? I actually do that. I do spray to keep the humidity. I usually let it dry out a little bit, but you don't want to go too low on your humidity because the ball pythons can go off of feed. I usually bump up the humidity, usually only right before shed. What am I counting down? So I'm doing a 12-hour live stream, and I'm actually trying to support Harley Davidson. I bought a Harley, and I'm trying to pay for the Harley with my super chat money. That's what I'm doing. A live stream. I'm actually doing 12-hour live streams back to back every day until we pay for the Harley Davidson. That's kind of the goal of the live stream marathon, which is a crazy idea. Why did I come up with this? I have no idea that I was going to be talking for 12 hours straight. I guess that's part of the deal to actually do that. Let's see. The Harley payoff. Yeah, that is the Harley payoff. That's what we're going for. Get a helper and double your live. Yeah, I've actually had some volunteers that said that they would step in. Bad idea. Yeah. It's still here. Yeah, I'm still here, believe it or not. Let's see. Let's see. Getting behind on my comments. I'm going to kind of jump ahead a little, see if I missed any. They're illegal in Montana. ASF are illegal in Montana. Crazy. So, as a matter of fact, I actually know that African soft furs, if you buy them here in Colorado, there's some forms that you have to fill out that you actually said that you bought the ASF, and I can't remember what the forms say, but they actually track who's buying and selling ASFs, but they're not illegal. It's just a form you have to fill out. Compare video ideas. Compare banana to Chloroglow. I actually did that one. Compare calico to sugar. I already did that one. Compare Lori to red axanthic. So I don't think enough has been done on the Lori to actually compare it directly to the red axanthic. I think they might be the same gene, but I'm not really too sure. I don't really like to go down the path unless I actually have a lot of snakes over on Morphmarket. If I actually saw a lot of Lori combinations that I compared directly to the red axanthic, I'd probably compare them, but I'm not sure. They look pretty similar, especially the super Lori versus the red axanthic looks pretty similar. But unless you actually compare them side by side with a lot of examples, it's kind of hard to know for sure. Okay, let me go down to the bottom. Let's see. Super Lori axanthics sounds like it would be cool, which would be pretty cool. So are you going to mod the bike or keep it as it is? So it's kind of interesting. Speaking of the Harley Davidson that I actually bought. So this Harley is actually a used Harley, and whoever had it before me actually took the Harley and stripped it all the way down to the frame. It looks like they took every single part off, including the forks and the handlebars and everything, and they put it back together with completely custom parts. So it has custom forks, custom front fender, custom front wheel, custom handlebars, everything. The exhaust and the intake and everything is completely custom. They probably spent a fortune modifying pretty much everything. Every part on the bike is custom. It is really awesome. It's actually a black on silver, and it has the Vansenheim short shot pipes, which is kind of crazy. If you actually go over to YouTube and do a search for the short shot pipes, they are super loud and really deep and throaty. It's a really awesome pipe that a lot of people actually want. It's a really super loud bike, super modded out. It's pretty awesome. 9:25 now in Arizona. Yeah, it is getting crazy. It's actually 10:25 here in Colorado. 10:25, only an hour and a half to go. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. Do a wheelie. I actually saw some people doing wheelies on Harley Davidson Dynas. Kind of crazy. Bobby's getting a little squirrely here, trying to do something. I don't know what he's doing. Kind of looking around. Oh, yeah. I don't think I'll be doing wheelies on my Harley, though. Yeah. You only starting now? All right. Yeah, I went in the military a year before you were born. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's weird to think how far technology has gone just in my lifetime. It's really pretty amazing. Are you still at this? Yes, I'm still at it. Believe it or not, I still have 66 people on the line still watching. I was wondering if anyone was watching from the beginning. All right, we may need another snake. I think Bobby's getting a little crazy. All right, we got another super chat. All right, Bobby's staying for the super chat. Thank you, Samantha. $5. We are down to 8,228. Crazy. Only 10 more days of live stream to go. We'll see if we can actually hit it. How old am I? I am 54. All right, Bobby's going back. Go on, Bobby. Bobby doesn't want to go in the tub. Bobby's getting spry. All right, let's see. Let's see. What else do I have here? How about something? I gotta have another snake. Gotta have another snake. Here's a good one. Here's a good snake. Oh, this girl's jumpy. Haven't brought this one out in a while. Take a look at this one. Wait, the super chat question. Are snake personalities the same? Definitely not. All snakes have different personalities. Some are really chill, some are really bitey. A lot of them have different personalities. Some are really flighty. Some eat like crazy, some don't. It seems like every snake is different as far as one from the other. So take a look at this. This is kind of interesting. So this one is this one's a super bright lesser. Take a look at that. So this one was sold to me as a lesser possible het desert ghost. And I'm pretty possible het ghost, not desert ghost, just the ghost. And it seems like every time I see one copy of the ghost gene, it really brightens and enhances the color of the snake. So I'm thinking this is 100% sure that this is ghost. And when it comes to ghost, there's different lines of ghost, which some are incompatible. There's the orange ghost, the regular ghost, and like the butterscotch ghost, and some of those lesser known ghosts. So I'm thinking this is probably just the regular ghost. As far as I've never actually bred this to a ghost, which is kind of crazy. Really pretty snake, really super pretty lesser. I actually made some blue-eyed leucistics with this one, which is pretty cool. Hey, we got another super chat. All right, thank you, Dean. Awesome. $5 with this crazy snake around my neck. So we are down to $8,223. I was hoping to get below $8,000 today, which is kind of crazy. We actually made $343 towards the Harley Davidson. That is pretty awesome. Hopefully we'll be able to pay it off in 10 days. You're off tomorrow and can comment all day. Yes, I'll be here. I'll be here all day. You'll give me $5 if I get bitten. Well, I could take out Chomper and have him bite me, but the guy who actually bought that snake is watching right now, and he might actually lose a tooth biting me. So it's a girl. Yeah, that's probably the only snake that would possibly bite me. Maybe a hatchling, I don't know. Do I have any super Lori leopards? I don't have any Lori stuff. Is it pretty smoky up there? I don't know. I haven't been outside all day. I was up this morning and it didn't seem that smoky, which is not too bad. As a matter of fact, it was so smoky at one point here in Colorado. With so many fires, it was actually raining ash, and the ash was on my cows, on the back of the cows, which is kind of crazy. I've never seen so much ash falling from the sky. And it was quite a ways away. I think it was like in Grand Junction or something, where there's so many fires. It was so crazy. And sometimes it was actually super smoky outside. Like 2 weeks ago, it was so smoky we couldn't even open the windows, but I have air cleaners in pretty much every room, especially for the rats. We have all these carbon air cleaners, like carbon, HEPA, ionizing air cleaners. So the air quality in the house is always really good. If we close the windows, just run all the air cleaners. What are my plans for the cattle? The cattles are just kind of, I'd say it's more of just a YouTube prop, I guess. Gives me more content for my YouTube channel. Usually I just breed them and then just sell the live cows. I don't really do any like processing or anything with the cows. So as a matter of fact, I was thinking about selling that steer. He's getting so big, he's eating me out of house and home. That thing's getting huge. And then my female, actually have my heifer. It'll be her second calf. The first she really struggled with, but I'm thinking she's going to have a new baby here anytime, probably any week now. She's going to have another one. So I'll actually include that on the end of one of my videos, the cow having a baby, which is pretty cool. And then I tag them with the tag, and that's kind of fun with the cows because it gives me more content. The cows and the ducks and all the other animals, when I run out of things to film, I'm actually like, hey, let's go out the cows and actually see something different besides, you know, what the stuff I've been showing all the time. All right, this one's going a little bit crazy. All right. California fires are crazy. I saw that on the news, which is kind of crazy. The ash blocked the sun. Let's see. Feed a cow to a snake. Yeah. I was thinking about doing some kind of a comedy or something and putting a snake on the bull and say, hey, check out my bull snake. I can figure out, you know, how to do it without seeming corny or something like that. I don't know. That's kind of I don't know if that's a good idea or not. And then all the animal rights activists will probably be after me, putting a snake on a cow, endangering the life of a snake. I don't know. Watching from work, cool. Yes, husband had a snake. Yes, I do have some snakes. Yes. Props for the very long live stream. 10 hours, 16 minutes so far. Home butcher? Probably not. I watch videos on butchering a cow. I don't think that's part of what I want to do. All right, we're gonna put this guy back. All right, guy, here you go. Here you go. Whew. That guy was choking me out. Has Bobby ever pooped on you? Nope. But it's funny. I had one video. Right in the middle of the video, I had Bobby right on my shoulder. I can't even remember what video it was, but Bobby actually peed all over me, just kind of spewed out pee and just drenched my shirt, which is kind of crazy. And I actually left it in the video, which is pretty funny. I can't remember what video it was. It was in my early days, maybe like when I was doing like in my first 100 to 150 videos or something like that. Any advice getting Goldie off of mice? Good question. I would probably just try a mouse, maybe follow up with a rat, trying to go back to back. Yeah, when Bobby kicked my glasses off, so yeah, at the beginning, I didn't do a lot of kind of editing as far as kind of doing, you know, trying to get it where it wasn't so, yeah, actually, sometimes he still does some crazy stuff. Like, all right, I just have to stop and restart the video because sometimes he gets a little bit carried away. Any odd jobs before being a lab tech then YouTuber? Yeah, so I guess after high school, I worked in a hardware store. Then I went in the military. And then after I got out of the military, I actually worked 2 jobs, 80 hours a week, which was crazy. I worked in the daytime, I worked in a hardware store. And then at night, I worked in a bar as a bouncer. Really crazy. So it wasn't really like working in the bar because everybody's having fun. I was in there, you know, getting paid, just kind of hanging out. And that was the days where, yeah, you could like smoke in the bars and it was so smoky. It was unbelievable. So, yeah, then pretty much from there, I went into college. And then after college, I pretty much became a chemist. So yeah, that's pretty much my life. Then after that, I did YouTube and ball pythons. How long should you wait to hold your snake after a feeding? I would probably wait 3 days, at least 2 days, probably 3. I actually had some problems after 2 days where I had a regurgitation once, I think, on one of my snakes. Especially if they have a really big rodent, I'd probably wait 3 days. The cost of living here in Colorado, it's probably the cheapest out here in the middle of nowhere because our sales tax is only like 2.5% or something like that. So it's really super low. And our, I think the taxes on our house are only like $1,500 a year, which is kind of crazy. Really super cheap out here in the middle of nowhere. If you move into the city, it's really expensive. Can't wait for the next 10 days. Do you think it will really take 10 days of 12-hour live streams? We'll see. Would I ever come to Texas for Reptile Expo? Maybe. Yes, I was a bouncer. That was crazy. I am 6'4". So kind of the weird thing is when I was in the military, I was really into martial arts. So I was into Taekwondo in Korea, and we would actually practice like 4 to 5 hours a day, pretty much nonstop learning Taekwondo. And then when I came over here to America, I did like it was like Americanized Chinese Kempo or something like that. So when I actually went into the bar as a bouncer, I was like in the prime of my skills, I guess you would say. And it got so crazy. People were like breaking bones and throwing people through windows. And then it got to the point where people were like shooting each other. And then that was like, that's enough for me. It's like when people start pulling guns, I'm out. And then I did some other karate. I can't even remember what it was after that. And then I was like getting the best of my instructor, and he like kicked me wrong. And I broke a couple ribs, and I was hurting so bad I just got out of it. I was injured so bad. So yeah, no, I haven't done any fighting for probably 25 years. That was like another lifetime ago. That was a really long time ago. Yeah. How far from the nearest city? We're about 45 minutes from Denver, I'd say. You can actually go down to like the nearest Safeway is maybe about 25 minutes away. So you're talking about an hour round trip for, just to go to get groceries. We have a gas station. The nearest gas station is about 10 minutes away. So it's 20-minute round trip just to go to the gas station. That's pretty much it. You got this. Yes, we're winding down. 10 hours, 23 minutes, hour and a half left. No problem. Yeah, Colorado is pretty cool. California is neat, but it's so expensive. And the earthquakes and the fires, it's kind of crazy. A lot of my brothers lived in Southern California. It'd be pretty cool. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't mind moving to Florida if it wasn't for all the hurricanes. It seems like no matter where you go, there's always something. Are ball pythons the only snakes you plan to breed? I'm actually trying to breed my reticulated pythons. I've been trying to breed those for a few years, but other than that, it's all ball pythons. Sold my corn snakes, so I don't have any corn snakes. I might get a couple boas at some point and get into boas. You're in the 82nd Airborne. I was actually in the 101st Airborne. I was actually mostly air assault, which is our specialty was rappelling from helicopters at night below tree line level. It's kind of crazy. That was another lifetime ago too. Let's see. Let's see. Boxer. Yeah, I wasn't really a boxer. Am I tired of answering the same questions over and over? No, it's all right. A lot of people come in and they want to hear. It's kind of interesting if you actually watch my videos. A lot of people complain, hey, you're really diluting your videos because you're saying the same thing over and over. But if you actually look at the statistics on my YouTube channel, most viewers only watch an average of 2.5 videos out of all my 1,000 videos, which is kind of crazy to think about. So if someone comes in to watch just 2 or 3 videos, you kind of want to update them on everything again, like the blue-eyed leucistic and the lessers and everything else. Hey, we got a super chat. One more time, bring out the calico bamboo. I can definitely bring out the calico bamboo. $5. Where are we at? We're at 8,200 and let's see, 18, right? Yeah, 18. Crazy. All right, let's bring out the calico bamboo. That's an awesome snake. Probably one of my favorites. Take a look at that beauty. Pretty awesome. As a matter of fact, I think I sold. I actually had I can't remember how much I sold for. I think it was like $1,100 for the pastel bamboo calico or something like that, which was a really crazy. As a matter of fact, well, back then there was none of them on Morphmarket. They really hadn't been produced. And the prices are coming down. I don't even know what this one would sell for, but this is a really awesome snake. And this one is a super breeder. This is where a lot of my really cool stuff is coming from. The calico bamboo. Pretty awesome. The belly is pretty clear. It's kind of interesting on the belly. It's almost like really slick and shiny on these ball pythons. You can definitely see the patterns all the way up the sides. Really cool looking snake. Got the bobby head going. And for some reason, it seems like bamboos seem like to be a more gentle snake compared to all of them. I've had a lot of snakes that are really not that aggressive. Hey, got another super chat. All right, thanks. Cool. That is, I can do the math on this one. It's just one. So we're down to, oh, this one's kind of getting away from me. This one is 8,217. Whew, that's a big number still, huh? This is going to be a week-long live stream. Who ever heard of such a thing? Kind of crazy. Hour and a half left. Kind of crazy. All right. Any reptile shows, expos this year in Colorado? Not really sure. I haven't been really keeping up with the shows because of the whole pandemic and everything. Not really planning on going to the shows until I get my vaccine from the virus. Have I heard of USARK? Yes. As a matter of fact, I go over there and I actually look for video ideas. Sometimes they'll have like alerts or something, and I'll do a video on kind of what's going on as far as some of the reptile rules and regulations. And they have some crazy stuff over there, which is, sometimes, some states want to ban all pets. You can't have any pets at all, which is the craziest thing. Harley Davidson. Yes, Harley Davidson. So, yeah. So if you're just joining, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know how many people are still on from previous 64 people. Still on the live stream. So I'm trying to I actually bought a Harley Davidson to support Harley Davidson, trying to pay off the bike with the super chat money. And so far, we're doing pretty good. We actually made $349 already in the last 10 hours and 29 minutes and still have $8,217 to go, which is kind of crazy. This snake seems like it's kind of chilling out some more. Hey, we got another super chat. Want to get into ball python breeding, but I am young. I would ask your parents. Make sure your parents are okay with it. You don't want to get into trouble. All right, $2. We're down to 8,215. Where's the snake going? Come on, come on. All right, look at this thing. Kind of crazy. Whew. Let's see. I've tuned into only the snakes that spark my interest. Yes, flashy, bright snakes. I think that's where everybody starts, with the flashy, bright snakes. And after a while, you realize there's only so many flashy, bright snakes that you can actually make, or that you can actually keep. And then pretty soon you start becoming interested in some of the dark snakes, some of the really awesome dark combinations that you can make with, like the blackhead, some of the really awesome dark combinations, like the Mojave GHI, which is probably the coolest dark snake that you can make. And you kind of go through these transitions, and then you get to the point like where I'm at, where like all of them are cool. It's like you can make any of them, the bright ones, the dark ones, and anything in between. It's pretty awesome. All right, let's see. I've been here too long. The light from my phone is getting to me. How many lights do you see? Yes. The later it gets, yeah, it's getting pretty late. It's funny when usually we're down to like 59 people. It's funny, the closer you get to midnight, the lower my views get all across my channel. People just start turning in and going to bed. So I would assume we would get pretty low over the last hour and a half, which is kind of crazy. It is a long time commitment, really long. Yeah, raffles can be illegal, so you can't really do a raffle. Best things to breed with a clown. I would breed it with another clown, or work some other genes into the clown is what I would do. Yeah, Mojave Bongo is pretty sweet. Am I planning to make a logo, or just going to keep my name only? So yeah, there's no channel name. It's just my name. That's yeah. No really brand name for my brand. Actually, well, you never know what you're going to see on my YouTube channel. I don't want to really stay with the brand, because if I decide to change to something else, I might completely change to something else on my channel. All right, let's see. All right, so let's get another snake and see if we can find something else that you guys haven't seen. Let's see. See what else we got here. We got lots of snakes. These are the scaleless heads. I already brought that one out. The lemon blast, lesser clown, albino pied. We looked at the dinker, pinstripe pied. We looked at chomper, peewee. We looked at that one. Fire pied. Pretty much looked at all of these. Do we have anything else over here? Surely we have something over here. All right, let's look at Dusty. Another holdback. This is a crazy snake. Take a look at this one. One of my hatchlings for this year. This thing is a beast. Look at how fat this thing is. Eating an incredible amount of food. Let's see. This one, let's see. All right, yeah. All right. We're still going. I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? All right, here we go. Take a look at this. This is a crazy one. This is a super pastel Enchi calico, 100% head desert ghost. This thing's eating like a beast. This thing, I'd say this ball python is probably overweight. Look at how chunky that thing is. Eating way too many big rodents. Really crazy. That thing is looking really good. And it's weird on this one. It seems like the calico is really bringing in a lot of white, versus in a lot of my other combinations, I actually made the variations in the calico, and I was like saying, oh yeah, my version of calico doesn't really bring up a lot of white. It brings in a lot more of the reddish color. And in this one and in that calico bamboo, it really did bring in a lot of white. So I think it really varies depending on which genes that you actually mix the calico with, which is kind of crazy. This one is a female, really powerful breeder. One of my holdbacks from this year. Really amazing snake. Looks like she has a little bit of stuck shed right on her chin. I never noticed until just now. I might have to give her a little soak or something. Kind of crazy one little spot of stuck shed. And her belly is pretty clear on this one. These hatchlings are pretty awesome. Can't wait till that one's big. I'm going to breed that with my Desert Ghost and get a whole bunch of those pastel Desert Ghosts, those crazy bright ones. That'll be really sweet. Definitely going to work Desert Ghost, and I might actually do mostly Desert Ghost in a lot of my collection. All right, let's bring Bobby back up. Bobby. We're going through the snakes a little at a time. Let's see. Woo. Do I have a lavender albino? No, no lavender albinos. Let's see. Powerhouse should be a morph name. That is a pretty good name for like a brand new morph. That'd be pretty awesome. All right. As soon as Justin Kobelka does a video on the morph, it seems to raise the prices. I agree. It seems like if you do a video on a certain morph, it seems like the bamboos are increasing in price, even though, I'm not that big of a YouTuber, but it does seem, you kind of brag about them on YouTube, and it increases the demand for it, which really increases the price, which is kind of crazy that you can influence the ball python market. Do you have a bamboo pastel or bamboo leopard? I don't have any leopard in my collection. I don't really have a bamboo pastel. As a matter of fact, in pastel and bamboos, it's really hard to see until they're a little bit older and they start turning yellow. So for clowns, I actually have a lesser clown, a regular clown female, and I have a banana enchi clown. So I have 3 clowns in my collection, still waiting for them to breed. They're still pretty young, and that's the hard part, is the long wait for them to actually get up to size. What do I think about the sunset? The sunset is a pretty visually dominant gene. I think it's going to be a little tricky to work genes into the sunset. Still pretty new and still pretty expensive. It's kind of a niche market. I think you can make a lot of money in the sunsets. It's kind of interesting if a new gene is even more impressive and more people buy into it, it really drops really super fast. So sometimes if you have a new gene, it's kind of an advantage that, it's a little bit challenging to work with. Keeps a lot of people out of it, which keeps the prices really high. It's kind of interesting how it all works. Yeah, people stop bragging about the beautiful blue-eyed sister. I don't think a white snake could ever go down to 100. Start a countdown ticker. I don't know if you can start a countdown ticker. Can you? We're getting close. An hour and 20 minutes left. All right. On the hurricane. I don't think I've done a morph review on the hurricane. Maybe I'll do that next, the hurricane. You want to get into the monsoon, that would be a pretty awesome project. Monsoon. I'd probably pick up probably what I do is pick up like a bunch of possible hets to kind of jump into the monsoon project, make it a little bit affordable. You're the best. I try. The monsoon with the sunset, that would be interesting. Yeah. As tired as I am right now, I can make it till the end. That is my goal for the night. That's what I was thinking too. That's my goal, to make it to the end. Hour 20. After 10 hours and 40 minutes in the live stream. That is crazy. Bobby is so pretty awesome. I think so too. Do a snake room live cam. Yeah. I've seen live cams like that, and I don't think they do very well unless you're actually in there all the time. I was thinking maybe a live cam out by my cows and my ducks. I think that would be a little bit more exciting. I don't know about my snakes though. Not much going on in the snake room as far as kind of the day to day. Let's see. How long do you leave the male in with the female? I usually leave it in for at least 3 to 5 days. Usually after 3 days, sometimes I'll peek in there. If they're still locked up, I'll close it up. But usually about 3 to 5 days, and then kind of cycle them through every few weeks. An ad just popped up. That's crazy. I didn't think there'd actually be ads on a live stream. Yeah, so bamboos on Morphmarket are 400. You know, the funny thing is I actually started selling bamboos a few years ago for $250. I was like flooding the market with all these bamboos for $250, and everyone dropped their price down to $250. And then the next year, I think I increased it to $300, and then everyone jumped up to $300. And then this last year, I was selling for $400, and everyone slowly increased their price to $400. And I was thinking about selling for $500 this year because I probably could have, but I didn't really want to increase it. It's weird how you can actually really influence the price of the bamboos. I had a whole bunch of them for sale for $400, and they all sold within like 12 hours. It was kind of crazy. So I probably could have sold them for a lot more. Let's see. Ads pop up only when you come back into the chat. That's kind of interesting. It'll be interesting to see how monetized this actually is. How much ad money I make on a 12-hour video. It's kind of funny. On some of these videos, they'll automatically put ads every 10 minutes or something. If actually someone watched it with ads every 10 minutes for the whole 12 hours, that would be crazy. I don't think a lot of people would actually rewatch a live stream for 12 hours. That would be kind of crazy. I don't know. I think most people jumping in, they'd probably skip around, and then that would be it. All right. I can definitely feel my throat. Whew. Talking for 11 hours. Do I have a smiley face pattern morph? The emoji? No, I don't. You can actually see them on some pies, but I don't have any. Monsoon crossed with the sunset would be called stimulus check. I'm still waiting for another stimulus check. Us poor YouTubers need it. Yes, you can have a bamboo lesser. It is a blue-eyed leucistic. I actually have one. It's an all-white snake with blue eyes. Pretty awesome. It's actually an allelic complex. So if you breed it to something else, half the offspring come out as bamboo, half come out as lesser, which I'm hoping to breed that one again this year. I tried to breed it last year, and I think it was too young. I bred it to 3 normal females, and none of those normals actually laid, so it was kind of crazy. Yeah, I'll have like 100 ads in my video. Yeah, a 12-hour live stream. If we can make it 12 hours, I think we can. Hour and 15 minutes left. We can do it. We can do it. Missed the chance on Yoda. Yeah, some of those snakes went so fast. It was unbelievable. If I had 100 bamboos, I could probably sell them all in a day. It's kind of crazy. Black snake with blue eyes. I don't think you can do it. Because I think if you made a black snake, you could do it with like a super cinnamon. But if you did a super cinnamon on top of a blue-eyed leucistic, I think it would end up as a white snake. I think the blue-eyed leucistic would trump the black snake, and you'd still end up with a white snake with blue eyes. Although, I don't know. Maybe if you could work, I've actually seen like lesser worked in with pied that gives you blue eyes. So maybe you can actually do like a super cinnamon lesser or something like that. I don't know. You might be able to do it. Black snake with blue eyes. All right, Bobby. Bobby's squirming around. Have I considered getting into the monsoon project? Probably not. Probably not. I'd have to buy hets or I'd probably have to buy possible hets just to afford them. And then it'd be a really long game working into the possible hets. Versus if I got into something like the Confusion where I could turn a lot of money faster and pay for the day-to-day bills, I think it'd be a little bit faster. If I had a really big operation and was making a lot of money and kind of doing some projects on the sides, I do a lot of, like monsoon hets and like the triple hets, quadruple hets, stuff like that, which would be kind of crazy. I have a leopard 100% het pied. So I actually considered doing a video about the leopard pie, but the problem is usually the leopard is a pattern changing mutation that kind of jumbles up the pattern. And when you have a pied, the pied really jumbles up the pattern too. So a lot of times when you make a leopard pied, you can't really see the leopard in the pied with the leopard pied. So I probably wouldn't go. I mean, you could go with the pied. I'd say usually with a het pied, you can actually go with the pied, but I don't know if the leopard would really give you that dramatic of an effect. I would probably go with the leopard combined with like a spot nose. The leopard spot noses are crazy, or the leopard coral glows. Those are probably the best that I've actually seen working leopard into something else. Let's see. Are super fires a popular morph? What's funny is for a while I was bragging on the super fires, and there weren't that many over on Morphmarket. And it seems like this year there's a whole bunch of them over there, and I think they're selling for about 400 plus 50 shipping. I think normally they're selling for 300, so I think even the super fires have come up in price about $100. Not quite as high as some of the blue-eyed leucistics. Well, I tried to make the Pompeii. I think the Pompeii that was made by Justin Kobelka. It was a clown with the red stripe. I can't remember exactly what was in there, but I'm not sure if I want to bring the red stripe into my collection. The yellow brick road, I probably won't do the yellow brick road. And that was, I can't remember what the yellow brick road was off the top of my head. I know it was like a freeway without the yellow belly or something like that. Kind of crazy. Or maybe it was, I can't remember. That's some of these I have to, I know I did a video on the yellow brick road. I haven't done one on the Pompeii though, which is kind of crazy. So sometimes I do these videos and I forget because it's almost like cramming for a final exam. You know every answer on the test until the day after, and then you forget it all, and then you have to look it back up. I look back at some of my 1,000 videos that I actually made over the last 3 years to kind of refresh my memory. It's kind of crazy. Do auctions on my next batch of bamboos. Yeah, I thought about doing auctions. I'm not sure if I actually want to go down that road. I was thinking about actually making a custom auction site and doing that, but I think it's just easier to sell over on Morphmarket. Let's see. Yeah, people would bid pretty high for Bobby Baby, I think. Although, you know, if you're selling a bamboo for like $1,000, I'd kind of feel bad about it that someone would pay that much, even though someone might actually pay that much. I don't know. Yeah, 3 to 5 days is the most males can handle with the females. So I've actually kept males in with the females for more than 5 days. I've actually had them in there for like 7 to 10 days. And essentially, what happens when you first put them in there, they kind of get really excited that they're in there with each other. And then after about 7 days, they get tired of each other, and you'll end up seeing each snake on opposite sides of the enclosure. It doesn't do any good to actually keep them both in together that long. It kind of defeats the purpose. Let's see. Bamboo Enchi is nice. Yes. Do I have any Enchi? I do have Enchi. I have Enchi in my Desert Ghost. I actually have a Banana Enchi Clown. I have a couple of different lines of Enchi. Bring some cough drops. I need something. Yeah, cough drops would be good tomorrow. Scaleless banana. Yes, that is possible. I don't think I've seen a scaleless banana, which would be kind of interesting. Superfire was your all-time favorite. Yes, Superfires are definitely my favorite. Pretty awesome. All white snake, and they can have some yellow coming down the top. What do I think causes the duckbill? Hey, I got another super chat. $30. That is incredible. That's like, I think that's the almost like the top highest that I got. All right, look at this. Take a look at this. This is all the super chats. And I'm like scrolling down the favor. I have to start another page. We are at 8,215 left on the Harley. 8,215 minus 30. That is 8,185, which is crazy. Wow. That's crazy. So far we're at $381. Yeah. We are moving the needle on Harley. I can feel it rumbling. All right. So yes. Thanks, Vicky B. Thanks for the marathon. I am starting a small breeding project for a hobby, and you have been an excellent resource. Well, I appreciate it. That is my goal, is to actually bring some education and knowledge to people, especially that are just starting. So if you watch a lot of my videos, a lot of times I'll repeat the same thing over and over, and that's for people that are just starting and watching one or two videos. A lot of times, it seems like with a lot of breeders, a lot of times when they do videos, it seems like they expect you to know all the background for a lot of your ball python information. So I tried to repeat it on every video because I know most people will probably only watch 2 videos or 3 videos on my channel. And by the way, if you've actually, as a matter of fact, we're actually up to 78 people. Wow, that is pretty crazy. This late at night. And usually my views are really down. It's like, I thought for sure we'd be down to like 20 people right now. We're up to 79. That is crazy. So for everyone new that joined, I actually saw that Harley Davidson, speaking of motorcycles, Harley Davidson is struggling this year. Their sales are down 47%. So I decided to buy a Harley to support Harley Davidson, not affiliated with Harley. And I had this crazy idea. I'm going to do a live stream marathon and try to get the super chat to pay for the Harley Davidson. That's kind of what we're doing in this marathon live stream. Going crazy. And we're already down to 8,185 left to pay off the Harley, which is pretty cool. I'm thinking about doing a few more 12-hour live streams over the next few days. Now, this one, we're pretty much at the end. We've been live streaming for almost 11 hours. 11 hours of live stream. That is crazy. So we only have 1 hour and 6 minutes left. Oh, that is crazy. Yeah, I have to throw in that Harley Davidson every now and then just so people know what we're doing because a lot of people are cycling through, especially when we go up to 78 from we were down like into 60. Yeah, so it keeps going up and down. I think people are kind of cycling in and out. Pretty crazy. Yeah, I might go a couple minutes past the 12 hours just to see what happens at 12 hours. Just to see if YouTube breaks or something. That is crazy. Snake people are nocturnal. Yeah, so my regular schedule, I pretty much usually I'm up anywhere, usually between I'd say usually between midnight and 3 a.m. is when I usually go to sleep, which is kind of crazy. So this is like my regular schedule. Usually at midnight I start, taking care of my animals and getting ready for bed. And I usually get to bed usually by 2 a.m., which is kind of crazy. So, and then I wake up usually maybe about 8 a.m. So this is kind of like my regular workday schedule. And I can pretty much do whatever I want now that I'm just working at home, being a YouTuber and breeding snakes. It's like that's kind of where I kind of migrated to working later and later at night and sleeping late in the mornings. Kind of getting carried away. Let's see. Yeah, I can't believe you're still going. Yes, I am still going. Tell me about your two $6,000 hatchlings. I do have $6,000 hatchlings. Let's check this out. All right. All right, Bobby. Here we go, Bobby. Bobby's back in there. Female, lemon blast, scallop's head. All right. Thank you. All right, so take a look at this. This is my $6,000 snake. Actually, it was worth $6,000. The day I hatched it out, it is not worth $6,000 right now. I have two of these exactly the same. This is just a lemon blast scaleless head. I'm not even sure how much they're worth over here. This is probably not even worth, I don't know, a scaleless head female close to being breeding size. I don't know, 1,200, 1,500. I don't know. I haven't even shopped around for these. These dropped so much in price. When I started in ball pythons, just a regular scaleless head was $45,000, and they were selling them as soon as they produced them. And it's one of those genes that was brand new on the market, and everybody wanted to get into it, and everybody did get into it, and they all flooded the market with scaleless heads because it was the newest, greatest thing. And it was so easy to make some money on scaleless heads. A lot of people made a lot of money. As a matter of fact, right after it came out, and I actually went to the NARBC, and so it seemed like everybody's table, every single snake they had was all scaleless heads. People were cashing in on the scaleless heads, and they flooded the market, and the price came down so fast. So this is like definitely not worth. I think for my scaleless head, I think I paid just for a normal scaleless head. I think it was like $1,100 for that snake. Now they're like what, a couple $100 or something like that. I've never seen a morph come down so fast as the scaleless head. It's really crazy. Anyone in Colorado selling ARS or Freedom Breeder? It's kind of interesting. I actually talked to ARS and was kind of interested at one point in being a reseller at some of the reptile shows, and they said I could actually do it. I could be kind of like the middleman for ARS. And I was thinking about selling like just, a few hatchling racks or something like that, something small that people could move around. And I decided not to do it, but I think you could actually do it if you wanted to, but I don't really know of anyone. You go to the reptile shows and you don't really see any of those racks. This guy is really super skittish, not used to being handled, super head shy. Probably won't last long around my neck doing anything. This guy's crazy. All right. All right, so we'll get Bobby back out. Bobby's a good boy. This is my mellowest snake. Oh, it got me right in the eye with that tail. Oh, look at Bobby. Crazy snake. This snake will just go to sleep on my shoulders. No problem at all. Yeah, I would be interested in a breeder rack. Good luck finding used racks. That especially used ARS racks. When I started, I was like, all right, I'm just gonna buy some used racks. And let me tell you, they pretty much don't exist as far as looking for used racks. If you can find one, I'd say that's another thing with about buying ARS. If you buy some of these racks, you could probably sell it for almost what you bought it for. Even if it's 10 years old, it's like a moneymaker. It's kind of like farm equipment where you can actually take something and, hey, I got another super chat, $20. All right. Thank you, Mark. That is awesome. All right. We're going to subtract that from the Harley. Let's see where we're at now. 8,165. Nice. Moving that needle. Getting close to that Harley Davidson. All right, still 70 people on the line here at 11:18 p.m. Crazy. That is really crazy. Let's see. What does bamboo banana make? I've actually seen some bamboo bananas. So I actually thought about making that. So my bamboos. As a matter of fact, I actually have my banana inchy clown that I could breed with my bamboo lemon blast and make some bamboo bananas with a whole bunch of genes in there. That would be really cool. The banana bamboo is essentially what it is. Looks just like a bamboo, except it's like the yellow orange color. Probably one of my favorite combinations as far as something you can work in with bamboo, which is pretty cool. Looking for a ball python to be a companion animal with a personality like Bobby. Yeah, personality like Bobby. So Bobby has been on my shoulders pretty much 2 hours a day for the last 3 years. He probably took maybe 4 or 5 months before he kind of chilled out to where he didn't choke me to death or try to take off. So it really takes, working with him every day, maybe a couple hours a day, every day. I'd say it's kind of hard to get a ball python as tame as Bobby. You can do it, but you just have to work with him every day. Can I get a seeing ball python? I don't think so. Do I have any axanthics? No axanthic at all in my collection, which is one of the things I want to get into. I was thinking about buying maybe the TSK axanthic, maybe a female, and sitting on that until it grows up and then working that into some of my triple and quadruple hats, which would be really amazing. Working axanthic into like an albino pied clown triple hat. Which line do I prefer? I think I prefer the TSK mainly because of what JD Constriction has done with the axanthic with the TSK. He's pretty much specializes only in axanthic, and he's done a lot of stuff over there, and you really can't cross that with the VPI. So, but his stuff is really super expensive, but he's got some really awesome stuff. So I'd probably get into some of his similar stuff if I was actually to get into axanthics. Oh yeah, did I miss the super chat? All right. Yeah, sorry. I got distracted here. All right, Mark Gordon, the super chat question. All right, I have a pastel spot nose. Was thinking of breeding her to my super pastel chocolate. Let me think of that. Pastel spot nose, and you have super pastel chocolate, so you would end up but now I'm thinking bamboo. What would be better to breed her with, and what do you think would be better? So pastel spot nose with a bamboo. I'm not exactly sure how the spot nose would interact with the bamboo. I'm not sure I can remember seeing a spot nose bamboo that I remember over on Morphmarket. But if you actually bred the pastel to the super pastel, you get half pastels, half super pastels. And then you have the spot nose with the chocolate. Wait a minute, the spot nose and the chocolate. I think this isn't the spot nose allelic with chocolate. I think it actually is. I think Justin Kobylka did something with the spot nose and the chocolate, which might be allelic, which would be an interesting combination. I'd probably go, well, you could always pair one year and then one the next year. Probably what I do is I'd probably go with the super pastel chocolate to the pastel spot nose. That would be a pretty awesome combination, especially if you got the super pastel spot nose chocolate. The super pastel would really jumble up the pattern, and the spot nose would make it a really crazy pattern. And it could be really bright yellow on top of the chocolate background. It could be a really interesting combination if you ended up with the super pastel spot nose chocolate, which would be pretty cool. All right, so yeah, sorry I missed your question. Yeah, that was kind of crazy. All right. Let's see. Yeah, the Stormtrooper is ridiculous. The problem is nobody knows exactly what is in the Stormtrooper. If you've actually looked at that, when he first produced it, he thought maybe the Stormtrooper was a desert ghost, a xanthic that just kind of popped out of nowhere. It's like a really sharp, defined black and white snake. Really awesome. And it's kind of weird. I actually went to one of my very first NARBCs in Tinley Park, and they actually had the Stormtrooper for the first time on display. I was actually at that show. They actually had a little Stormtrooper figurine from Star Trek. And I was like, what is going on with this Stormtrooper? I had no clue about ball pythons. And I took some pictures of it, and it didn't even dawn on me what was really going on until after I looked back at the pictures and found out really what the Stormtrooper was. And I've actually seen some axanthic desert ghosts that tried to copy what we thought was the Stormtrooper, which is the really high-defined black and white axanthic, crazy-looking snake, and it didn't really look the same as the Stormtrooper. And the Stormtrooper really changed from a hatchling to an adult. It really turned super black. So I think nobody really knows what the Stormtrooper is, as far as I know, unless they've updated kind of the current information on the Stormtrooper. Can I have Bobby? No, but you can watch him on my live stream 12 hours a day here every day until the super chat pays off my Harley Davidson. Yeah, Bobby is a star. Raffle for a ride on the back of the Harley. Yeah, I might just bring the Harley to the reptile shows and then just randomly give people rides on the back of the Harley. There is a second seat in the back. It's a pretty awesome bike. It's actually a Harley Davidson Dyna Street Bob, totally custom and all tricked out. Pretty awesome bike. If I can actually get enough super chats to pay for it, this is kind of crazy. All right, let's see. It's 11:07. Woo! 11 hours and 7 minutes in a live stream. 77 people on the live stream. That is crazy. In the middle of the night. Woo! Have I had any females produce eggs without being bred? I've never had females lay eggs without being bred. Let's see. Catch up with you tomorrow. Can't hang to the end. I see how you are. All right. 57 more minutes. I can do it. Girls only on the back, right? Yeah. Only girls on the back. The guys, if you want to ride my Harley, you have to be a Harley driver. If you have a Harley, I might let you ride my Harley. Just don't wreck it. What should I breed my bamboo yellow belly het pied female to? I would probably breed it to a pied, and you could get a bamboo pied. So the bamboo pied is mostly a white snake. I've actually seen some bamboo pieds with maybe a little bit of color on the head, But the cool thing about the bamboo pines is they're super rare and they're super expensive. You can actually look them up on Morphmarket. I haven't looked them up for a couple of years, but I'm guessing they're still pretty rare. You probably won't find any for sale, and I bet you'll get a lot of money for the bamboo pine. And the yellow belly is kind of tricky because if you breed it with another yellow belly, you end up with an all-white snake, the ivory. Almost there. Yes, we can do it. What would be best to breed with a pastel GHI? I would definitely go with a Mojave and make the Mojave pastel GHI. That is a crazy combination. It's like an all black snake with a little dotted line. And I'm pretty sure if you add the pastel to the GHI Mojave, you really turn that line on the back of the black snake really bright yellow, which is a really amazing combination. $20 to eat a snake egg. I actually ate a snake egg. You have to actually go back in that video. I tried it. It's absolutely disgusting. You don't want to do it. Yeah. It was actually a slug egg, and I fried it up and ate it. I almost threw up on that one. It's pretty bad. Can't hang. Yeah. All right. I tried. Been 11 hours. That's fine. You can't hang. Can't hang. That's fine. Of course, over in Europe, it's like, what, 6 a.m. or something? Got to work in 5 hours. Yeah, I figured people would start be dropping like flies, getting closer to midnight. No problem there. No problem. Let's see. I'd either get a bamboo or a bell. Which would you suggest? I don't know. I prefer the bamboos because you can take a bamboo and breed it to anything and make bamboos and bamboo combos. With a blue-eyed leucistic, it looks good by itself, but if you breed it to something else, it's a lilac, so you really can't reproduce it unless you breed it to something else in the blue-eyed leucistic complex. So I think as far as a more powerful breeder, I would probably go with the bamboo versus the blue-eyed leucistic, or I would just get both, which is probably the best option. Then you can do all kinds of stuff. I'm the best. I'm trying. I'm going for the longest live stream ever. 11 hours, 11 minutes, 58 seconds. Do you recommend line breeding? I actually line breed, no problem at all. I don't really worry about line breeding. Usually I don't do much line breeding because I have so many different projects. A lot of times when you like breed within a line, if you're actually going for like a certain combination, sometimes you hit it once and you don't breed that combination again. So I've heard you can actually line breed with no problems, but I haven't done it a whole lot here in my collection. Of course, I haven't been breeding ball pythons for that long. So you figure, if you buy females and it's 3 years to grow them up, and then you produce more females and it's another 3 years. So you're like 6 years into it before you actually start line breeding on some of your stuff. Going to a reptile show, get your first ball python. That is awesome. I remember my first show when I was getting my first ball python, I was like obsessed, just looking at all the different snakes. I could not decide what I wanted to buy. So I was just like crazed over getting my first ball python. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, the weekend time to party, 242 hours to go. Yeah, if you look at my numbers and the amount of money that I actually made, well, I don't know. I made $401 on this live stream so far. That really moves the needle on my Harley Davidson. Only have $8,165 to go to pay off this crazy bike. What's for breakfast? I usually have oatmeal with honey and sliced almonds, sometimes with some fruit on it, with coffee, black. Am I going to be at the Herp Show in New Orleans Thanksgiving? Nope, I probably won't be there. I'm waiting to get my COVID vaccine before I go to any reptile shows. Hopefully that'll come out before election day. Who knows? Oh. Just picked up the leopard to pair with my banana from watching the leopard banana. That is awesome. I absolutely love the leopard banana combo. Yeah, it always helps to look at, some of those videos to see what really works together as far as some of the best combinations to produce. What was my first ball python? I actually bought a pair of pieds. I bought a female pied and a male pied, just a regular pied. And I actually sold my male pied and kept my female pied. So I kind of upgraded my male. Now I have quite a few pieds. I actually have my fire pied, which is the same thing with the fire in it, which is pretty cool. So a lot of times you upgrade. And my straight pied female, I'll probably keep that one and keep breeding her. She's pretty awesome. She's a really big female too. If you breed freeway to freeway, will I get all freeways? So the freeway is allelic. It's actually the combination of the yellow belly and the asphalt. So if you breed a freeway to freeway, and 25% of the time you get ivories, which is the super yellow belly and all white snake. 25, I think it's 50% of the time you'll get the freeways. So half of them will be freeways. 25% will be ivories, 25% will be super asphalts, which is a really expensive combination, the super asphalt, which is pretty awesome. $34 an hour on average. Yeah, calculating that average. Of course, all it takes is one $500 super chat, and that changes everything. But you never know. I have 2 weeks. The guy said I have 2 weeks to pay for the Harley so I can do 12-hour live streams for 2 weeks straight. If my throat holds up. One that got away. I did have one that got away in the house and I never found it. It was a little desert phase California king snake. Never did find that thing. I think it crawled in a heat vent somewhere and disappeared. My triple hats are only 1 year old. They're not big enough to breed this year, unfortunately. How far east did I go for shows? I pretty much have only been in Colorado reptile shows until the only other show that I've been to is the NARBC, which is kind of like the Super Bowl of reptile shows. I've actually been there twice, which is kind of crazy. Other than that, I've only been to shows in Colorado. I put a banana leopard lesser 2019 female on hold from Morphmarket after your banana leopard video. That is a really awesome combination. Banana leopard lesser. Yeah. Do you have any lavender combos? No lavender albino at all in my collection. I have I just have regular albinos, and then I have some het caramel albinos. I've never actually produced a visual caramel albino out of my hets, which is kind of crazy. I have all these hets floating around. I actually tried to breed one of my 50% possible het caramels to my big caramel albino. She didn't actually go, which is kind of crazy. I had a lot of snakes this year that didn't go. I was just breeding males that were just way too young, which is kind of crazy. All right, so we are at 11 hours, 18 minutes. Harley Davidson, yes, Harley Davidson. Yeah, it's a crazy, crazy thing for Harley Davidson. Someone had a question I missed. There was a time when the comments were going by pretty fast. I think I did miss quite a few. If you woke up one day and you got out of snake breeding, would you keep one for a pet? Yeah, I would definitely keep Bobby here as the pet. Yeah, Bobby would be My pet snake. It's almost over. Yep. Almost over. So we're trying to pay off the Harley Davidson with the super chat money, which is we're up to $401 in super chat off the first day, which brings us down to $8,165 left on the Harley Davidson, which is kind of crazy. Aren't they all my pets? I would say not all of them are my pets. Some are, some I don't handle very much. Yeah, I can't wait for the next 10 days. Yeah, we'll see how my voice holds up. So the total for the Harley was, let's see. So it was, well, I put a $500 deposit down to hold it, which holds it for 2 weeks until I can pay it off. And the original price was $8,572 plus the 500, so it's comes to $9,072 for the Harley, which is kind of crazy. So that's pretty good, from 9,000 to 8,165. Of course, I paid 500 on my own money to start to actually hold the bike, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. What is the age to retire a female breeder to a pet? So I think you can keep breeding females long. As a matter of fact, they actually had a ball python that laid eggs when it was like in its 60s, over 60 years old, which is kind of crazy. So I think you can actually breed them for 30 years, no problem. I don't think anyone's ever, since the ball python craze started, I don't think any of them has been too old to breed. How much for Bobby? I'd probably sell Bobby. Maybe I'd consider like $100,000. I probably wouldn't sell him. Maybe not even for that. Do I have any dragonfly? No, I don't have any dragonflies in my collection. Let's see. Am I going to have the Bobby bamboo print on the motorcycle paint? That'd be kind of cool to actually change the color of the motorcycle to be like a pattern like Bobby, like the gas tank would look like the pattern of Bobby. That would be really cool. I haven't really considered that, but it's got a really cool, the whole bike is black, which is kind of cool. Bobby for a Harley? Probably not. No, Bobby's the star. I might do Bobby's baby for a Harley. Of course, that probably would be not a fair trade. What's the difference between the freeway and the highway? So, I can't quite remember. So one's the asphalt, one's the gravel. I think the asphalt was discovered in Canada and the gravel was discovered in the US, and they're really close between the asphalt and the gravel. But I've noticed that it seems like with the asphalt, you get a cleaner, more defined look to it versus the gravel. So I think the freeways are a little bit more high-end than the highways, although I have seen some really cool highway combinations. So I think both are really cool. I think the asphalt is maybe has a little more contrast and brightness than a lot of your highways. So of course, there is a lot of overlap between them. How much for a Bobby baby? I was actually selling them for about 400, and they all sold like within a day, which is kind of crazy. New gene that interests you the most? Probably the confusion or the acid or the static. That's what I'm thinking about getting into. Would I sell Bobby for a Harley Davidson? Nope, I probably wouldn't sell Bobby. Yeah, he needs a little helmet. Yeah, I need to get a little sidecar for Bobby or something like that. Thank you, Clown Con. Cool. Let's see. Freeway, highway. What morph do I wish I had? I pretty much have all the morphs that I pretty much want. There's a lot of stuff that's on my list of kind of the stuff to get, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have any Axanthic in my collection. Most profitable. The most profitable is the most expensive that holds its price over the long term. Yeah, you could probably buy a pair of monsoons, produce a bunch of monsoons, and you could be really profitable with monsoons versus all this other stuff or something really crazy like that. Of course, you need about $30,000 to do it. There's actually a blue ghost pinstripe on Morphmarket. Yeah, so the blue ghost is a different line of ghosts, and I'm not sure exactly what it's compatible with. I don't think it's compatible with the regular ghost or the orange ghost, I think. Some of those rare ghosts it's kind of tricky to actually work them into other combinations. You have to really look at the compatibility of your ghosts. Can you make new snakes like dog breeders can make new dogs, but without the degenerative effects? Usually if you breed the genes together, you can breed them back out, unlike dogs. So you can make combinations. It's a little bit different than dogs. Am I sleepy? The last 30 minutes, I can definitely tell you. The last 20 minutes, I can definitely feel it. I did pretty good up into the last 20 minutes, and it's like all of a sudden, I can definitely feel it. It is the marathon, the last 34 minutes of the marathon. We've been going for 11 hours, 26 minutes, made $401 towards the Harley Davidson. That is crazy. Oh, Bobby's choking me out. You think Jake the Snake Roberts contributed to the... I'm not quite sure. I don't think I've seen Jake the Snake Roberts. Have I ever bred a paradox? As a matter of fact, I actually produced a paradox this year. I can't quite remember which one it was. I think it was one of my calicos that had a little bit of paradox in the backs, but I've never actually bred one to something else to see if it's actually genetic. But I have produced a paradox, which is kind of cool. Just a little slight paradox in the tail. Not compatible with other big line morphs. Yeah, the blue ghost. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how to hook my laptop up with my live stream. So I'm actually live streaming just from my phone, which is kind of crazy. Watered down and profit gone in 10 years? I don't think so, because the new morphs continually come out all the time. And I think a lot of these genes, you get kind of to the rock bottom price, like the pieds and the clowns. I don't think they'll ever go below, like, between $200 and $300 for your pieds and your clowns. As far as the prices, they're pretty much bottomed out as far as they can go on some of that stuff. And it's recessive, so it's really visually stunning. So I think we're pretty much at the bottom as far as you can get on some of the stuff. So, wow, we still have 75 people on the line. That is crazy. At midnight. Wow. How's my back from sitting in the chair? I actually moved in this really nice chair that the church gave us. It's actually a church chair. I don't know how we ended up with it, but it is super comfortable. Even after almost 12 hours, I'm doing really good as far as my back and everything. It's really comfortable. Can we see your banana clown? Yeah, I can show you my banana clown. We'll put Bobby back. Oh, it's good to stand up too. All right, let's get out another snake. Ha! This is the third time this guy's out. This is my banana inchy clown. Beautiful snake. Take a look at that beauty. I can pull them out all day. My most expensive snake that I ever bought in my whole collection. Kind of wild. Crazy looking snake. Take a look at that beauty. It's kind of funny if you actually look at just the banana inchies without the clown, you'll actually see that they look almost the same except for the head. It seems like the head kind of changes with the addition of the clown. Really awesome snake. Cool looking snake. So he's definitely big enough this year. I'm going to breed him. Well, I bred him last year and he didn't go. He was just too small. I got a little greedy. I was trying to breed him. I think I was trying to breed him at 500 grams, which didn't work. Now he's definitely big enough to breed him again. Beautiful snake. Really cool looking. And they're selling, it seems like the prices are kind of variable on these. From what I'm seeing, anywhere from 1,000 to like 1,500. Still over on Morphmarket. Kind of crazy snake. Let's see if this guy can actually hang out around my neck. I don't know. He's kind of almost big enough to do it. Kind of choked me out, but he doesn't have that much power. He's just a small little snake. Can't choke me out. Oh, maybe he can't choke me out. Oh, all right, all right. We are at 11:31. 29 minutes to go. Absolutely insane. Woo. My eyes are starting to go blurry. All right, let's see. All right, midnight snack time. Almost time for a midnight snack. Is this a one-day thing? I will be back tomorrow at noon for another 12 hours live stream. We're going to keep going until the Harley Davidson's paid off. We still got a big number there. All right, trying to pay off the Harley with the super chat. That is my goal. And we have 2 weeks to do it. I don't know if I can talk for 12 hours a day for 2 weeks. That's the other thing. We'll see how if I lose my voice, we're pretty much done. All right, let's see. Let's see. You look tired. I'm starting to get a little bit tired after 11 hours, 30 minutes of a live stream. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I think I'm working, doing a live stream more than people are actually working. It's kind of crazy. The little snake Lucky, she is doing great. Yes, I almost made it. Bobby has been on my shoulders for about 5 hours today. Yeah, he is a pretty chill snake. I don't know what this one's doing. Kind of crawling around. I had the clock, so it'll go faster. Yeah. Do I think ball pythons are the #1 pet snake breed? No, ball pythons are definitely the #1 snake in all of the whole, and pretty much, you can actually go over to Morphmarket and look. There's like, I'm thinking like there are 150,000 ball pythons over on Morphmarket. And if you actually look at all the other snakes, there's nothing as far as numbers that really compare to the numbers of ball pythons. Top 3 holdbacks. Yeah, I can show you my holdbacks. I actually did a video on my holdbacks. If you watch that video. We'll put that guy back. All right. This is my #1 holdback. All right, so take a look at this. That is Fang. We called this one Fang. Super Pastel Desert Ghost. That is crazy. And a female. Looking really good. Didn't even know my female was het for Desert Ghost. Didn't even think I would produce this from that pairing. Really crazy looking snake. Look at the pattern on the back of that thing. Really crazy. That is all I have to show. Is just that one. That is my number 1 and my number 2 and my number 3 right there. Crazy looking snake. And look at the head on that thing. Really crazy looking, like a washed out head. That's probably my number 1 right there. And then I'll show you my number 2. Well, my number 2 is a close second. My number 2 ball python. This one, I crushed it on the odds. I can't believe I actually hit this. This is my number 2, which is, I might be going into a shed, maybe a little bit faded out. But that is a really good looking snake right there. So this is a bamboo. This is Bobby's grandchild right here. It's actually a male, which is kind of cool. So this is a bamboo calico pastel pinstripe. All the genes in one. Look at the crazy pattern on the side and the back. Really powerful 4-gene combo, all co-dominant. So I'll probably breed this to like some normals and stuff like that. Probably won't get a normal out of this, breeding 4-gene combo to a normal. That is really awesome. So that's number 2. And then let's see. Number 3. I don't know about this one. I don't know. Number 3. All right, so I showed this one before. This could be my number 3. Maybe my number 3 as far as all the genes in the snake. So this is, I'm not sure if I'm going to hold this one back or not, but maybe it'll be a holdback. This is, I think this has pastel and yellow belly in it. And it also has spider, and it's a visual pied with 2 copies of the pied gene and 100% het albino. Really crazy looking snake. This guy's doing fantastic. And it was a twin, so it started out super small, 8'4" rodents already, and still look how skinny it is, super skinny. And it's weird, it's almost so transparent, you can almost see through it. It's kind of a crazy looking snake. It's weird on some of these. It's like I did really bad at the beginning, and it produced a whole bunch of normals, and then I started cranking out some of these really crazy combinations and hit all the odds on some of these snakes with genes I didn't even know I had, most of these genes. So that is probably my top 3 right there. All right, let's see. All right, we'll bring Bobby back for the grand finale. 11 hours, 37 minutes. Rhode Island, hey, 1:55 a.m. That is my bedtime, 1:55. Yeah. I don't think Calico does have a super. I don't think I've ever seen a super Calico over on Morphmarket, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, that one with all the genes, that spider, that's probably going to be a pretty expensive one. One of Bobby's babies, I could show you. This is probably the best one right here. Let's see. See if I can find it. I have so many snakes in my racks. All right. If you want to see a Bobby baby, a real Bobby baby, this is a real Bobby baby. Looks just like Bobby. And that is, I'm probably going to hold this one back. This is actually a female. This is actually Bobby's granddaughter. So it's one of Bobby's babies. But look at how close they are as far as the appearance of them. Really super close as far as, I wonder how they would do kind of meeting each other. I've never actually had Bobby look at one of his offspring before. Doesn't seem really interested in it. But that is really awesome. I absolutely love the bamboos. Just the bamboo just by itself. Pretty awesome hatchling right there. And this one even has like the little hearts like you see on the side of Bobby. What do you think of that, Bobby? What do you think of that? I don't know. I wonder what two snakes together, two bamboos. Oh, don't eat it. Don't eat it. I don't know if Bobby would try to eat this thing. I don't know. That would be, I definitely don't want to get that on the live stream. That would be a nightmare. Let's see. We are up to still 72 people for the last 20 minutes of the live stream. No, that one's not going to be for sale. That one is a holdback. It'll be my first female bamboo, just a straight bamboo. No, that's not the baby struggling. That one's been eating really good. I have another bamboo calico, possible pastel, that I've been trying to assist feed. Let's see. What happens if you breed Bobby to his granddaughter? You actually can. I've actually heard you can line breed reptiles, and it's not really a problem like with other animals. There's been a few people that actually disagree with that, though. They said you shouldn't line breed, but pretty much from what I've heard from a lot of reptile people, you can. But I've actually heard some veterinarians saying you should never say you can breed, line breed like that. So it really depends on who you're talking to. If you ask your veterinarian, they would say don't do it, which depends on who you're talking to. Yeah, you're going to get a bamboo after watching this. Bamboos are really awesome. Here in the UK, hey, what's going on? I'm kind of going backwards in my comments. What got me interested in snakes? YouTube videos got me interested in snakes. It was actually the snake bites videos on YouTube. They had like a series they were putting out one a week that was kind of almost, yeah, it was kind of it was interesting. So it was interesting, educational, a little bit crude. They'd swear and do some crazy stuff, like little crazy skits. And that was pretty funny. And then I don't know if you've ever watched those where Chewy would get bit all the time with all the snakes. That's really what got me interested in it. 157 in Ohio. Wow. 7:56 in South Africa. Since we're all telling time. That is pretty funny. All right, so we're scrolling back down. Start with the pet worm as a beginner. Yeah. Had any cinnamon banana babies? I don't have cinnamon in my collection at all. Let's see. Yeah, so when I started breeding rodents, I actually got into snakes first, and then I started getting into breeding rodents just a little bit after getting into snakes. I'd say I probably had maybe 20 snakes in my collection. And then I actually started with rodents. I got 6 little rats. That's how it all started. And I put them in a glass aquarium. And then after that, I got some mice and put them in glass aquariums. And then I got African soft furs. And then when I got my rodent racks, I pretty much got my life back from cleaning and feeding rodents every single day in those crazy cages. It's you definitely don't want to do rodents in glass aquariums. Do snake chores for the live stream. I thought about doing snake chores, but I thought it'd be a little bit boring. I don't know if we got 77 people on. I don't know if they'd all be interested in watching me do cleaning tubs and doing stuff like that. I don't know. Sometimes you can probably do it for like a long-term live stream or something like that. Oh, let's see. Would I ever get an inland taipan? No, because they're too venomous. The movie Kingpin, I've not seen that one. Any venomous snakes? No, I don't have any venomous snakes. Brian Barczyk influenced the majority. Yes, he actually has. Of course, he was one of the first people to actually breed snakes and do YouTube. And that's kind of what, what kind of fueled the whole craze for ball pythons. So, yeah, I think YouTube is kind of the modern thing as far as influencing people. What setup would I suggest for first-time snake owner? Actually, if you're getting a ball python, you can actually get an ARS 7010, just one level of an ARS 7010. So essentially, it's like kind of like this rack behind me, except it's a bigger tub and it's a single stack, and you can buy just one single level. I think it's like $100 or something. Well, I think you'd have to get the wheelbase too in order for it to probably work, but that's probably the best thing. And then you can buy another level. I think it's like $100 for every level on top of that. So you could actually, if you bought another snake, you could get, the tub and the heat panel and everything hooked up to the same thermostat. So that's probably the best way to do it. Although you could do glass aquariums, but I don't know. I started with glass aquariums. I probably wouldn't go back to glass. Let's see. You'd watch snake chores? I don't know. Snake chores. I thought it'd be interesting to do live streams out with the cows and the ducks, and you can watch me work on the cows. That might be interesting. Do you feel bad when feeding off a baby rat? Yes. That can be one of the tougher questions, one of the tougher things to do. How did I start my YouTube and gain all the traction with subscribers and the community? That's it took about 1,000 videos to get to the point where I'm at right now. And when I first started, I really didn't know what I was doing. And you just have to keep putting out daily videos day after day. Some people say you can do weekly videos. I don't think you'll really get a lot of traction doing weekly videos. And for a while, as a matter of fact, for a month here, a couple months ago, I was doing 2 videos a day, which was actually 60 videos a month. I actually did that for about a month until my brain exploded. And I was like, that is all I can handle, 2 videos a day. Then I went back down to 1. And it seems really easy, one video a day. It's not too bad. So once you have a lot of videos, and you have to have a really focused topic, as far as you have to, probably the best thing for a YouTube channel is to watch a lot of people who help you build your YouTube channels. You can actually find a lot of help online and just keep learning about it and keep improving. How to pop or probe? Yeah, maybe I'll show that in the next live stream, how to pop or probe a snake. I have quite a few videos on probing. You can probably just go to YouTube, how to probe a ball python. I think I have like 5 or 6 videos. I actually have one called probing a snake and taking lots of bites. I think I got bit like 30 times in there trying to probe my ball python hatchlings, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. Whew. So we love Bobby, but why not wear some other snakes during your videos? I decided to do Bobby every single video because he is my channel mascot. You have to have a channel mascot to, I figured it was kind of, make one snake famous instead of kind of switching out snakes and you don't really know which snake is which. Is, there's different ways you can actually do it. A lot of people think I should keep switching snakes for every video, but I think it kind of makes Bobby a little bit more famous and connectable just doing one snake at a time. Let's see. 11:05 in Arizona. So it's actually 12:07 here, but we still have 10 minutes because I actually started a little bit after noon because I had a little bit of a glitch when I first started. So when I first started my live stream, I actually had it set on private instead of public. And I was talking for about 10 minutes and then I looked up and there was like nobody on the live stream. I was like, all right, I'm doing something wrong. And then I closed the live stream and then checked all my settings. And sure enough, it was set to private. So no one can actually see my live stream. So we're actually going till 12:15, I guess, which is, I'll go for 12 hours. It's another 10 minutes. 10 minutes in the live stream. I can't believe we have 78 people in the middle of the night watching the end of the live stream, the marathon. Woo! And from California, hey, what's going on? What kind of animals do I have except ball pythons? I have ball pythons, I have rats and mice, I have a Greek tortoise, I have 2 crested geckos, I have a Pac-Man frog, I have a giant white knee tarantula female. That thing's getting pretty big. I have 38 birds out in the barnyards with some ducks, some muscovies, some chickens. I have 4 Black Angus cows. I have 3 dogs. I have African cichlids with about 50 African cichlids. I have a saltwater tank with some reefs. I don't have any fish in the saltwater tank. It's all reefs, pretty much corals in there. And I think that's pretty much it. That's a lot of animals. I actually did a video. Check out all my 300 animals. I went through every single animal in my whole house. That was a lot of animals here, which is kind of crazy. And most of them are pretty low maintenance, like ball pythons. I only feed them like once a week, so it's not too bad. 10 days I can do it. We'll see tomorrow if I still have a voice. So tomorrow I'm going to start again at noon and go till midnight. So what I'm actually trying to do during this live stream marathon is I saw that Harley Davidson was struggling. Their sales were down about 47%. So I thought, I'm going to help Harley Davidson out. I'm going to buy a Harley and I'm going to pay for it with the super chat revenue from my marathon live stream, which was a crazy idea. So I actually bought a Harley, put $500 down, and the balance, we've been whittling away at the balance with the super chat. We actually have $400 on this live stream. So what we owe left on the Harley is $8,165 on the Harley Davidson. So the idea was to do a marathon live stream until we can actually pay it off with the super chat. 12 hours a day for what, 2 weeks? Kind of crazy. Woo. Yes, I could sell 2 or 3 snakes. Only 8,000. Yeah, that is, as a matter of fact, I put 5,000 down, or 500 down on the bike. And I didn't realize with the shipping and the fees and all the other expenses, my number came out to be $8,572. I was like, man, that is a big number. I don't know if I can do it. We'll see how it goes. We did pretty good today, $400. So that's not too bad. What Harley Davidson did I bought? So this bike, I actually found a Harley Davidson Dyna Street Bob. It's a street bob, which is one of the more common Harley Davidsons. Essentially what it is it's like I actually used to have a Sportster, a 79 Sportster back in the day. So this is like an oversized Sportster without actually getting into like the baggers, the really big Harleys. And the guy that actually had it before me actually stripped the whole bike down just to the frame and rebuilt the whole thing with custom parts. So everything is custom on this bike. The handlebars are the big the ape hangers, which are really big, and the front end, the whole shocks and everything are all like completely different. The front fender and the front tire, it's like completely custom from the ground up. Pretty awesome bike. I think the front wheel is 21 inches, but I was actually looking at some others and they're also 21 inches, but it's not the stock front wheel. It looks like it's a little bit thinner. It looks definitely like a different wheel and different. The whole front end is completely different. It's got the Screaming Eagle intake, the Vansenheim short shot mufflers. Those sound really awesome, really super loud. It's if you know your Harley Davidson, it's a really awesome bike. Pretty much everything on that bike is custom. They actually did everything, even the gas tank. They repainted it. It's all black on silver, and even where you have the little gas caps were, I don't know what they're like, a flat gas cap. It's everything is so crazy on that bike. It's pretty awesome. No, it's not a bagger. Yeah, as a matter of fact, if I actually get it, I'll be doing be doing a lot of videos here on YouTube with my Harley Davidson, driving it to all the reptile shows and doing a lot of stuff with my super chat Harley Davidson. Ride it across the U.S. with Bobby. So yeah, it might be kind of rough riding that thing across the U.S. because it's so loud.